we're failing. We try. We don't succeed at the PG-13 rating on the show. Anyway, and I shouldn't be laughing at while a story like this is going on. Sorry. We do believe him to be the only individual that fired gunshots at these locations. Why did he do this? The children, siblings, and siblings and one cousin were 3 boys and 5 girls. They were aged between 3 to 11. This guy, oh man, dude, you are having a bad time in hell right now, aren't you? The coroner's office said the children were identified by their mothers as Shayla Elkins. Neighbors described, why is it? Oh, it's the BBC. I was like, why do they spell neighbors like that? And then I was like, oh, it's the BBC. Described their shock to the U.S. media. This is sad, man. The attack occurred across multiple locations. Father is alleged to first shot a woman before moving to a second location where he fired further shots at the children. Why did he do this? Drugs, maybe? I don't know. Reading this together, so... Damn, and he went far. This is Harrison Street here. And so he wanted to kill these kids. I went to high school with a girl whose father killed... it's a really sad story. Diana, I think her name is. Forgot. I wasn't friends with her, so it's... but they lived about 3 football fields away from where I lived, where I grew up anyway, not where I lived at the time. Father came in, shot the wife, shot the brother, killed them both, and shot her, the girl I went to school with, in the head, and then killed himself. She lived. And she's in a wheelchair now, and she's, she was like the popular people who was also a very nice person, beautiful woman. And like, I can't imagine what that's like, where it's like you lost your whole family and you got shot in the head and you got brain damage now. I don't know. The moral of the story is people are messed up, man. There are some messed up people. This was before politics, so I don't want to blame. No, guys, I say this. The third person was a murderer. Okay, we had Kaine and we had Abel and. He was, it's human nature, unfortunately. I hate it, but stop thinking that because the X is a little bit spicier now, that's why things are bad. No, bad things have happened forever, unfortunately. All right, 8:33, let's get a couple more in. Labor Secretary, somebody, there we go. All right, we can cross this off the list. Somebody in the chat was saying, talk about the cabinet member that left, and I didn't know what the heck you were talking about, but apparently this is probably it. All right. Labor Secretary Lori Chavez DeRemer, who I've never heard of, exits the Trump administration. Keith Sonderling named acting head. Labor Secretary Lori Chavez is leaving her post. Okay. She's leaving the Trump administration and will be temporarily replaced. Sonderling, who serves under DeRemer, will become the agency's acting secretary. Her exit comes after a whistleblower complaint accused the labor secretary of having an affair with her security guard, drinking on the job, and using staff to fabricate travel for personal trips at the taxpayer's expense. You bitch. What I just say about human nature, guys? We are inherently designed to be kind of shitty. We have to fight every day not to be. Looks like she didn't. All right. And dude, I don't have this like, oh, let's not talk about this because it makes Trump look bad. No. Trump hired her, I think. Bad call. Trump has got a track record of bad hires. I hired Trump, right? Like, I didn't hire who Trump hired. But I do sometimes like the decisions and sometimes I don't like the decisions. I think that if you were to read this story honestly, just like if you were to read a story for the other side, like, look, Biden had a bunch of awful people working in the administration. They were horrible at their job, fired none of them, and none of them resigned. Pete Buttigieg, right? I think it took a dude who was having sex with another dude, like, in the house for one of them to finally be like, okay, fine, I'll leave. Right? They didn't fire anybody and nobody quit. And I'm sure that they had a lot of bad people there. At least with the Trump administration, when stuff like this happens, they go, all right, you got me. They didn't even want Bob Menendez to resign when he got caught bribing Egyptians with gold bars. And by the way, I hate whataboutism. This is not whataboutism, right? It kind of is a little bit. I gotta call myself out a little bit. It's a little bit of whataboutism, but to make a point that I like that there are flawed people that Trump will hire, and we will at least get rid of them, right? I don't think that Trump has like some type of superpower where he can see who is or isn't a shit person. He hires them, if they find out that sucked. Then he goes, oh, that sucks. And then people blame him. It's, bro, I've hired people. I hired a heroin addict one time. He stole, look, I hired this kid, Kevin. This is a funny story. We're going a lot of ADD today. I hired this kid, Kevin. Kevin, I did not know. I wasn't like, hey man, do you like heroin? You want a job? No, I didn't know he was a heroin addict. But I hired a heroin addict, not knowing, right? And I found, I saw some signs, right? There were signs, like the, you know, the droopy and the sleepy when you're, and then you go, hey, you're all right, man? He goes, I didn't get much sleep last night. Okay, you didn't get much sleep last night. I didn't get much sleep last night either, but I'm not doing whatever the hell you're doing. You look like a wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube man in slow motion, and I don't, and we both did not get sleep last night. So the final straw, which was very thank you, C Wills in the chat, gifted 1 subscription to Lfa TV. Appreciate that. Let's make sure we get that chat up because I will do shout outs later. Boom. There we go. Look at that. Gifted 1 subscription to Lfa TV. Anyway, back to the heroin addict. I pull up to the job. There's a winning scratch ticket. I think it was like $15. Not a lot of money, right? Winning scratch ticket in my visor, right? And meanwhile, I pull up to the job. He's on the job. And there's another guy on the job. So there are 2 people on the job. I have a pretty close to photographic memory. So like it's called high recall. I have a high recall memory. So I know that scratch ticket is in the visor. I walk into the job. Kevin is walking out with trash and back and forth. And there's no reason for him to go to my truck. And then when I come out of the job, scratch ticket's gone. So I walk back into the job and I go, hey, one of you 2, and I already know who it is, took the scratch ticket out of my truck. And Ryan, who's one of my best friends, definitely not a heroin addict, was the other one. So I go, and Kevin, you're the only one that was going outside, so I'm gonna need that scratch ticket back. And he was like, I didn't take it. And I go, okay, it's $15. I don't care about the money. I go, okay. I go, I'll tell you what. If I don't get this, I'm gonna leave. I'm leaving. If I don't get the scratch ticket back by the end of the day, you're fired, right? And sure enough, he found it. He said he found it in the bottom of the dumpster. And I said, thank you very much. I went and got the scratch ticket. I immediately, I went like this. I went, thank you, you're fired. He said, he said, no, he goes, you said if I got you the scratch ticket back, I wouldn't be fired. I go, no, I didn't. I said, if I don't get the scratch ticket back, you're fired. I didn't say if I got it back, you would keep your job. You were going to get fired either way. I just wanted to see if I could get my $15 back. The point is, I've hired bad people. I've fired bad people. He died of a heroin overdose, by the way. Sad. But this story here, I know that it's something that people like to focus on this type of stuff in politics, but this really isn't that big of a story. I mean, it's sensationalist. We go, oh, she was drinking on the job and doing stuff, but it would be a big story if she was like, I'm not leaving. That would be a big story. It's like, and if Trump was like, I like her, we're going to keep her, then that would be that would be a story, right? But Lori Chavez DeRemer leaving her position after she got caught drinking on the job and using staff to fabricate. You could prosecute her maybe for fraud. I don't know. Other than that, this is not a story. What I just told you with Kevin, that was a story. That was a good story. That was a funny story. I mean, poor Kevin. He was also like, I didn't realize this. I saw him one time after I fired him. And I had no idea. First of all, I think I know what's worse, but I don't really know if I know what's worse. On the back of his calf, because I saw him at the beach, it's totally random. On one calf, he had the word white. And the other calf, he had the word pride. He had white pride on the back of his calves. Dumbest tattoo ever, but also, what? What? So I guess he was probably also kind of like one of those, he was probably like Nick Fuentes before Nick Fuentes got a lot of followers. He'd probably be one of the people that listened to him. Anyway. This is a crazy show today. I'm just sort of like, man, I'm just going all over the place. I just pull up a news story, then talk about the freaking heroin addict that I got fired. And anyway, all right, let's talk about this actually. Okay, look, because this is one of those things where I'm seeing a lot of takes. Most of them are reasonable, right? Most of them. Let me show you this. Let me show you my take. I'm not saying that my take's the best, right? It is, but I'm not saying that, right? An Israeli, let's go back to this actually. An Israeli soldier vandalized a Jesus statue in Lebanon. Okay, this is wrong, by the way. You shouldn't do that. Period. Okay, but you know what you also shouldn't do? You shouldn't get so freaking outraged where you're like, oh. All right. And I'll explain why in a minute, right? And by the way, this is like, oh, you're always defending the Jews, Bibi, Netanyahu, cuck, and stuff. Okay, cool. I've heard it all. I've heard it all. All right. Go have your mom fix you another PB&J, you stupid child. It's an image of an Israeli soldier apparently hitting a statue. Now, this is why I don't think that you should go, blah, right? Israel's prime minister, Netanyahu, said he was stunned and saddened. Foreign Minister Gideon Sar said, we apologize for this incident and to every Christian whose feelings we hurt. Locals say the statue was on a crucifix outside of a family home, one of the few villages where residents have remained during Israel's war with Hezbollah. Goes against the Declaration of Human Rights. The head of Debel's congregation, Father Fadi Flayful. Right. So you just have a whole bunch of Israelis and Jews and everybody being like, yo, dude, that's not us. Okay. That's why I don't think you should lose your shit over it. Or you can definitely condemn the soldier. You should. He's a douchebag, right? He's a douchebag. That's crazy, right? Nick Fuentes is also a douchebag. He's Christian and American, right? So if we, and I'm sure that there's douchebags that have been in our military. I mean, there was a lot of credible reports of American soldiers raping Vietnam women in the Vietnam War. Right? You take a picture of one of them, right? Rape, by the way, not just beat up a statue. You take a picture of one of them and you go, that's all Americans. That's all Christians. Nah, it's not how it works. Right? That guy's a douchebag. That guy is a douchebag. Probably hates Christians. And this is what I was going to say here. I posted this. Gets people a little upset because they don't take time to actually really read what I'm writing. They just go, the Jews. Does it surprise me that there are Jews in Israel who hate Christians? Not really. No. I'm willing to bet that there are, and by the way, I'm not willing to bet. I know for a fact there are more Christians in the world who hate Jews than there are Jews. Right? Let's fact check it. Why not? Right? How many Christians in the world? From Perplexity. Okay. About 30 to 33. So 2.3 billion with a B. Okay. All right. What percentage of 2.3 billion is 16 million? If we find out, you'll see where I'm going with this. This is just my Rain Man brain doing Rain Man brain things. Okay, 0.69, nice. 0.7%. That's how many Jews there are in relation to Christians. So, would you say the odds are likely higher or lower that 0.7% of Christians hate Jews? Because that's how many it would be. 0.7. If more than 0.7% of Christians hate Jews, there are more Christians than there are Jews. There are more Christian Jew haters than there are the entire race. And that's important. It is. It's an important data point, right? Because if a bunch of people hated me, if I was a Jew and so many Christians hated me, I might hate them back. I probably wouldn't. because the vast majority of Jews don't. I'm not saying they should. I'm not saying we deserve this. I'm not saying that soldier was justified. None of that, because people don't know how to read what I'm writing. I'm not excusing that behavior. I'm telling you why it might be that behavior. All right. More Christians might want to read that whole judge not lest ye be judged, because if you're condemning that one soldier for hating Christians, right, you might want to look in the mirror and say, how many of us hate them? And why? If you look at Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, and Tucker Carlson's audience alone, probably getting more than 0.7%. And that's sad. That's sad. Actually, I don't think so. No, I don't think that they have a collective of 16 million, but you get my point. You get my point, man. Just condemn all of it. Condemn the soldier. Absolutely. This guy sucks. F that guy. F him hard. With a sandpaper dildo, all right? Not a fan. However, immediately, everybody in power came out and was like, fuck that guy. Like, right?
I don't know why you got to do it in front of the kid with the effing. All you got to do is...
So, I'm just saying, man, it's getting annoying. No, not really. I kind of like it. It is kind of annoying constantly teaching people about how like critical thinking and common sense works and using discernment. It's not hard to do. You just have to lead with your head instead of some emotional crybaby immediate response. Here you go. By the way, I didn't know this, but this was AI. I left it up there because the community note's there, but my point still stands. That soldier was bad. And, you know, we don't do that. Just call it all out. All of it. Every bit of it. All right, let's get to my favorite part of the show. The theme of the day. We should have probably started about 6 minutes ago, but I went a lot ADD today. I'm shaking off the rust. Just sick for 4 days. Why do I always get sick on a Friday? Why can't I get sick when I gotta do shit? I got sick when all I had to do was chores. Okay. Here from the New York Post, Caroline Levitt reposted Trump signs order to fast-track psychedelic drug research to treat veterans with PTSD. This is the ibogaine that Joe Rogan has been talking about for a long time. Why are you calling me? That's insane. Do you know that I'm live right now? Do you know who I am? 800 number, do not disturb. Sorry. Joe Rogan's been talking about this for a long time. I've heard that it's got very positive results. I'm fine with it, obviously, right? Like, I'm not a big fan of how weed has sort of been abused after it was sort of legalized. I don't think we're going to have that problem here. This is a very specific treatment for a very specific group of people. And I think that that's how weed should work. I think it's a very specific treatment for a very specific group of people, instead of just handing it out like candy, but I digress. And it appears that Trump has sort of brought Joe Rogan back on the Trump train, because Joe Rogan has been diverting away from the Trump, camp. He's been very critical because he's constantly talking to people like Tim Dillon and Dave Smith. And it's like, you get a whole bunch of freaking people in your ears and you start repeating the same bull crap. But Joe Rogan, again, like I said at the beginning of the show, I do like how Joe Rogan, and I'm very critical of him, so don't give me that bull crap about simping out. No, I have called out Joe Rogan, all right? I don't care if I ever get invited on his show, if that's what you're thinking. No, I don't care. Joe Rogan has a long history of making stupid statements and then realizing it and self-reflecting and coming back and bringing himself back towards the middle. He's definitely center left, but he does bring himself back. Now he's gone far right. So he's got a long way to go back. But I think this is great. Here, this is a video of Joe Rogan telling the story about how this happened.
I want to tell everybody how this happened. I sent President Trump some information. We have a gigantic opiate problem in this country, obviously. In 2024, more than 80,000 people died of overdoses. It's a horrible number. And there's more than 5 million people that are addicted to opiates right now in this country. With 1 dose of Ibogaine, more than 80% of people are free of that addiction. With 2 doses, it's more than 90%. I sent him that information. The text message came back, sounds great. Do you want FDA approval? Let's do it. It was literally that quick. These drugs are illegal not because they're harmful. They're illegal because of the 1970 Controlled Substances Act that was passed by the Richard Nixon administration. They did it to target the civil rights movement and the anti-war movement. It's not because these drugs harm people. And for 56 years, we've lived under those terrible conditions. We're free of that now. We're free of that now. Thanks to all these people that you see next to me, and thanks to President Trump.
That's great. You know, look, my brother died of a fentanyl/heroin overdose. He thought it was heroin. So that really, this makes me happy to hear. And, you know, I have so many friends who are vets. I have friends with vets I have vet friends who have PTSD. Even everyone thinks I'm a vet now because Buckley Carlson, or thinks I'm a stolen valor now. But me personally, I don't see a problem with this. I think this is great. And I think that this is what Trump does. Trump has his finger on the pulse of where things need to be, and he uses people who criticize the shit out of him. Joe Rogan has been talking mad smack about Trump's policy, but he has been doing it in a way where he is not the panicking. He's adjacent. Again, I call them adjacent. So let's go through the people who are not Joe Rogan, right? Tucker, 2 minutes, 36 seconds. We're going to be quick
have
about
been
this.
overwhelmingly secular, maybe not coincidentally, since we dropped those atom bombs 80 years ago.
Not since we dropped the atomic bomb in Nagasaki, the second one in August of 1945, and decided that we were gods, and the God himself known to me, that these are demonic. I mean, these are evil. Their only purpose is to destroy the innocent, to murder the innocent. They've only been used once. The fact the second bomb was dropped on the Christian population of Japan, which was majority in that.
A very stealthy yet incredibly effective attack on what, from a Christian perspective, is the true faith, belief in Jesus.
All right, sorry about skipping, guys. Nathan Livingstone just does an amazing job, but I am completely running out of time. Go watch this. But Tucker essentially called Trump the Antichrist. Okay, and here's another one. This one's 1:45. Don't have enough time for that either.
As you can imagine.
Here, let's just go to this part.
Now, as you can imagine, that post did not go over well with the Iranians or with many Americans. I mean, I don't know about you, but I am sick of this shit. I'm sick of it.
Yeah, we get it. You're sick of it. And now Alex Jones.
It's just beyond disgusting. Absolutely blows me away. But I hope Grok can get it right. I hope everybody reading at the top of X with tens of thousands of posts can understand that when you go watch Ben Collins, the podcast he did today, he goes, I own the studios. We're in control now. Well, they have a hearing about it on the 30th, and we'll be challenging that.
Okay. I only got 2 minutes to cover this, so I'm sorry, guys. I went super ADD today, so this part of the show, it should have been stretched out a lot longer. Let me explain. Give me 2 minutes to make this whole point. Okay, Tucker Carlson used Trump. Megyn Kelly used Trump. Alex Jones used Trump. All of these people used Trump, and they know that Trump is not going to be president in 2028. They have they hit too soon, Junior. Okay. This pivot that all of them are doing, all of this panic and stuff, again, I've said this before, we've talked about this so much because it's so important. But look, here's the deal. The reason why they are all spurging out is because they know they messed up when they turned on Trump and Trump called them out. Then they see somebody reasonable-ish like Joe Rogan who gets invited to the White House and they go, how? Oh, I don't know. Maybe he didn't call him the friggin' Antichrist. Maybe he didn't try to invoke the 25th Amendment. Maybe he just hasn't been shitting on him nonstop and making every single one of his episodes about the Jews. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's why Joe Rogan still gets responses when he texts the president and you don't. Jew hate, brain rot, shut the F up, and take your L. You might be able to salvage it by the end of his term if you start apologizing now. Anyway, it's 9 a.m. Sean Farish is coming up next. I shook the rust off. Tomorrow will be a little less ADD. I appreciate Sean and Jeremy for covering yesterday. Enjoy the show. I will see you tomorrow for Woke Wednesday. See you later.
A partially valid, a half-truth, if you will, is being pushed.
I can't wait to find out all sorts of new and exciting things I didn't know about myself.
So you just hate Jews, bro?
Yeah, you're just an anti-Semite. Congratulations.
You're not
What would you say?
Exactly.
Well, that's different. It's not different. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's
that just we are the only society on earth who has the obligation to self-destruct, to blame ourselves for every problem that has ever existed, and we just think of ourselves as the worst human beings who are responsible for every bad.
How many Muslims are trying to stop Boko Haram? How many Muslims were confronting ISIS? How many Muslims, the extremists always win. So the peaceful majority, of which I know many, they're irrelevant.
Good morning and happy Tuesday to the Ungovernables, the Captain's Crew, the Lfa family, McGroy Nation. We're coming to you live from the deep red state of Tennessee on rumble.com/Lfa TV. Welcome to Ungoverned. Happy Tuesday to you. It is a happy Tuesday. Fresh off for 4 hours on 1210 WPHT this morning. One more hour with you here on Lfa TV. Rumble.com/Lfa TV. As we've said a number of times, you listen on audio, get over to Rumble, rumble.com/Lfa TV. Of course, if you want to watch the show live at 10 a.m. Eastern Time every single day, we got a couple of good fun stories for you today. It is Vote No Day in Virginia. Today is the 21st day of April. It is Referendum Day in Virginia. Polymarket and the other prediction markets out there have an 85% chance of the referendum passing in Virginia. Not good. We don't want that. But, we got to be realistic as well. The Democrats came out in the 2025 elections and outvoted Republicans, right? Outvoted Republicans. And unfortunately, this is what happens when Republicans don't vote, when they check out. Oh, I'm done. I'm going to, Epstein files. I'm not voting. Okay, you're gonna give the Democrats a blank check on power. Is that what you want? Is that better? I don't think so, but some people do think so. So the political rookies out there who are like, oh, Epstein files. I don't like it. I don't like the way it was the war in Iran. Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'll be honest with you. We're 7 days out of the Iran war being 2 months old. I'm kind of getting tired of it. Okay, but I'm not going to check out. I'm not going to say, oh, well, this war in Iran's going on for way too long. I'm not voting. Of course I'm going to vote. I'm going to participate. I'd like to see it wrap up sooner rather than later. I'd like to believe the administration does too. We were told, 4 to 6 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks. I'd like for it to not go on longer than that. We'll see what happens. There's the deadline is now tomorrow evening. Again. Okay? But I'm kind of worn out by the Iran thing. We trust them, we don't trust them, we're negotiating, we don't negotiate, the strait's open, the strait's closed, and there's different dynamics as to why that's happening. It's an indicator that there's fractured leadership in Iran. That's totally fine. We talked about this yesterday and a couple days ago. Totally fine. I'm not saying that we just tuck tail and leave, but let's be honest. Let us be completely honest because I feel like there's a lot of dishonesty going on both sides with this Iran war. The longer this goes on, the worse it is. All right. And it's always worse for Iran than it is for us. Yeah, but it's also pretty bad for us too, in terms of the political aspirations and midterms and things. You had Russ Vought yesterday, kind of make an admission that's not good. Saying gas probably won't go down below national average, so you have to take into account places like California and New York. Won't go down below $3 a gallon until next year. Again, I'm not voting just on gas prices. I'm not saying that's what I'm just telling you the normies out there are not going to be happy. So something's got to give in Iran. Something. And I know that there's broader implications, China, Russia, other, geopolitical alliances that are hanging in the balance. Something's got to give. I'm just being honest. I will never encourage people to stop voting. I will never encourage people to check out. But I'm getting a little worn out with this war. I support our troops. I will always support our troops. And to Belinda Allen, who says, I don't care about the normies. You need the normies to win elections. I'm sorry. You do. I hope this thing resolves soon. That's all I'm going to say. Okay? That's all I'm going to say. All right? I would never encourage people to vote Democrat. This is going to be great now, having that taken out of context all day. Oh, you don't want the war to continue? You must hate the president. I don't. I would like the war to resolve. I think we all want the war to resolve. I don't think that's unreasonable. Let's get it done. Let's figure it out. Maybe tomorrow is Power Plant and Bridge Day, and that's how the regime crumbles. Unfortunately, I think we're in this situation with Iran. Okay? Unfortunately, I think we're in this situation with Iran. Unless the regime is gone, the Islamic Republic, I don't think you're going to see much change in the region. And there's only really two ways you could get the regime out of there. Either the Iranian people have to rise up, and they are terrified, rightfully so, or there's got to be boots on the ground. And I don't want to see boots on the ground. So we'll see. Or you power plant bridges and everything crumbles. We'll see what happens. I think let's try the blockade. How much longer can they withstand this blockade? All I'm going to tell you is, me personally, I'm getting tired of it. I'm just happy that Americans aren't dying, right? The 13 have, but over the past couple of weeks, Americans haven't died. I want it resolved soon. I'll give him a little longer than 8 weeks, but we gotta get it done. And I know he's got an appetite for Cuba, and I think Cuba is a much different situation than around there. It's a little different over there, but I would like to see it resolved. That's all. I'm not going to come out here and tell you the president's a failure and that Iran won. I'm not going to go down that road. I'm just telling you. And I think most of us, whether you want to admit it or not, I'm right, and you agree with me that you'd want this resolved. It is a ball and chain right now. So, there's some positive developments. Maybe we get a deal. Maybe the regime does fall. Maybe the blockade works. It's not all doom and gloom. I'm just telling you, I'm getting a little worn out with the war. All right. We tried to, as Winky said, too bad we can't arm their citizens. We tried to arm their citizens and gave the weapons to the Kurds, and the Kurds stole the weapons. So it's the Middle East. It's just a disaster. I will say this. When we talk about boots on the ground, I've heard the conversation, well, if we're putting boots on the ground, who else is putting boots on the ground? Israel said they're not putting boots on the ground. So if Israel's not putting boots on the ground, we're not putting boots on the ground. I think that's fair. Anyway, let's rock and roll, and we'll get into this Virginia redistricting fight today, because that is a huge, huge ballot measure today. Virginia redistricting, and unfortunately, there's an overwhelming chance that it passes, and you wind up going from 6-5 down to 10-1, and this is the price that Republicans pay for being Republicans. It's going to be harsh, and now you're going to feel like you're getting beat over the head with a 2x4, but the message has to get through. Once every 4 years is not enough. And it's like, well, Virginia's a blue state. Really? Because the previous governor was a Republican. Glenn Youngkin. Glenn Youngkin won. Now, granted, he ran against an opponent who said parents have no right to a say in their child's education and crazy stuff like that. But Glenn Youngkin won. Okay? Glenn Youngkin won. Virginia can go red. How the hell does Abigail Spanberger win by 10 to 20 points in November of 2025? It's because, and I warned against this in the whole year of 2025, we won the 2024 election, and there was a lot of chest beating going on. It's not about one election every 4 years. I'm hoping there was a wake-up call. We'll see what happens tonight. I'll even say this. As a consolation prize, and even if you want to call it a cope, if we see the referendum in Virginia pass, but it only passes by like 3 points, I would take that as a positive indicator. Still a bad outcome, but a positive indicator. But if you see a 7.5 point win, a Jay Jones type margin of victory like Chase Bose had predicted, it's not a good sign. In Virginia, we got to be better at waking people up. We're not doing enough in the real world. We're not. All right. We're going to get into why, Tim Kaine giving you the redistricting mumbo jumbo. We've got a lot coming up here on the show today. But before we do that, I want to get to a word from our friends over at OFP Farms. OFP Farms Mother's Day gift boxes are more than just a gift. They are an experience. This Mother's Day, give mom more than a gift. Give her a moment to feel pampered and truly treasured. At OFP Farms, every product is handcrafted right here on the farm using fresh goat milk and grass-fed tallow. Rich, nourishing ingredients her skin will love. It's more than skincare. It's a daily reminder that she deserves to slow down, care for herself, and feel appreciated. Now, for a limited time, you can enjoy 20% off of your entire order with the code Shawn, SHAWN, at checkout. Clean ingredients, small batches, real results from OFP Farms to your mama's skin, because mom deserves to feel this good every single day. OFPfarms.com, promo code SHAWN for 20% off the Mother's Day gift box. Take a look at this cute video from the farm, OFPfarms.com. OFPfarms.com, promo code SHAWN. That's OFPfarms.com, promo code SHAWN for 20% off of their Mother's Day, or 20% off during the Mother's Day sale that runs up until Mother's Day. All right. Tim Kaine, remember Hillary's running mate? Tim Kaine? He's a senator from Virginia, Democrat senator from Virginia, had said the quiet part out loud with regards to why Virginia feels it must redistrict. It is not about properly allocating congressional representation. It is not about, the idea that, it's a blue state, so we should have, but you already had more Democrats than Republicans in Congress. What is the one thing that the Democrats are good at? What is their main issue? What is the Democrats' main issue? Anyone remember?
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump. Donald Trump, yes.
Oh.
Donald Trump is the Democrats' main issue. And so, that is what Tim Kaine admits here. Listen.
Listen, let's talk about the last vote there in Virginia, the presidential vote. Vice President Kamala Harris won by about 5 percentage points. So this state is relatively split with a left lean, but 90% of House members from Virginia being from one party?
90% of Virginians are not Democrats. That's true.
Correct.
But about 100% of Virginians want election results to be respected. We're deeply worried that Donald Trump will try to interfere with the election results this November or in 2028, because we saw him do it before. And we have to have a Congress that will stand up to it. In 2021, all 5 Republicans in Virginia went along with Donald Trump in his effort to overturn election results. And so we're giving Virginians a chance to vote, which Republican states have not done, about whether they want to have a congressional delegation that will stand up against Donald Trump's team.
Aha. So you're trying to essentially rig the midterms in Congress against the Trump agenda. All right, fine. I mean, at least he's being honest. That's all I can say to Tim Kaine and about what Tim Kaine said. At least he's being honest. At least he's being honest. All right. The ballot measure before the state's voters, if it was approved, would amend Virginia's constitution to give Democratic majority General Assembly temporary power. Temporary power, of course. Always. There's no such thing as a temporary, by the way, power when it comes to government. They just take it and run. Remember, like temporary protected status, and you have the Dignity Act. Republicans voting to allow the Haitians to stay here, extend their temporary protected status, extend temporary. Do you see the theme here? Proposed map, if enacted, would likely take the Commonwealth's congressional Democrats from a 6-5 advantage to a 10-1 advantage, netting them 4 seats in the 2026 midterms. Tuesday is the election day. That is today, the last day Virginians can go vote to determine the fate of that referendum. In 2024, the state's voters were almost evenly divided in the presidential race. Kamala Harris won by just 5 or so points. Even with the state leaning left, it's still relatively split down the middle. But 90% of House members from Virginia are going to be from one party if this measure passes. If you are in Virginia, you got to get out and you got to vote no today. And you got to bring friends to the polls today. Matter of fact, if you're listening to this in Virginia right now, turn it off. Go get your car, clean it out, and fill it with voters and bring them to the polls all day long. I don't want you wasting an hour's worth of time. This is how important the Virginia referendum, the redistricting referendum is. This is how important it is. You've got to dedicate a ton of time. We should have been dedicating more time to it. The crazy part is I don't even see people talking about it. So I believe it's going to fail, but that it's going to pass, that Republican efforts to push back on this is going to fail. I don't see enough people talking about it. I saw Obama. I saw these people say, oh, you got to go vote yes, go vote yes, go. I didn't see any. I've seen Chase, Scott Pressler. We've said a little about it. I've seen a few others talk about it. I've seen other ones. Everyone's still talking about Israel. Do you understand that that's a psyop? Everyone always looks for distractions. That crowd, it's a distraction. People are still hyper fixating on the what Erica Kirk is like. Just this is way more important than all that gossip crap. Okay, and I know I dive into gossip and the Tucker Carlson stuff in the world, but this battle right here. This is where like your long-term victories are won in these dogfights. And unfortunately, what we are really good at is doing the whole big tent thing and coalescing and going into elections, presidential elections with a coalition and winning those. But then once that happens, it's like we act like the job is done for 4 years. I know it's not an easy lifestyle. It's not. It's not. Politics is brutal. Campaigning is tiring. It is brutal. It is stressful. It's long days. It's short nights. It's a grind. It's not easy. But it can be easier than it is if we go the many hands make light work, too big to rig approach in every election, not just once every 4 years. I have been saying this since 2022. And I'm not saying that I'm the one who discovered this problem. This has been going on for a long time. The difference is I've been in the trenches for the last 6 years. We're in the trenches now in a sheriff's race. Door knocking. We're at the early voting locations with the signs. We're going to campaign events, GOP meetings, school board stuff as well. If we want to win, we got to act like it. And unfortunately, Republicans, after presidential elections, act like we elected a king and that he can just do anything he wants. He'll sign executive orders and everything's going to be just fine. No. That's part of the battle. But that is not the overall war. Virginia can go red. Virginia can vote right. Glenn Youngkin proved that a very short time ago. It's possible. You just have to stay engaged. I don't want to hear excuses. Oh, it's spring break. That's why they scheduled it for spring break. And then if it wasn't in spring break and it was in August, well, it's summer break. And then if it wasn't in summer break and it was in February, oh, it's winter break. There's always an excuse. Stop making excuses. We've got to be better at getting people in. I can only scream into this microphone so much. And the other commentators who are doing this, the Bonginos, the Levins of the world, and so on and so forth, who are trying to be activists behind the microphone and in the real world, can only do so much. We need to spread the word. We've got to use word of mouth. We've got to do more. 6 years or so, myself and so many other people who I know have run themselves ragged trying to do this. Many hands make light work. We'll all be a little less ragged if we all join up and stay engaged and keep going. You live on the coast, before you go to the beach over one day in the summer, make sure there's no election that day, please. Not saying you can't enjoy your life and that it's got to be 24/7, but we've got to, as Republicans, we've got to put forth a better effort at knowing these things. This is why we do the first of the month rule here on the show. This is why I do that. You know, we make the joke, we go on a Google machine and we do. I say this all the time, whether I'm in front of rooms full of real people or I'm online or I'm on the radio or whatever. You know, oh, your videos get millions of views. I don't care if my stuff is getting millions of views. I want millions of views to turn into millions of votes. I don't care about views. I don't care about clicks. It doesn't matter. If it all went away tomorrow, I would be fine with it. I just want to win elections, and we're not winning elections because we're, for some reason, detached from where these elections are. But the other side isn't. And I get that they cheat. I understand that. But folks, there's not 10 points worth of election fraud. It's like 2 points or 3 points, tops. So take the fraud out. You still lost by 7. It's not something to feel good about. We've got to get involved. Who said the machines are the problem? I'm sorry, T-Man 1202. If the machines were the problem, why did Donald Trump win the 2024 election when the machines were still in place? This is the type of stuff that is demoralizing language. Okay, let me calm down. I'm not telling you that I like the machines. I don't. That's not what I'm telling you. I'm not saying I want to vote on machines. You know what I want to do. I want to vote hand count, paper ballots, one day, no machines, and very, 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 very tight rules on mail-in ballots. Military, American voters overseas, or documented disabilities that prevent you from getting to the polls. This Linwood line of thinking that the machines are rigging elections is a demoralization op to make you think that your vote does not matter. They are not perfect. Nothing is perfect. But if the machines were the problem, then Donald Trump would not be president. Case closed. Case closed. A lot of voting machines in 2024 election. Okay? Early voting. Early voting is another one. I don't like that we have it, but I like that there's a very, very good way to use it. We voted in our sheriff's election last Friday. Why? Because now that we're done voting, we don't have to worry about, hey, we have to go vote on May 5th. We're done. Everything's open. If someone needs a ride to the polls on May 5th and they're not at our polling place, I can go give them a ride. And not have to worry about, well, if I take you to the polls, how am I going to vote? Our vote's in the bank. The new op now is this nothing is happening op. What do you mean nothing is happening? And let me explain something. Nothing means no things. It's literally the word. Nothing is happening, right? Would you say that going from hundreds of thousands of people coming in per month to our country over that border to zero is nothing? Go ahead and answer me that question. Is that nothing? Then the answer is no, that's not nothing. That's something. Okay, then you're wrong. Then retract your statement that nothing is happening. The Dignity Act, it's not going to pass. It's not. And it's not getting signed into law. I don't like to say, I don't like the fact that it's being pushed from the Republican Party. It's not going to pass. It's not. We have got to take into these elections, whether it's Virginia, whether it's these special elections that we're seeing across the country, whether it's the midterms in November, the too big to rig mindset. I know what you want. You know what I want. We want the same things with our elections. We want same-day voting, paper ballots, hand count, no machines, no early voting, election day, not election season, restrictions on mail-in ballots. But we can't get that overnight. So screaming and yelling, oh, I want all these things. It's good to want those things, but those things can't happen unless we stack a series of wins together. You will not get same-day voting, no absentee ballot, hand count, paper ballots, no machines. You won't get any of that if we win a presidential election, lose midterms, lose the White House, win the midterms maybe after you lose the White House. You're not going to get, you've got to stack a series. I'm talking 4 to 5 election cycles in a row if you want those changes. 5 election cycles in a row is 10 years. Are you ready to commit to 10 years? We've done half of it already, 2020 to now. If you want something like the Save America Act passed, we may have to go and get 60 Republican senators so that there's enough Republicans after the fall off of rhinos that will still vote to nuke the filibuster. That after nuking the filibuster and a couple of others fall off, there's still enough to pass the SAVE Act. It's a numbers game. And if we're not willing to put as many numbers on the board every time there's an election, then we're not going to win in the long term. That's just a harsh reality. I believe it's possible, but we got to do a better job as Republicans. And I'm not talking about the folks in the chat. You're here every day. You're engaged. You're the hardcore. We as Republicans, as a national party. Now, I'm not talking about the RNC. I'm talking about Republican voters, us, the Republican voter umbrella, either Republican voters or Republican-leaning independents, have got to do a better job of caring, being aware, informing others, and always in some way, shape, or form, actively campaigning and never letting your foot up off the gas. Because that is what the other side does. We laugh at them. We mock them. They do the singing thing. Cory Booker's an idiot. We got plenty of videos there. But they vote. We don't. What's up with that? That's got to change. All right. Sorry to be brutal, but I'm not going to tell you it's not a Disney movie. Everything's going to be okay. It isn't unless we get our act together. This could have a good ending or a bad ending. It's our choice. It's our choice. All right. Let me take a drink here.
Oh, Badman wants you to honk Mo because there's been 2 days in a row-ish. So
Okay, here.
At the very end.
I'll give you one. You give me Mo.
Okay.
You give me Mo again today, we'll honk him a bunch of times. All right. Let's get to a word from our friends over at Cove Pure. We love our Cove Pure unit. I know a lot of people have ordered a Cove Pure, so I want to say thank you, first of all, to everybody who has ordered a unit. That obviously helps us out a lot, so we appreciate that. And we hope you enjoy it. It's a pretty cool unit. We have it on our countertop. We use it every day, so it has been great. Most people don't know. Most people know that there's chlorine in their tap water, right? That's not like up for debate. We know there's chlorine in it. You can smell it. You've seen it, but then you say, whatever. It is what it is. It keeps the water safe. What they haven't been told is what the chlorine becomes after it's added to your water. And what I found out is one of the reasons why we filter all of our water through our Cove Pure unit. Chlorine itself is not the biggest problem. Chlorine levels in your water are regulated. That's true. But what's not regulated is the chemicals that form when chlorine reacts with naturally occurring organic matter in your water. Particles from rivers, soil, plant matter that make it through the treatment process. It creates chemical byproducts called THMs. The government itself calls THMs probable human carcinogens, and they have been linked to disruption of your gut and linked to cancer. Those pitcher filters you get at the store, that's not going to fix the problem. They'll improve the taste of the chlorinated water. But THMs require something far more powerful, and that is exactly what Cove Pure is. Their clear wave reverse osmosis technology is certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants. It's not just chlorine or THMs. It takes out fluoride, PFAs, pharmaceuticals. If it isn't water, Cove Pure removes it. Now, this unit that we've got actually put some of the beneficial minerals back into the water after everything has been stripped out. So you get the calcium, you get the magnesium, goes back in, so you're not just drinking empty water, which is something that a lot of reverse osmosis machines don't do. Clean water is one of the best investments that you can make for your family's health. And because I've partnered with Cove Pure, they're giving you $250 off if you use my link right now. Go to covepure.com/Sean. That's COVEPURE.com/Sean, SHAWN. Don't wait. Covepure.com/Sean for $250 off. $250 off of your Cove Pure unit. You're going to love this thing. It's quiet, it's easy to install, no plumbing, just plug it in, fill the tank, drop it in, and the machine does the rest of the work. It's very, very simple. It's also got the pitcher. You could pour it out. You don't have to use the dispense function. It's really cool. Covepure.com/SHAWN for $250 off. All right. Donald Trump says a ceasefire extension is highly unlikely if there is no deal by Wednesday night. And he expects that bombs will start to go off again if there's no deal. Okay? I'm fine with trying to bomb the Iranians into submission. We're in the conflict. We've got to at least reach a resolution on the nuclear material. If they're not ready to sign a deal or to make an agreement to turn over their enriched uranium, then we have to make them ready. We've got to hit them hard. There's no two ways about it. However, what I want the administration to be careful of is if you're telling the American people that the objective is the nuclear material, which I'm fine with, I think it's justified. I think that's the right path of action because under no circumstances can you trust Iran with a nuclear weapon. You cannot. You cannot. You say, well, you trust Kim Jong-un. Kim Jong-un is not a religious fanatic, is he? He's not a Muslim extremist, is he? No. A little different. He's a crazy guy. But he's a little different, and I believe Kim Jong-un at least respects the idea of mutually assured destruction, which is what kept the Soviets at bay, what has kept China at bay, during the Cold War with, the USSR and the United States. Mutually assured destruction was one of the biggest deterrents. Iran doesn't care about that. Their whole thing is if they go out, they want to take out a chunk of us with them. And then them, that's justifying, it's martyrdom. That's the way they are. Okay, it's a theocracy. They're religious fanatics over there in Iran. They can't have a nuclear weapon. I'm 100% on board with that. Okay, so if we've got to do what we've got to do, bombs, blockades, a presence over there until they turn over the enriched uranium. Even if it goes on longer than I would have wanted, ultimately Iran gets to decide when they're turning over their nukes. Right? It's up to them. And unfortunately, they seem to be holding out longer than I think many people anticipated. What I want to be careful of, is the new objective. Okay? What is the new objective? I'm saying that as an item, not as a specific thing. Well, let's say we get the nuclear stuff out. All right, we got the nuclear material out. They don't have any more uranium. Their facilities have been destroyed. But now there's, shiny object over here. Let's just go get this done now then we'll leave. And when you get that object out, well, let's get this one done and then we'll leave. And new things keep popping up and now you get stuck. That's what I don't want to see. And that's what I've been concerned about since the beginning. The new objective. Oh, something else popped up and now we have to address that before we leave. Well, I thought it was about the nukes. I'm not saying that that's happening now. I'm saying the threat is high for that to happen because that happens a lot. And if you watch a lot of Fox News and you see this General Jack Kaine, he's already talking like that. I don't know what type of sway or power he has with the administration. Well, unless you get rid of the regime, it's not going to fix anything. Well, I mean, I kind of agree with that, but what are you're going to have a lot of Americans dead if you have a boots on the ground invasion in Iran to take down that regime and to change that regime. I'm just saying we're getting close to the 2-month period. I want the nuclear material out, and then I want to get the hell out of there. You take the uranium out, that's your win. You've accomplished your military objectives. You've destroyed their drone producing capabilities. You've destroyed their ballistic missile capabilities. You got the nuclear material out. Their navy's at the bottom of the ocean. There is no reason for us to stay if we can get that nuclear material out. And the quicker we do it, the better. And you all know I'm right. I don't care if you want to admit it or you don't want to admit it. You feel like you might be being disloyal to the president. You're not. Because I think Donald Trump would tell you he wants to get out of there. Because he knows that this war and the gas price situation, I don't care. I don't drive that much. It doesn't impact me. We work from home. But it's not. I was listening to Wilkow say this yesterday. I'm not going to tell people to vote Democrat. But you see the price at the pump. You're going to start seeing the Trump I did that stickers on the... I'm not saying it's the right thing. You're going to start seeing that happen. And you know what happened when the Biden stickers came out. We were putting them on the gas pumps. You get rid of this... You get rid of their nuclear material and you get out. Bob the comedian says we lose the midterms if prices are too high. Yes. Yes. Folks, that's just the way it works. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying that's what is. And if we get tied up with the popping up there's a new objective here. Let me go take care of this one now. No good. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. I'm saying I'm concerned. It's a concern. I'm not saying we're in a forever war. Because we're not. Not yet, and hopefully not ever. But you have to admit, the possibility exists. I don't think Trump wants to do that. I don't think Pete Hegseth wants to do that. I'll tell you who does want to do that, and that's Iran. Iran wants to do that because if Iran does that, they're damaging President Trump. They're damaging... They know these things. The other thing we have to watch out for is the sunken cost fallacy. What is the sunken cost? Well, we've already invested so much time. We can't now... we can't just get the nuclear material and leave. We've got to do more because we spent so much time there. No. if what we've been told was the nuclear material and that they can't have a nuclear weapon, if and when we come into possession of their uranium that's been enriched to 60%, the 1,000 or so pounds that they have, that's it. And that has to be it. Okay? So, hopefully, we get a deal, we get the uranium, we move on back into our own hemisphere. And I want to go on record as saying that right now. That if this thing goes up until Memorial Day, not good. Because that's when, gas usually creeps up. And if this thing is still going towards the end of May, where it is now, if there's resolution and withdrawal and paring down the forces, different story. If this thing is still an active conflict deep into May, closing in on Memorial Day, I'm going to lose a lot of people. I'm just saying. Now, will it be justifiable? And we'll have to wait and see. But we've got, I think we've got an opportunity now. Get that nuclear. If we get the nuclear material, get out. That's it. You may disagree. You may agree. I don't know. All right. Let's do a word from our friends at goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. It's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
I'm sure by now you've heard that silver went up 160% last year, 2025. I bought this silver for $22 an ounce. It's now worth almost $100. And we and experts think that silver is going to get up to about $200 an ounce. Palladium and platinum were stuck at $900 an ounce for like over a year, or in that area. Now they're up over $2,000. Gold is approaching $5,000 an ounce. If you have ever thought about putting some or all of your retirement or nest egg or savings or just buying bullion in precious metals, now's the time to do it. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Go leave your name, your email, and your phone number. Schedule a time to talk to the folks over at Golden Crest Metals. Get your free gold guide today, and make sure you tune in on Saturdays at 1 p.m. for the Crest Report, where we dive deep into precious metals, why they're doing what they're doing, and where we expect them to go. It is like insider trading. Nancy Pelosi knows about that. We don't. It's just inside information. It's not even really that. It's called knowledge. Get yours today and get a part of gold, silver, palladium, and platinum, and diversify your portfolio today. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. I'm going to address a comment. Candy Bogner, why the F are you dunking on Trump? When did I dunk on Trump? You can rewind the show and send it to me in the email. When did I dunk on Trump? Before you say something like that, because what I'm saying might be something that you disagree with, we don't need to run and say that I'm dunking on Trump. I said that I think Donald Trump is justified to get the nuclear material out. I am concerned that there may be the quote-unquote new objective or sunken cost fallacy in Iran. I hope, and I said that Donald Trump and Hegseth appear to me to be people who don't want this to go on forever. Where did I dunk on Trump? So before you start talking like that, maybe listen. And stop reacting emotionally to what I'm saying. Because you know, as well as I do, if you look yourself in the mirror right now, you have concerns about this operation too. Nobody's dunking on Trump here. We were told 4 to 6 weeks. Yes or no? Next week, when we get to the 28th, that is 8 weeks. That was what we were told would be the end of the operation. Is it or is it not what we were told? Yes or no? I get it. No plan survives contact with the enemy. I said at the beginning of the show, you can rewind it. Hell, I'll short clip it and put it on loop for some of the people who can't seem to understand what I'm saying. I don't think Trump is failing. I said that. We were told 8 weeks. That's what we were told. That's what I expect because that's what we were told. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Not yeah, but. Am I wrong? Is that what we were told? Yes or no? The answer is yes. That is what we were told. I'm not accusing anyone of lying. I'm concerned. That's all I'm saying. Is being concerned now a foul? Is that a penalty? Because if it is, let me know. Because I want no part of that. Are we not allowed to be concerned about wars? I'm just trying to figure out the rules. I'm ready to write them down. Are we not allowed to be? Are we? Okay, today is April 21st. Are we allowed to be concerned or not? Because that's all I am. I'm concerned, and I it's not panic. I'm not. I also said at the beginning of the show, I'm not asking him to broadcast plans. I want to see, in 7 or so days, resolution. Whether that means bombing them back to the Stone Age or a deal and we get the nuclear equipment. But if you think that on this show we were going to cheerlead for ongoing conflicts that never quite seem to reach its end, that ain't going to happen. I'm not saying that's where we are. Listen, I'm not saying that's where we are. I'm saying I'm concerned that we could wind up there if things don't play out the right way. That's what I'm saying. Okay? That's what I'm saying. I think I'm with Jennifer 1333. At this point, bomb them back to the Stone Age and call it a day. Bomb them back to the Stone Age and call them a day. That's it. That's it. The clue says, I'm not a bit concerned. Okay. All right. Then and maybe you're not concerned. I am. That's where I'm at. I am getting to the point where we have reached week 6, week 7. We're closing in on the 8th week, and I don't see the end yet. I don't see the light yet. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's not going to end. It's very hard to convey that, apparently, that heaven forbid I am concerned that this war might go on for a longer period of time than I'm comfortable with. I just don't want to see that happen. It's not good for us. All right. I think we need to just bomb them into a Stone Age, make them a parking lot, get the nuclear stuff, and get out. Papa Lee. That might be the easiest way to do it. All right. A quick word from our friends over at Silent. Then we're going to laugh at some Democrats because that's what we got to do. SLNT.com/Sean. SLNT.com/SHAWN. SLNT.com/SHAWN. Let's face it. Your phone is a tracking device. Between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even cyber criminals, they are all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint. And they don't ask, they just go on and take it. That is why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It's the same technology trusted by special operations teams around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, it is available to you, so you can protect your family, you can protect your freedom, and you can secure your digital footprint. Just drop your phone in the Silent Faraday sleeve, and it is off the grid. Completely silent and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbody, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Just visit slnt.com/Sean to save 15% and get free shipping on qualifying orders. That is slnt.com/Sean. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com, slnt.com, silent.com. Silence the chaos. Go silent today. slnt.com/SHAWN. 15% off and free shipping on qualified orders. slnt.com/Sean. Let's have fun with the unseasoned boiled chicken breasts.
Oh.
They're back.
Oh.
They're back. The Democrats were singing again. Did you know that Trump wants to build an arch in D.C.? Kind of like what they have like in Europe, those like stone arches.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like squared at the top, and then it's got the arch in there. So Trump wants to build one of those, and of course the Democrats are opposed to it because Trump wants to do it. And this is a good question, a good point there. Fanman3RD. This has been going on, he's talking about Iran, for my entire life. No more chances. They don't want to do it peacefully. Send them back to the bomb-engineered time machine. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. Just, at this point, do that. The Democrats do not want Donald Trump to build the arch because Donald Trump wants to build it. If anybody else wanted to build it, they'd say it's great. Especially if it's a Democrat, they'd say it's great. All right, here we go. Unseasoned boiled chicken breast at it again.
Liberal protesters rallying against President Trump's triumphal arch to honor America's 250th birthday. It comes as the design for the 250-foot structure. Look at it. It's beautiful. Received preliminary approval from a federal arts commission. Here to react, Fox.
So they're protesting that arch, and they started singing again. Okay. Spartacus. I got to go to Spartacus. Did you see him? This is the one with the button on the suit, holding on for dear life. Hold! This is Spartacus at an event in Michigan. Just losing it. Going absolutely crazy. Watch this. Cory Booker in Michigan.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is a storm in our nation. There is darkness and wind. People are getting hurt. What we need is not from on high. We need foot soldiers of our democracy who in times of trial are willing to stand up. Will you stand for our democracy? Will you stand to get out the vote? Will you stand for our children? Will you stand up for our elders? And will you stand together, unified, strong, be the hope that people need? We are Democrats. It's time for a new deal. It's time to redeem the dream of America.
Well, the crowd liked what they heard, but I don't know. He's got the bug eyes and he's flipping out and we have to be foot soldiers. But you know what? I will give them this little bit of credit. They'll go out and they'll vote. But I mean, come on, look at this guy. Look at what a clown.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is a storm in our nation. There is darkness and wind. People are getting hurt. What we need.
It's not written well. There's a storm. There's darkness and wind. Where'd you hear about the storm? Was it on 4chan? That was what Q used to always say. A storm is coming. There's darkness and wind. Darkness and wind, huh? Where'd you learn that? Is that preschool? What, 5th grade writing level there? Darkness and wind. Okay. That's a guy, Spartacus, he's definitely got a mental problem, I would say. Belinda says, cocaine is a terrible drug. I agree. You think that was cocaine? I don't know. Another new deal? How many new deals do they need? I like that, too. That was pretty funny. One more. Oh, Kash Patel filed a lawsuit against the Atlantic. They wrote some hit piece that he's drunk all the time, which is weird. I don't think that one's true. He's going to be filing. He has filed the lawsuit. Hopefully wins that one. The Labor Secretary, Lori Chavez de Raymer, resigned. There's apparently an affair going on. Nothing new in Washington, D.C. That's just unfortunately what goes on there. So she's out. It's not a major position, so Labor Secretary's out. And finally, I mean, we gotta do a little. You know, the news cycle's been a little slow. Hopefully, it picks up over the course of the next couple of days with the Iran stuff. I agreed with. I think I saw USMD. I forget what the numbers are in there. USD. The Marine.
I call him Stinky.
Stinky. Okay. In the chat. No more extensions, no more ceasefires. I think we're all in agreement here. Just bomb them. Bomb Tehran. Whatever gets this done quickly and efficiently, just do it. If they're going to continue to renege on the strait's open, the strait's closed, the strait's open, the strait's closed. We'll have the nukes. You can't have the nukes. You can have it. You can't have it. I'm done with the back and forth. It's time to just impose our will, I think. Just bomb them. If they don't agree. Finally, this was the top story on Red State last night. That's how you know we're in kind of a slow news cycle, despite the fact that Virginia needs to vote no. There's only so many times we could say that. The New York Mets have their longest April losing streak, and apparently this happened as soon as Zoran Mamdani was present in Citi Field, where the Mets play, and met their mascots, Mr. and Mrs. Met. So, is the Mamdani curse real? New York Mets fans would lead you to believe that yes, that the Mamdani curse is real. Even my 14-year-old says, enough is enough, bombs away. I think we're ready to just bomb them. I think we're ready to just, and I hate to say that because I hate to see the innocent Iranian citizens who are going to die from the bombs. But we're at push is coming to shove here. And this may be the easiest way to resolve the conflict once and for all. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching and listening. Thank you for watching and listening. We'll be back here tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, rumble.com/LFA TV. Again, I don't want you to think that I don't trust the president, because I do. And I support him, and I support the troops. But if this goes on for another month, I'm going to have a few bones to pick. If it doesn't, I'll be very happy. That's my stance this way. If it does happen, and that becomes my position, it's not going to surprise anybody. Okay? I'm not saying this is going to be a 10-year thing. I'm saying this is hopefully going to resolve over the course of the next couple weeks. And that will be good, and we can move on and get the hell out of the Middle East and get back to winning the midterms. Because whether you want to admit it or not, for the midterms, this war is a losing issue. So hopefully it's over soon. Thank you so much for watching and listening. Appreciate it. Jeremy Herrell up next with Live from America on LFA TV, rumble.com/LFA TV. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Boy, I tell you, that's like an entrance to a movie. That's what that is. That's like an entrance to a movie. Of course, producer Eli put that all together. God bless everybody. You're locked and loaded right here, rumble.com/LFA TV. This is live from America, and I am your ever so humbled, God-fearing, and God-loving host of the show, Jeremy Herrell, the hip-hop patriot. And we are broadcasting from the Hawkeye state of Iowa. Thank you very much for being here today. Hey, producer Eli, I'm not a war hawk. I don't like war. But you know what I do want to do? Bomb, 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 Iran. Bomb, 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 a bomb, Iran. Don't you want to?
Bomb, Iran. Come take my hand. Damn, Skippy, baby. Let's turn it all into glass. What's going on, LFA TV family and patriots? Hit the rumble button, hit the share button. We got a lot of news to get to. I'm so glad, Jeremy. Thanks to the beginning of the show as opening to a trailer, because I use trailer music, so back to you.
Bomb them, baby. Let's give some shout-outs to C. Ward and Wheezy. Joe Bo in the building. Now you got me singing. Sean Maga here. Logan Rami. Or Romy. Rami. Kendall. Chameleon. Liz. Fun Mom. Scotty. B.A. Palumbo. Willie Rumble. Bad Moon. Claire. Sharon. Betty. And Kikolo. Kikolo. How you doing? Welcome to Live from America. Oh, we got a lot going on today. But, you know, Sean is right. Sean is right. These people, we got some Iowa Proud in the building. Freedom says Iowa Proud. Let me tell you, I love living here. Love it. Sean's right, ladies and gentlemen. These people, and I love saying that about a certain group, these people, those people, them, they, these people will never take a deal. Ever. And if they do take a deal, it's only always temporary. They'll renege on that deal. That's what they do. They're Muslim. They don't have brains. They can't think properly. They come from a third world shithole where integrity and morality does not exist. I mean, for crying out loud, they rape women and have sex with little boys. And little girls are sex slaves. Like, that's their whole country. That's what they do. Trump Fan 20 says, I want a shout out from OHIO. Well, there you go. Ladies and gentlemen, I do not like war. I like dominance. I like conquering. War is for losers. War was Vietnam. Conquering is what we do now. So let's conquer some stuff. If you think that we should just bomb this country instead of talking about it, take the straight back, and get over with this, then put bomb Iran in the live chat. I'll even pull the live chat up so that everybody can see it. You cannot talk to a wall and hope that it will do anything. And that's what happens when you talk to these people. It's like talking to a friggin' wall. Sometimes the only language they speak is tough language. Let's see what the audience think. Carrie says, should have bombed them already. Bomb Iran. Let's see, bomb it. Bomb, 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 bomb Iran. Bomb, 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 bomb Iran. Bomb, 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 bomb. Bomb Iran. Woo! Look at all that. You cannot negotiate with terrorists. Isn't that our motto here in America? Come on. Hi, Eileen. Good to see you, honey. Thank you. JM Jam. Good to see you. Just bomb it and get over with. You know what we don't have to deal with? If we just bomb it and get on with it. We don't have to deal with it. We don't have to deal with any of it. Oh, but Trump's a dictator. They call him that already. Oh, Trump thinks he's a king. They call him that already. Trump thinks he's Hitler. They call him that already. Who cares? I saw somebody in the chat yesterday say, well, then they'll call him a tyrant. Okay, they do now. Who cares? Man, let me tell you. Jeremy, you old liberal, give me a shout out before I call you Joe Biden, says James Bundy. There you go. Gave you a shout out, brother. Rob Tripp says, warheads for foreheads. Woo! I like that saying. Warheads for Iranian foreheads. How about that? Take out all the oil and electricity. Exactly. Just starve them out of existence. And then help the country rebuild. Not with our money. No. Help them rebuild with their resources and we get a cut. That's how Trump works. That's why Eileen says, who cares what they say? Exactly. The talking should be over. And let's just get on with it. Let's work on making the inner workings of our country great again by getting rid of all the illegal aliens that are here, winning the next election, and putting politicians in prison. How about that? Meanwhile, the economy. Well, let's see what CNBC says.
You know, so it's tough. But we can't let traitors. We can't let traitors like Schumer put pressure on you where they say we want out. Think how bad that is. I'm negotiating with these people, and they're telling us we have to get out now. We have to get out now. We have to get now. And they were in a war for 18 years. They were in a war for, think of that, Vietnam 19 years, Iraq 8 years. So. Right. I want to make a good deal. I'm not going to be rushed. I have all the time in the world. I want to make not a good deal. I want to make a great deal. I don't want to do this, go through this. And, you know, if you look at this, what we've suffered in terms of losses, we lost 13 men, and that's terrible. I wish we didn't lose one. But if somebody would have said, we've done this and obliterated that country, obliterated it, and we lost 13 men, people would have said, that's not possible to have done that. It's not possible. Right. So we've done a great job, and I don't want to be rushed by people that are really treasonous as far as I'm concerned. And it's just, you know, I watch this low IQ guy, Hakeem Jeffries. He's a totally low IQ person, and he's always ranting and raving, oh, this war is so terrible, terrible. They shouldn't be saying that when we're in the midst of a negotiation because it does hurt us somewhat. It gives the other side some hope, and I don't want them to have hope.
Ooh. You know, Eli, they say if you take away a man's hope, you take away everything. President Trump said that Hakeem Jeffries is a treasonous individual who every time he opens his stupid low IQ mouth, he hurts negotiations that the administration is trying to do for our country and for the world. And he says every time that Hakeem Jeffries opens his mouth, right, and his stutter, you see his stutter, his lisp and his slow way of talking about the president of the United States, he says his treasonous ass, every time he opens his mouth, he gives them hope. And I don't want them to have hope. What a boss, badass thing to say.
Yeah, same here. I don't understand how it seems like Hakeem Jeffries' lisp gets worse and worse every time he speaks. So I think there might be something wrong with him. I think there's something wrong with him.
I think there's something wrong with him. Yeah, you're damn right. But this comes on the heels as we were looking at those, the crude oil and the prices of it going down. Trump's labor secretary, Lori Chavez DeRemer, has resigned in the latest cabinet shakeup. Now, you know that when somebody resigns, one of two things happened. Either one, they got caught doing something wrong, and they've got to get out, and they're given an opportunity to get out, or they've been fired, and the administration is giving them the benefit of the doubt to not look like a disgraced loser. President Trump's labor secretary, Lori Chavez DeRemer, has resigned amid an investigation, into her husband's sexual misconduct in the latest cabinet shakeup. So, we're done with this sexual nonsense in the White House. We're done with the sexual nonsense in the Senate building. We're done with the sexual nonsense in the halls of Congress. Sex, ladies and gentlemen, is a gift from God given to you and your private life with your significant other. Sex is not to be the most prominent and dominant thing that goes on in our government where we elect people to go there. And secrets and hush money and payments and investigations and ethics committee investigations, all of this, ladies and gentlemen, needs to be purged out of our country. You want to do some sexual sexcapades, we'll call them, then go do it in the privacy of your own home. Gay, straight, or indifferent, I don't care. It's not meant for this. T-Man says that stuff actually goes on everywhere, even in the workforce. Everyone's screwing everywhere. I've seen it bad in the prison systems. Absolutely, sir, you're absolutely right. 100%. But it really has no place in an elected setting. You know what I mean? These people are supposed to represent us as a nation, as a whole. And every time they speak, it can affect stock markets. It can affect people's lives. It can affect people's 401ks, their lifetime savings, just because someone speaks. Fun Mom says, keep the freak in the bedroom. Absolutely. You want to be a freak? Cool. Freak inside the bedroom. Not in our nation's capital. This is the third cabinet official to leave now in Trump's second term. Deputy Labor Secretary Keith Sonderling will replace Chavez Dorimer as acting labor secretary. Steve Chung says Labor Secretary Lori Chavez Dorimer will be leaving the administration and take a position in the private sector, White House Comms Director Stephen Chung said. In the private sector. Not because she wanted to, but because she was forced to. Now, I don't know if she was involved in her husband's whatever. I don't know that. But whatever it is, this is President Trump trying to clear these people out and clear them out here in the beginning of the second year so that we're not dealing with this stuff into the third and fourth year of his presidency. Third and fourth year of this presidency is going to be reserved for getting things done. Laying the foundation work now, going to fight in court right now, getting the rulings right now, putting the foot down right now, exposing people right now, and the second 2 years are going to be all just getting things done. So maybe just maybe that's part of it. Maybe she had something to do with it. I don't know. The story doesn't go into that much detail. Okay? Kristi Noem, gone after she spent $200 million on an ad contract and lied to Congress and claimed it was with Trump's approval, which it wasn't. Pam Bondi, U.S. Attorney General, gone right after he got rid of Kristi Noem. So shakeups are happening, folks, and we want shakeups. We want President Trump to get rid of the people, the bad apples, the people that are going to be an anchor, the people that are going to hurt him, the people that aren't going to do what he says. We want to get rid of them, and we want to get rid of them now. Okay? All right. LFATV.us is our official website. LFATV.us if you want to become a donor. If you want to donate right to us without doing it through the Rumble Rants, that's a place to do it. Jill from Indiana, how you doing? That's where you can go and watch all of our past shows and even our current shows, because you see, as you get on LFA TV US, you'll see a prompt in many places that says watch live. And you just click that watch live button. It'll take you right here. Now look at this. Here's our past shows. You can watch all of those. This was this morning right there with Sean and Misfit, right? So there's our past shows. There's our short clips right there. You can read updated news. You can link to our store, and you can donate right there. So also, somebody asked earlier what the address is to send a donation to us in the mail. It's at the bottom ticker. It'll scroll by where you can do that too, okay? Scotty, Cash, we talked about that yesterday, okay? I don't speak to Cash Patel on a personal basis, so I can't really tell him anything any more than you can. But I played a video yesterday about what he said. So hopefully you're here for that. Other than that, I can't. Cash, is that you? Can you arrest somebody? I wish I could do that. I can't do that. I don't have that kind of clearance. Also, for the audio MP3, Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. That's where you get Rise Up and Live from America. Okay? Both shows. And it's updated from yesterday's shows. Actually, it's not showing that right there. But if I refresh it, you'll see it's updated with yesterday's shows right there. Okay? So check that out. If you're on a road trip or you just want to hear the audio, you're at work, maybe you just want your headphones in, and it takes a little less bandwidth for your phone to listen to the audio rather than watch the video. All right? Let's go to the Lord in prayer, and then I want to show you something. All right? Move my hat here. By the way, how's everybody feeling? Everybody exercising, fasting, praying, eating right, counting calories, taking your supplements, or as Hulk Hogan would say, saying your prayers and eating your saying your prayers and eating your vitamins. Yeah. Make sure that if you guys are on that diet that I'm on, which is working out constantly, taking your supplements, fasting and praying, counting your calories, make sure you're doing it safe, all right? The older we get, the more we want to keep an eye on that, because we have, we're not young anymore, so certain levels need to be hit. Your vitamin D levels, your vitamin B levels, your zinc, your iron, all that. I'm kind of getting nerdy with it right now so that I, get the best bang for my buck. Somebody just said they dropped 7 pounds. Echo Bella said drop 7 pounds. I'm down 8 pounds since I was on vacation 3 weeks ago. So keep it going. All right. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. Carver Jerry said, still praying for my wife who passed last Thursday. Man, brother, I don't even know how you can be on a chatting in a podcast, but I guess probably that's one of the best places for you to be, right? Maybe that's one of the best places for you to be. And, if you need anything other than just prayers, if you need to talk or whatever, reach out to me, reach out to us through Eli, and, I'll do whatever I can, because I can't even imagine, dude. Can't even imagine. All right, I have an announcement to make. All right? The announcement is this. Ooh, Serby lost 16 pounds. Look at you go. Last Saturday, 10 a.m., I attempted to do our first pay-per-view. And that first pay-per-view was going to be $2.99 for each episode of Lfa Tv Kids. The reason why I figured that I needed to charge for that is because it's an added expense to Lfa TV in just raw dollars, not even time, editing, back and forth narration to me and to the guy that I have doing these for us, and really involved in the project at a high level. Just the raw cost is $12,000 a year. That's $250 an episode, 4 episodes a month. So I was thinking to myself, if I can at least just get enough to make that back, then I can, feel like it's worth it. But then a lot of people couldn't figure out how to do it. A lot of people couldn't figure out how to watch it. It's kind of clunky depending on what device you're on and where you go to purchase it. And I felt horrible because ultimately what I want to do here isn't make millions of dollars. That's never going to happen. But ultimately what I want to do here is I want kids to watch this. I want our next generation to learn about God, country, and family. And there's not a lot of content out there that does this. There really isn't. There's a few, but not a lot. I want this to be, I want homeschool networks across the country to get access to this so they can share it with their kids ages 3 to 10. I want Angel Studios, Christian Broadcast Network. I want everybody at home. I want your nieces, nephews, grandkids, children, friends of your kids. I want everybody to watch this because it's going to be better for our country. So I figured from now on, we will not put it behind a paywall. We will give it for free, and I will let God handle the rest. I'm going to put my faith in God that he will be able to cover the expenses to make this because I believe it's that important. And I don't want anybody to miss it just because they can't figure out how to do it. So we'll rely on donations and we'll rely on God. And I'm going to play last week's episode for those who didn't get to see it right here. Okay? Now, the sound is a little different than what you're hearing through this microphone because of the way it was processed. I don't know why, but you can still hear it. Ladies and gentlemen, this was episode officially number 1, but the second one we produced because we did a pilot episode. Here we go. Hey everybody, it's Jeremy Herrell here from Lfa TV. Now your mom, your dad, your grandma, your grandpa, your uncle, your aunt, somebody in your family probably watches Lfa TV every single day. Now, they either watch it because we have shows that talk about God, or they watch it because we have a lot of shows that talk about the news. Now, at your age, you have probably heard the term fake news. I'm sure you've heard that, right? Raise your hand if you've heard, that's fake news. Well, unfortunately, in this country, a lot of news stations actually print and report things that aren't true just so they can report something that's interesting so that people will tune in and watch their shows. Because the more people that tune in and watch their shows, the more money they make. But not on Lfa TV. The reason why your grandma or grandpa or somebody watches this, or your mom or your dad, is because here at Lfa TV they get truth. Now, what I thought that would be best is if we made cartoons about the truth, about things that you're going to learn growing up. And I think today we're going to talk about the difference between a constitutional republic and a democracy. Now, depending on how old you are, you might have heard that we live in a democracy. That is not true. We live in something called a constitutional republic. Now, we have democratic forms of government. And democratic forms of government go all the way back to a country called Rome. I'm sure you've heard of that, right? Now, in Rome, they came up with a whole bunch of different ways to govern and to have government work for the people. That was a democracy. But here's the problem with a democracy, and here's why the United States is not a democracy and a constitutional republic instead. Now, there's an old saying that says a democracy is two wolves and a sheep arguing over what to have for dinner. If there are sheep in a field and there's a shepherd, what does that shepherd keep them safe from? Well, it keeps them safe from wolves and lions and all kinds of different animals that are predators to sheep or to lamb or goats or animals like that. So a democracy, they say, is two wolves and a sheep arguing over what's for dinner. If two wolves and a sheep were arguing over what's for dinner, I have a feeling that the two wolves would decide, let's have the sheep. And the sheep would say, well, I don't vote for that. But the two wolves would win because in a democracy, it's about majority rules. So that means if 5 people vote for something and one person votes for something else, the 5 people who voted for that one thing, they get their way and the one person has to suffer. So a constitutional republic actually limits the government's power through a written constitution that protects your individual rights. And that's why a state the size of Rhode Island, a small state, has the same representation per the amount of people that are in it as a big state like California. Now, while both use elections to select representatives, a republic prioritizes upholding the law and the minority rights over a potential mob rule. And what a mob rule is, a bunch of people feeling one way and them imposing that on you, saying because we all feel this way, and because there's more of us than there are of you, and that means you have to listen to us and you have to do things the way we want them done. But our founding fathers said, no way, Jose, we're not going to do that. We're going to protect the rights of everyone. So remember, in a democracy, which we're not, but everybody says we are, it means that the majority of people, the people that have more on their side, they get to say how you live. That wouldn't be right, would it? You want an individual right. You want to be able to choose how you live, right? Well, in a democracy, you can't. In a democracy, other people will choose how you live. But in a constitutional republic, you get to choose how you and your family live. You get to choose what's best for you and your family. You get to have private ownership. Isn't that what it's all about? All right, ladies and gentlemen, catch us next week for another edition of Lfa TV Kids. Not bad, huh? Now, like I said, it takes quite a bit to do that with the digital animation and, creating those different sets and scenarios to put into what I'm actually saying. And And that's all done after I do the narration. And none of that is, by the way, read on a computer. None of that is, it's just like we do a show here. I just get on the mic and I go. Now, obviously, I, have a mentality of talking to kids, which is why I talk like this, right? Like Ilhan Omar. It'll be right here on this Rumble channel. It'll also be on our YouTube channel. We'll also, put links to it so you guys can get it. Again, every Saturday, it'll be live here at 10 a.m. Not only are we going to put that week's episode on, but we're also going to put on the week prior. So there'll be 2 episodes, just in case you missed the week before. And then, of course, an introduction by me. So each entire thing will be about 15 minutes long. 5-minute episodes to keep kids' attention, and then we'll move on, right? So I think it's pretty cool. I think we need it. I don't think there's enough for it. I think there's a market for it. I think there's an empty, a vast emptiness in this, in this sphere for children learning God, family, country stuff. And I thought it would be great. And when we did the pilot episode, we couldn't believe it. You know what I mean? We couldn't believe it. But if everybody works together and God wants it to be a thing, then we'll get enough donations during the show when it's on to cover it. And that's what I'm going to do. So if you want to tune in 10 a.m., and the reason why I chose Saturday at 10 a.m. was because, Eli, remember how great Saturday morning cartoons were? I kind of want to bring an aspect of that back for kids. You know what I mean? Because at 10 a.m., it'll be 7 a.m. on the West Coast. And I think that's a perfect time for kids to get up, eat their breakfast, and watch something like that to start their day.
Damn, Skippy. I'd eat breakfast while eating cartoons. Cereal and gummy bears, yo.
RYW, thanks for doing this for our children. Jeremy, it's a great thing. I hope you can keep it up. So do I. Victory Hub says, most adults need to watch. I kind of agree. All right. Let's have our first slurp. And if you guys could do me a favor, make sure you hit that thumbs up. Share. I shared to Getter, X, Truth, and Facebook. So if you have any of those, that would work. Melissa says, can you do clips for Instagram and social media as well? Yes, that's the plan. That is absolutely the plan, is to do short clips for that stuff. That way it'll drive attention to it, and kids will be like, oh, I want to watch the rest of it. And then they can watch the rest of it absolutely for free, right? Okay, today's the day. Virginia, time to stand up. Time to get up. Time to get off your butts. Time to go vote like it's a general election, like you're voting for the presidency of the United States of America. Otherwise, and it'll be challenged in court, I'm sure. But if you do not, well then, Virginia's going to go from 6-5 split in the representation that it has there, and it's going to go to 9-1. Yes, Bobby Driver, it will be on this Rumble channel at 10 a.m. every Saturday. So, if people in Virginia really want this to happen, they got to get up and do something about it. If they don't care, then we'll lose 4 seats in the House, and they'll gain 3. See what I'm saying? Not good. President Donald Trump is sounding the alarm on Virginia's radical Democrat scheme to hijack congressional redistricting and steal seats from Republicans ahead of the 2026 midterms. Now, somebody might ask, why was it okay for, let's say, Florida or Texas to do this, but not Virginia? Because Virginia is doing it out of retaliation for the legal standing that Texas had to do it based on congressional population, a district population, I should say. So we know that some of the states that were affected the most, California, Florida, and Texas. How many people left California? How many went to Texas? How many went to Florida? So when you have an absolute reason behind it based on district population, then it's for a reason. But now these states are doing it just to retaliate against the states that had the right to do it. Slam said Virginia won't show up. I don't think they will either. During a tele-rally alongside House Speaker Mike Johnson, President Trump addressed voters across the Commonwealth just hours before polls opened, framing the referendum as a defining national moment with massive consequences for the future of Congress. Virginia Scope reported First, during the radio interview with John Fredericks, Trump rallied against Democrats and Governor Abigail Spanberger. It's terrible, the president said of the redistricting effort. It is true. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. It's so unfair. They even say it's unfair. The president, who started redistricting efforts by calling on conservative states to redraw boundaries to help Republicans in Congress, said Democrats will change things at the federal level if they win more seats. Virginia Democrats hope to win the referendum and then enact a U.S. House map that makes it much easier for them to win 10 of the 11 congressional districts. Currently, and when I said 3 and 4, I meant Republicans will lose 4, Democrats will gain 4. Currently, Virginia has 6 Democrats and 5 Republicans in the House. Later in the night on Monday, Trump participated in a tele-rally with Mike Johnson, where he said, "Tomorrow your Commonwealth has an incredible and really important election in every sense of the word that will have major consequences for our entire country this November. This is really a country election. This whole country is watching." Now, here's the thing with redistricting. We have more states than they do. Truth be told, if the Republicans had more testicular or chesticular fortitude and actually cared to fight, it wouldn't matter how much the Democrats redistricted. We could redistrict everywhere, and we would out-redistrict them because we have more states. Here's the difference between Democrats and Republicans, though. Democrats are willing to do it. Republicans are not. Not all. Look at Indiana. Not all Republican states are willing to do this. But if they don't, then as always, Republicans will lose because they were too friggin' weak. And this is always what I've hated about the Republican Party, is their weakness. Their inability to fight their opponent. Just getting their lunch money taken day in and day out. Like I said, if we really wanted to, because we have more states with more districts, we could out-district them all day long. But the Republican Party is weak. They always have been, and hopefully they won't always be.
We at Fox spoke with voters across the Commonwealth, and they tell us they are split over this decision to redraw.
I think it's extremely disgusting. Spanberger's campaigned as a moderate. She's ruling as a extreme left wing.
We vote yes so we can keep the balance of power because of what Texas is doing. They're redistricting so they can have more pro-Trump seats. And I don't necessarily want an anti-Trump seat, but I want someone who's going to...
If that woman had an ounce of brains in her head, she would understand why Texas redistricted. Virginia doesn't have that same situation going on. People aren't fleeing West California to pioneer East California, which is now what I call Virginia, East California. So if this lady had an ounce of brains in her head, she would understand why Texas did that. But she doesn't. She doesn't, as most voters don't.
So they can have more pro-Trump seats. And I don't necessarily want an anti-Trump seat, but I want someone who's going to balance it out.
You may not be able to tell from looking at it behind me, but there was a steady stream of people coming in, likely before they headed to work this morning. But already, Bill, a lot of people voted early in Virginia, more than 1.3 million ballots cast just before Election Day. Bill.
Yep, a lot of interest in this one. Virginia, of course, a purple state, so it's going to be very interesting to see how this shakes out today. Mark Meredith, live in Virginia. Mark, thank you.
Love that plug, Bill. That was great. Matt Whitlock is a former senior advisor to the Republican National Senatorial Committee, a good friend and the host of 10-Minute Drill, a must-listen-to podcast. Because one of the things...
Really? A must-listen-to podcast of a person who used to be a high official in the Republican Party? Well, Who's to blame when it comes to not getting out and rallying the voters of a purple state when it comes to Republicans? Who's to blame? Is it the Republicans of that state? Absolutely. 100%. Is it the state GOP party? Absolutely. But you know who else it is? It's the country GOP party. They're the worst. They're the absolute worst, and I'll tell you why. Thank you, D Nice NH. I appreciate that. Here's why. Because if you would have spent, let's say, $20,000 and you put Scott Pressler in Virginia for the last 2 weeks, gave him a team, hell, spend $50,000, whatever it costs. You put Scott Pressler in Virginia, you give him a team a month before the election. That election goes red. Do you know why that never happens? Because the country's GOP, the RNC, the Republican National Committee, wants to lose. Now, you might say, you mean they want to lose power? No, they'd always love to have power. They want to lose because they've made some kind of a backdoor deal to where they say, we'll give you this if you give us that. It's like WWE, or if you're an old head, WWF. It's all scripted. It's all planned. The RNC is to blame for most of the Republican problems in this country. They do absolute nothing. Let me ask you this. Who's running the RNC right now? Is it Whatley? I can't tell. We know it's not Laura Trump. She's gone. So who is it? 214.6 Nat Spit said, Scott has been in Virginia for 4 weeks. With RNC money? That's what I'm talking about. Not Scott in a state. Scott in a state with a team, with money, with advertising dollars, with marketing resources. That's what I'm talking about. I know Scott goes to these states. I talk to him all the time. But he's not there with the right resources behind him. Who's running the RNC right now? Hey, Eli, can you look who's ahead of the RNC right now? Because if it's Michael Whatley, I can't tell. Has anybody even... that was the topic for how long? Because of Ronna Romney McDaniel. Remember that? We talked about it for months and months. Do you know it's been years since we've even spoken about the RNC? Eli, is it Michael Whatley still?
No, Joe Grutters, elected in August 22nd of 2025.
So there you go. Michael Whatley out, Joe Grutters in. Joe, nobody knows who the hell you are in. Who are you? Joe Grutters. What are you doing? More like Joe Gutters. How about that? Because that's where you've got the Republican Party right now on a national level. You idiot. Joe Gutters, that's your new name. I'm going to find out your contact information. I'm going to @ you at all social media posts, and I'm going to ask you, what in the absolute shit are you doing? Joe Gutters. Nobody knows who you are. And then you got this guy, well, I'm going to jump on Fox News. When you're half the problem, I don't care what he has to say. I don't even know what he's going to say.
You've been warning people about this for a while on that podcast. Do you think Republicans were a little too late getting to this?
I would have liked to see some earlier engagement, particularly on the financial side, but I also understand why national Republicans wanted to sort of stay out of this to keep that conversation from getting nationalized, because the only Democrat attack really here has been, we need to take away power from President Trump. And so, yes, I would have liked to see earlier engagement, but we have seen great enthusiasm from Republicans in early voting.
Great enthusiasm.
Looking at 3% more red than we saw in November of 2025. So there is a very real path here. And the two things that I'm watching most closely for that path are obviously those red counties who are looking at these maps and saying, wait a second, I live next to West Virginia and I'm going to be represented by some radical in Arlington who's probably an NGO consultant. But the other thing is those Spamberger voters who believed her when she said she was running as a moderate, focused on affordability, got into office and is governing as a radical who wants to raise taxes on your dog groomer and saying, wait a sec, that's not what I voted for, and I don't necessarily want to reward that bad behavior by giving Democrats more power with this insane map.
Okay, President Trump did talk about this.
Hey, here's an idea, whatever the hell your name is. That's not Joe Gutters, by the way. Here's Eli. Can you find a picture of Joe Gutters so you can put it up on screen so I can place a face to the stupid name? Because let me ask you this. Do you remember when you'd get a call from the Republican Party like every friggin' day begging for money? while they made money off President Trump's name. This was while he wasn't running for president. Do you remember that? The 4 years that President Trump was gone, they still used his name. And I'd get calls all the time. Hi, this is the Republican National Committee. Hi, this is the Republican GOP. Hi, this is the, can you donate? President Trump is still fighting these charges. And then they were all trying to do everything they could to help the Democrats not let President Trump back in. Yeah. That Republican Party. Have you got a call from them lately? Have any of you gotten a call from the Republican, the RNC lately, or the GOP? I haven't. Not state nor federal. I haven't. I've not gotten an email. I've not gotten a call. I've not gotten a text. Oh, alert, Donald Trump needs your help. I've not gotten any of them. Not from them guys. Those guys anyway. Slam says the fact that Scott Presler isn't the head is why the Republicans are pathetic losers. Oh, I agree. I agree. I haven't gotten one of those text message or calls in a long time. Eli, is that his stupid face?
Yeah, he's kind of a mook.
He does, doesn't he? He looks like, oh, which way did he go, George? Oh, which way did he go? I got this little pet, and I love it and squeeze it and hug it until I just kiss it until it dies. He does looks like a sling blade kind of dude.
That's true. Hang on, give me 1 sec. Give me 1 sec. I got one where he's like,
ah!
That's even worse without the facial hair.
Oh my Lanta! What? That looks like Bugs Bunny is actually wearing human skin. That's what that looks like. And he ate a human. And look, you might say, Jeremy, why are you calling him stupid? You don't even know him. Nope, never talked to him, don't know him. But I do know one thing. I know what he's not doing. I know what the hell he's not doing. I'm ready to go, George. RNC. I'm ahead of the RNC. Milton says still queer. The RNC needs to get its stuff together for cases like this. Virginia. Okay? Shelley says, I do keep getting messages saying I'm out of MAGA if I don't donate. Yeah, I get those too. What are you doing? You turned your back on President Trump? It's like, bruh, chill. Send me another message like that and I'm going to come find you and stick it where the sun don't shine. Your phone. Deb Pollen says, we know he's not doing his job at the RNC. Absolutely. Hey, Roberto. We don't allow links in the live chat. Do I need to say that in Spanish for you? No más, por favor. Comprende? House Ethics Committee now releases public list of investigative matters involving sexual misconduct by members of Congress amid the Swalwell scandal. Well, it sounds like the lights are on and the cockroaches are running. The House Ethics Committee on Monday confirmed that it has reviewed 20 matters involving allegations of sexual misconduct by members of Congress over the last decade. Quote, over the last decade, the committee has adopted a more aggressive and robust approach to allegations of sexual misconduct, said the statement. Yeah, I can't tell because somebody else has to usually expose these people. It never comes from within Congress, from your shitty little committees. Since 2017, the committee has initiated investigations in 20 matters involving allegations of sexual misconduct by a member. But how come you've never put out a report? How come there's never been, ever, not even about Matt Gaetz, an actual report come out by the House Ethics Committee? Matt Gaetz bounced before his did come out. Wonder why. Wonder what he's running from. How come the House Ethics Committee has never broke a story? How come I've never seen a press conference from the House Ethics Committee saying, we found one of these disgusting individuals as one of our own, and we are moving to boot them from Congress? Boy, you have 20 matters involving sexual misconduct allegations over the last 9 years? Ooh, tell me more about how you've done absolutely nothing to stop it. Quote, whenever the committee found a member to have engaged in or fostering an environment where sexual misconduct took place, the committee released its findings. To whom? You mean just put them in a file? Because I never heard about it. How come I've never heard about it? The committee has taken the position that conduct that falls short of legal definitions of sexual harassment or assault under federal or state statutes can still be a violation of the Code of Official Conduct, which imposes a higher standard on members of a House. Really? Huh. Eric Swalwell, Tony Gonzalez, Corey Mills, Matt Gaetz, George Santos, Tom Reed, Alcee Hastings, Katie Hill, Reuben Quinn, Patrick Maheen, Blake Farenthold, Trent Franks, John Conyers, not John Connor, right? Sarah Connor, Mel Reynolds. Have you heard about all this? No, you've only heard about the big names that have been exposed in the media, like Eric Swalwell, Corey Mills, Matt Gaetz, George Santos. You've not heard those other names. Wonder why not? Because they don't care. Oh, we've released our findings. To whom? Again. Because if it's something about Donald Trump, my feed is filled with anti-Trump TDS stuff. But if it's something about actual sexual misconduct, I don't hear a damn word about it. David says, never liked politicians, never trusted anyone in politics, especially Democrats. You know what? The Republicans are right there with me, with them. I got to be honest with you. Now, speaking of Corey Mills, did you guys hear about this craziness? Ladies and gentlemen, Corey Mills. Pop him up on the screen here. October, he said Matt Gaetz was single. His friend was giving girls fake IDs to blackmail Gaetz. I don't think anybody knows the whole story about Matt Gaetz except for one thing. That he's a quitter and a coward. And I'm glad he didn't become Attorney General. That's what I'll say about Matt Gaetz. And now he's a Jew hater on OAN. Parroting the same stuff as Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson. How far they have fallen. According to insiders, Representative Corey Mills makes Eric Swalwell look like Mother Teresa. From allegations of stolen valor to being an arms dealer who sits on the Armed Service and Foreign Affairs Committee, to an alleged woman abuser who is said to have converted to Islam. And the list goes on and on. Stolen valor, an arms dealer who sits on the Armed Services and Foreign Affairs Committee, alleged to be a woman abuser who has converted to Islam. I wonder how much Islam has actually worked its way into some of these people's lives. I don't believe Tucker really believes that he is a follower of Jesus Christ. How could you, if you are praising Christ as king out of one side of your mouth and praising Allah to be respected out of the other side of your mouth? If you believe in Christ, then wouldn't Allah be the false prophet? And wouldn't the prophet of Allah, Muhammad, who was a pedophile and a Christian killer, wouldn't we denounce that? Now, you notice I stopped short of saying that Tucker isn't a Christian. But I don't believe Tucker is a follower of Christ. How could you be if you're praising Christ in one sentence and praising Muhammad and Allah and the Quran in the next sentence? I just don't see how you justify that. I don't see what you could say to justify something like that. We'll get to Tucker in a little bit. Speculation grows over a second unidentified man in the video with Eric Swalwell in bed with the alleged sex worker. Appearance similar to Ruben Gallego. So, let's pull up a closest picture that we have of the side of the guy's face in the video. and the side in the same angle of Ruben Gallego. Let's see if there's anything similar. Well, you've got a similar facial structure and a beard. But that doesn't look like Gallego from this angle. Now, I'm not saying that Ruben Gallego isn't guilty of the same stuff that Eric Swalwell is, and I'm not even saying that's not him. What I am saying is if you look at the way the hair is cut, and you look at the ear, and you look at the beard, and you look at the forehead up here, it doesn't appear to be him. But at the same time, it's also a screenshot of a video that's playing at whatever speed it's playing at. And it's a little off picture. So, can't really tell if it is him or not, but it does resemble him, doesn't it? Again, just by the way the hair's cut, the back hairline right here. Men, right? Men, when you get your hair cut, you don't get it cut different every time. You see that way that back hairline is behind his ear, it goes almost 45-degree angle back, where Ruben Gallego's comes down at like a half moon. Men do not really change up their haircuts. And if they do, it's a once in a year thing, right? Otherwise, we pretty much get the same haircuts. But if you look up here, it does resemble his hair. So I don't know. But speculation is growing. I'm not a forensic scientist, so I can't really break it down. It looks like him in some ways, doesn't look like him in others. The footage that we were talking about was the one of Eric Swalwell on the bed with the sex worker, the hooker, whatever she was. Some online speculation has suggested that the individual is Ruben Gallego of Arizona, longtime political ally and best friend. It is critical, however, to state clearly that there's no confirmed evidence establishing the identity of the second individual. But couldn't we get that? Couldn't they easily ask Eric Swalwell who was it? Right? Couldn't you just say, who's in that video with you? Couldn't you go find that specific sex worker and say, who was that guy that was in bed with you? You clearly spoke English. It should be easy enough to find out who that was. Jeremy, do a poll in the chat. Okay, let's do it. If you believe that is Ruben Gallego, press 1. And if you believe that that's not Ruben Gallego, hit 2. Again, nobody's wrong, right? Nobody knows. David said 3 guys. That's because that person in the background that was videotaping, at first we thought it was a female. They're now saying that might have been a male too. Again, it's all speculation, but guess what? Speculation leads to digging, and digging leads to finding answers, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. More 1s than 2 by far. Wow. Gray Wolf says 3. Look at that. Everybody's putting in 1. The one I am said probably a tranny. 3 dudes in the room and 1 hooker, said Bad Moon. So most of you believe it's Ruben. Now, do most of you believe it's Ruben because you want it to be, or because you actually think that picture shows that it's him? Again, I don't know when that video was taken. It could have been taken quite some time ago. I'm not sure. We don't have the dates on that yet. But boy, if we find out that it was him, woo, that'll be a whole nother can of worms for him. There's another picture here that we have. They're trying to figure out if that was at home or if that was in a hotel room. A lot of people are thinking that it was in a hotel room. Again, it should be very easy to figure it all out. Don said, I want it to be him and Adam Schiff. Imagine if it was him and Adam Schiff. Wow. That would be amazing. That would be amazing. So, Who have we not heard from as it pertains to Eric Swalwell? Eli, I've not heard from Jimmy Kimmel. I've not heard from Jimmy Fallon. I've not heard from Seth Meyers. I've not heard from The View, other than something very, if it's all true, then definitely he should be, but really nothing. And I really haven't seen much about it on the mainstream outlets, other than Fox News. But I definitely haven't heard it from Colbert or Jimmy Kimmel or any of them.
Just happened to post about that this morning. All these guys who were on the Man Show, and then all of a sudden they changed their ways and they wanted to start sticking up for women left and right. Crickets.
What's that say? That picture say? That meme there?
Strange we haven't heard any reporting or jokes on Eric Swalwell from these two champions of women.
Exactly my thoughts. It's pretty bad when one of their own, Bill Maher, is pretty much the only one talking about it on their side. But of course he is. I'm sure Stephen A. Smith is as well.
Have you been following the Eric Swalwell case here in California? This is a very prominent...
I think we're all following it.
A very prominent Democrat. I got to say, we had him on a couple of times. Ask my staff. I never liked him. I don't have good gaydar, but I got creepdar. I always thought this guy was a fucking creep. I never liked him. And yet so many Democrats stood by him. And now that we're finding out that it was such an open secret, I hear this so many times. Bill Clinton, it was an open secret in Arkansas. Bill Cosby, Harvey Weinstein, even Larry Craig, remember, with the Republican with the helmets? Okay. Like the
Minnesota airport.
Yeah, you know the one.
There's Rahm Emanuel. He's a scumbag, too.
What is going on here where it takes so long for the open secret to, because I seem to remember that back in the old days, like when JFK was president, we heard, well, the media used to protect politicians and they knew what JFK was doing, but it was just something they didn't report on. Is it any different now? Apparently not.
Speaking of JFK, and I'm just going to go off on a little weave here, apparently NBC has footage and has had footage showing that Lee Harvey Oswald was one of two gunmen, and that Congress has found that out. And because of the declassification that the President Trump administration has done about the JFK murder, that they can actually force NBC to hand this over. Just found out about this yesterday, that NBC has had footage for how many years? How many years it's been since JFK? What did he get? Did he get assassinated in 62, Eli? 1962, or was it 64? What year was he assassinated? Whatever it was. For 60 years now, NBC has had this footage. Thinking about that. Think about that. And they've been holding on to it. Why? Because the mainstream media has been part of it this whole time? Eli, what was it, 62, 63?
November 22nd, 63.
Okay, so there we go. 63 years. 63 years. And now, of course, we're finding out that the federal government is going to, they've asked them for the footage. If they don't give it to them, then they're going to demand the footage. But I'll guarantee you that NBC is doing their best. Whatever reason they're hiding it for, whatever reason, they're going to hide whatever they were hiding for all these years. And by the way, why would you keep it? You know, Eli, that's one thing I never understood about these idiots, is why do they keep the evidence? Just get rid of whatever it is you're trying to hide, like Hillary Clinton did. At least she was smart when it came to that.
I assume the goal might have been to hang on to it so they could blackmail or use it
Probably.
against certain people in ways that we wouldn't think, but you can use anything on anyone for anything.
Yep. It's kind of like the whole Epstein stuff, right? I don't have good gaydar, Bill Maher says, but I have good creepdar. And I thought that guy was a creep all along.
See, I'd love to go back, though. These are the times he's probably telling the truth in this instance, but I hate when people say that after the fact. It's like when somebody breaks up with someone. Oh, yeah, bro, I knew that she was never the one for you. Well, why didn't you tell me that before? Well,
Yeah.
You know.
Exactly, yeah. If Bill Maher was a real stand-up guy, he would have been like, dude, I got to be honest with you, because Bill Maher's not one to hold back, right? He should have been like, I got to be honest with you, dude. Every time you come on, literally, my butthole puckers a little bit. Because I get this weird feeling that you're a creep. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I would say to somebody. Surprised he didn't. You're right.
Yep, absolutely. If you're going to say it from the beginning.
Yeah. Now, going back to that JFK footage real quick, Eli, remember that footage we showed that time of the driver? And it looked like he, popped back like that? And, like, you could just see it over and over again? I wonder if that footage of that we have not seen is going to be what comes out. They have to wait until pretty much everyone is dead, right? That could have been involved in it.
That still absolutely blows my mind. I've seen the footage now, and I'm like, there were people around all over the place. Somebody had to see the driver turn around and pop JFK. Now, were they silenced? Were they taken out? Were they...
Well, dude, you're living in a world back then of not everybody having a camera and a computer in their pocket, easily debunked. No, you didn't see that. You're crazy. You know what I mean? It happened in such a flash. Nobody, you know what I mean? It's like so easily denied back then. But Eli, can you do me another favor? Can you look up what role George Bush Sr. had in the CIA in 1963? I'm thinking that some people with some big names were possibly involved in that. But I could be wrong.
I'm sorry, did you say George Bush Sr.?
Yep.
Based on available records, George H.W. Bush did not have a formal known role in the CIA in 1963. He was a Texas oil businessman at the time and later became CIA director in 1976. While a 1963 FBI memo mentioned a Mr. George Bush of the Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA clarified this was a different employee, George William Bush, working the night shift.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it wasn't that George Bush. Even though a George Bush became CIA director, it was a different George Bush that was working the night shift in 63. I'm not saying, look, I'm just asking questions like Candace Owens, that's all.
Here to take out your trash. gotta mop these floors.
Well, that was George W., not George H.W. George H.W. spoke a little bit more eloquently, but still was a piece of shit.
I know. I didn't know enough about George Sr. to do a good impression of him, but I knew people would get it. Mopify.
Well, I'm old enough to remember when he said, "Read my lips. No new taxes." Right? Wasn't that him who said that?
Yep. Actually, now that you mention it, Dana Carvey did a great impression of him on SNL, and the majority of impressions I could do from George Bush Sr. come from The Naked Gun with Leslie Nielsen. Thank you, Mr. Nielsen.
Yeah. Somebody, DJP says, also was involved in the Reagan attempt. Probably right. Probably right. Here's one for you, Eli. Do you remember Dukakis?
Yes, I do remember the name. I haven't given a thought to that one in a long time. Dukakis.
Dukakis. Yeah, he ran against, I think he ran against George Bush, actually, in 88. I believe George Bush was president from 88 to 92. I know we're going off on some weaves here, folks, but sometimes I like to think about that stuff, because I remember all of that. I remember Dukakis. I remember Bush. I remember Reagan. I remember Reagan's attempted assassination. I remember when Reagan, I remember when he did the balloon pop thing, Eli, when he was giving the speech and somebody popped the balloon. He's like, "Miss me," and just kept going. Like, I remember all of that like it was yesterday.
I can't lie either. Just because I come from more of a movie background for a split second, I thought you were talking about Lfa Dukakis. Good actress.
Okay. Moving on. Olivia Dukakis. Oh. Anyway. All right. Folks, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the SAVE Act, right? I want you to check out the screen right now. Now, if you look at the screen here, what you're going to see is Leon Bliss, ladies and gentlemen. Leon Bliss is a health product, and I've been working with Rumble a lot lately to find, because Rumble does a lot when in the way of going out and finding companies that we want to bring in. So I'll reach out to Rumble and I'll say, look, I'm looking for this kind of health supplement, this kind of product, this kind of hat, these things. Go out there and try to help us find somebody that would partner with our audience. And this is what we got. So the website, and I'm going to pull this up here as well. The website is tryleannebliss.com. Okay? I'm going to pull this up here for you as well. tryleannebliss.com. tryleannebliss.com. Ladies and gentlemen, it's just like pretty much all of the other supplements that we bring on here. It's supplements that keep you lean, strong, give you vitamins, give you the things that you need in your life, give you the supplements that you need in your life to lift you up. It's tryleannebliss.com/LFA. tryleannebliss.com/LFA. And you can click that QR code on your screen there, tryleannebliss.com/LFA. Big shout out to Rumble. Thank you so much. Also, want to say thank you to Done With Debt. Done With Debt has been here for about 3.5 years, maybe 4 years now, on and off, usually around tax time, because people are taking their money and, taking their tax money, paying off their bills, paying off whatever they racked up last year, paying off their credit cards. This would be a perfect time to save some of that money. You know what I mean? To save some of that money. So you're not going out there and you go, you know what, I owe this much on this high-interest credit card loan, or this high-interest credit card, or this unsecured loan. If you get Done With Debt first, they can actually work it so that you're not paying off as much. You might only pay off half, might pay off a quarter. What they're doing is they're saying, look, these people are struggling right now. This is what they've offered you to pay this off right now in full. We will negotiate with you to get paid off, or otherwise you might not get paid at all. And a lot of these creditors will take it without giving you a big a negative remark on your credit score. So, donewithdebt.com, 888-322-1054. That's donewithdebt.com, 888-322-1054 today. And a big shout out to them as well. All right, where are we at here? 3,600 live viewers. That's not even. That's our top today. That's all right. The people that are here to work on saving this country, you are that matters. Now, John Thune. John Thune has come out, apparently, according to Anna Paulina Luna, who has been absolutely wrong on many occasions about what she thinks is going to happen, what she overheard, or what somebody said. So I don't want to stick a fork in all of this, but I just want to tell you what she said. Okay? Anna Paulina Luna says that Rhino John Thune is no longer considering the SAVE Act. If that's the case, I want Donald Trump to do something about it right now. I don't want to wait till next week, and I don't want to see a True Social post. Okay? If this is true, I'm right up here with John Thune, just like I am with Iran. Nuke it. It's about time. If John Thune is seriously not considering the SAVE Act after 14 days out of session, then John Thune needs to be replaced, and there needs to be an absolute coordinated effort against him from every person and every Republican in the country. And I'm going to tell you what, if I go, and when I go to D.C. next month, if I see John Thune, I am going to give him an earful like he's never heard before. I'm going to say, what's up, scumbag? That's right. That's not against the law, so you can't kick me out. What's up? What's up, you scumbag rhino loser? You don't think we got your number? You don't think that we can put a complete campaign against you in your country, in your state, to make it so you can't even walk outside to go grocery shopping, you piece of trash? What is wrong with you? Who do you work for, John Thune? Because it clearly isn't the people of your state, and it clearly isn't the American people of this country. Who do you work for? And better yet, how did you get the Senate Majority Leader role? Some backdoor bullshit deal between the Rhino establishment that works with the Democrat Party? What do you think, we're retarded? You think we don't know this? You think we don't know how this stuff works up here? You loser. And on top of that, I'm going to be doing the same thing with other Republicans that haven't called for him to step down or haven't called for a vote of no confidence. You're all cowards. You're all nutless cowards. Every single one of you. Ted Cruz, you talk a big game, but here you are letting this happen. Mike Lee, you talk a good game, but here you are letting it happen. Social media outcry is our job. Getting stuff done in the Congress is their job. Why haven't they done anything about it? You got senators like Tom Tillis. You got this loser, John Thune. Somebody said Scott Pressler already gave him a deadline. What was that? Scott Pressler's already given him a deadline before he starts getting his friends primaried. Look at John Cornyn. President Trump needs to go on, get on the phone right now and reach out to him and say, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to endorse Ken Paxton today and get rid of your buddy, John Cornyn. That's the first thing I'm going to do. Second thing I'm going to do is I'm going to come down. I'm going to summon you to the White House. Get your ass here now, Lurch. Get your ass to my office right now. You got 30 minutes. If you're a minute late, it's your ass. You understand me, Lurch? I don't give a damn who you are. You're nobody. You were not elected by the people. I was. You were elected by a small group of people in your state with shitty moral compasses. If they couldn't see you coming a mile away. You got 30 minutes to get your ass to my office. And then after I scolded him publicly and recorded it and put out short clips of it all over the internet, then I would start calling every senator who is MAGA into the office too. You're summoned. You're summoned. You're summoned. You're summoned. And I'd get them all in there and I'd say, I'm going to make all your lives a living hell just like I'm about to make his. Unless you vote for him to be removed from the House or from the Senate leadership. Is that understood? Sean says, why can't Trump send JD over there to call for a vote of no confidence? Because JD can't, unfortunately. Isn't that weird? The president of the Senate is literally has been reduced to a tiebreaker, folks. To a tiebreaker. It has to be an active U.S. senator. We've got to have some that are MAGA, right? We've got to have some over there. Mike Lee says he is. So Mike Lee, get off your ass, stop making stupid Instagram videos, and go do it. I am so sick and tired. And the other thing that I would do I would say, not only are we going to destroy you politically, not only am I recording this now and putting short clips about it of me scolding you like a child, making you look like a petulant little baby, but also, hey, Scott Bessent, come in here for a minute. Yes, sir. Scott, start an audit of this guy's private life. Mike Johnson, get in here for a minute. Start a investigation into anybody in the House of Representatives who's had contact with this guy and see if he's working across the houses. Scott Bessent, I want you to look into his private life. I want you to look into his private finances, and then I would instruct the members of the Senate, the committees, to go in there and start investigating their campaign funds. I would make their life an absolute living hell if I was President Trump. Because this guy's got to go. No more. We gave him a chance. We're not giving him a year like we gave Pam Bondi. We don't have time for that crap. You understand? Somebody put Mike Lee's number in there. I'll call Mike Lee right now. Somebody put his number in there. I thought I saw it. Whoever put Mike Lee's number in there, put it in again, please. Mike Lee, there it is, 435-628. We'll call him right now. 435-628-5514. Let's give him a call.
Hello, and thank you for calling the St. George Regional Office of Senator Mike Lee. We appreciate your call. If you require immediate assistance for passports, IRS, Social Security, veterans, or other federal agency issues, or have an urgent matter, please contact our Salt Lake City office at 801-524-5933. For general comments or non-urgent matters, please call our Washington, D.C. office at 202.
Oh, yeah, like somebody sitting here writing this shit down.
You may also leave your opinion comments online at lee.senate.gov under the Contact tab. If you have issues related to Southern Utah, please leave a detailed message, and we'll get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you.
Record your message at the tone. When you are finished, hang up or press pound for more options.
Hello, Senator Mike Lee, or whoever hears this and passes it on to him. My name is Jeremy Herrell. I run Lfa Tv, which is a featured channel in partnership with Rumble. And right now we've got you live to thousands of people, and we're kind of hoping that we could prompt you to push for a call of no confidence, a vote of no confidence in John Thune in the Senate. We know you've talked about doing that before, and so far you're the only one who's talked about it. We've not seen anybody have the testicular fortitude to actually do it, and we're wondering what's taking so long, especially after these new reports from Anna Paulina Luna and others that John Thune is no longer in any way going to look at the Save America Act. So if that's the case, pressure needs to be put on this man. President Trump can only do so much. Mike Lee, you could be the hero of the Senate. You could be the hero of MAGA in the Senate if you do what Matt Gaetz did once to Kevin McCarthy. Let's make John Thune the next Kevin McCarthy, because the longer we sit on this and make Instagram videos, the longer we make TikTok videos about it, the harder it's going to be to actually implement the enforcement of this prior to the midterms. So thousands of people here want you to do it, Mike Lee. We know you can do it. And if you do something like this, I can promise you, you've got a political capital that will last forever, okay? And you'll continue to be elected for the rest of your life. It's time to nut up or shut up. And we want you to be the guy that's leading that, all right? Thank you very much. It's really that simple, folks. What are they going to do? Come through the phone and tell you no? Now, I was nice. I won't be nice on the next one. Call all their offices. Call their D.C. offices, too. Leave the same message over and over. Record yourself saying it, and then just put it on when they come on if you have to, so you don't have to keep talking. That should be the slogan. That should be the motto. Nut up or shut up. I don't want to hear, well, we should do this and we could do that. Cool. Tell me about what else might happen in the future. How about you do and then say what you did? Or do on a live stream so everybody can see what you do. Stop doing this. Okay? And I'm sure because of what I said now, Mike Lee will come back and look for this video. He'll look at Lfa Tv on Rumble. Claire says, I wasn't as nice as you, Jeremy. Well, some days I won't be, some days I will be. Let's move on to Act Blue. 5 Act Blue employees plead the fifth on 146 questions during the House Judiciary deposition. Every member of the legal and compliance team was fired, quit, or on an extended leave from the platform in 2025. Let's get into this. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton sued Act Blue, the Democrat fundraising platform, for deceiving Americans by lying about its donations process that allows fraudulent and foreign donations. This was following an internal investigation that proved that Act Blue continues to process gift card donations without proving identification of the donor. So why are they still a fucking business? How fast do they shut down NGOs or 501c3s who misreport over and over again, who mislead and lie to Congress? Somehow, Act Blue hangs around like herpes, like the Clintons. Why is this company still in existence? The House Judiciary Committee deposed 5 employees after subpoenas were issued to 2 employees in June of 2025 by Jim Jordan, Brian Steele, and James Comer. You know, the do-nothing weaklings? The recent depositions included top staff responsible for fraud prevention and sought to learn more about the platform's acceptance of illegal donations and the subsequent cover-up. The House Judiciary GOP account states that the 5 employees were asked 146 questions and that the Act Blue employees refused to answer a single one, invoking their Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination every single time. The questions included, but not limited to, is there any reason you are unable to provide truthful answers to today's questions? Have Act Blue employees and executives ever instructed you to allow more fraud on the platform or weaken Act Blue's fraud prevention defenses? Have you ever been a part of a conspiracy to launder foreign money into fraudulent donations for campaigns using Act Blue? And did members of Act Blue's legal and compliance team leave Act Blue after the 2024 election because of platform's inability to prevent fraud during previous election cycles? Every single question, all 136, the Fifth Amendment, or the Fifth, I plead the Fifth, was the answer. I plead the Fifth. Well, I plead the fist, and now I'm going to punch you in the face until you answer. Imagine if that was the way things were done. Now, Attorney General Ken Paxton has filed a lawsuit against Act Blue for deceiving Americans. Why a lawsuit? I am curious about this. I love Ken Paxton, but why a flippin' lawsuit? Why not charges? You mean to tell me that Act Blue didn't violate anybody's civil rights or lie to any donors in Texas? Why sue? Why not just bring criminal charges against them? You're in Texas, and move on with it. I don't understand how law works, I guess. Maybe I'm just a simpleton, but I don't understand why sue them and not charge them if we're saying that they committed fraud. Maybe there's not enough evidence to say they committed fraud, but I don't see how. We've laid it all out here. We were talking about it before James O'Keefe even knew anything about it. Matter of fact, we were talking about it before James O'Keefe even was a big wig at Project Veritas. His videos were just starting to go super mega viral. Now, he had the Planned Parenthood one when he was young, but he wasn't nearly what he is today back when we reported on Act Blue. Been talking about it for years. 5 years plus. 6. Here's Ken Paxton.
The Biden administration did not pursue anything against Act Blue, and they continue to raise money. So then, of course, more recently, there was testimony from Congress by some of the Act Blue lawyers acknowledging that Act Blue had lied to Congress. They had not disclosed some of the problems with their fundraising, including potential using straw names and using names that were not matched to the actual donors, and also potential foreign investments, which is also completely illegal. So we actually tested it. We actually had my attorney go online and test it, and we were able to make donations without fully disclosing who we were. So we know the site's not, they're raising money inappropriately. So we have now sued them. We're going to use discovery to try to understand more fully how big of a problem this is.
So I saw a story this weekend about there was some Chinese organized crime network that was gobbling up gift cards and prepaid debit cards and funneling that money to various places.
In which we reported that too. Over a week ago. So, if they lied to Congress, where's the FBI? Where's the DOJ? I am so sick and tired of James Comer coming on TV saying, Well, Maria, I have since taken and sent a criminal referral on over to the DOJ, and we'll wait for that to come back. And until then, we'll continue to do our job, and we'll continue to ask questions. We'll continue to subpoena where appropriate these people to come into Congress and to tell us about X, Y, and Z, and hopefully we'll get to the bottom of it. But I can tell you this right now, Maria, we're not going to stop. We're going to continue to hold these committee meetings. We're going to continue to hold these hearings, and we're going to continue to hold people accountable. Because, Maria, you might be above the law if you are a Democrat, but you are not above the law under a Republican establishment. Yay! Clap, SEALs, clap. He's doing nothing. Again, clap. Do the roar. He looks like the little fat kid from Shrek. Meanwhile, that'll be followed up. Maria Bartiromo will go. Next up, we've got college wrestler and fan favorite in Ohio, Jim Jordan. He'll come up smiling. Thank you, Maria. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's true. We, just like Representative Comer said, and just like I said last night on Hannity. Cool. Cool story, everyone. I referred them for criminal charges to the DOJ. Cool. Do you know what kills them more than anything, since they are above the law? Sound bites. Sound bites. Imagine if I went on Maria Bartiromo instead of the Do the Roar fat kid. Imagine if myself or Sean went on there and we were addressing that issue. I'd say, well, Maria, here's the deal. Since we don't have power to arrest, we do have the power to give out mandatory subpoenas that you come and you stand in front of this body and you answer questions. Okay? I will send you a subpoena every week, and if you miss one, I will instruct the sergeant at arms the next time that you are in D.C. to arrest you immediately. I will do everything in my power to destroy your life, and I will make it such a nuisance that you'll probably lose your job because you are a liar. You lied to Congress under oath, and you are a piece of trash, and I'm coming for you. You know, instead of sitting there going, well, we're going to do everything in our power and this, that, and the other with your stupid accent. It's not a stupid accent. It's stupid on him. I'll subpoena you every day. I'll make it so you got to be in D.C. every single day of your life. Otherwise, then what's the sense of having the committee? What's the sense of being ahead of the committee? You can't do anything like that. Hey, let's play a little game called Trump Was Right. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. The Haitians eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. So many songs were made out of that, making fun of President Trump. What's that a picture of right there? Oh, nothing. Just a Nigerian eating a pet, skinning it, killing it in the middle of a park, Eli. Nothing to see here.
Did you hear that Zoran Mandami and Obama went to a school and sang this, the wheels on the bus?
Oh, yeah.
I'm actually kind of surprised those two dipshits didn't sit there going, this is the way we eat the cat, eat the cat, eat the cat.
Yep. This is the way we Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. This is the way we Allahu Akbar, killing all the Christians. Yay! Yay! This is tranny lover, former President Barack Obama. I'm a communist who's never held a job in his life. I'm the most powerful person in New York City, the biggest city in the country. He's one of the most powerful people in the world, or was. Right? Let's get into the story. Trump was mocked as crude and racist 2 years ago when he said that foreigners in Ohio were eating local pets. The media claimed it would never happen, and it did never happen, except it does, especially in places like Europe, where so-called refugees from third world countries have taken over entire communities. According to the European outlet RMX News, as well as viral images on social media, a Nigerian man in the town of Sarsana, Italy, was recently photographed and videotaped killing a cat and trying to cook it in broad daylight in a playground. Locals were reportedly and predictably horrified, as they should have been. RMX News reported that police intervened after multiple calls from witnesses. Stefano Torri, a security official in La Spezia, called the man's actions atrocious and was forced to point out that eating cats at playgrounds cannot and has no place in a civilized society. Italian MP Michela Vittoria was just as direct, calling the incident unworthy of a civilized country. Well, you let him in. You let them in. You allowed them in. You allow them to take over communities. You arrest your own people because they call that shit out. Europe is gone. You couldn't catch me, especially not in Northern Europe, for all the money in the world. No way. This is why the left slogan of diversity is our strength is at odds with actual reality. Because forced diversity weakens societies that import foreign nationals without a care for protecting the people that are in their country. Why do you think I say keep your family, your friends, and your pets close? Because if it wasn't for President Trump, this would be happening in every playground, in every school, in every community in the country right now. We were on a fast track to having this happen. Luckily, and by the grace of God, President Trump escaped death and became the president and shut down the border. Rob Trips says in Hamtramck, Michigan, they can sacrifice animals. Yep. City, didn't they make it a city like that for Muslims? Trump called it out. We called it out. We were all called racist. Eat the cats. Eat the dogs.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. The people that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country.
Yep. They're eating the pets of the people that live there, and everybody. Did you see the way that idiot laughed? This is not happening. It was happening, retard. It was caught on many, many camera angles by many different people, many different instances in many different places in this country. It was happening, retard. You think he made it up? You really think that President Trump woke up one day and said, I think what I'm going to do today, as I put my red tie on, I think I'll say that the foreigners are eating the pets. That's what we'll do. Nobody knows pets like I do. I will say that they're eating the cats and they're eating the dogs. That's what I'll say. You think he just woke up and said that someday, idiot? They were eating the cats. They were eating the dogs. Tired said that song is on Apple Music. I know, I love it. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. One city had them taking the geese out of the pond, said Sly. We showed that video too. It looks like Trump was right again. Hey, Eli. But you know who doesn't think Trump was right? As a matter of fact, you know who thinks Trump was so wrong that he is literally out there on an apology tour right now? Tucker Carlson. Yeah. Tucker Carlson said he is deeply sorry for making you elect Donald Trump. If it wasn't for Tucker Carlson, nobody ever would have voted for Donald Trump and the world would be safe. If it wasn't for Tucker Carlson out there and all of his hard work, then Kamala Harris would be president today, not Donald Trump. And Tucker Carlson would be happier. Here's the thumbnail that Eli made today. Look at that. See that? Me and Trump laughing at Tucker. Haha, idiot. Tucker campaigning for Trump in his MAGA hat. Sad. I wish I didn't do this. I'm sorry. I wish I didn't. I wish I hadn't. At the time, I thought it was the right thing to do. At the time, I thought that I was helping save the country. I got to tell you, I'm sorry. I really am, from the bottom of my heart. I am sorry. I am sorry for my part in helping ruin the world. I really am. Tucker is a Muslim paid propagandist. And Marjorie Taylor Greene shared what I'm about to show you and said, best interview of the year. Retards of a... He said, Eli, it's hard to know, really, if CNN's poll of 100% of MAGA is still supportive of Trump. I mean, it's hard to know with all the polling and the skewing of the polls out there, but we thought we would ask the, instead of listening to the mainstream media and watching it on TV and watching it on social media, we thought we would go to the one person that we think knows more than anyone. Happens to be my brother, Buck. Uncle Buck, as we call him. What a fag. What a fag.
That friggin' laugh. I don't know how I ever thought... I don't know. I used to think there was a sincerity to Tucker's voice, but now it sounds like he's trying to make his own video for kids. Like, ooh.
Yeah, I know.
Ooh.
I know.
Ooh.
Yep. Yep. Tucker the Butt Pucker. That's his new name from me. Butt Pucker Carlson. They already had a candidate. His name was Jeb Bush, right? Hey, look at it. Just look at it. Look at the fun he's having with that guitar money. And now, I'm not going to put you through the pain of watching that whole video. If you want to watch it, you know where to find it. But this is what I really wanted to show you right here. So he's saying that the people that work in the administration should, quote, sack up and call for the 25th Amendment. And then here's the ultimate gaslighting apology from Butt Pucker Carlson. Oh, I'll be tormented from this for a long time, Eli. You, me, and millions of other people just like us. We are to blame for this. I mean, maybe not in a large way, but in many small ways. We're the reason that he's there. And I will forever be tormented by this. So, hold up. Pump the pussy brakes here for a minute, gaslighting king. The gaslight king, Butt Pucker Carlson. What was the alternative then? Since you're going to be tormented by this for so long, what would have not tormented you? To elect Kamala Harris? Lab Tech in the chat says, I got a joke. 2 fags walk into a bar. And not 2 gays, 2 fags. Because that's what they are. The 80s definition of it. Right? Show me on this doll where that hurt you. I will be tormented by this forever. We did it, Joe. That's what you would have rather had in order to stop the torment and the nightmares? Hey, Tucker, do you go to bed at night sucking your thumb, holding on to daddy's the teddy bear that your daddy from the CIA gave you? While you have nightmares about and are tormented from demons for helping elect Donald Trump? Oh, please. You want to know what's funny, Eli? Is just last week and all weekend long, I heard on MSN, like scrolling through social media, I saw all these people on MSNBC, CNN saying, it's not enough for you just to say, oops, my bad. You have to own it. You know what I mean? You have to it's like with slavery. You can't just say, well, it was my ancestors. No, you're white. You have to own it. You have to apologize. You have to kiss, bend down and kiss the ring. That's what they've been saying all over media, is that it's not enough just to apologize. You got to own it. And all of a sudden Tucker comes out and does that. Tell me he's not bought and paid for shill, queer. Not gay, a queer bait. And we used to play Smear the Queer, Eli.
Yeah. Like I said, man, after certain things happened, like, I don't exactly know what or when it was with Tucker Carlson 1 or 2 years ago probably, but like the example I give with Alex Jones all the time, why would we listen to anything he has to say, seeing as how we went through all of his court crap, and now he's basically working just to continue to keep paying off what they're suing him for, so where's the truth come in?
Well, Eli, we're going to get to that here in a minute, too, because guess who bought InfoWars?
Some liberal organization, I can only assume.
Oh, way worse than that. The Onion. Do you remember The Onion? Yeah, they bought it. We're going to get to that in a little bit, but you'll love that one.
Damn. That's a shame. I was really pulling for the Babylon Bee to own it.
Speaking of Kamala Harris, whom apparently Tucker Carlson would rather have in the office so he's not tormented any longer. She's out here saying the same exact stuff that Tucker's saying. So maybe he really did want her to be president, huh?
We are dealing with the most corrupt, callous, and incompetent presidential administration in the history of the United States.
Is that vodka in that glass or water, sweetheart?
Period. And so on this of the list of what is empirical evidence of that point.
Oh, get to it.
Let's talk about this war.
Let's talk about it.
He entered a war, got pulled into it by Bibi Netanyahu. Let's be clear about that.
Where's your proof on that?
Entered a war that the American people do not want, putting at risk American service members.
Who does that sound like? It almost sounds word for word, almost like the Nick Fuentes, Anna Kasparian thing, Eli. Who does that sound like, Eli? Remind me again.
Tucker?
Butt Pucker Carlson. Sounds just like him. Hold on. Just in case you haven't heard enough.
And among the many consequences of it, it includes jacking up the cost of gas so that on average Americans are paying at least $15 more to fill up their tank. Diesel costs 50% more, so that's what fuels a semi, a truck that otherwise delivers our food and our household items.
Oh, thanks for the lesson.
And where do we think that cost is going to land?
Where?
It's on the consumer.
Ooh.
Let's understand that it is also, as he is wont to do and has always been, his feeble attempt to distract from the Epstein files.
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
Epstein and Bibi Netanyahu, the only thing they got.
It is his attempt to walk around, as he is wont to do, this insecure man.
To walk around as he is wont to do, Eli. For this man, this feeble man, to walk around is as he wants to do. The fuck did you just say? Excuse my language, but not really. Is this lady hammered? To do as is, was, want to do, as was, were.
His attempt to walk around, as he is wont to do, this insecure man, to walk around as though he is strong and will use the force of America's military against anyone whom he chooses.
Yep.
And to your point.
It's called the presidency, okay?
When I served as Vice President of the United States, I met with over 150 world leaders.
And they all thought you were retarded.
Presidents, prime ministers, chancellors, and kings. Many of them multiple times, and I formed relationships. I have spent countless hours in the Situation Room, in my West Wing office in the White House, and steps down the hall in the Oval.
Excuse me, our West Wing office in the White House. Our. And you're not there anymore, so it's clearly never been yours. Continue on, Drunky McGee.
Office. And I will tell you, this president is the first president of the United States of either party since World War II to abandon America's responsibility.
Where?
To one, a responsibility we assumed, imperfect though we are, to nurture and protect our alliances, our friendships, and to thumb his nose at them. And two, to not even pretend and in fact dismiss the importance of upholding international rules and norms, such as sovereignty and territorial integrity. And the end result, because I know we have limited time, is this. What he has done is he has won, in the eyes of our allies, made us unreliable.
Really? Is that why all the ships are coming to America for oil and everybody's begging for a trade deal? That sounds about right. Eli, the screenshot speaks for itself. Somewhere in the world right now, Willie Brown is watching this show from wherever he is, dead, somewhere gone, probably hell, and he sees this screenshot right here, and he says, "Oh, I remember that mouth. That was a pretty mouth. I remember pushing her ahead when she shouldn't have been because she was retarded, but she had a mouth like that." Eli, that's the screenshot right there. That's the screenshot. And Eli, I wonder this. If Kamala Harris's laugh and Tucker Carlson's laugh had a baby, would it be retarded?
I have no idea. I started feeling sick. I got a migraine. I had to take my hat off. That's literally what listening to her did to me. That was awful. Please don't do that again.
And see, that's what Tucker Carlson wanted. This would have given him no nightmares. This, as a president, would have eased back on the torment that he feels every single day. Slam says, Jeremy, it would be a Muslim retard. Sure would. That's Tucker Carlson's pick right there for president, folks. That's who he wanted. Oh, we did it, Joe. Oh. Look, Joe, I don't know if we did it. I think we did it. Did I want to do it? Maybe. Is the sky really blue or is it red? I don't know. Could be a reflection. Some say it's a reflection of the water. I don't know. I don't know. All I do know, Joe, is we did it. We did it.
I feel like Joe Biden would have been proud watching that frickin', I don't know if you call it a speech or whatever, but I could just see him sitting there with a bucket of popcorn and saying, now that there's a girl who no longer thinks of herself as old as she is, then fly.
I'll remember that blackie, the black girl there. I remember her. She served in my administration. Look, we don't need no more mayors. Remember that one, Eli? Remember that one? Look, all I'm going to say is we don't need any more mayors. I'm not going to say the word. You know what he said. You know what he said. That there black girl right there, I think she might be good. She served in my administration. She did serve in your administration, sir. As what? I would not have allowed her in. She no more thinks of herself as older than I am as fly. Gina says, I heard there's more proof of a stolen 2020 election being released. You're absolutely right. Now let's get to Alex Jones. The once very respected Alex Jones. The satirical news outlet The Onion has reached a deal with Alex Jones as of yesterday. Do you know what that deal is? That they will lease the company. They will lease the ability to broadcast on InfoWars to Alex Jones. So now Alex Jones is effectively going to be working for The Onion.
is leasing the company like a normal thing that these places do, or should he be that much more embarrassed that they didn't even want to buy it?
No. They bought it, and they're going to lease his studio that he built, his name that he came up with, and his ability to broadcast to him, and he will pay them monthly.
Ouch, baby. Very ouch.
Yep. Which means that more than likely, messaging and even sponsorship and the way it's done will come down from the top. Now, I understand that leasing means that he's basically like I lease this spot for this studio. But guess what, Eli? Just because I lease the spot for this studio doesn't mean that there's not rules inside the contract. Doesn't mean that the owner can't come whenever he feels like it, basically. Doesn't mean that the owner can't demand certain things be done, making my life a living hell if I don't. Basically control everything about the aspect of me being in this building, right? So the Onion is now going to lease InfoWars to Alex Jones in a deal that was reached yesterday. I wonder if Alex went on social media and talked all about that. See, you might understand. You might say, why are you talking about this, Jeremy? I come here for news. Well, this is news. This is absolutely news. All this stuff is news. Tucker, news. Candace, news. Alex, news. Fuentes, news. All of them. Hodge twins, news. Want to know why? Because we got to crush these pieces of shit, just like President Trump needs to crush Iran. These people are losers in our society. They've hurt our movement. And it's time to crush them. Jeremy, AJ is live now saying it's not true that they bought InfoWars. Well, now we know why. Bah. Yeah, they didn't buy InfoWars. They're leasing it. I got the news. I got the story right here. Jones was forced to liquidate his assets that included the website after he declared bankruptcy. By the way, this story is penned by John Solomon. John Solomon. When's the last time he's had to retract the story? When's the last time John Solomon was sued for putting out something false? Jay Moore says he came on this morning begging for money. I don't know. How does he still have an audience? I don't know. Forced to liquidate his assets that included the website after he declared bankruptcy because he was ordered to pay $1.5 billion to relatives of victims of Sandy Hook. The Onion CEO Ben Collins said a court still needs to approve the new deal, but if it goes through, the satire website would pay a monthly licensing fee to court-appointed receiver overseeing InfoWars. We wanted this the whole time. We've not backed down one moment, said the CEO. It's been 8 years and 3 days since the Sandy Hook families initially filed the lawsuit, and they've not received an effing penny. So they're going to suck Alex Jones dry to pay off that and to enrich their own pockets by leasing it to him. I wonder how much he'll pay. I wonder how much he'll pay to lease it. It's going to be millions. And do you want to know why it's going to be millions? Because he makes millions. Millions of dollars. To sit there and tell you how bad Donald Trump is. And if you think that that's going to stop, that's only going to ramp up now. The Onion owns it, folks. That means that AJ is going to be out there bashing Donald Trump even more. That ought to be fun, huh? Over 250 journalists have signed a letter demanding forceful protests against Trump at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. He's never done this. Ever since Barack Obama sat there and criticized President Trump, bullied him right to his face, right there in the room, and Trump sat there and took it all, he's not been there to do the White House Correspondents' Dinner. He's going to do it this year, and now 250 journalists from these outlets are saying there needs to be forceful protests. What does that mean? What does that mean? Forceful protest. What does that mean? You're going to force your way in there? You're going to stop it? These people need to be shot. Every one of these people need to be shot and put under the ground. That's what needs to happen. DM833 said he's got to pay $81,000 per month. Was that in the lease? $81,000 a month? That's what he's got to pay? Seriously? Okay, let's find out what that is. That's $1 million a year, $972,000, $1 million a year. Plus, they're probably going to get advertising off it. They're probably going to make tons of money off of it, right? They're going to be able to put it out wherever they want. His talking points are going to be anti-Trump, so they're going to make money off that. I don't mean true patriot. You know what I mean. Cut it out. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Criticized him to his face. We'll say that. Okay? Criticized him to his face. Made up shit and made fun of him right to his face. That's what got Donald Trump to run. The letter sent to the WHCA on Monday calls on the organization to use the podium at the 2026 White House Correspondents' Center to deliver a forceful defense of freedom of the press and condemnation of those who threaten that freedom. What about the freedom of the First Amendment that the Biden administration worked with social media companies to silence us? Zuckerberg already talked about it. X already talked about it. The old CEO of Twitter, Jack Dempsey, talked about it. Everybody admitted it. They all said that the FBI was running, the DOJ and the FBI were making us do things. What about that? What about my Facebook page with millions of followers? Do I get that back? No. If we don't get our freedom of speech, then you don't get your freedom of speech, mainstream media. How about that? You don't get the freedom of speech to lie anymore. Speak forcefully in front of the man who seeks to undermine our country's long tradition of independent, strong, and free press, the letter says. Go ahead. Go ahead, dig your hole deeper, retards. You just can't stop, can you? Former CBS anchor Dan Rather explicitly urged the Beltway press corps to forcefully demonstrate opposition to the president at the event. Well, Dan Rather's a retard and always was. Many journalists attending the black tie event also planned subtler acts of protest, like wearing lapel pins, of Ukraine or queers, and pocket handkerchiefs, that look like Palestinian flags? Get the hell out of here. All these people that are doing this, the mainstream media, the Tuckers, the Alex Joneses, all of them, they're all going to die out. Every one of them. I was talking to producer Frankie about this last night. I said they'll all die out. Every single one of these people will be irrelevant scumbags. And they die out a lot faster if Trump would put them in prison. Put the innocent ones in prison too. So that no more arise out of them. Speaking of queers.
Thank you. Hi. Every day I wake up scared because a person I love is trans. And I'm waiting for the day that they start banging on doors and taking our trans and our gay friends and family to concentration camps. And they can't get, our trans friends and family can't get a passport to safely flee this country. And I know that there's nothing you can do about that. But if you could, what would it be?
I know there's nothing you can do about that Pete Buttigieg, as he's going to run for some other office. But if you could, what would it be? I think he's going to run for president, by the way. That ought to be fun. Right? I bet Pete Buttigieg will bring up Butt Pucker Carlson to speak at his event. You watch. Tucker will go up there. I bet you Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, both will go and speak for some Democratic president somewhere along the lines prior to the 2028 election and say, I bet you guys, you're surprised to see me here, huh? Well, I'm not here because I adopt the same values as the Democratic Party, but I am here, he'll say, you watch, because we have a commonality, and that is our desire to get rid of a dictator in Donald Trump. And then everybody will love him. Right? All the Democrats will love him. So let's go ahead and take this opportunity with this town hall, this lady figures, to ask Pete Bootyplug a hypothetical question that could never have anything to do in reality. Let's see what the answer is.
Well, first of all, it's horrible that you have to even think about that kind of fear for somebody you care about. And it's horrible that so many Americans live in that kind of fear for themselves.
How horrible is it? Has any gay or any trans been taken out of somebody's life and put in a concentration camp? One. Just one. Have you ever heard of it?
No, absolutely not. I've had arguments and conversations with so many people like this, and some people have tried to like tell me, "Oh, Donald Trump's going around. He's starting to round up all the gays." I said, "When has he been doing that?" Well, he's probably going to start.
Exactly. Until he does, shut up. I have this inherent fear, like Tucker. She's tormented about the thought of trans people being taken, put in concentration camps. You know what I put on that thread, Eli? Can't wait for the day it starts to happen. That's what I wrote on it. Can't wait for that day to start happening.
And by the way, no, you're not worried about it. You're worried about it when you're told to be worried about it, when the elites tell you to start worrying about it. But after it fizzles out, you don't care.
Yeah, and here's the other thing, too. No, honey, we would never advocate for gays or trans or anybody to be taken out and put in concentration camps. Mental institutions, however, that's another story. And not even gay people. Gay people are fine. Be gay. But trans people and furries, you need to be in mental institutions, for real. You have psychological problems.
And for those they love. And it shouldn't be that way, and it doesn't have to be that way. Because
why?
As divisive a wedge issue as that has been made to be.
A wedgie?
For political purposes. By politicians who figure that stepping on people's faces is the best way to get ahead. Because they definitely don't want to be talking about why they want to cut Medicaid or why they think taxes ought to be cut for billionaires. So they want to talk about this. But it remains the case that most Americans do not believe that somebody should be discriminated against, let alone harmed, because they are transgender or gay or anything else.
Should criminals be discriminated against? Because transgender is a choice. You weren't born that way like you claim to be born gay. Transgenderism and furryism, that's a choice. So should criminals be discriminated against? Should murderers be discriminated against? Should thieves and rapists be discriminated against? If they should, then why shouldn't a trans person or a furry be discriminated against? They're demonic people in our society. Demonic. By the way, I think everybody here has a gay person in their family, right? But not every person here has a trans or a furry in their family, because these people are literally mental institution crazy. They just are. And I'm not even talking about the ones that dress up as women, right? That's when I grew up, trans was an order. I think it was transsexual, right? Or transvestite. That meant you just dressed up as another woman. Those people, as weird as they are, they're not mentally ill. They know they're men dressing up as drag as women because they like it, right? Yes, I know people aren't born gay either. That's why I said, as these people think. I know that. Nobody's born gay. It's all a choice. I get that. But what I'm saying is that the gay issue let God handle, right? Everybody here has a gay person in their family or a friend who's gay. Let God handle that. That's not up to me. But it is up to me to protect my children away from trans freaks who are going to shoot up schools or cut somebody because they say they're not a man or not a woman. Those are the people I'm talking about. And I hope the day does come where we do round them up and put them in mental institutions.
That's most of us. Don't let them make you feel like that's some fringe position, right? And I worry about what's going to happen to folks. I mean, it's already happened as the official policy of this country. You know, that people who, soldiers.
Yeah.
And airmen and Marines.
Because you can't have crazy people
who were doing a good job.
They weren't.
Lost their job.
DEI.
For reasons that had nothing to do with their job performance.
Absolutely.
just because their identity was disapproved of
Wrong.
by the ideology
Wrong.
of this administration. That is wrong.
Wrong.
People
Wrong.
know that's wrong.
No, they don't. The world
So, of course,
does not
what
like
we need is
trans.
political leadership that is against discrimination. But I don't want you to feel like there's nothing you can do. Because one of the most important things, especially for somebody who is in a vulnerable position, is to have people who love them, rooting for them, being there for them. And the fact that you're there for them could be everything. So don't feel like it doesn't make a difference.
See, the Democrats have come up with this way of making, you know how Christians are taught to love thy neighbor, right? They have found a way to hijack that and say that you are to love everything. Sin, demonic forces, Satan, satanic rituals and ways. You should respect that and love those persons. No, we shouldn't. No, we shouldn't. Not at all. Nope, not going to do it. And they do well at it, don't they? They do a really good job at making people feel that way. Well, you're supposed to love one another and respect one another. No, I'm not. I'm not supposed to love or respect that kind of crap. Are you out of your mind? That's the most dangerous thing on this planet right now. Is that kind of mental ideology. Right up there with Islam. Here's a Pennsylvania election official who wants the taxpayers to fund his Thailand trip for transgender surgery. This is the one overseeing your elections in the Wisconsin township, folks. Right here.
I'm a transgender woman who lives in America. I have tried for a very long time to get my bottom surgery, but unfortunately it's been out of my affordability level for a very long time. In America, I'm disabled on SSDI, and I only get Medicare for my health insurance. I'm grateful to have medical care, but at the end of the day, it's not enough. I have tried for years to get my bottom surgery, and the bottom line is, I hate to use that pun, but it will be cheaper for me to go to Thailand or Canada to get my bottom surgery than in America. My copay is 20% because I only get Medicare.
So go.
That's all I get. I didn't qualify for Medicaid. That would have paid all these costs. So, on my limited income, what I'm trying to do right now is actually raise some money so I can go to Thailand and actually get my medically necessary procedures.
Eli, hold on. You're already crazy. Somebody said you need to work on your top half before you worry about your bottom surgery, sir. But imagine thinking, I'm going to go, of all places, to get this serious surgery, because it's going to be the most serious surgery you've ever been a part of, sir. And you're going to go to Thailand. That'd be like me saying, hey, Eli, I'm going to go down to the worst gutter street in the worst city of America and, trust that whatever happens to me there, or whatever food they give me, or whatever they put in my drink is okay. You're going to go to Thailand to get your wiener chopped off and turned into a vagina. Thailand.
I mean, like somebody in the chat already so eloquently put it, you need to work on your top half, bro. Because I'm sorry, you're not even putting in any effort, you dumb shit. You threw a dress on and some earrings. I'm a woman now. No, you're an old man in a dress. And I really hope he does go to Thailand and get it done. And then when he tries to fly back, they're like, this isn't you. You look completely different. Now we need to take you over security and indefinitely hold you here, you freak.
No, I hope when they turn it inside out and make it a vagina on the way home, it falls out and he bleeds everywhere and dies on the plane. Actually, to be honest with you. And a lot of you hope that too. You're just not saying it. Hey, Eli, speaking of that, you know what's funny? What's the capital of Thailand?
Oh, I don't know. Is it Bangkok?
Not his Thailand. The capital of his Thailand will be No Cock.
It's kind of hard to unpack the reality that I have to fly half around the world to get a medically necessary procedure instead of getting it done in America. could you imagine having to go get a procedure in another country just because America doesn't, is very limited on doing those procedures? Yeah, that's the reality. There's so many people in my position. They have to go to other countries because they can't afford the high cost of these procedures, which is wrong. America is like supposed to be the best in medical care, but it's not. If you're in my position, and there's many other transgender women who are in my position that are going through this. I'm a transgender woman who lives in America.
Some people are taking it pretty hard that I said, I hope he comes back on the plane, has an issue, and dies. Well, you can call me all you want, call me names all you want. Most of you think exactly what I just said. Most of you think exactly what I just said. Oh, and by the way, this freak oversees your elections in Wisconsin Township. So, you hope he makes it home okay with an inside-out wiener known as a vagina. You hope he makes it home fine, continues to handle your elections in Wisconsin. Yeah. Tell me again how you're a hypocrite without being a hypocrite. Because you think the same thing I'm thinking. You may not be thinking you hope he dies, but you might be thinking that he has a botched surgery and that he has to live with some serious uncomfort or torment like Tucker for the rest of his life. Stop being perfect, or stop thinking that you're perfect and I'm not because I said that, because I have no love loss for these demonic individuals. I want demons off this planet. That, Eli, is a demon.
Yep. I was actually just about to ask, until you answered the question, all of your problems aside, what do you do? What do you do to contribute to society? Now, I was just going to go right ahead and assume that this loser had no job, was working off welfare and all that, but oh my God, you're saying he works in some capacity with our government? That's just terrifying.
100%. He runs the elections in the Wisconsin Township. And you wonder why your elections are all FUBAR. Now, speaking of trannies, it needs to go.
In the Western Hemisphere. And it's why I am demanding and ready to vote in favor of another war powers resolution to prevent further escalation and to guarantee that the United States doesn't invade Mexico or Greenland or any of these other countries that this president wants to play cowboy in.
You put tampons in your rectum to simulate being a woman. Who's pretending? It doesn't matter if you play dress up. You're a man pretending to be a woman. Pretending. I don't care if you have gender dysphoria. It's pretend. It's in your head. You have gonads, even if you cut them off. But listen, I don't want to impose on your mental health. If you say you're a woman, then we can all collectively agree you're a stupid bitch.
In the Western.
Agreed. And you want to know what, Eli? There's two people that I want to run into more than anyone when I go to D.C. And I talked to a few people last night. Where's the best place that I'm going to be able to position myself to get as many of these losers on camera as I possibly can, right? And I think I've got a good plan going into D.C. Because I've never done it before. So I want to make sure that the people who have done it, like Ben and others, can tell me where the best place is for me to go. And two people that I want to run into the most, just for my own personal gratification, is Ilhan Omar and Tim McBride. Those are the two people I want to run into the most. After that, John Thune.
Mm-hmm. If you do just so happen to run into Timmy McBride, I want you to ask him, how is it you think that anybody takes you seriously? Because they don't. Go to your Facebook page right now, bring it up, and show me any post where the laughing emojis aren't first. It's a tirade of laughing emojis that dominate his page, and rightfully so.
Yeah, Eli, if I do see him, I'm going to be like, excuse me, Representative Tim. Representative Tim. Him, he, sir, man, tranny, Representative crazy person, Representative mental, what do you respond to? I don't know, because I'm not calling you she. I'll call you all those, but I'm not going to sit here and respect your scum ass enough to call you she. You Trump-hating scumbag. I'm probably going to get kicked out of D.C., Eli. Or locked up. I'm literally going there for that reason. I'm not going there to be nice. I'm not going there to be cute. I'm not going there to be cuddly. And I'm not going there to ask questions that I don't already know the answer to. I am going there to disrupt. I am going there to divide. I am going there to make people feel uncomfortable. And Eli, you know what I'm going to have on Ilhan Omar? I'm going to have all the clips where she says white men are the most dangerous people on earth. And that's the first stuff I'm going to ask her. Why are you racist against white people, but you're married to one? Right?
I am not. I like them very much. I'm very sorry. I do not have the time to talk to you right now.
Oh my gosh, Melissa Steffi just said call him, instead of Timothy, Eli, Himothy.
F&A, Cotton. F&A.
Yeah, you guys are definitely going to need to be praying for me. Meemaw says, Jeremy, what would Jesus do? I don't know. He said he came to not be nice, but to be disruptive and to divide. That's why I used those words the way I did. Because I knew. I didn't expect it to be you. I thought it would be somebody else. But that's the exact reason. Eli, maybe I should bring a tampon and write man-pon on it and say, I brought a present for you, Tim.
You know how to use that, right, bro?
You know where you could put this, right? I mean, you don't have the A outlet for the B plug, but maybe you could put it in the, maybe you can use it as a B plug and put it in the only hole that you do have. I mean, I'm just, right? Sheba says Jesus would speak truth to these freaks. Absolutely. And when it all comes down to it, I'm not Jesus. I would like to have that kind of restraint someday, but I don't have it right now. These people are going to be told what they should have been told a long time ago. And you can let me deal with whatever I do that might be wrong in God's eyes, okay? Because I'm not bringing it to anybody here. I'm not going to come to you and say, do you approve of my message or not? You guys got to understand, what I do here is I do for you. What I do in D.C. is going to be for me. I've been waiting to do this for a long time. So if you can't handle it, I just wouldn't watch it. That's all. Now, moving to Iran. Whoopi Goldberg says Donald Trump is going to get a draft going and get everybody ready for the go to war because we're going to need that much manpower on the ground, apparently. Gaslighting again.
Regime is the biggest state sponsor of terrorism. 10 years from now, 20 years from now, they may try to strike the homeland. They may try to strike troops in the region. This doesn't go away just because you sign a piece of paper.
None of it goes away. And that's why they are planning on a draft. Mm-hmm. They're planning on a draft.
She has a shirt
and you're
that says
bitching and
weirdo.
moaning that there are women who are part of the Army, Navy, and you're getting rid of people and you talk about who shouldn't be. What the hell are you people doing?
In what it is they're changing that you no longer you have to opt. You used to have to opt into the draft. Now it makes it automatic.
It's a draft. Yeah. I'm sorry, it's a draft. Because if you're 18 to 25, they're looking at you.
Well, they're increasing that age too. It's
how old is it now?
I think it's 42.
Mm-hmm. Ooh,
why don't we make it 80?
I just made it.
No, I'm just kidding. Let's make it 80 and see how he feels about it.
Well, he has swords, right?
How about we send foreigners like you fat pig, to show your loyalty to this country? As a matter of fact, Eli, I just had an idea. Time to round up every illegal in this country, slap a uniform on them, and say, here you go, fight for the country or die. You don't do what you're supposed to do, then we're going to pop one in your forehead before we leave. So after this, we might consider you becoming a citizen.
Actually, that's pretty ingenious, except you throw a uniform on them, you send them over there, they win the war, and then you say, now stay there.
Give us our uniforms back, too. Those are taxpayer funded. Strip them of their clothes and leave them naked in Iran or in Gaza or wherever the hell we are. Right? Make them fight for us or die. Either way, we ought to have some fun, right? Either way, we make out, right? Like, look, I know you guys are expecting me to be this, because I believe in Jesus and follow Jesus and want to be like Jesus and talk about the Word of God in the morning. You expect me to come on here at 11 a.m. and be like, These poor people. They just keep screwing us over and over again. But you know what? Let me turn this cheek and this cheek and this cheek and this cheek and this cheek. You know what the Bible doesn't say, Eli? Keep turning the cheek. Think it would have been easy to put in there. When somebody smacks you, turn the other cheek. If they smack you again, continue to do this 70 times 7. They've talked about other things in the Bible about that. You know what you're not supposed to do as a Christian? Let demons continue to destroy your life, your family, and the future of your nation. Why don't we ever talk about that? Why do we always have the holier-than-thou people in here going, well, Jeremy, actually what you should do, you should shut up. That's what you should do. Because you're the reason why we're in this mess to begin with. Your generation of people that said, don't talk politics and religion. You're the reason why we're here to begin with. It's about time that people start hearing what they should have been hearing for the last 50 years. And if I got to be the guy that says it to them, then I'll say it. All these people in here that are like, well, you should be this and you shouldn't be that. You should go back and apologize to the nation for your generation saying that. My mom and my grandpa said that. And look where it got us. Look where it got us. Stop cherry picking about the great things you should do and start reading about the things that were done by godly people to rid their nation of these kinds of people. I am so sick and tired of you holier-than-thou people. And you're the reason why people don't go to church anymore either. People like you. I call them booster club moms. The ones that sit in the corner of church and judge other people. Get a life. You're worse than anybody that you're talking about. Maria Bartiromo might have an annoying voice, but she brought it to Ro-Khanna on this one.
Are you suggesting that Obama's leadership on Iran was better? Because under President Obama, there were 14 wire transfers to a... Hold on. There were 14 wire transfers to a Swiss account linked to Hezbollah between 2014 and 2016. That was a total of $1.7 billion. The same $1.7 billion he told Congress was frozen Iranian assets. Now, there was a back channel to Tehran through Valerie Jarrett, active for 2012 to 2024. This was after he left office. So, you know, it was almost like a shadow government. He also sent pellets of cash in a plane to Iran. Now, why would you send money to Iran knowing that they are building a nuclear weapon and they are the leading sponsor of terrorism?
Barack Obama was a great statesman who left America much safer. I wouldn't put Donald Trump in the same paragraph.
She should have stopped him right there and said, I'm not talking about what you think about your Lord and Savior, Barack Obama. I'm talking about why the double standard. Oh, Barack Obama was great. Oh, yeah? Cool. Now answer the question, foreigner. You start calling people what they should be called. You start addressing people the ways they should be addressed, and I guarantee you things are going to happen in this country. Renee 756 says maybe the ones criticizing you might want to take up and really read the Bible and pray for discernment. Yeah, because there is a difference between criticizing and holding accountable. There is a difference. Absolutely. And those ones that do that, they do it for attention. They're like the Pharisees praying in the streets. Jeremy, this is unbecoming of you. Oh, yeah, cool. Let me continue to bend over and take it then. How about that? We'll just do that then. We'll do it your way.
Now let's look back.
Hold on. You know what the Bible does say, Eli? It says faith without works is dead, right? Action needs to be put behind something. Not just sit in hopes. I hope this happens. Nothing is going to move without action on this planet. And somebody's got to take it.
Back at how we got here. And to figure it out, we follow the money, starting with President Obama back in 2015.
It is true that if Iran lives up to its commitments, it will gain access to roughly $56 billion of its own money, revenue frozen overseas by other countries. Our best analysts expect the bulk of this revenue to go into spending that improves the economy and benefits the lives of the Iranian people. There's no scenario where sanctions relief turns Iran into the region's dominant power.
1 year later, a $400 million cash transfer was flown out to Iran, and on the exact same day, Iran released 4 American hostages. CNN called it a possible quid pro quo.
Continued outrage and controversy over that $400 million cash transfer to Iran by the Obama administration. On the same day, 4 American prisoners were released by Iran. The White House denies that the money was a ransom payment. Footage aired on Iranian television, however, purports to show the money arriving in Tehran, and that is raising renewed questions about whether this was a quid pro quo.
$400 million was just the tip of the iceberg. 1 month later, the Wall Street Journal reported the Obama White House sent 3 different payments to Iran, totaling $1.3 billion with a B. A day later, Obama's Deputy Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, ran to CNN to defend his boss's nuclear deal and the cash transfer.
First, $1.3 billion. Can you verify that number? Is that how much has been transferred to date?
Well, I haven't seen the report, but here's what's going on. We achieved a nuclear deal with Iran to prevent it from getting a nuclear weapon. That's made us safer, made countries around the world safer.
Was any of the money that's been sent to Iran a quid pro quo to get those Americans freed?
No.
You're 100% sure?
Absolutely.
So all of these discussions about the planes and the money, that's just spin?
Absolutely.
Just spin, he says. Well, fast forward to 2023, the Biden White House cleared the way for the release of $6 billion in frozen Iranian funds, saying it was for humanitarian purposes.
Even as we allowed them to have access to this humanitarian funding, which was already their money and was already in an account to where they could spend it, but were just unable to do so for some kind of technical reasons, we have made clear that we will continue to hold them accountable.
But Iran's president had a different take.
Use that money in any way that you see fit.
This money belongs to the Islamic Republic of Iran, and naturally, we will decide, the Islamic Republic of Iran will decide to spend it wherever we need it.
And in the years since, Iran continued to build up their nuclear program until President Trump called in the military to obliterate it. Today, where we are seeing absolute strength of the U.S. military on full display. You're looking at that.
All of this that you're seeing today is Donald Trump showing up to Iran and saying, we're here for our billions and billions of dollars that we're going to take out of your ass. And everybody's crying about it. Should have just let them have the money. You should have just gave them everything. You should just let these people run all over us. Weak. Pretty bad when 60 Minutes has to come out. Did you guys see that 60 Minutes piece? About how I don't even know if 60 Minutes knew they were putting this out like this. 60 Minutes had to admit that President Trump has been right all of this time. You've got Alex Jones, Marjorie Taylor Greene. You've got people on CNN. You've got Matt Gaetz. You've got all these people saying Iran was not close to a nuclear weapon and had no nuclear weapons. So why is America there? Donald Trump's arch enemies say otherwise.
Inspectors believe Iran has close to 1,000 pounds of uranium enriched to 60%. Nearly ready to be used in a nuclear weapon. 970 pounds of 60% highly enriched uranium. What can you do with that?
So that is enough material for, if you enrich it just a little bit more, for 10 to 11 nuclear bombs. Iran has been lying about its nuclear weapons effort for over 20 years now. They have always claimed our program was 100% peaceful. We were never pursuing nuclear weapons. That's a lie. And then once the international inspectors got in and started finding some things out, the Iranians kept lying to them.
UN inspectors believe Iran has close to 1,000 pounds of uranium enriched to 60%, nearly ready to be used in a nuclear weapon. 970 pounds of 60% highly enriched uranium. What can you do with that?
So that is enough material.
So there you go. 60 Minutes had to literally say that Donald Trump was right. Bet they're not used to saying that. And at this point, Donald Trump, two things is for sure. One, he's not interested in another ceasefire deal. You either do it now or you're dead. I like that. We'll talk about that in a minute. But here, he hints to something that we reported over 2 weeks ago, that China has been delivering missile material to Iran. And they know this because of the captured ship that they just got the other day. There were on there. We reported this over 2 weeks ago. Right? But yet, Google and chat and AI and all them say that Lfa Tv is not a traditionally reputable news station. Well, they got that right. We're not traditional, but we sure as hell are reputable.
Also hurt them. It'll hurt them militarily. They use the bridges for their weapons, for their missile movements. You know, they're trying to move the missiles because we've obliterated most of their missiles, and they're trying to move their missiles around, even during the ceasefire, which I think was a good thing because we're totally loaded up. We have so much ammo. We have so much of everything that we've, like, a much more powerful than it was 4 or 5 weeks ago. So we've used this to restock, and they probably have done a little bit of restocking. We caught a ship yesterday that had some things on it which wasn't very nice, a gift from China perhaps, I don't know. But I was a little surprised, but because I have a very good relationship, and I thought I had an understanding with President Xi, but that's all right. That's the way war goes, right? But I will tell you that we have, our military is incredible, what we've done. I mean, think of it. In the first 3 days, we took out their entire Navy.
So China wants the United States to fail and lose because it works for them. It's good for them. And they've been literally helping Iran fight us. So what should we do to China? What should we do to China for helping Iran militarily fight us? Well, I would argue that Donald Trump's already doing to them what needs to be done. I don't want to go, like I said in the beginning of the show, I'm not a war hawk. I don't want to go to war. War's for losers. Domination is for the United States of America. So what should we do to China for helping Iran fight us with weapons? Just starve them out. Own them. Destroy their manufacturer, make it come back here. Continue to tariff them. Starve them of oil and energy. Make them beg. Get on their knees and beg. That's what we do. What do we do to people who go abroad and talk shit about Trump? What should we do to them? Especially during negotiation times. We should lock them up in Gitmo and we shouldn't let them come back. Who gives a damn what a judge says?
To a foreign country to bash the president of the United States, and he's the only governor in American history to have his state conquered by pirates. Think about it. I mean, it's like he is the last guy anybody should listen to. He's like a teenager that goes on a message board to like Reddit or something to bash Sydney Sweeney. You know, it's therapy for the unpopular. The reason why he gets a warm embrace there is because they don't know what he's done. The only way he can get any recognition is if they don't recognize him. Who is this guy? They don't like Trump. He doesn't like Trump. That's okay. Again, it's a Trump alignment problem. If Waltz goes abroad to bash Trump, he's also bashing America because he's the agent for America, and he's seeking out an audience that actually appreciates it. He is, in effect, a traitor, but we already knew that. Now, I will defend Democrats because they are the opposition party, and you really only have one role, opposition. This is why when we talk about how politically divided we are.
I got to stop here. The No Spin Zone said, outside of the Fox News bubble, this war is horribly unpopular. How do I want to answer that? Is anybody in here in the Fox News bubble? Now, maybe you don't watch all the time, but if I show a clip of Jesse Waters or Greg Gutfeld, It's not a promotion of Fox News. Okay? I hate Fox News. Hate them. I don't like a lot of news stations, but I do like some people. I hate CNN, but I like Scott Jennings. Right? Eli, about 2 weeks ago, we reported that there was polling about the people who backed President Trump's Epic Fury plan. Can you look up what the poll numbers are of that today, nationwide? Or what's the nationwide opinion on Operation Epic Fury? Because a couple weeks ago, it was actually very high. And that was across the board. That Iran needed to be dealt with. I'm pretty sure nobody in here really watches Fox News except for maybe a show or two. And the only reason I watch Abby Phillips' stupid show is to watch Scott Jennings' Destroyer. So, Eli, do we have any kind of like what the support is for Operation Epic Fury?
Google, I said, what's the nationwide opinion on Operation Epic Fury? Came up with, as of April 2026, nationwide opinion on Operation Epic Fury, the U.S. military action against Iran is deeply polarized, with polls showing a slim majority or significant plurality of Americans opposing the action, while Republicans show high levels of support. Concerns over the conflict include potential escalation, high costs of living, and the strategy's long-term impact.
Can you do that same question, but say as of March? I want to see if it's fall. It said so. It's a slim majority of people who oppose it. Just a slim majority. So basically, half the country oppose it, half the country doesn't. While Republicans, it's very popular with not a war, an ongoing war, but the operation in which President Trump is doing.
Kind of the same thing. As of March 2026, nationwide opinion of Epic Fury, the U.S. legislature is deeply polarized, reflecting significant partisan divides and concerns over a new Middle East conflict. Based on polling data, see, there's a bunch of stuff here. Overall public opinion, partisan divides.
So it sounds like to me it's half the country. So I don't think it's deeply unpopular. I think it's deeply unpopular with dumbass Democrats. And I think most Republicans want Iran gone. Here's the other thing. A lot of Democrats want Iran gone. A lot of them do. I mean, look at Bill Maher and his audience. Look at Stephen Smith and his audience. Eli.
Keep in mind, I just asked Google, too. Now, I could try chat and some of the other, Grok and whatever, but these are AI-controlled things that are controlled by powerful people who are trying to tell us the right. How many times has Google told us, something wrong that we know is actually right? So keep that in mind also. It probably is more popular than we think.
Yes. Yeah, you're probably right. Rosebud said, I'm looking right now. Oil is at $90.86. And for that, when that gets to $70, $60, $70 range, that's when you're going to see a lot of things on our end start to take place. All right, quick break. Then we got to come back and talk about the Supreme Court. Another leak at the Supreme Court, believe it or not. But first, Fatty 15, ladies and gentlemen. Fatty 15. I want to know how many people are actually taking it. Now, yesterday we got word that Fatty 15 had changed at least two people's lives in the live chat, and they said they swear by it. Nothing changed until they took Fatty 15. Please give us your testimony of these products when we talk about them, because I do want to hear yours outside of mine. Now, it's made in the USA. It's got a 9.88 out of 10% rating. It's GRAS certified, and every batch is independently tested. It's also money-back guarantee, and it's only $101.96 for your starter kit. By going to fatty15.com/LFA and then using the promo code LFA at checkout. $101.96 for 3 months supply. Now, over 70% of people that take it said that they've seen benefits of it in that time frame. Okay? So, fatty15.com/LFA. It literally changes the way in the process in which your cells age. You age slower, you live longer, you're healthier, you're more focused. Fatty15.com/LFA. Also, let's check the gold and silver markets, shall we? See where we're at here. Price of gold today is at $4,724. Price of silver today is at $77.18. You see that? Price of oil goes up. Price of precious metals go down. Price of oil goes down. Price of precious metals go up. It's all about what is more important to the public and what do they want more at that time. Right now, oil is liquid gold, baby, just like back in the Jed Clampett days. So, goldencrestmetal.com/LFA. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Reach out to them today. Have Rich Jacoby and his team reach out back out to you. Also, catch the Crest Report right here Saturday, little after the cartoon, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then also after that, we have the show with producer Frankie, Eli. I don't know if a lot of people know that. He's got an actual doctor, producer Frankie and this doctor do this show where you can call in with medical advice. Did you guys know that? That happens at 2 o'clock. In between 2 and 2:30, they usually come on. So you've got the Gold Show at 1. You've got the medical show at 2, in between 2 and 2:30, whenever they can actually get on, because he comes on right after he's done seeing patients, believe it or not. And then we have the Morning Kids Show on Saturday as well. So a lot of cool stuff on Saturday. Another Supreme Court leak. Who is the leaker? Why is it so hard to find them? And is the DOJ on this? Let's find out.
Who is leaking information from the Supreme Court? The New York Times reporting it has obtained secret memos, which it says, quote, illuminate the origins of the court's now routine shadow docket rulings on presidential power. Joining us now in those not-so-secret memos, Fox News legal editor Carrie Urban. You know, I was thinking the last big leak out of the Supreme Court was Dobbs. And that was 4 years ago now. Yeah. How time flies. And now this. Where's the
By
stuff
the way,
coming?
I have the report. I have the actual report of this. And these are the only people that I've seen talk about it. So because I've been talking for almost 3 hours, I've chosen to play the video of the only people besides LFA that are talking about it. In case there's somebody in the chat that says something, I'm sure.
And there was another one between Dobbs and this one, and that one was on presidential immunity. That was in 2024, I believe, and it was a memo that detailed how the chief was going to handle the decision. And within that same report, and that was also from the New York Times, was one about, there was some information about how he had reassigned an opinion from Justice Alito to himself because of the so-called flag controversy that was happening at his home at the time, if you remember that one. And so we're looking at 3 major leaks over the last 4 years, which is really unheard of.
And now there's leaking coming out about birthright citizenship. Why do they do this? Why do they leak this out? Well, I'll tell you, there's 2 reasons why they leak this out. You ready? The first reason is because they hope to screw it up. They hope to screw up whatever ruling is going to come down that they might know is going to come down. Second reason is they want national outrage on day one. On the minute that it's out, they want national outrage ready. They've got T-shirts, they've got buses, they've got people on standby. They're ready to flood the Supreme Court region zone, and that's why they leak it. Find the leakers, prosecute them to the highest extent of the law, put them in prison, and let them rot. Tracy says, why did Pete leave? Pete said he had, just like Hannah yesterday, got things they want to focus on in their life, and they can't be obligated to be here daily any longer. I don't know why outside of that. You'd have to ask them. I mean, I don't know if there's another underlying reason, but that's the reason that I got. Okay? Jeremy, Josh Hawley brought up the leak during the hearing in Arctic Frost this morning. I haven't seen that yet. But if you can, I'll actually look that up. I'll look that up. Vitamus says, I haven't watched news shows for 20 years. Then you're probably great. You probably feel great, right? Let's move on to this. I think this is the 2nd year in a row now. Yeah, 2nd year in a row. Cinco de Mayo parade, Eli, in Chicago will be canceled for the 2nd year in a row. Now, I don't care that there's not a Cinco de Mayo parade. I don't care. Do I like Mexican food? Absolutely. Do I like Mexican people? Absolutely. Do I like the Mexican culture? 100%. Do I think it should invade our country and take ours over? No, it should not. Should there be a Mexican Cinco de Mayo parade? I don't care. If we've got a bunch of Mexicans living in a city, great, more power to you. Do you know why they're not having it? Because they're afraid of ICE showing up, Eli, and arresting illegal aliens. You really think you've got that many illegal aliens in your city? Maybe you've got a bigger underlying problem than you think. They're going to cancel it because they're afraid of ICE. Somebody in the chat said, where's the Mexican outrage? Where is the Mexican outrage? Where is it? Eli, can you imagine if somebody said, we're going to cancel Black History Month because we're afraid that too many black people might get hurt? Oh, they'd burn cities down, wouldn't they? This is a big middle finger to the Mexicans, isn't it? From Mayor Johnson here, Brandon Johnson. Isn't this a big middle finger to the Mexican community? I'll tell you what, if I was a Mexican, I would be muy malo. I would not be happy over this. Maybe somebody should do something about it. Maybe the Mexican community ought to rise up and say something about this loser. Because it sounds to me it's just racist. He doesn't want Mexicans on the streets, just in their homes and working in fields and cleaning his clothes and his laundry and all that.
On top of that, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. They could go into Mexican communities. They could go into all these protests and rallies that they've been holding where a bunch of illegals go and start protesting and rallying, but they haven't been doing that.
Nope.
So I don't think they're going to bother Cinco de Mayo.
No, I don't think so either. Mayor Brandon Johnson, why are you racist? Now here, Eli, you're going to love this. Out of all the people in this chat, Eli's going to love it the most. You ready for this? A Jefferson County, Missouri citizen did a citizen's arrest and detained a dangerous illegal alien criminal while catching him breaking into cars and attempting to enter a home. Watch this. This is great. I love this.
Yourself, police are going to be here soon. I don't speak fucking Spanish, big guy. You know what I speak? Breaking into cars and stealing shit. Pendejo? No English. You're lucky you met me today, not 3 years ago. Spanish, bro. Spanish, I know we're in America. Yeah, no problem for you, bro. We speak English here, dude. Not a problem for you.
Talking.
No problem for me either. I got all that. Not a problem for you, bro. Why don't you do yourself a favor and be quiet? What? Watch what? You don't video. It's okay. I know it's okay.
Talking shit to me while I got you held?
Yeah, and then you're gonna, have you ever heard of ICE? Because you're going to be meeting ICE. Nothing ICE. You got an I-5. You got an I-551 What police? You got an I-551 Yeah. Yeah. Take this shit back. Where are you from? Mi mano, ¿cómo estás? Tengo abogado a la verga. How appropriate is it I'm wearing my government? Yeah, it's appropriate. Ese pendejo me agarró a la verga. Yeah, talk that bullshit. Me trae allí a la verga. You want to talk that bullshit when I put you up against the wall?
You don't take things that aren't yours.
You're lucky that was my car. We wouldn't be waiting for the police. We'd be waiting for a fucking ambulance.
I lost my doors all the time.
So do I.
The police,
the police here are coming.
For me.
Oh, yeah, they're coming for you.
Yes, okay, for me, police. Nobody's hurting you. Yes, okay. You're being videoed right by the guy that's holding you. What?
You're being videoed by the guy holding you.
Fuck me? Okay.
You know that much?
Hey, brother, mira what I hope you like the food at ICE. You know ICE?
You know ICE?
Yeah, you're about to get chilled by ICE, big guy. Yes, okay. Nothing problem for you. Keep talking that shit. The people, I don't know. My family is okay. Your family's fine? Yeah, my family is okay. No, not a problem him. Pero, and him? Oh, I don't know. Damn, I bet you weren't expecting me to come out and find all that. My family is okay. Little. I don't know, bro. It's okay.
You fucked with the wrong group of people, dummy.
No problem. You're lucky Mary didn't catch you.
I'd have you bent over a fucking car fucking the ass hard.
Don't. Stay there. I mean, real nice right now.
Now, do you want to know the part that's really going to piss you off about this? Authorities released him days later only for him to assault a woman at a massage parlor. Beat her severely and expose himself. That's the guy, guys. Remember we gave you that? Remember we told you that story the other day? Remember, Eli? I said if I was the guy to catch this guy, he'd be dead. That's him. That's the guy. This is what happened prior to we had his ass. And authorities let him loose. Just to go do that and almost rape that woman.
I'm so utterly disgusted and sick and tired of this shit. I wouldn't have been filming that.
Nope.
When the authorities came to pick up that little asshole, he would have had broken arms and legs. And when they questioned me on that, I'd say, I don't know, I caught him doing stuff. And then he got startled and he tripped and all of his arms and legs broke. You can take them away now.
Yep. No, I wouldn't have been filming that either. I'd have been beating this guy senseless. No, it's okay, bro. You can't do this to me. I'm Spanish, bro. I'm Mexican. The police are coming for me. Now you're going to die. Jefferson County, Missouri, ladies and gentlemen. Jefferson County, Missouri. I'll tell you, man. Ilhan Omar, real quick to end the show, ladies and gentlemen. How come you devalue, or how come you lied about your assets?
Omar, you were just talking about how Trump's economy has failed the American people, but I think the American people really want to know how you went from a negative 65,000 before coming into Congress to over $30 million in just 7 years.
My disclosure is public now.
Yeah, it is. And so a lot of people now are looking into that and finding S. Crew Winery, a winery that doesn't actually seem to exist. Is that a real winery, or?
Do you all actually look at and read things, or do you just ask silly questions?
Well, it's listed in the financial disclosure, so can you explain it? Because we have a lot of questions about it, and things just aren't adding up. There's no real phone number. There's no real location.
Why did you want to buy some wine?
Probably not from you, to be honest. Recently stated that the American people should be afraid of the white man. They should be fearful of the white man.
I never said that.
Yeah.
Oh, you said it. And I'm going to have the video. This video right here that proves, I'm going to have it playing for you.
Be more fearful of white men across our country, because they are actually causing most of the deaths within this country. No, I did not.
I won't be as nice as that great reporter for Mike Lindell. I'm not going to be that nice. I'm actually going to be a lot worse. I'm going to be very, very rude. I will not be cordial. I will not be gentlemanly. I will give this dirty rat everything that she needs to hear. And that's if I run into her. I got to be lucky. It's not like you can just make an appointment with these people. They won't. They just don't. Anyway, that's going to do it for us here at Lfa TV. There are right ways and there are wrong ways, but there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, keep your head up high, because you are a child of God and no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, what I just said. That shows strength and boldness, not weakness, and letting people run all over you. All right? Will Johnson coming up next with Culture Wars. Keep your family, your friends, and your pets close. Keep a smile on your face. And whatever you do, never, ever stop spreading the gospel. We appreciate you guys being here every day. We really do. We also appreciate you clicking that thumbs up and sharing the video. God bless you. Have a great day. And we'll see you tomorrow for Live from America.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Will Johnson, and this is the Culture Wars. Let's go.
Hey, guys, we're back with another amazing deal from every day.
What's up, everybody? I'm not sure what's going on with my intro there, but we'll work it out. What's going on? We have a lot to talk about. We're going to talk about let me go ahead and get it in here really quick. Jeremy didn't bring it up, but I'm going to bring it up right now. The Democrats. We're going to talk about how they are rejecting the United States of America. They're actually in support of Iran over the United States of America. They're actually actively supporting Iran to win this war. They're actively supporting Iran. Now, they'll come out and they'll say, we're not for Iran. Iran is a terrorist organization. They are for Iran. Just because they are a terrorist organization, they want them to beat the United States of America. Why? So they can say, oh, look, President Trump, he should have never started this war. Even though he didn't start the war was there for 47 years. President Trump is the only president with the cojones to actually step up and say enough is enough. But they're upset with President Trump for wanting to stop this war. Why? Because it's about the global agenda. The Democrats want the global agenda to take place because they want the Antichrist to come onto the scene. They want the chaos on the planet. The Democrats are not our fellow Americans. They hate you. They hate us. The Democrats hate everything about the United States of America, especially if it's dealing in reality. They hate everything about it. The Democrats, and I'm going to prove it to you here. I'm going to prove it to you. Because, see, the Democrats have this whole agenda, again, to try to make everybody look like, oh, no, it's not us. It's the Republicans. It's President Trump. Well, let's talk about Chris Murphy. Chris Murphy's all in the news. And I don't know if you can tell here, our great producer Eli created this thumbnail. And the Democrats will say, let's go Iran. Essentially, this is what they're saying. And you can tell this Chris Murphy in his tutu there, cheering on for Iran in the Strait of Hormuz. He's cheering them on because he wants them to win. How do we know that he wants them to win? How do we know? Well, listen to what he has to say here. He's in total support of Iran. And he's not the only one, mind you. There are other Democrats that are in support of Iran beating out the United States of America just so they can say that President Trump should have never started this war. He should have never done this war. He put all these resources into a war, a forever war that we should never have been in the first place. You've heard him say it. They've been saying it repeatedly. They've been saying it. Listen to him here.
Want to bring you greetings as well from a nation that is in crisis.
He's talking about Iran. He want to bring you greetings from a nation that's in crisis, Iran. He's talking about Iran. This is a sitting member of Congress talking about Iran. Listen to him. Listen.
Want to bring you greetings as well from a nation that is in crisis.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to sugarcoat the gravity of what we face right now in the United States. This is the most significant threat to American democracy since the Civil War. Donald Trump in our country is trying to end our democracy. We are not on the verge of a totalitarian takeover. We are in the middle of it. He is trying to seize control of our courts, of our law enforcement, of our media, of our elections. His goal is oligarchic capture.
You hear this? This is exactly what they were doing. You remember when they came up with what they call it, the disinformation board under Joe Biden? And they said that they were only going to combat disinformation. Like they get to determine what disinformation is. These are the same people trying to convince us that a man in a dress is all of a sudden a woman. Pushing the whole trans thing, saying that little boys can be little girls. The same people trying to tell us what disinformation is. Now, you heard him, right? He's all advocating for Iran. And then there's this post that came out. At least 20 Iranian shadow fleet vessels bypassed U.S. blockade. At least 26 of them. Now, this was put out by this guy, Ali Izzeris, if that's how you say it. He put this out here, and it's total propaganda. Straight up lying that 26 vessels got past the U.S. military, the naval. 26 of them, meaning he's saying that the U.S. naval ships, they're all incompetent. They don't know what they're doing. They're out there. They're not even doing their jobs. 26 Iranian ships got past the blockade. Like, look at this. America's not strong, they're weak. Iranian ships got past them. Well, guess how Chris Murphy responded to this? How do you think he responded? Well, let me show you how he responded. He said, awesome. You can see there's the post right down there below. And then what does he say? What he responded right above that, and he says, awesome. This is Chris Murphy. He says, awesome. 26 Iranian ships get past U.S. blockade, and his response, 2.8 million views when I took the screenshot of this morning, 2.8 million views, and his response is awesome. No dot, no exclamation point, not even saying satire, not saying joke, just kidding, none of that, just saying awesome. Let me ask you a question, everybody. Do you think that he's doing satire here? Do you think that he's just, poking fun? Do you think that he's just making a joke? What say you? What say you? Do you think that's what's happening here? Do you think that's the case? That he's just, we're just poking fun here. There's no big deal here, no big issues. Nothing to see here. Do you think that's what's happening here? What do you think? Personally, the very fact that he put this out there and he still didn't, like I said, I just took a screenshot of this right before we came on. Uh-oh. In the Matrix there. I just took a screenshot of this right before we came on. And guess what happened? It's still there. It's still there. 100%. So what did he have to say about this? Because someone was asking him while he's walking around the halls of Congress about this very thing. Asking him the question about him putting that statement out there saying it's awesome. He still hasn't taken it down either.
Twitter's become kind of a cesspool. I probably should give up on sarcasm on Twitter. Obviously, anybody that's seen anything that I have said about Trump's war knows that I think it's bungled, mismanaged, and he should end it as quickly as possible. But sarcasm is not something, I guess, that's allowed on Twitter any longer.
Do you regret the post? Are you planning on taking it down, or are you going to keep it out?
I mean, I guess I just have to be more careful about sarcasm on Twitter.
So he doesn't regret it. He's not taking it down. Nowhere in that post does he say this is sarcasm. Nowhere does he say that he's just kidding, just joking. He says awesome that the Iranian ships got past the U.S. blockade. That's what he said. And he's not taking it down. He's doubling down on it. He's happy that he said that statement. And you know what? The rest of the Democrats, they feel the same way he does. They want President Trump to look bad no matter what it is. And if this is something that they can make President Trump look bad, make President Trump look like he failed at, they're happy to go along with it. This dude actually put awesome. Can you imagine? See, this is what it makes me think about. And I'm not a fan of Alex Jones, but remember Alex Jones when he was mentioning Sandy Hook? This is kind of the same thing, right? Is it not? This dude is a sitting member of Congress and he's rooting for the enemy to kill U.S. personnel. This is exactly what, why do you say awesome? That's not satire. He wasn't kidding. And like I said, he doubled down on, I guess with the 2.8 million views, he was like, nope, I'm not going to change it. Not going to change it. These Democrats, they are not for the American people. They are not for the American people. This is him back in 2022. This is him in 2022. He's asked a question about if the IRGC should be designated, talking about Iran, should they be designated as a terrorist organization? What do you think he had to say? Oh, yes, they should be designated as a terrorist organization. That's what he should be saying, right? But what does he say?
Would you take the Iran's Revolutionary Guard off the terror list in order to get a deal?
Yes.
See, he's willing to take him off the terrorist watch list to get a deal. Oh, yes. We need to take them off anyways. Look, let me play it again. Yes, we need to take them off the terrorist watch list because they are our allies, meaning the Democrats.
Would you take the Iran's Revolutionary Guard off the terror list in order to get a deal?
Yes. I mean, the practical impact of designating them as a foreign terrorist organization is inconsequential. We have dozens of other terrorist designations on the IRGC that would remain.
So he wants to take them off the terrorist watch list. You heard him right there. He doesn't think that they should be on it, that they shouldn't remain on it. He wants to remove them from it because if you ask me, this dude is 100% in support of the regime. He's 100% in support of Iran. He's not for the United States of America. And he's not even hiding it. They're not even shy about it. And of course, just today, he's talking a different tune, but the only tune that he's talking differently today is how to get Trump. They've all known that this has been a major issue since Carter. Every last one of them. This has been a major issue since Jimmy Carter, and not a single one of them want to act like, oh, well, yep, you know what? They should have addressed the issue back then. None of them addressed the issue. None of them thought that they should have addressed the issue. They all just kicked the can down the road, saying that, well, we'll just push it down. And as I've mentioned multiple times, the only reason why they were kicking the can down the road is because they wanted Iran to set off a nuke. That's the only reason why. They wanted Iran to set off a nuke. And if they could have gotten Iran to set off that nuke, then, especially, before now, they would have been happy with it. They would have been okay. Like, go ahead. Yep, let's shut it down. Shut it down. But no, they wanted them to continue with it. They were looking forward to it. Let me show you another example of how these Democrats are in full support of Iran and not the United States of America. Now, I showed you the video just yesterday or day before yesterday where John Fetterman was talking about the Democrats, how they're essentially in support of Iran, and he's been for Epic Fury since it began. He was there with it every step of the way because he's John Fetterman, out of all of them, he's the only one that understands. Now, they'll come out, as I mentioned, and try to say that, yes, Iran, they're the number one sponsor of terrorism, state terrorism throughout the world. They're the number one. But we shouldn't be taking them out because they want them to be the terrorist organization on the planet. It's almost like, put it this way. When Jesus returns, the Democrats are going to say, you can't get rid of the devil. You can't get rid of Satan. You can't get rid of his demons. The Democrats will actually advocate for Satan and the demons. This is essentially what they're doing right now today. It's just we're talking about demons walking around in flesh. Come on, people. Y'all see the same thing I'm seeing. You see the same thing I'm seeing. This is no secret about these people, these evil people. Listen to them.
I spoke with Senator John Fetterman here late last week, and he accused some members of your party of cheering on Iran. Do you think that's happening?
No, I mean, I think
you see,
what we're hearing from our constituents when we go back is that they don't.
You hear him chuckling? No, that's not actually it. That's not actually it. You hear him? Because that's exactly what they're doing. Now listen to what he says. He's nothing but a typical Democrat.
Don't want another bloody, endless, costly war. And 300,000 people in Illinois are going to lose their access to food on an ongoing basis, SNAP benefits. About 500,000 are going to pay twice as much for health care benefits. This war is costing $1 billion a day. So we could have taken care of our own people. This is a president who always said America first. So no one's cheering on Iran. We're cheering against a president who's doing something that's illegal. It's costly. We've already lost service members. It's wreaking havoc in our economy. It threatens us in the homeland with terrorist attacks. So this isn't, I think it's patriotic to cheer for peace and to cheer for common sense and to cheer for diplomacy. Because again, after all, if he hadn't gotten rid of JCPOA, the regime was not moving forward with the movement toward a nuclear weapon. So the president can say whatever he wants. The reality, I think the American people understand.
They constantly say that Iran was never a threat. There was never anything to show how Iran was trying to destroy America. Iran was not trying to get a nuke. They were trying to get nuclear power so they can power the lights for the people in Iran. For 47 years, they've been trying to turn the lights on. For 47 years. You know, every time we look at a lot of images from Iran, we see like desert and the dirt huts and stuff like that. But they have some cities. They do. But they could actually have more. But instead of them spending the money on the people and have paved streets and street lights, guess what they want to do? They want to have nuke. Why? Because the majority of these people in Iran, not all of them, there's a great majority, believe that death is sweeter than honey. They believe that dying is the ultimate prize. Dying is what they're looking for. Dying is what they want. They don't want anything else other than to die. So they look forward to it. So when people die in Iran and then they all act like they're all butthurt about it, and I'm like, I'm a little confused. Don't you say that they're all happy when they die? They're about to kill some women. And if they're virgins, they're going to rape them first to make sure, just to make sure they don't go to heaven. I talked about this just yesterday. They believe that, hey, if the woman doesn't wear the hijab, right, cover her hair, then they say, oh, you violated our Sharia law. They raped you, and then they end up killing people. They go out of their way to do the extra killing. They know exactly what they're doing. They do it on purpose. They do it on purpose. And you know what? This is one thing that I've been screaming. I've said, I brought up here multiple times how the Democrats are not our fellow Americans and how every single person should remember this November, how the Democrats refuse to stand for the American people. Here's an audio clip. It's a video, but you're not going to see the guy talking. The guy that's talking to the Democrat is behind the podium there, is telling him how he feels after watching the State of the Union. Regardless if you dislike President Trump, regardless if you're suffering from TDS, regardless if you just can't stand President Trump and you're trying to plot to assassinate him, when it comes to the American people, you should stand for the American people and not the illegals, not the terrorists that's coming into the country. But the Democrats showed their hands. Me personally, and I hope and I pray, like today, right now, they're trying to do the redistricting in Virginia, right? I'm hoping and praying that the people in Virginia do not fall for the trap of the Democrats. I'm praying that they don't fall for it. We're going to see. We're going to see. I hope they remember what the Democrats have been doing. Listen to this.
I used to be a lifelong centrist up until especially last year and this year, when none of the Democrats, including you, could stand up for American citizens being honored at the State of the Union address, nor could you stand up for the American citizens over illegal aliens, which proved to me that the Democrats do not actually care about the United States Americans. You don't. So congratulations on making me never vote Democrat again.
Congratulations on making me never voting Democrat again. Congratulations. Congratulations. Me personally, I learned this when I was in California, never to vote for a Democrat. I don't even care how fork tongue talking nice they sound, like Pete Buttigieg, right? Because he comes and he talks real soft and talks, like he's for the people, and he's talking like he's real understanding. Dude is a viper. He's a charlatan. He's from the pits of hell. That dude got images of him with fake breasts on feeding a child. How disgusting can you be? Talking about pedophilia. He's 100% for pedophilia. No grown man. I mean, really? Really? Well, Will Johnson, some grown men, straight men, they put on their breasts and feed the child. No, you get a bottle. Put a bottle in the baby's mouth. Grown man putting on fake breasts. That's idiotic. I don't care how much they try to say, well, Will Johnson, it's a safe thing to do. What? The Democrats have demonstrated and they show us constantly how much they hate us. Why are people still voting for them? Can y'all tell me? Can y'all tell me? Why are people still voting for them? Please, someone explain it to me. Am I to believe that there's that many ignorant people in the United States of America? Now, I know we got a whole bunch of lunatic liberals. I know we have a whole bunch of them. But do we have that many? I mean, are these people, or do they know that the Democrat Party itself as a whole is evil and wicked? Do they know this? First, do they know this? And they just suffer from the TDS so bad that they just like, you know what? I don't care. They don't care. The TDS is so bad. That they could care less if anybody knows. Is that what it is? Is that what it is? And those balloons are for Razmi. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So sick of what TDS has done. You know what? Me too. Me too. And it's at the point now to where they're embracing the TDS. They love the TDS. They're so happy that they're suffering from TDS because it just confirms their hatred, not only for President Donald J. Trump, but for the United States of America. So they don't have any issues about having TDS. They're actually embracing the fact that they have TDS. They're actually embracing it. They're okay with having the TDS, and the TDS is something, hey, if the TDS means that I hate Trump, then let it be so. What's the name, guys? James Carville? He's so happy he's suffering from TDS. He said he wants more TDS. That's how bad it is with these evil people. But to get back to Iran, I want to show y'all Hakeem Joffrey's his stance on Iran. And again, they're against President Trump. They're against America, but they're in support of Iran. If President Trump is doing what he has to do to stop Iran from setting off a nuke, they're the bullies on the planet. It's no secret. Why are we they've been this way for many years, 47 years, deaf to America. None of the Democrats utter those, they don't say it, that it's a problem that Iran said deaf to America. You know why they don't say it's a problem for Iran to say deaf to America? Because they feel the same way. If they can't have the control and the power that they're looking forward to, they're willing to burn the nation down to the ground. If the Democrats have it in their mind that if we can't have it, we can't control it, then no one can have it. That's their mindset. Listen to what he has to say about this. Someone's going to ask him a question. Listen to this.
There was no intelligence to suggest that Iran presented an imminent threat to the national security interests of the United States of America.
So after 47 years, there's been no threat. There's been nothing, not a zero zip after 47 years. So you mean to tell me, so what were the other presidents talking about? Were they just saying something to be saying something?
There was no plan of action as it relates to Donald Trump plunging us into this reckless war of choice. No clear objectives, certainly no exit strategy, and that's why there's no public support. The American people have seen an administration that plunged us into this war. They're spending billions and billions of dollars to drop bombs in the Middle East in this reckless war of choice. And apparently this administration didn't even anticipate that one of the things Iran would do right out of the gate was to close the Strait of Hormuz, sending oil prices and gasoline prices in this country and across the world skyrocketing. And the administration was clueless about it. And so the American people have no faith in the ability of the Trump administration to successfully prosecute this war. Why is Pete Hegseth still around? He should have never even been elevated to this position. He's the most unqualified Secretary of Defense in American history, and we're seeing it all play out right now in real time. And so we're going to continue to push for Congress, the House and the Senate, to successfully move a war powers resolution to end this reckless and costly war of choice before more money is wasted and more lives, most importantly, are lost.
At what point did the Democrats start caring about lies? They don't even care about black lives. And they had the whole thing with Black Lives Matter. If they cared about black lives, they wouldn't be trying to kill the black baby in the womb like they do. If they care about lives, they would have been making sure that all these children coming across the southern border were not getting brutalized with rape and murder. If they were so concerned about saving lives, they would make sure that the illegals in the United States of America taking the lives of other Americans would not be here. They would be supporting President Trump and removing that criminal element. At what point do they actually care about lives? This is him gaslighting and straight up lying through his teeth. And you know what? Thank you so much for the comment. It says, Will, I hate it when the Democrats, and thank you so much for putting the N in there. I hate it when the Democrats say most of Americans understand. They have no idea what most Americans understand. You know what? I'm so with you on that. The Democrats act like they know what we want, like they understand us. They don't understand jack diddly. The Democrats use everything to their advantage. They weaponize everything. They believe in weaponizing everything under the sun for their own sinister means. Every bit of it. Every bit of it. Let me show you one of the biggest lunatic Democrat liberals on Capitol Hill. One of the biggest. I mean, the colossal, large, out of this world. Right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age, and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research. But it's Fatty 15, and in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is a storm in our nation. There is darkness and wind. People are getting hurt. What we need is not from on high. We need foot soldiers of our democracy who in times of trial are willing to stand up. Will you stand for our democracy? Will you stand to get out the vote? Will you stand for our children? Will you stand up for our elders? And will you stand together, unified, strong, be the hope that people need? We are Democrats. It's time for a new deal. It's time to redeem the dream of America.
You see, any other time they're not telling anybody to stand. The only reason why he's saying this because how bad they looked after the State of the Union and how so many other people are being reminded that the Democrats do not stand for the American people. And he's telling people to stand for the illegals. He can't even stand for the American people. None of them will stand for the American people. Not a single one of them. And he's talking about stand for the elderly. Really? If the Democrats get what they want come this November, in the near future, not immediately, I don't think, and this is me speculating based on, the stuff that I've seen, in the near future, at some point, they're going to adopt what they've done in Canada, what they've done in Nazi Germany. What is that? By eliminating and killing the elderly. COVID was part of their agenda. They wanted to eliminate the elderly people. So they want to make sure old people end up in the hospital on the respirator. So then that way they could just kill them. They were killing in New York alone. Here's another prime example of this. In New York alone, what was it? Como. He took all those elderly people, put them in a retirement home just to kill them. They were killing the elderly all over the planet as much as possible. Why? Because they don't want older people here to tell the younger people how the world was. They want to change history. This is so evil at such a high scale, at such a high level. I mean, it really is. It's the biggest move on evilness in the history of the world. Because this evilness is not just happening here in the United States of America. It's happening worldwide. The propaganda is at a level so high that most people have never even seen it like this before. The propaganda is so big right now that most people don't even think about the propaganda being propaganda. People are being deceived at such a level, at such a scale on the planet. And I believe, and I bring it up just about every time, a lot here more lately. People are being deceived on such a scale that I believe that is setting it up for the Antichrist. It's setting it up for the Antichrist. Yesterday, when I did Hannah's show, I actually talked about Candace Owens. I talked about Candace Owens briefly, in the beginning of the show. Candace Owens is one of those that's been turned over to a reprobate mind. I was watching this other young lady, who's a black female, talking about Candace Owens, how Candace Owens has this evil spirit that has a hold on her. And Candace Owens is constantly lying about everything. I want to share something else with you that I saw with Candace Owens. Here's like a latest crackpot deal on her. And I'm not going to go down a whole laundry list on her stupidity. And it's really disgusting. It's really sad. But she's so angry because she can't pick up the phone call and have a direct phone call with President Trump, or a direct phone call with J.D. Vance, or a direct phone call with anybody in President Trump's cabinet. And she's not a part of President Trump's cabinet. She's bitter, and that spirit has a hold of her.
And I will say this, Hillary Clinton.
But Hillary Clinton, you hear this? Hillary Clinton. Now, this is the confirmation completely for all of you that's sitting on the edge about this woman here, Candace Owens, is what she says about Hillary Clinton. Have you seen this? Have you heard it? Listen to what she says about Hillary Rotten Clinton. We all know Clinton. You don't cross the Clintons, you possibly end up in a body bag. So you don't say anything against the Clintons. Nothing at all. What does she say about Hillary Clinton? Watch this.
And I will say this, Hillary Clinton was smart. She wasn't playing the part. Would she have totally made Bill step aside? 100%, 1000%. Who knows what it was, their relationship, as Elizabeth Lane said, nobody's ever accused him of being in love. She was highly ambitious, but she is highly intelligent. She is infinitely more intelligent than Bill. Okay. She knows policy. She knows what she's doing. She is, in fact, if we're talking about just based on intellect and experience, she would be qualified to hold a position in cabinet as she did. That's not crazy. That's not her just being given a crown. Hillary Clinton worked hard in her life, right? No one ever accused Hillary Clinton of being stupid, is my point. We are getting something entirely different with Erica.
Wow. I mean, she has such an infatuation with Erica Kirk. It's unbelievable. Move on. Move on. But she can't. It's almost she's so jealous of Erica Kirk. Jealousy has set in with her. Are y'all in agreement with me that she just fell off the deep end? Is she? Yeah, is she just Cocoa for Cocoa Puffs? Is she Cocoa for Cocoa Puffs? I mean, really, she's evil. She's fallen off. Have you noticed the evil people become ugly really fast? Yeah. It's like, that demonic spirit is basically just taking over her flesh, and she just start declining. It's almost like instead of being on physical crack or meth, the spirit is deteriorating her body, is eating her alive. Let me see. She was no saint before, but a lot worse now. Candace, yeah, she actually does. She doxes people as well. She sure does. She would dox people as well. And she's doing it to hurt people because she doesn't want anyone speaking out against her. She wants the lies that she's telling everybody to be factual. Just like this other wicked witch. Here's another one. Another wicked witch that is lying through her teeth. And let me ask y'all a question. Does she have it all together? Would you call her a, well-rounded person? Someone who doesn't, that knows exactly what the game is and what to do on her A game? Her and Joe Biden were the dumbest people ever to occupy the presidency and the VP. The dumbest. I thought George W. Bush. I didn't care for Bush. And see, at one point, a lot of people like, oh, you can't talk about Bush. You can't talk about Bush. You know, can't talk about Bush. I thought Bush was the dumbest person to ever be in the White House. And then came Joe Biden. Joe Biden made Bush look like he's a genius. And I still don't care for Bush. And even though I did vote for Bush. I'm letting y'all know now I did vote for Bush. I don't care for Bush, especially now, because he's going against our president. He goes against the United States of America. But this woman here, along with Joe Biden, the dumbest people to ever occupy those positions.
We are dealing with the most corrupt, callous, and incompetent presidential administration in the history of the United States. Period.
Period. Really? And you hear all the stupid people in the audience just clapping their hands. This is the only thing that's different that she said from all the other word salad. I guess because it's something new that's tickling their ears. They're like, oh, yes, it's so great. So great. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Because they haven't heard her say this before. Here's another idiot. Straight up another one.
Well, first of all, Democrats.
Correction. Democrats. Talking about lying. People, listen to this lie. This is probably going to make your blood boil just a little bit.
Do not play politics the way Republicans do. The difference between the parties, Joy. They do not. They do not.
Please.
Democrats play by the Marquis de Queensberry rules. I think they do not. They're not rule breakers. What's been fun?
You're trying to tell me
they're not.
If the Democrats take the Senate,
I would hope they would.
2027.
I hope
in 2027, and Alito retires, and Trump names a Supreme Court justice, that the Democrats are going to have hearings and actually confirm him?
I think they would.
Or her?
Because they don't
Not a chance.
I don't think that they play like, can you imagine Chuck Schumer doing any of the things Mitch McConnell did? Of course not. They couldn't even hold out on a government shutdown because 8 of them turned tail and gave in. Democrats capitulate and they try to play by the rules. Republicans don't care about the rules. They rewrite the rules.
Oh my goodness. Have you ever known for Democrats to play by the rules? Have you ever known for that to happen? Democrats, she just straight up said that Democrats are the ones that play by the rules. Republicans don't play by the rules. Really? I'm like, at first I was like, this can't be real. But, you know, it is Unjoyful Reed. Unjoyful Reed, such a nasty woman. Yeah, it's real coming out her pie hole. The Democrats she's saying that the Democrats are the ones that play by the rules, when the Democrats are the ones that's constantly been trying to change the rules. The Democrats are trying to change what it is to be a little girl. The Democrats want to change our sovereignty to the United States of America to just open borders. The Democrats want to change what it is to be a criminal. They let the criminals back out onto the streets of America. Jeremy was just talking about illegal aliens showing up, trying to steal some stuff out of someone's vehicle. And then guess what? They let the cops, because of the Democrats, right back out on the street. Then it goes out there and assault the woman. And they say that the Republicans don't play by the rules. This is the type of stuff you can't make up. You can't make it up. In other news, you have Kash Patel. Kash Patel in the news, and they're trying to say that Kash Patel is just a drunk. I don't know what Kash Patel does when he goes home. Maybe he does have a beer. I don't care. Now, if he shows up to work and he's on camera and he's intoxicated, then there's a major problem. I think we will all agree to that. There's nothing wrong with having a little bit of wine. Even the Bible tells us, have a little wine. Don't get drunk. That's when the problems kick in. But it's okay to have a little. Just a little. Nothing wrong with it. But now they're saying that he should be removed because they put out a fake story, which I believe to be fake, that Kash Patel is just constantly getting drunk, and they're using this off of the Olympics when he was at the Olympics celebrating, and they're popping open beers and a beer flying around, and Kash Patel drinking one. Okay. Have you never been to a celebration? I guess these people on New Year's Eve, they don't ever down a beer. They don't drink on New Year's Eve. God forbid Kash Patel come New Year's, he wants to drink a beer and someone takes a picture of him. Oh my goodness, he's drinking a beer. When these people on the left, they encourage people to shoot up heroin. They actually set up heroin shops in San Francisco so people can go into the heroin shop and shoot up, even though heroin is illegal. But the state and the city set up heroin shops. So guess what? The drug dealers selling it to them, and they said, well, we need them to shoot up the heroin in a safe space, even though it's against the law, even just to possess it. But these Democrats are upset with Kash Patel because he might have had a beer. And now they're all trying to say that he's constantly getting drunk. He's constantly getting drunk, and he needs to be removed from his position. This is the only reason why they're constantly saying this now. Only reason why.
Congressman, real quick, is Kash Patel's sobriety a national security threat at this point?
Absolutely.
Sobriety or lack thereof?
Absolutely. I mean, I think we saw, after, what was it, the men's Olympics hockey championships, the fact that this is a guy that is, hurling bottles of beer in his face, up in the air. This is a person. It's not
the championship.
It's a person that is easily manipulated.
Really?
If he's conducting himself in this compromised way in public, especially in a position like the FBI, when you are acting crazy, you are creating opportunities for blackmail and compromise on any maligned actor.
She's trying. Let's get her to ask about, the conflict in Thailand. Let's get her to talk about that. Let's get her to talk about that. See what she says. What should the United States of America do? She doesn't have a clue what she's talking about. She's talking out the side of her neck, and they're doing this because they want to get rid of Kash Patel. That's the only reason why that's the only reason why she's bringing it up. Because we can use this to try to convince people that Kash Patel should go away, and they want to apply pressure to the Republicans that's supporting him. I think this is the one with Hakeem Joffrey's talking about it.
And we're urging everyone to vote yes.
No, sorry, not this one here.
Is Kash Patel's sobriety or lack thereof a national security threat?
Kash Patel is deeply unqualified, deeply unserious, and his behavior is deeply un-American.
Really? Really? I mean, have you never been to a celebration? Have you never been to a party? In America, we like to celebrate our victories. When we win, and even sometimes when we lose, we still celebrate. Say, you know what, we'll do better next time. We'll celebrate it for us trying. We don't get trophies, but we still say, you know what, we put our all into it. What is he doing un-American?
And he should no longer be the FBI director. That shouldn't surprise anyone that I hold that view, because he never should have been confirmed to begin with.
That's what it is. That's it right there. So he should have never been confirmed to begin with. That's what they're upset about. Saying that he should have never been confirmed. They're going after every single person in President Trump's cabinet. Every single person. Now, I wish with this deliberate attacks on Kash Patel, he needs to go ahead and start arresting some of these people. I mean, really. See, in the Democrats' mind, they believe because they got rid of Kristi Noem, she's gone. Can we be real about this? And it's applied pressure the Democrats are putting. And then now Pam Bondi's gone. Applied pressure. And it's not only that, because we weren't happy with Pam Bondi. Kash Patel still really hasn't arrested anybody that I can tell. These criminals still walking free. But I'm hoping that he's going to be like, you know what? They're going to get me next, the same way they got the other ones. Unless I start arresting these people. Arrest them. Apply the pressure. Why is he not?
How many days before we invaded Iran did you know we were going to launch an invasion?
We can get into those details in a classified setting, but I work with my colleagues across the spectrum here to give me advance warning so that we can reinforce.
Was it 2 days, 3 days, a month?
It was sometime before that, sir.
Sometime before that. So you had done.
And see, the whole point of this is try to say that Kash Patel is holding back information or he's not in the loop. They're trying to create strife between him and President Trump. So then that way he'll just come to the side of the dark side and start working with the Democrats. They would be happy if Kash Patel was just leaking information.
With that knowledge, why did you fire at least a dozen agents in Counterintelligence Unit 12 that specializes in Iran counterintelligence, which makes us much less secure and safe with this war going on from Iranian attacks potentially against our country?
As I said earlier, Congressman, I don't work on timelines when these terminations occur. There are internal investigations conducted by the careers at the FBI that highlight unethical or inappropriate conduct, and it's up to me to make the decision. But our Iran Threats Mission Center has never been more resourced, as I've highlighted a 43% increase in counter-espionage arrests from Iran alone and 360 ongoing terrorism investigations with Iran-affiliated
And the people you fired, those 12 people, they were experts on Iran, were they not?
I don't believe so.
They worked in counterintelligence, did they not?
I'm taking you at your word, sir. I'm not familiar with every
You're the
single
chief
word.
director. I'm not. You should know the answer. You fired the people. Where did they work?
People were terminated for violating their ethical obligations and the high standards.
Was
that
the
we
ethical
have.
violations that they dealt with the case of the classified documents that were found at the bathroom in Mar-a-Lago, was that the ethical issue?
As I said earlier, all those matters are pending litigation, so I'm not going to comment on them.
Wait a minute. Was he seriously talking about something in the bathroom because documents in the bathroom or whatever at Mar-a-Lago, but they don't ever bring up the cocaine that was at the White House with Joe Biden? Hello? What did the FBI do on that? Did they ever complete the investigation on the cocaine at the White House? Hello? Cocaine. We're talking about a foreign substance showing up at the White House. Anything? Anything at all? Anything at all? Nope. Nothing. Nada. Zero. Zip.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
And they're going to have this whole thing where the free press shows up and they have the corresponding dinner. But isn't it the Democrats in California that's trying to do the Nick Shirley bill to make sure that free speech is squashed, meaning freedom of the press? Isn't that the same Democrats? You notice they say nothing about that. No reporting on it, acting like it never even happened. Wow. This is the very reason why you cannot trust these Democrats. You can't trust them. Can't believe anything that they tell you. And they're trying to act like President Trump is the one trying to take away free speech. They took President Trump off of all the social media platforms to try to silence the man. And they're saying that they're advocating for free speech. Are you kidding me? Like they think we forgot about all of that. I know some people, we have our daily lives, and some people, oh yeah, they did do that to President Trump. They did it to silence him. That's the only reason why President Trump had to create Truth Social, so that way he could post something and they can't take it down ever. Ever. So they get upset talking about President Trump is taking away free speech because of freedom of the press. These people lie. They push out the propaganda, and their reign of pushing propaganda onto the American people needs to come to an end. I know you're sick of it. I'm sick of it. We're all sick of it. They have nothing of value for the American people. I remember when I was a kid, when they used to talk about different news reports, it was all about telling what happened, not adding all of this other stupidity. But that's what the Democrats are all about, adding chaos, because they want people to believe something else. Wow. Thank you for gifting me for the subscription. God bless you. Thank you so much. God bless you. I guess that deserves balloons, right? Right? For you. All right, everybody, that's it for me. Kevin is coming up next right here on Lfa TV. See you tomorrow. God bless everybody. Stay strong.
Good afternoon, everybody. What's happening, everybody? Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you so much for tuning into Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you guys today. We got a big vote going on today in Virginia. All signs appear that they will get to redistrict, unfortunately, with the poly market odds being upwards of 80%. Not great stuff for the impending House majority, but things did get a little bit better about an hour ago with a Florida Democrat resigning on the heels of what looked like it was going to be an expulsion vote. Pretty wild stuff. Pretty wild. So I don't know if we've ever had this many members of Congress resign or leave or bounce out from their particular posts this quickly. I mean, it's been 3 in, a week? Pretty wild stuff. I guess that's what happens when you know you're about to get caught doing the thing that you know that you did. We'll get into all of that and what's happening there. Also, what else we got? Oh, wild story. Obviously, I showed you guys last week. Savannah Hernandez being assaulted outside of the Whipple ICE detainment facility in Minnesota. Well, the ogre that assaulted her is now coming out and claiming he is actually the victim because he got some mean phone calls or something, which he should get because he's an asshole. Pretty wild stuff. Also, some big scenes from the Hill today with the new Federal Reserve Chairman testifying in front of Congress. Chief Pocahontas made a real ass out of herself. We'll get into all that. And James O'Keefe just dropped another banger. Apparently now we have nuclear scientists who are, discussing America's nuclear secrets in order to get laid. We are a far cry from the Manhattan Project. That I can tell you. Before we get started, guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button, hit the like button, hit the share button, wherever it is you may be watching from. Also, I've been putting in the chat, if you guys wouldn't mind doing me a favor, there's a very interesting article here about renewable energy. If you guys want to click that link in the chat, it really does help me out. It really does help me out. If you guys wouldn't mind, just click that link and give the article a read. It really does help the big guy out right here. It's in all of the chats. Let's pop the live chat up onto the screen today as markets continue to hold relatively steady here on the cusp of who the hell knows what's going to happen in Iran. Apparently, J.D. Vance was set to head to Pakistan for another round of negotiations. That seems to have been called off. So we'll see what all comes of that. We got about 24 hours left in the ceasefire deadline. As I've said, I don't believe that President Trump wants to continue this thing. I think he found his off-ramp, and he would much rather gladly take it than restart this whole thing. But we'll see what happens. We shall see what happens. Also, we're monitoring. RFK is testifying on the Hill right now in front of the HHS committee. I will say that I had to listen to a conversation between Susan Collins and Bobby Kennedy. So just so you're aware, my ears really hurt right now. I don't want to be rude, but they're kind of tough to listen to. How's everybody doing today? Let me know where it is you may be watching from. So the breaking news at this hour is Democratic Rep. Sheila McCormick has resigned from Congress ahead of the impending expulsion. Pretty wild stuff. The Democratic rep has resigned from Congress as she's been accused of stealing FEMA funds and funneling them to her political campaign. An expulsion vote was set to take place to remove her from Congress. She wrote, "This is not a fair process." Of course, it's not fair when it's happening to you. The Ethics Committee refused my new lawyer's request to a reasonable time to prepare my defense by going forward with this process while a criminal indictment is pending. The committee prevented me from defending myself. I will not stand by and pretend this is anything other than a witch hunt. I simply cannot stand by and allow due process rights to be trampled on and my good name to be, you don't have a good name, hun, to be tarnished. Rather than play these political games, I choose to step away. Yeah, you're so innocent that you're stepping away. Most people don't step away when they've done nothing wrong. Most people don't do that. Here was the breaking news. Well, do I have it? Oh, where the hell is it? Thought I had it. Never mind. No, there's no video clip for that. So, Republicans go up one in the House vote right now. Currently, there's an expulsion vote not underway, but in the works for Corey Mills. Bunch of different allegations. I know Congressman Mills, and I don't know if they're true, if they're not true. I guess we shall see. I know the ethics committee is looking into him. We'll see what all comes of that. But right now, Republicans seem to be picking up at least one seat in the House of Representatives, with the 20th congressional district now being vacant. Moonlight Orchard, watching on X. How are you? Thank you so much for tuning in live. Do me a favor and hit that repost button. Giddy up, let's go. So, you guys see the headline of the show today. Big vote today in Virginia. Check this out.
In Virginia, we at Fox spoke with voters across the Commonwealth, and they tell us they are split over this decision to redraw.
I think it's extremely disgusting. Spanberger's campaigned as a moderate. She's ruling as a extreme left wing.
We vote yes so we can keep the balance of power because of what Texas is doing. They're redistricting so they can have more pro-Trump seats. And I don't necessarily want an anti-Trump seat, but I want someone who's going to balance it out.
You may not be able to tell from looking at it behind me, but there was a steady stream of people coming in, likely before they headed to work this morning. But already, Bill, a lot of people voted early in Virginia, more than 1.3 million ballots cast just before Election Day. Bill.
Yep, a lot of interest in this one. Virginia, of course, a purple state, so it's going to be very interesting to see how this shakes out today. Mark Meredith, live in Virginia. Mark, thank you.
Love that plug, Bill. That was great. Matt Whitlock is a former senior advisor to the Republican National Senatorial Committee, a good friend and the host of 10-Minute Drill, a must-listen-to podcast. Because one of the things you've been warning people about this for a while on that podcast. Do you think Republicans were a little too late getting to this?
I would have liked to see some earlier engagement, particularly on the financial side, but I also understand why national Republicans wanted to sort of stay out of this to keep that conversation from getting nationalized, because the only Democrat attack really here has been we need to take away power from President Trump. And so, yes, I would have liked to see earlier engagement, but we have seen great enthusiasm from Republicans in the early voting, looking about 3% more red than we saw in November of 2025. So there is a very real path here. And the two things that I'm watching most closely for that path are obviously those red counties who are looking at these maps and saying, wait a second, I live next to West Virginia and I'm going to be represented by some radical in Arlington who's probably an NGO consultant. But the other thing is those Spanberger voters who believed her when she said she was running as a moderate, focused on affordability, got into office and is governing as a radical who wants to raise taxes on your dog groomer, and saying, wait a sec, that's not what I voted for, and I don't necessarily want to reward that bad behavior by giving Democrats more power with this insane map.
Okay, President Trump did talk about this and...
All right, first off, I don't know where that guy is getting that last bit, that Democrats are doing something to curb their power. They've never done that before. I can't imagine why they would do it again, but we're seeing good numbers in the early vote. Obviously, if you are in the state of Virginia or you know someone in the state of Virginia, make sure you get them out and have them vote no on this preposterous policy. This has national implications. This is not one of those things that, oh, it's happening in Virginia. Oh, it's a blue state. Let's all sit back and laugh from the corner. This is something that could have far-reaching impacts for the House majority moving forward. So go through your phones, text your friends. Anyone you know who's living in Virginia, tell them to get off the couch and get out and go and vote. it's incredibly important that we win this one. Obviously, President Trump and House Republicans were very, very much banking on Texas's ability to redistrict. We saw a little bit of redistricting be done in other states. We saw the Indiana House of Delegates choose not to redistrict because I don't know why. But with Virginia moving these 3 seats, it's going to have huge impact. So you need to get up off the couch and you need to make sure you are getting out there and voting. Because if not, I mean, look, it's just going to be rampant impeachment after impeachment. It's going to be investigation after investigation. It's going to be crap after crap and nothing. I mean, don't get me wrong. Nothing's being done in Congress right now to begin with. But it's going to get exceedingly worse. I got to tell you, on some level, I'm really starting to feel bad for Senate Majority Leader John Thune, because it has got to be exhausting going to work all day and doing nothing. Doing nothing. I mean, he's going to get tired of it eventually, one would assume. You would think if you're going to spend all day in a building, you might, attempt to get something done. But no, not Speaker John Thune. No. Why would he do that? Why would he begin passing any of the bills? And as we showed you yesterday on the show, people are ready to, they're not sitting by anymore. They're not waiting. Scott Pressel said he plans to go and primary some of these Republicans who refuse to do anything about the filibuster, refuse to do anything about the Save America Act. And thank God that they are, because we're not getting much love from the majorities that we gave them in Congress and in the Senate. I'm trying not to be the burn it all down guy, but guys like John Thune are making this incredibly challenging for me. Incredibly challenging for me to not say, all right, to hell with it, let's just all start over. Because what are we getting? We're still getting people like Elizabeth Warren going out there and making a complete ass out of herself today as she was questioning the potential new Federal Reserve chair. Now, look, Democrats have routinely and repeatedly accused Donald Trump of attempting to politicize the Federal Reserve. He's politicizing the Federal Reserve. And Elizabeth Warren spent the majority of her time today chastising Kevin Hirsch about politics, saying that Donald Trump wanted to politicize things, that he wouldn't nominate somebody who didn't promise to cut interest rates, despite the fact that interest rates should be cut right now. And then she spent the last minute of her time, because, it's very dangerous to politicize the Federal Reserve. You should not do that. Asking him political questions. That's right.
And your courage. We'll start easy. Mr. Warsh, did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election?
We try to keep politics, if I'm confirmed, out of the Federal
I'm just
Reserve.
asking you a factual question. I need to know, I need to measure your independence and your courage.
Senator, I believe that this body certified that election many years ago.
That's not the question I'm asking. I'm asking, did Donald Trump lose in 2020?
I'm suggesting you in 2020, the Fed made a huge inflation problem, and you certified the election.
So let me ask you another question.
Out of monetary policy.
In our meeting, you said you would be independent.
That's a real shame. Poor Liz. Of course.
And your courage.
Where is it? Where's the part where she looks up?
Did Donald Trump lose the 2020?
I guess that's what it looks like when it's a little bit more than a fart. Also, Liz, what's going on with the collar? What's going on with the collar there? Are you trying to be a greaser? Not really sure how that's working. But a new Federal Reserve chair would actually do a very good job. Jerome Powell, obviously on his way out at the end of a 10-year term, but it would be nice to see somebody with a different vision for what the Federal Reserve is doing, what it ought to do, than what it's currently happening right now. And I am unsure of whether or not he will be confirmed. It looks like Tom Tillis is a no vote, just like he seems to want to vote no on almost everything. I don't really know why. Maybe it's because he's got one foot out the door and doesn't really care about the America First agenda moving forward, just like many of the members of Congress right now, which of course is a shame, because a lower federal interest rate would really do wonders for the economy. Not only would it spur the markets, which are holding fairly steady right now, it's sort of been up, sort of been down all day long, but it would actually give some people a crazy ability to it would give people the ability to, maybe consider thinking about possibly purchasing a home sometime before the age of 50. We'll see if that happens. And President Trump spoke on that earlier today.
I want Kevin. I think Kevin's great. He's central casting in a true sense. Okay, I think he's going to do a great job. Yeah, if there's time for, I've been in favor of interest rate rises to stop inflation. I think it sort of is effective. But there's one thing, and nobody ever talks about it but me, unfortunately. So I'm sure it's not correct, but I think it is. We should have the lowest interest rate in the world. When I was a young guy growing up, we always had the lowest interest rate worldwide. We always did. And then 15 years ago, 20 years ago, it started where Switzerland and other people had lower rates than us. And
yes, having lower rates than us would certainly help things out. There was a long time in this country when many of you purchased homes that money was basically free. Of course, that's a little economics term where money is free, where you can basically, for anybody who's locked in a 3% mortgage, or a 2.8% mortgage, that's what I mean when I say that money is virtually free. I know every time I bring up the fact that it is far more difficult to purchase a home right now than it ever has been before, I get a lot of people in the comments section saying, no, my son was able to do it. Why can't you? And it's like, well, actually, because times are a little bit different than they were when you guys bought homes. It just is. Homes are exceedingly more expensive now than they ever have been. Ever. Per, if you take income to housing price ratios, they're higher than they've ever been before. Higher than they've ever been. And that's why you see so many young people having a difficult time starting families and really having their lives take off. And it's been a huge detriment, not only to the housing market, but to the nation as a whole. And I'd like to see that change at some point. So we'll see what happens with the new Fed chair. Once again, guys, do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, share the video out all over the place. We are rocking, we are rolling. We're going to run you guys the most recent James O'Keefe drop in just a second, where he somehow found a way to honeypot a nuclear scientist. Don't worry, it's not like that guy's in charge of anything important or anything. Before we get to that, here's Jeremy.
Hey, everybody, if you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you Armor Colostrum. Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to Armor Colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not gonna lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was until I made Armor Colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armor Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armor Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body, to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmra.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmra.com/LFATV. Order now.
Guys, head on over to tryarmra.com and use promo code LFATV. That's tryarmra.com and use promo code LFATV. So, James O'Keefe and the great people over at O'Keefe Media Group, the citizen journalism organization over there, has dropped another one, except this time it's not, some socialite out there talking. It's quite literally the guy who builds nuclear weapons in this country. I'll keep saying this over and over and over again. Guys, support independent journalism. Support people like Nick Shirley and James O'Keefe and Cam Higby and Savannah Hernandez, who we're going to get to in a minute with an update on that story, which is absolutely bananas. Absolutely bananas. We'll get to that in a second. Before we do, here's the latest James O'Keefe drop.
He might kill the next guy, his son.
His son.
If he does the same ways, then everything kills. We're gonna shoot missiles and destroy some stuff.
Yeah.
But if you want to like win, if you want to like make the country do what you want, you have to put people there.
I was hearing something that we killed kids in the war. Did we actually?
I think there's been some collateral damage. Yeah, for sure. They always die in war. Yeah. So nerve agent is a chemical weapon. It's like Pandora's box.
A nuclear and chemical safety branch chief in the United States Department of the Army spills detailed information about their possession of nerve agents.
And lungs won't work, your heart won't work, nothing will work.
Revealing that a U.S. Army chemist was exposed to the nerve agent due to careless handling.
She's supposed to wear all this gear, and she's like, I don't like it. She just wore like Crocs and her own clothes.
Yeah.
And so it's soaked in her clothes. And just soaked very well on her skin. So she could literally start touching stuff. Other people would touch like a door, and then people would die.
Then goes on to reveal intimate details about the U.S. nuclear arsenal.
So you said there's missiles underground.
Yeah.
Also discloses that the United States military has no official plans to nuke Iran.
We're not thinking about nuking anybody. We're not moving nukes. We're not going to nuke it.
And the exact methods that the U.S. uses to defend against nuclear attacks.
We have all these sensors in space. We have radars, all these sensors to detect a launch. Space satellites with radars, you'll see it. On the radar, you'll actually see the thing flying.
And confirms what many have suspected, that Ukrainian officials were using the money sent from the United States to buy themselves mansions and luxury sports cars.
I worked on Obama's tax money that he said. They just stole it and they bought houses, cars, like $100,000 cars. If they can get themselves rich and leave and go live in Dubai, that's better than, they don't care about the people. That government is so corrupt. You're not a spy, right? No. Your eyes have mesmerized me so much that I'm almost going to tell you. That's why that's the easiest way to get intelligence. Like, just send a pretty girl, talk to the guy.
Before we keep going, I just got to say, I think the funniest part of this whole thing is how many people suggest on camera that they're currently being recorded while they are being recorded.
I'm independent journalist Brianna Morello, here filling in for James O'Keefe for the latest exclusive report inside the U.S. Department of the Army.
I do work with like chemical weapons, nuclear weapons, but I do the safety, security stuff. This chief of chemical nuclear surety, which that's like not many people like outside, but in this world, surety means safety, reliability, security. It's like all the to make surety just means like all the things to keep it safe. I make sure the people are reliable. There's no psycho people working on the weapons. You don't want a psycho person with access to that stuff.
Andrew Hogg is a nuclear and chemical surety branch chief with the U.S. Department of the Army. He reveals a surprising amount of detailed information to our undercover journalists about the locations of the U.S. nuclear arsenal and the methods that are being used by the United States to defend against foreign nuclear attacks. To protect U.S. national security interests, we have omitted certain pieces of information from this report.
So you said there's missiles underground.
Yeah. In the Cold War days, we had them like all over the place. But now we've kind of shrunk them down with Russia working with treaties. But then now you got China that's like, well, I don't have a treaty. So China's building more. They're planning to build more than we got.
Okay,
so
really?
That's the problem. Is like we have all these sensors in space. We have radars, all these sensors to detect a launch.
You detect the launch coming from someone else?
Yeah, with space satellites, with radars, you'll see it. On the radar, you'll actually see the thing flying. land. You'll know how big it is, the speed. You'll know that's a missile. I mean, you can tell all this stuff.
According to Andrew Hugg, nuclear officials that oversee the missile launch procedures are trained to initiate a launch even if it is a Girl Scout that presents the launch order with the correct codes. Fire.
We're literally trained that, if a Girl Scout, this is serious, we were always trained if a Girl Scout gives you a message, a launch message, she knocks on your door, goes, here you go, she gives you a launch message on a box of cookies, she wrote it down. If it passes all the checks, go. If she just passes it on to you, that's what we're trying to say, no matter how you get it, take action. Because that's how you have to do in a war, because you don't know. They can take down most of the communication. Right. So it's an extreme example, but we actually would train that, like, no matter what, you go.
While the example may sound humorous, imagine if this branch chief was actually talking to a Chinese spy. He has now just revealed where our nukes are stored and the exact method we would use to defend ourselves against Chinese nukes. And even revealed that if China wanted to trigger a false launch from the US, all they need is the launch code and a Girl Scout. On a second interaction, Andrew Hugg went into details about the war with Iran, confirming that there are no plans to nuke Iran. But in the wake of the February assassination of the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, Hugg tells our journalist that President Trump is going to kill his son, Mojtaba Khamenei, if he, quote, doesn't change his ways.
Do you think we're actually going to?
No. We're not moving nukes to. We're not going to make it. We're not doing that now.
Yeah.
We're not thinking about nuking anybody.
Do you think we're going to kill one of them here this year?
It's all good. Yeah, I don't know the rules, but he might kill the next guy, his son.
His son?
Yeah, because his son took over. He won't be any different.
Oh, you think they would kill his son?
If he doesn't change his ways, then they can kill him.
The journalist goes on to ask Andrew Hugg about the March 2026 strike in Minab, Iran, which killed over 150 school children. It has been deemed a violation of international humanitarian law.
This is the moment a missile slammed into an Iranian base in Minab. Weapons experts tell CNN the wings and tail are consistent with a Tomahawk missile. This new video is the clearest evidence yet that suggests it was the United States that struck an elementary school next to that Revolutionary Guards base, killing scores of students.
To which Andrew coldly replies, quote, there's been collateral damage. They, meaning kids, always die in war.
I was hearing something that we killed kids in the Olympics. Did we actually?
I'm sure there's been some collateral damage, yeah, for sure. Well, they always die in war, but you fight,
But we actually did kill kids out there?
Not intentionally, yeah. Well, I'm sure we've killed civilians in Iraq, in Iran. They look at the possibility, what size weapon we're trying to do here, so let's use this weapon versus that weapon. It might be safer. In the school over here, we identify what's here. It's an apartment building.
Yeah. But perhaps the most disturbing of all, Andrew Hugg details how the U.S. is researching and developing nerve agents or chemical weapons in a laboratory in Aberdeen, Maryland.
So, nerve agent is a chemical weapon that, as you spray it on people, it'll make a certain enzyme, which is called cholinesterase. It regulates your neural transmissions, okay? So with this chemical, with your agent, it kills that enzyme, and lungs won't work, your heart won't work, nothing will work. We have this here in Maryland.
The nerve agent that Andrew is describing here is sarin. It's a highly toxic human-made organophosphorus. Sarin acts as a potent inhibitor of enzymes, and over time, the binding becomes irreversible. In 1987, the U.S. joined the Chemical Weapons Convention, which bans the development, stockpiling, and use of chemical weapons. The U.S. had about 30,000 tons of chemical weapons, including nerve agents. In July 2023, the U.S. completed destruction of the last declared chemical weapons at the Bluegrass Army Depot in Kentucky. As long as the nerve agents are not weaponized, the U.S. is allowed to conduct research and development for scientific purposes such as preventative treatment. However, this becomes more concerning when Andrew Hugg reveals that one of the chemists in that lab was so careless, refusing to wear appropriate safety gear, that she accidentally exposed herself to the nerve agent.
She was just being lazy, and she wore Crocs, and she, got lazy.
What Who's she, sir? What did
She's their lab chemist. She's a lab tech. She's supposed to wear all this gear, and she's like, I don't like it. She just wore like Crocs and her own clothes.
Yeah.
And so it's soaked in her clothes. I mean, just soaked very water. And so she could literally start touching stuff. Other people would touch like a door, and then people would die.
The journalists also questioned Andrew Hug on Ukraine and whether the diplomats were really using U.S. aid to buy themselves mansions and sports cars. And the nuclear branch chief confirms, quote, they stole our money. They bought houses, $100,000 cars. They can get themselves rich and go live in Dubai.
Like I said, I lived in Ukraine and worked there with the government.
Really?
That government is so corrupt. Like, they stole our money. Like, I worked on Obama's tax money that he sent. They just stole it, and they bought houses, cars, like $100,000 cars. They're officials in the government. Yeah. So they get their hands on the tax money from you and me.
Oh my gosh.
And they're like, oh yeah, and then now that it's like 100 billion, 200 billion, they're like stealing it all. So
Dang. Okay, so
yeah, it's terrible.
why would they use that money?
That video goes on for another 10 minutes with this guy. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure what part of that video's the worst part. I got to tell you, I'm really not sure which part is more concerning to me. The fact that a nuclear scientist reveals to some random chick on a date where we have our nuclear weapons and how we would go about deploying them. Or, spoiler, hey, breaking news. We still have sarin gas. Didn't know that was going on. Not great. Not great. Still making chemical weapons. And it's being handled by people in Crocs. Nothing should be handled by people in Crocs because people who wear Crocs should not be allowed outside, in my opinion. They're plastic shoes. Unless you're Mario Batali or a nurse. Not even a nurse. Just put on sneakers. Crocs are disgusting. You should never wear them. But good to know that our nuclear scientists are handling these sorts of things. And just a word to the fellas out there. If you're a chemist and you manage to go on a date with a 10, maybe shut up every once in a while. I don't know. Because, that's a good way to end up like Eric Swalwell. I don't know. A far cry. How far of a cry we've come from, like, if you watch, like, all those World War II documentaries about, like, the Manhattan Project, they were, like, sequestered in the middle of the desert for, like, a year and a half. They built little towns for them so nobody was allowed to leave and nobody had enough information to do the entire job. So, like, how far we've come. How far we've come. We've got people in Crocs handling sarin gas. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? Sure, the guy probably had a couple beers in him on that date, as people tend to do. Just out there chatting it up. Absolutely wild, guys. Make sure you guys go and support the Citizen Journalism Foundation. James O'Keefe and his team over there, they do phenomenal work. And go follow Brianna Morello, one of my favorite people in the world. I love Brianna. She's great. I was on her show when she was at InfoWars a bunch of times. Long Island native who fled my blue shithole for greener pastures. So, congrats, Brianna, for filling in for James over there. Go follow Brianna Morello across all of her platforms. She does phenomenal work. Somebody else doing phenomenal work, of course, is my friend Savannah Hernandez. I'm going to get very annoyed during this segment. I'm going to get very, very annoyed. Someone the other day came up with a new word that I'm going to begin using as often as possible. It's a compound word. It is a dictum. It is someone who is both a dick and a victim at the same time. Now, I want to introduce you guys to this new dictum of the week. Poor guy. I really do feel bad for him out there. I really, really do. He's had a rough go of it. Chris Ostrokovo. Not even close. Not even close. I don't really care to pronounce your name because you look like Shrek. And I feel bad for Shrek that I'm making that sort of a comparison. But I don't really like you. He's, of course, the guy who assaulted Savannah Hernandez on camera. When interviewed about the assault, he's really upset because the attention that him and his family have been getting have been overwhelming. And he's really beginning to second guess whether or not he can stay in America anymore after assaulting someone who is the size of a fourth grade boy. You got to feel bad for this guy. You really, really do.
Maybe you guys do get doxxed, but I don't know if you guys are getting the same type of stuff that we're getting. And it's nonstop. It's hundreds of phone calls a day. It's text messages and them trying to get into all of our social media accounts and contacting our friends, our neighbors, our family. The rest of our family is getting doxxed as well. It's not just us. It's my sons, their wives, like people that had nothing to do with anything. It's a little overwhelming and makes me second guess even living in this country, to be honest with you, with all this going on. I've never had this happen in my life.
Well, in the words of Ari Gold, I'll turn down the volume for this one. See, I'm getting better at it. Now, I understand you're probably having a rough time of it. Sure, you assaulted a 100-pound woman on the street of Minnesota, but you're getting mean phone calls. And people aren't being so nice to you. Is it possible? And I'm just going to roll the dice here. You know what? I'll pull the chat up just to see how the chat responds to my query here. I'm just going to... I don't care. Like, I hope that your life has gotten significantly worse since you did that. As a matter of fact, maybe the only thing that's bringing me any solace in the fact that you decided to assault one of my friends is that I now know that your life has gotten exceedingly worse. I take great pride in that. I don't feel bad about that. I don't. I don't know. Maybe it's a character flaw. Maybe it's something within me that I need to work on. But believe me, if you think I'm the only one, go on Twitter and look. If you think I'm the only one that thought about getting on a plane and going and having a very nice, very calm conversation with that man after I saw that video, you'd be mistaken. A very calm, not aggressive in any manner whatsoever conversation with that guy. You would be sorely, sorely mistaken. Dictum. Both a dick and a victim at the same time. Also, with the squishy face, you know, it kind of out there looking like Cheddar Bob. I don't feel bad for you. I don't. My son's wife is getting doxxed. Well, your son's wife's father-in-law is an asshole. So, you know, things happen. You know, Chad, what do you think? Am I conveying my feelings in an appropriate manner? I'm not really sure. It's called, yeah, there you go. Dictum. It's a great word. Phenomenal word. Erica, that was for you. Dictum. While I grab a sip. Guys, before we keep it rocking and rolling here, because I was just introduced to someone that I was unfamiliar with before I saw this. And I got to tell you, I can't believe you people let your kids watch this woman. I can't believe it. But before we get to that, guys, do me a favor and head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. Did we get the new 250 shirt up yet? I think we did, as we're dropping new stuff. Oh, there you go. Check this out. I'm really liking this new one. Can I pull that up? Boom, boom, boom. New America 250 shirt. Check it out today. Let's zoom in on this. Oh, yeah, available in every color imaginable. Guys, check that out today. America 250 celebrating a quarter of a millennium here in America. Guys, head on over to loudmajorityusa.com and use promo code Rumble to get 20% off everything on the website. That's promo code Rumble to get 20% off everything on the website. So, spoiler alert, I don't have kids. Most of you probably know that. So I don't know who this person is, but apparently she's like a sensation on YouTube for parents that, just plop their kids down in front of an iPad and then go have a glass of wine while they watch The Price is Right. Miss Rachel. I don't know who this she seems like this generation's like, I don't know, Steve from Blue's Clues. I don't know. I don't know who she is. But I don't remember. And look, I could have been a kid, so maybe I don't know. I don't remember Steve from Blue's Clues going on MSNBC and crying about immigration. I don't remember that. It might have happened. I was a child. Maybe I don't remember. Totally possible. But this, and look, I mean, this chick's obviously a Democrat. She's obviously a liberal. Let's not split hairs here. But she's kind of creepy. She's kind of weird. Also, she went on MSNBC apparently in character. I mean, I can't imagine this is how this woman orders dinner. But apparently that's how she does news interviews. Really creepy shit.
Rachel.
It's so good to be here. Thank you for having me, Anthony.
Of course. You have spent so much time dedicated to speaking to 7 different families inside of Dilley and trying to just understand the conditions that they've been subjected to there. I want to know what you've learned from them, what you've learned from all of these kids.
It's heartbreaking talking to the kids and their families. They're talking about water that they can't even drink that makes them sick. There's been worms in the food. The food's rotten sometimes. And what really frightens me is the dangerously inadequate medical care and medical emergencies. These are basic human rights for children, and we can all agree not to harm and abuse children. It's not who we want to be, and I'm kind of in shock about what I'm hearing, and I don't think people really know what's going on inside of Dilley, and I think if we all know, I really think we can unite over not wanting to harm children.
Well, Miss Rachel, first off, none of that's happening. That's number one. But number two, more importantly, I just looked up Miss Rachel. One of her videos has got 2 billion views. Let's just play a little game here. How much money would a video with 100 million views make on YouTube? Let's play a little game here. So, a YouTube video, depending on the length, that gets 100 million views can make anywhere between $20,000 and $500,000. Now, the longer the video goes on for, the more money you make, because the more ads they get to run on the video. Well, this video, and this is just one video, has 2 billion views. So, what's that, 100 million, 20? Rough numbers. She made $10 million from that one video. I think I got that math right. She may have made $10 million from one YouTube video. So, Miss Rachel, with your creepy-ass headband, the woman's just creepy. You people let your kids watch? I don't know. I don't have kids, so maybe I don't know what the hell I'm talking about here. It's entirely possible. Write that down, because I don't say that sentence very often. Maybe you could take your $10 million from your one YouTube video, and you could sponsor some of the kids who were brought to a country that they're not from by parents who had no right to be here in the first place. No one wants to see kids harmed. I also don't want to see kids have to walk through the desert. Maybe Miss Rachel, let's just play, here we go, here we go, let's jump on Miss Rachel's YouTube page. Here we go, 20 million subscribers. Holy crap, let's see. We got 2 billion, we got another billion, we got a 600 million, we got a 500 million, we got hundreds of millions of views here. What a weird, I don't know, very odd. Very odd. Maybe you could, take some of that money and donate it and create your own facility. By the way, I don't know, I'm watching this lady's content, and what she seems to be describing at these facilities don't exactly seem like the sort of dialogue that people who would be old enough to know who the hell she is would be able to ascertain anyway. I don't know. Like I said, I don't remember the people on television when I was a child going on MSNBC to discuss geopolitics. I don't remember that. Are you guys familiar with who this chick is? Do you guys know? Is she really that popular? I don't know. Like I said, maybe it's because I don't have kids. I've never heard of her. She's creepy, right? Like, it's not just me. Look. Chad, what do you think? Am I... Yeah. I know she was hanging out with Mamdani the other day, which, like, okay, newly elected mayor of New York. I get that. More publicity stunt on Mamdani's part than, her, but... Kids love her. Let's see. She sucks. T. Mitch, I want to thank you for your poignant. She sucks. Stats from Miss Ray. What is this? Somebody got pulled the stats up. Toddler learning total views. Let me see. What is this? Ranked 771 in estimated monthly earnings. All right, that's pretty good. Not bad. Not bad. Definitely. She's definitely got weird vibes. Estimated monthly earnings. $500,000 to $1 million. Yeah. Yeah. It's like I want to watch one of them just to see, but I'm afraid that if I do, like Poltergeist, I won't be able to stop staring at the horrible thing. Some Unwokeable says she wears a human suit. All right. I'll go with that one. I want to thank you all for enlightening me on the predilections of Miss Rachel. I don't know. Put the iPad down. Go outside. Get some dirt. Skin your knees. Jump a fence or something. I don't know. How old are people that watch this chick? She's creepy as hell. Whatever. You know what else is creepy as hell? Speaking of immigration, you heard a lot from the radical left. That Donald Trump was going to be targeting schools. You heard that left, right, and center, up, down, all over the place. You heard it. And I remember thinking to myself, like, why would he do that? Why would Donald Trump target schools? That doesn't seem to make practical sense. Like, if you wanted to deport the most amount of people in the country, you wouldn't go after schools. There can't be that many of them there. And then we get this story out of Virginia where apparently a 19-year-old who was attending high school in Virginia was just groping teenage girls. Now, I'm not really totally sure why the hell a 19-year-old would be enrolled in a high school in Virginia in the first place. I mean, sometimes some people turned 18 when they were still in high school. Okay, like I get that. But 19, I think you've sort of aged out of it. Maybe it's like a Danny Almonte situation where, you know, he's 14, but he's still playing Little League. I think Danny Almonte was like 16 when he played for that team in the Bronx. You guys remember that? So this 19-year-old is enrolled in a Virginia school where apparently he has been convicted of groping numerous teenage girls. And you want to know what his punishment is? Y'all ready for this?
Breaking news moments ago, the adult 18-year-old illegal immigrant found guilty of sexually assaulting several high school girls in Virginia has just been sentenced to 100 days behind bars. And one correction there, he's actually 19 years old. We know he was 19 years old attending that school as an adult. However, with time served and the calculations for a misdemeanor crime, he has 135 days left in prison, about 4.5 months. Shannon, it is unthinkable that it's 135 days. But here's something Spanberger can do. Serve his time. ICE has issued a detainer. He's in the country illegally. Give him to ICE and get this guy deported.
Yeah, if I were ICE, I would start the clock ticking. I would set myself a little timer for this guy. If he's going to, and you know, there can be reasons that they get out a couple of days early, those kinds of things, good behavior, whatever. But I would be ready for this guy and standing by and make the governor explain why she's not going to have ICE detainer honored if you're not going to for a man that was assaulting young women. There's reporting, and I would have to look at the misdemeanors here, that he could have faced up to 12 months per count, and there were 9 of them. So think about that. That's 9 years potentially, if this reporting is accurate on that misdemeanor, that he could have faced, and instead he's getting 4 months. If I'm ICE, I'm standing outside the door of the jail waiting for him.
Yeah.
I mean, this seems like one of those people you would want to send to that CCOT prison and then just let them handle this child groper. 19-year-old high school. So is that like a super duper senior right there? So now not only are we forced to pay for the education of the children of illegal immigrants, but now we have to pay for the education of the adult children of illegal. Donald Trump is going into the school. Maybe he was going into the schools to get people like that. People who are 19 years old and still attending. Why? Why? But remember, guys, he is not the bad guy. You're the bad guy for noticing. It's important you guys don't forget that little nugget because, you know, if 14, 15, 16-year-old girls are groped by an illegal immigrant who's 19 years old, it would be better, according to the radical left, to have that happen than to even slightly be called racist. Don't care. See that? See that guy right there? That's the guy who doesn't care. Doesn't care at all. Let him do his 3. Actually, to be honest with you, let's see. If he's got to face 3 months in jail, maybe on the first day we just like yell into, "Hey, he crimes against children," and then just let the people in the jail handle the rest. And then deport him. Adios. Adios. Guys, we'll be back in 1 second. Before we do that, Mike Lindell.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 6-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to mypillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That's mypillow.com, promo code LOUD, for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's mypillow.com, promo code LOUD. So now Democrats have decided that they don't like the free press anymore. They don't like that anymore. So much so that they are now going to protest the White House Correspondents' Dinner, which is a room full of all of their friends. They call it Nerd Prom. It's where celebrities get to hobnob with dumb people that they met on television.
Some journalists are about to dip their toes into no kings territory. They are organizing to oppose President Trump. But instead of taking to the streets, they are taking to the annual White House Correspondents' Dinner to ask the White House Correspondents Association to make the president feel unwelcome. The same president who normally doesn't attend the White House Correspondents' Dinner because he's not made to feel welcome. So 250 journalists signed a letter saying they believe the president is a threat to freedom of the press. Turns out they don't like him suing media outlets. They don't like him calling reporters names. They don't like him. Prominent names on the list include former ABC journalist Sam Donaldson, former CBS anchor Dan. Names on the list include...
Hold on. What happened to that guy's face? He looks like an Easter Island head.
Include former ABC journalist Sam Donaldson, former CBS anchor Dan Rather, who in 2004 held his own presidential protest when he screwed up the military service record of George W. Bush. And speaking of free press, it seems the press was free to cover the Biden administration censoring the media during COVID. The press was free to cover Joe Biden's mental acuity and free to cover 10 million illegal immigrants crossing the U.S. border.
I mean, they're literally protesting themselves to own Trump. Good luck with that, guys. Have a good time. Guys, it's 4 p.m. I want to thank everybody so much for tuning in. I will catch you guys all back live tomorrow. Until then, everybody, stay loud.
Patriots, welcome back to Lfa TV, live with Hannah Faulkner. I hope you all have had an incredible Tuesday afternoon so far. I am so blessed to be with you guys. If you watched Mr. Jeremy Herrell's show yesterday, you probably heard the news that I am in my final couple weeks with Lfa TV. I am so grateful to have been a part of LFA for the last year and a half at this point, and really even longer than a year and a half, because my show originally, when I first started the Hannah Faulkner show, Mr. Jeremy was kind enough to put my show every Saturday when he was uploading shows once a week to Saturday and Sunday, I believe, as well. And then eventually, I believe it was December of 2024, that he asked if I would like to start a live show Monday through Friday with Lfa TV. And at the time, I was a little bit nervous because I knew that this was going to obviously take a lot of my time. I was going to have to be very diligent with what I say and how I spend my time wisely. And obviously, I was going to have to cut back on traveling and spend time away from my family. And so over the last year and a half, I've really had to kind of put a lot of the things that I used to do with my family to the side. I haven't been able to make a lot of trips with my family because of doing my live show. And of course, I'm so grateful for Mr. Will Johnson and even Pete Santilli when Mr. Pete was on the network. They have filled in more than anyone for my show when I went to Israel and when I was traveling and when I was with my family working on our rental properties. And it has been, a couple months of just praying and really seeking the Lord's guidance and providence and direction on where I'm supposed to go in the next few months. And I've just really felt, really starting in November, December of last year, I really felt convicted by the Lord that if I want to preach a message or even just speak and teach a message on putting America first and putting family first, because the only way to save America is by creating more strong families, then I have to put my family first. And if my family, my family that I live in right now and live at home with still is not being put first, then how can I expect the rest of the world to put their family first? And it's not like, of course, I spend time with my family, probably more so than most others my age would spend time with their family, because I genuinely love my family. I love hanging out with my siblings. I love hanging out with their friends. But I believe that the Lord wants me to do more. I believe the Lord wants me to be at home more and be able to cook more meals for my family and, learn skills that I haven't been able to learn during this time. So I've really taken a step back, a large step back from traveling. I haven't been traveling as much. Have been saying no to a lot of opportunities that, previously I would have been really excited to say yes to. But this is where I'm at, where the Lord has me, and I am, ready to say yes to wherever the Lord wants to lead me and guide me, especially in these next few seasons. And so I just want to say thank you to all of you for tuning in every single day. Some of you have tuned in, here and there, but some of you have been loyal and you have been here every single day. 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern. You guys watch Sean's show. You watch Mr. Jeremy's show, Kevin's show, Will's show, my show, and of course the shows that follow mine. And so I am just truly grateful for all of you. And I know that I will never forget all of the work that Lfa TV has done. I'll still be here. I told Mr. Jeremy, if you ever need someone to host, if you ever need someone to fill in, I'm always here. I'd always love to fill in for you and join whenever I can. And so I will try to make it out to the Lfa TV gatherings when I can, because I love seeing you all. I love meeting you guys. You're awesome. You're true patriots, and you're what it's going to take to make this country great again and truly take back our country for what it once was, which was a Christian nation. Unfortunately, right now, we are not acting as a Christian nation, but I do believe that we can make America Christian again with the help of patriots like all of you guys who are watching right now. So thank you all so much. Next Friday is my last day. If you're wondering, next Friday, May 1st, will be my last day. I should be live every single day until then. The only day that I might not be live is Monday because I have some stuff going on, but I should actually still be doing a pre-record. But anyways, so grateful for you all. And if this is your first time joining us, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Make sure you're following us here on Rumble. Make sure you're following our X page, Lfa TV US. My X page is Hannah F 1776, and then my Instagram is Hannah Faulkner 1776. And then, of course, I have Facebook. You guys actually should go follow my dad. If you are looking for someone, what is my dad? My dad is Generation X. He started a Facebook page in February. My dad started posting videos on Facebook regularly in February. And my dad has more followers than me at this point. He has 65,000 followers on Facebook. He's been getting 10 to 15 million views per month. And I'm like, you know what? I support this. I think that we need more of the older generations speaking up, getting involved, showing up to school board meetings. We need all generations to work together. We need all of these generations, boomers to Gen Alpha, and I guess Gen Beta is the next generation, which is really scary. But we need them all to work together to ultimately save this republic, and I believe that is what we're seeing. So if you want to follow my dad, he has a Facebook page. It's Trey Kristen Faulkner. He's putting out great videos, great information. Anyways, Gray Wolf said, are you going to have... Oh, okay, let me just say this too. I will continue doing my podcast, but just at a lot smaller scale. I will not be doing it as often. So if you want to still follow along, if you still want to listen to my shows, my interviews, and keep up with what I'm doing, I will be posting all of my interviews on the Hannah Faulkner Show. That's here on Rumble. I love Rumble. I truly am so grateful for Rumble. It's a free speech platform. Could not do what we're doing here on LFA TV without Rumble, because if we were on YouTube, we would be censored. We would be probably deleted and written off immediately. Mr. LFA producer Eli said in the chat he's got that many views. Dang. Well, slide him into your spot. Yeah, you know what? I actually wouldn't be. Maybe I should talk to Mr. Jeremy about that. I would not. I don't know if my dad would be opposed to taking over my show. My dad is incredible. He is just a force to be reckoned with. He knows exactly what he's, well, I mean, of course, we're all humans. We have fallen short of the glory of God, but my dad is such an incredible inspiration to this next generation. 4 kids, been married for 22 years, faithful to his wife, a solid Christian conservative, in that order, Christian, then conservative, and I'm sure he would have a great time having a show, so I guess I'll have to talk to him about that. But anyways, what did producer Eli say? We'll miss you, Hannah. I'll miss you too, Mr. Eli. I'm so grateful for you. You are truly so talented and always keeping me in line. I need to work more on my time management. I am not the best at managing my time when it comes to sending in my thumbnails. I feel like I'm always on the cusp of it being way too late. But really appreciative of you and your grace for my late turning in of the thumbnails Monday through Friday. So really appreciate you and all the work you do here on LFA TV. Anyways, you guys might have seen this video. There was this video going viral all across the internet that literally makes my blood boil. It should make any concerned Christian, it should make their blood boil. And I'm not going to say anything. Some of you may have seen this video. Some of you might have not seen it. But this is the video. And I'm going to let you guys see it for yourself and judge what you think. This is the video.
Hey. Who do you want, Dada or Pop?
Mama.
No, Mama. Do you want Dada or Pop? Who do you want, Dada or Pop? No. Do you want Dada? You want Pop? No way, Jose. I think. Oh. There is no Mama. I'm so sorry. You have Dada and Pop. You have Pop. 2 choices. No Mama. No. No, Mama. Dada or Pop? No.
So that was the video, and most conservatives, I mean, I haven't seen a single conservative podcaster that's mainstream that hasn't condemned this. Thankfully, I'm glad that people are coming out condemning this because it's sick. It is beyond sick. This guy is laughing at this little baby, this innocent baby, as the baby is saying mama, because it longs for that maternal connection. It longs for a mother. It longs for the way that God has intended babies to long for their mom. And this is what has happened when we put children's needs, children's desires at the bottom of our priorities, and we put adult sexual gratification as the highest priority. And that's what we're seeing. Things like gay surrogacy, gay adoption, all of it. There are no background checks, little to no oversight, not to mention the objective reality that family is one man, one woman with children, whether it's fostered, adopted, or biological. That's a family, not 2 men and children, not 2 women and children. And it is beyond anything that we could possibly articulate or put into words of how evil and depraved this is, that 2 grown men who want to evade God's original purpose for mankind and for procreation will go and pay a surrogate mother to carry a child for 9 months. And then she will give birth to that child. And as soon as she gives birth to that child will be stripped from her arms and given to 2 sick sodomite men. This is unnatural, it's unethical, it's evil, it's wrong. And what's even more sickening is the fact that these 2 sickos were mocking this little baby as it's literally crying out for a mom. It wants a mom. It longs for that maternal connection. But again, of course, mostly all of the mainstream podcasters and conservative influencers were coming out and calling this evil. They were coming out and calling this horrific and sad and disgusting, and they were using all of these adjectives to describe how evil and wrong this video was. But here's my problem with that, is that the same influencers that have just come out over the last week condemning this video and saying how sick it are the same influencers who just a couple years ago celebrated when the conservative quote-unquote podcaster Dave Rubin and his sodomite partner announced that they were going to have 2 surrogate children. I mean, you had podcaster after podcaster, influencer after influencer, quote-unquote Christian after Christian, commenting, celebrating, congratulating Dave Rubin and his sodomite partner for adopting, as I call it, it's child abuse. This is child abuse. This is the problem with the conservative movement in 2026, is we will call things like that video I just showed you wrong and evil, but then when those who are on our side do the same thing, it's somehow normal and justified. We have put this label, we've almost glamorized and put this some type of aesthetic on conservatism, and that conservatism looks a certain way and that it sounds a certain way. It's like, what is conservatism if we do not hold fast to the values that made conservatism what it should be? Strong family values, a strong nation, limited government, strong borders, God at the center. If we don't have this, then we don't have conservatism, and that's why conservatism is crashing, because we have removed Christ from the center and the pillar of our movement. And now we see this clear double standard between Dave Rubin and this video I just showed you. Now, we've had Josh Woods on the show. We've had Katie Faust on the show many times to talk about the evil and the depravity within surrogacy and why we need to overturn Obergefell versus Hodges and the monumental weight that overturning Obergefell versus Hodges will have on the future of this great nation. But Josh Woods actually wrote an article on X titled, "You Think Surrogacy is Bad? Well, then time to overturn Obergefell versus Hodges." That video I just showed you has been seen by millions this week. A father holds up the baby, asks him which dad he wants. The baby says mama, and the man responds, "You don't have a mama," and laughs as the child cries. We are not here to declare those men evil. They likely believe that they are giving the child everything he needs. In their framework, mama is just a word the baby learned somewhere. No big deal, move on. But we cannot move on because that moment, that baby reaching for something he instinctively knows he is missing, is not a parenting fluke, and it's not just about surrogacy. This is the clearest possible window in what the post-Obergefell world actually cost a child. That baby is not the victim of 2 bad people. He is the product of a system that was never built around him. Here you have those 2 men, and of course the baby to the right. Let's go back to the beginning. A man and a woman make a baby. Proponents for LGBT ideology and big fertility want to claim that it is a religious statement. But that is not true. It is a biological fact that a natural family is built on a mother, a father, a bond between parent and child that requires no contract. 2 adults of childbearing age, children spaced out naturally. These are biological realities that have existed long before any law has touched them. Same-sex marriage has to reject every single one of them. For gay marriage to function as a family structure, procreation cannot be central to what family means, so it gets replaced. Adult identity moves to the center. Adult fulfillment becomes the point. And once that shift starts to happen, biology stops being a foundation and starts being a problem. Something to engineer around, something the law steps in to fix. Here is Exhibit A. So the law got to work. After Obergefell courts could no longer simply recognize parents, they had to start assigning them intent-based parenthood became legal doctrine. You no longer became a parent by creating a child. You become a parent by wanting one and signing the right paperwork. The state stopped recognizing parents and started manufacturing them. From there, the logic moves fast, and it does not stop on its own. If love rather than biology makes a family, the number of parents stop mattering. 1 man, 3 men, a rotating group of adults. 2 only ever mattered because it takes 2 excuse me, to produce a child. You strip procreation out of the definition and 2 become a preference, not a principle. If contracts make families, children can be produced on demand by couples, billionaires, anyone with money and intent. 21 children were removed from a surrogacy house in Arcadia. A convicted sex offender obtained a baby through a surrogacy loophole that sidesteps the screening adoption law requires. They are what happens when children become the product being ordered. If intent makes a parent, age is no barrier. There is no legal age limit for intended parents in the UK. People in their 80s are applying to be legal parents to surrogate children. Once biology is removed from the equation, there is no remaining principle to draw the line on. And there are so many things. There's a lot more that we could get into there. Nancy Pearcey, who's incredible, she wrote the book Love Thy Body. She put in the chat saying same-sex marriage requires and redefines legal marriage. It is no longer a way to protect children, but a way to affirm adults. In the Supreme Court decision in Obergefell, the lawyer defending Michigan's marriage law tried to explain that legal marriage did not develop to give special status to people's romantic relationships, but rather it developed to serve purposes that by their nature arise from biology. There is so much wrong with gay surrogacy. Again, you're denying, again, you can say this is religious, we're bringing religious arguments. Okay, well, you're bringing your religious argument to the table, that's why you support it. Everybody has a worldview, stop deflecting. But why will you die on a hill defending 2 men or 2 women to purchase children? It's wrong, it's not biological, it goes directly against nature, and we are seeing the consequences of that today. We have so much more that I want to get into today. But before we do, someone in the chat asked me if I will be in Englewood, Colorado for the Last Stand for Seth Gruber's conference, and I 110% will be there, and I hope you guys will be there with me. It's June 5th and 6th in Englewood, Colorado, literally 20 minutes from Denver, Colorado Airport. You're not going to want to miss it. They are so incredible. Okay, these people, they are at the top of the list when it comes to putting Christ at the center of conservatism. They want to overturn Obergefell versus Hodges. They want to protect babies from the womb to the tomb and save this country and ultimately make it Christian again. This is their trailer that they just put out. Check this out.
There was a time when America was more than a place. It was an idea, a vision, a standard. Strong men led their families. Mothers nurtured the next generation. Children played under open skies. And faith was not just welcomed, it was woven into our way of life. We weren't a perfect nation, but we were proud. Proud of our flag, proud of our families, proud of the values that built the greatest nation the world has ever known. We built homes that stood for generations. The family was sacred, life was sacred, and we trained our children to cherish both. But something changed. Now our children are more connected to screens than to their parents. Truth has become hate speech, evil is called good, and what was once unthinkable is now funded, protected, and sold. But throughout history, when evil crept in, it was the church that rose up. when tyrants ruled and children were slaughtered. It was the people of God who stood in the gap, not with empty words, but with unwavering courage. This moment now is no different. This is our time. It's our turn. It's our last stand. In the face of evil, you and I stand.
The Last Stand, Inglewood, Colorado, this June 5th and 6th. You're not going to want to miss it. I'd love to see you guys there. You can go to the whiteresistance.com and check it out. Get your tickets. You're not going to want to miss this, and I hope to see all of you guys there and be able to meet some of you at The Last Stand. Seth Gruber will be there, of course. He is the CEO and the founder of the White Rose Resistance, but Abby Johnson, Alu Beth Stuckey, Frank Turek, Nick Freitas, and so many others will be there speaking. AJ Hurley, a good friend. I'll be there speaking on a Gen Z panel, and I hope to see so many of you guys there. Obviously, there's so many issues in our country, so many issues, so many battlefields that we are having to talk about and really just dive headfirst into to ultimately educate the masses on. But one of the biggest problems that we have seen over the last couple decades is the detriment and the consequences that we will suffer because of soft on crime policies. And this morning, I was looking at a specific headline from San Jose where a 17-year-old teen is being charged with murder because he raped and strangled a 2-year-old with a hair tie. And you just have to wonder, what did this kid watch? What kind of home did this 17-year-old teen boy, what was he raised in? What kind of home was he raised in for him to have the audacity to strangle a 2-year-old boy with a hair tie and rape him? This is the headline. Take a listen.
And what this sweet little baby went through. Who can hear a baby cry and continue to harm them, let alone kill them?
Family and friends still distraught after the death of 2-year-old baby Jackson, who was found unresponsive and injured in his crib on Easter Sunday. Police say Jackson's then 17-year-old foster brother, his cousin, had sexually and physically abused the toddler, leading to several suspicious traumatic injuries. Jackson's cause of death is still under investigation after passing away in the hospital days later.
He was only 2. He did not deserve this.
Monday morning, the suspect was formally charged with murder as well as multiple other felonies, including child assault causing death, sexual assault, and assault with a hair tie. The suspect was 17 at the time of Jackson's death, but has since turned 18, and Santa Clara County District Attorney Jeff Rosen is seeking to try him as an adult.
This is a 2-year-old child that was horribly abused and viciously murdered, and we want to make sure that the level of accountability is the right level.
Evidence suggests that Jackson had been repeatedly sexually and physically abused by his cousin after being placed with the family by the county in February. Our partners at the Mercury News report the cousin's mother also had a previous conviction of felony child endangerment in 2014, a crime that should have disqualified her from being a foster parent. County spokesperson Peter Gaiota told us in a statement the Department of Family and Children's Services is conducting their own investigation while requesting the California Department of Social Services does the same. DA Rosen says he will investigate whether or not anyone else is responsible for Jackson's death, including the county he represents.
This is the 3rd child in the last couple years under the care and custody of the Department of Family and Children's Services who has been murdered. Enough. Change needs to come, and it needs to come fast, and it needs to happen now.
Now, the suspect in this case will be back in court on May 21st, and that's when the probation department will make their recommendations on whether or not this case should go to adult court. However, a judge will make the final decision on that matter. For now, we are live in the San Jose newsroom. Dustin Dorsey, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
17-year-old teenage boy suffocates a 2-year-old with a hair tie and rapes him. It's sick. Absolutely sick, perverted. Soft on crime policies has led to this. This person deserves the death penalty immediately. Immediately, the death penalty. And not only have we seen soft on crime policies through American citizens like this, but what about the illegal aliens that we've allowed to come across our southern and northern border because of Democrat policies? And even many Republicans have refused to support mass deportations in a fully closed border. I mean, look at the SAVE Act. This is the most principled, the most simple piece of legislation that we can't even get Republicans to band together and support. I just saw this headline this morning. Illegal alien charged with attempted rape in Missouri, days after detained by a citizen for car break-ins. An illegal alien is accused of attempting to rape a massage therapist just days after he was detained by police for car break-ins at a Missouri bar. Radio host Shane Wilkinson detained Oliver Valle Ramos on March 30th outside a bar in High Ridge, Missouri, after seeing the man pulling door handles on parked cars. He didn't speak English, and we caught him breaking into cars, Wilkinson posted online. I didn't understand what he was saying to me in Spanish, so I just made some ice jokes and held him until the police arrived. Wilkinson even made a video of the encounter and posted it online. Deputies arrived at the bar to find the man extremely intoxicated. They recovered items from the vehicles, but the car owners declined to press charges. One owner reported a pack of cigarettes stolen, while another wasn't missing anything. The Jefferson County Sheriff's Office explained deputies didn't have the legal authority to arrest him because the victims refused to cooperate. The man also didn't have identification and gave officers a false name. He was so drunk, deputies had to take him to the hospital for an evaluation. The Sheriff's Office works with the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement, but the only deputy assigned to that partnership was away at training when Ramos was stopped on March 30th. He went to a massage parlor on April 9th, exposed himself to the woman giving him a massage. Court documents say he demanded sex, which the woman refused. Valle Ramos then forced the woman to the ground and struck her multiple times in the face. The assault left the woman with a bloody nose, a swollen and lacerated lip, and a broken right pinky finger. He attempted to rape her, but was physically unable to complete the act, according to court documents. The woman's husband discovered that Ramos was on top of his wife and physically restrained him until police arrived. ICE was notified while prosecutors charged him with first-degree attempted rape, third-degree assault, and first-degree sexual misconduct. A judge ordered him to be held without bond, declaring him a danger to the community and a flight risk. None of the documents from the court say what country he is from or his last known address. His next court appearance is April 29th, which is next Thursday or next Wednesday, I believe. But an illegal alien charged with attempted rape in Missouri days after detained by a citizen for car break-ins. This is just a piece of the pie, and you guys know this. You guys have been tuning into LFA. You guys have been paying attention. This is literally just a sliver of the insanity of the headlines that we see because you have open borders. And we have to continue to encourage this administration to continue out on their promises to execute on mass deportations. We have to deport every single last illegal alien, and I 110% support. Representative Chip Roy just introduced the Mamdani Act, which is, this is another piece of it that's so important, which is to denaturalize and deport Marxist and Islamic fundamentalists. Today, which was April 21st, yesterday, Representative Chip Roy introduced the Measures Against Marxism's Dangerous Adherence and Noxious Islamist Act of 2026. The Mamdani Act enacts sweeping immigration law changes that would deport, denaturalize, deny United States citizenship or entry to any alien who is a member of a socialist party, a communist party, the Chinese Communist Party, or Islamic fundamentalist party, or any advocate for socialism, communism, Marxism, or Islamic fundamentalism. Now, this used to be just common sense, okay? This legislation creates new definitions for each of these terms and repeals existing immigration loopholes, including chain migration and fraudulent claims in current immigration law. Now, Representative Chip Roy went on Benny Johnson's show to explain this law, what he means by it, the why behind it, all of it. And I want to show you guys this video, but this used to be common sense. This used to be like baseline for entry into the United States of America, and now this is considered controversial. Take a listen.
Just want to pop up one more time the Mandami Act. Here we go, written up in Breitbart today. Chip Roy to introduce Mandami Act targeting communists, Marxists, socialists, and Islamists. He already has Supreme Court rulings on the record backing all of this up. Maybe just a takeaway question as we're concluding here. Should Islamists be allowed to immigrate into America? Should that be one of those, just like it says in against communism, just one of those antithetical political ideologies?
No. They should not be allowed to emigrate to the United States. And in fact, they should be removed from the United States. And I've got two different bills that would attempt to try to do that. The Mamdani Act lays that out, as well as a bill I introduced last summer that would increase vetting of individuals to determine the extent to which they've embraced Sharia law, and how that's antithetical to and in opposition to our Western way of life and Western civilization, our laws and our values. So I know this is going to be hard for people to digest. To say, well, I've got friends who are Muslim and the First Amendment, I get it. I understand it's difficult. And we need to have this conversation, and we need to recognize that there is a large number of individuals who want to destroy our civilization, our way of life. And that means making some tough decisions. And look, I honestly don't think it's that tough to say that a society that would bring 5 million people into the United States from majority Muslim countries since 9/11. So we get attacked, 3,000 Americans get killed. Our Pentagon, I was just over at Arlington National Cemetery this morning, which, by the way, pause. When you go to Washington, D.C., the number one spot you should go is Arlington National Cemetery, and it's not even close. Don't go to the Capitol. Don't go to the archives. Don't go to the Supreme Court, the White House tour. Go to Arlington National Cemetery and spend time there. Every time I go, I am renewed with a spirit of defending this great country, and I'm filled with a spirit of hope and belief for all of those great people that are represented by all of those monuments, as my friend Ron DeSantis calls them. They're not tombstones. They are monuments to freedom. They are monuments to this great country. And I want to stand up and defend this country. Those people didn't fight and die and bleed so that we could turn our country over to Islamists who are not only wanting to disrupt and destroy our civilization, they want to undermine the spread of the gospel, which is the central hope for mankind. And so we have an obligation to defend our way of life, and we should do it.
So while you have Republican Representative Chip Roy talking about the fact that we have to denaturalize these Islamic individuals who do not hold their loyalty to our Constitution, we not only need to do that for Islamic individuals, anyone who does not hold their loyalty to biblical values or our Constitution as our founding fathers intended it to be. Like, this shouldn't be controversial. This has only been controversial in the last 20, 30 years because so much of the boomer generation really kind of just walked away from these kinds of issues. Not only walked away, but didn't want to talk about it, didn't want to offend people, wanted to let go and let live, and bought into this whole secular idea that, we just need to allow every culture and everyone to enter this country. And I'm grateful for Representative Brandon Gill, because he's very similar to Representative Chip Roy in the fact that not all cultures are equal. There is a hierarchy in cultures. There's a hierarchy in anything. It's just common sense. It's just biology and how nature works. And so you cannot let every culture, you cannot let every person enter this country because it's not all equal, and that's okay. This is Representative Brandon Gill on this topic.
And adhere to the cultural norms in our civilization, which, by the way, is the whole reason why people immigrate into the United States, because our culture I believe in many ways is superior to other cultures across the globe. We've got to recognize that not all cultures are equal. They're not all equally compatible with America's governing framework. They're not all equally moral. They don't all have equal dignity. And we ought to recognize that bringing in third world countries where some lunatic is grilling a cat in an American park where children are playing around with is a culture that is incompatible with our own.
Speaking of incompatibility, sometimes it's important to like compare just broad numbers. The average IQ in Haiti is 68. Average IQ 68 and 67, depending on where the numbers are. I have Grok pulled up here. Between 67 and 68. Average IQ in America is like 105. How is that supposed to be compatible? Like, how is that supposed to work? Same thing with Somalia, by the way. Like, the average IQ in Somalia is hovers around 70, and that's the threshold for mentally handicapped, according to most psychological theses here in this country.
So that is Brandon Gill on, of course, the idea that not all cultures are equal. And he was referring that to Haiti, of course, because the average IQ in Haiti is 67. And he said not all cultures are equal or equally compatible with America's governing framework. They aren't all equally moral. And this is objectively true. Again, this shouldn't be a controversial or crazy idea, but because so many Christians, because so many so-called conservatives have almost demonized this kind of rhetoric, now we're seeing the consequences of it. And this is why I really respect and admire Pat Buchanan so much, because he understood that this was the trajectory that we are on when we allow every culture, every ethnicity, every idea and people group to infiltrate this country, because they're not coming here to assimilate. They're coming here to make America like the country they came from. And it's like, if you want to do that, well, then go back to where you came from. Do not try to Haiti our America. Do not try to make America like Saudi Arabia. Like, go back to Saudi Arabia if you like Saudi Arabia. Don't try to make America like Africa. It's really not that complicated. But there's a lot of NGOs, there's lots of funding behind it. This is not just some organic thing. There is a lot of funding, a lot of propaganda from the top down on mass migration as a whole. And then, of course, you have people like the Democrat Florida gubernatorial candidate who makes the same kind of statements that Billie Eilish had to make. Take a listen.
So people come to this country for opportunity, to have a better life, to achieve the American dream that we talk so highly about. And with that being said, in our immigration policy, we are going to ensure that we have pathways to help our immigrant population achieve U.S. citizenship and streamlining that process where we can at the state level. Yes, it's something that's federal, and of course, we're not going to overstep, but can we make sure that we're helping and protecting our immigrant constituents? Absolutely. So when we see the AG attacking the mayor of Tampa, who basically, I think she folded, right, of immigrants who are victims and witnesses, and in whatever police case or, you know, giving those names over to ICE, that's not right. Mm-hmm. So right now we have an AG who was bullying local leaders to do, again, the bidding of Project 2025, but then it's like, for what? Mm-hmm. Right? When you look at DeSantis, you're leaving office, mm-hmm. you're not going to win the presidency. So at this point, people are just operating in threads of just being evil. Mm. So we're all human beings, and I stand very firm on this, and it's on our website. No one is illegal on stolen land.
Mm-hmm. The whole no illegal on stolen land, no one is illegal on stolen land. This is the kind of stuff that you will get after you demonize the rhetoric that not all cultures are equal. That not everyone and just anyone can enter this country. You have to come, which I don't even think we should have legal immigration at this point. I think we need to shut off all immigration, all asylum programs, refugee programs. We need to put Americans first, get our country back on track, and make the American dream possible again, or we're going to lose our country. We're going to lose this republic. And not to mention the fact that we have millions upon millions of foreigners infiltrating our nation, but they're on welfare. It's not like they're coming here and they're contributing greatly to our economy and contributing greatly to this nation and assimilating and making America great again. No, they're actually making America bad. Bad. They're literally causing us to put less money in our pockets because we're paying for them to be here. We are paying for these millions of foreigners to be on welfare. 70% of immigrants are on welfare. This is Brandon Gill on that.
This is something that I've always wondered, and perhaps you could, I mean, I'm not the member of Congress, you are, and so hopefully you can elucidate for our audience this number right here, which is total, all migrants. You obviously there's outliers, like nearly 90% of Afghanis are on welfare, but 54%, the absolute majority of every single migrant we bring into this country goes directly onto welfare. These are all migrant-headed households right here. 54%, Congressman? Well, okay, couple things. One, if we're bringing in the best and the brightest, and they have to be here on welfare, why are we bringing them here at all? Two, shouldn't this be illegal? Like, if you're coming here, shouldn't the point be that you are going to contribute immediately and not parasitically make our country poorer and steal from the taxpayers of which you've contributed nothing? Your ancestors have contributed nothing. You fought in no wars. You had no children. You've added zero to our culture. You've built no churches. You haven't mowed a lawn in this country. Why are you entitled to welfare? Shouldn't there be a law that bans all migrants from welfare? I mean, doesn't that make common sense?
It makes complete common sense, and most Americans would agree with us on this. I mean, American immigration policy used to be predicated on the idea that you cannot be what's called a public burden. In other words, you can't do exactly what we're seeing here, which is come in from any part of the globe and immediately hop on welfare and expect the American people to pay for your food and your education and your housing and your health care and everything else. And yet that's what we're seeing now. That doesn't make our country stronger. It makes our country weaker in almost every single way. So what you're doing is you're saying that some middle-class American family who's been here for generations should all of a sudden pick up the tab for people from the third world flooding into our communities, which, by the way, no American voted for. Almost no American supports this. If you poll the American people, they routinely, consistently say we either want legal immigration levels, either currently where they are or much lower than they currently are. Very few Americans want more immigration, and almost no Americans want illegal immigration.
Forgive me, please continue.
No, so that's the first problem. The second issue is one of cultural compatibility, which used to be a key pillar of American immigration policy, which is if you come into the United States, you are expected to become American. You're not expected to be a hyphenated American perpetually. You are expected to adopt American culture and revere our history and adhere to the cultural norms in our civilization, which, by the way, is the whole reason why people immigrate into the United States, because our culture, I believe, in many ways is superior to other cultures across the globe. We've got to recognize that not all cultures are equal. They're not all equally compatible with America's governing framework. They're not all equally moral. They don't all have equal dignity. And we ought to recognize that bringing in third world countries where some lunatic is grilling a cat in an American park where children are playing around with is a culture that is incompatible with our own.
The more and more that I learn about Representative Brandon Gill and get to hear what he thinks about what's going on, I mean, there are very few Republicans that I truly support. But Representative Brandon Gill, I have a lot of hope for him. Him and Representative Burchett and, of course, Thomas Massey and several others. I have a lot of hope for these representatives because I don't believe that they're bought and paid for. I do not believe that they're bought and paid for. I truly believe they're America first. I truly believe they want to make this country great again. And we might disagree on some issues, but that's okay. That's what America is all about. That's what the body of Christ is all about. Is that it's okay to disagree. It's okay to find areas where we don't align fully on. That is the beauty of being an American citizen. But I have a lot of hope when I see and listen to representatives and politicians like Representative Brandon Gill, I'm actually going to a dinner tonight where I get to see the gubernatorial candidate Monty Fritz here in the great state of Tennessee, who we've interviewed on the show before. And he is a breath of fresh air. I am so sick and tired of the establishment politics that we see in every single state, from the local level to the federal level. We've got to push it out. We've got to replace it with Gen Z candidates who love this country, who want to put America first and reclaim this nation as it once was, which is a Christian nation. Founded on ideas like no other: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. This is not a Buddhist idea. This is not a Hindu idea. This is not a Muslim idea. This is a Christian idea: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Anyways, we only have about 12 minutes left in today's show. So grateful to be here with you all and to be live, even though we only have a couple minutes left, or a couple weeks left in today's in the show, and of course, being live every day. Someone said, Quiet One OK said Tim is one of the few not on the take. Yeah, exactly. I'm a big fan of Representative Burchett. He's incredible. I'm truly a patriot, loves this country, loves Tennesseans. And he's really one of the nicest representatives I've ever met. We've done some videos together, and he's so genuine. And he didn't have to take the time to do videos with me, but he did, and I really appreciate that. But anyways, like I just said, we only have a few days left before I finalize my time here on LFA TV, at least for these seasons of my life, the next few seasons of my life. So very grateful for you all. We're going to go on commercial break because the sponsors is what makes this show possible, and we are very grateful for our sponsors here on LFA TV. So we're going to go on commercial break real quick, and we will be right back after the break.
Hey everybody, how you doing? Well, it's that time of year again, isn't it? My favorite time of year, fall. Oh, I love the leaves. I love the autumn smell. I love the pumpkins. I love it all right before the snow flies. But what I don't love that comes with the cold weather and the fall weather is the flu, are the sniffles, the cold. All those common cold sniffles that you get every year. And if you have kids in the house, little kids going to and fro school, and they're coming back and they're touching everything and they're bringing the bacteria and all those viruses home from school, you don't want anything to do with that. You want to be proactive rather than reactive. That's why we're going to talk about propolis today. You know what propolis is? Well, ladies and gentlemen, propolis is what works as a barrier to keep the beehive absolutely safe. And what am I talking about? Well, Beekeepers Naturals. Now, my wife really turned me on to this. This is an endorsement of my wife and then myself as well. Beekeepers Naturals, folks, that is exactly what this is. This is a proactive rather than a reactive, all natural, all clean alternative to big food and big pharma. You've got your Beekeepers vitamin C packs, which are perfect for on the go, right? You've got your Beekeepers Propolis nasal spray. A few shots up the nose, clears out your nostrils, cleans any congestion that you have, and it's all natural, and it's going to work as a proactive barrier to any of that unwanted bacteria getting in. How about the Beekeepers all natural Propolis immune throat spray? 3 or 4 pumps of that a day, and anything that you're breathing in is going to be either repelled or killed right away. That's the amazing thing about propolis, and that is the amazing thing about Beekeepers Naturals. And I got a 20% discount for you. What's better than that? 20% discount. Look, you can even get the throat soothing pops and the kids prebiotic fiber pops, along with the throat spray, along with the nasal spray, along with the vitamin C packs. Folks, they've got it all, and it's an all-natural, clean, beautiful option for you to have in order to, get away from the big food, get away from the big pharma, and go more natural, especially with a 20% discount. How can you not go to Beekeepers Naturals today /LFA and get your 20% discount? Clean out your medicine cabinet today with beekeepers.com /LFA. And now back to the show. Hey guys, we're back with another amazing deal from Everyday Dose Coffee. Remember, Everyday Dose Coffee. This is the size of the box. Now, you guys have heard me talk about this for quite some time. This is known as coffee plus benefits, meaning that you're getting coffee with no crash, coffee with no jitters, 100% Arabica coffee, L-theanine, chaga, lion's mane, and collagen protein. And now, they have a birthday bundle out, 55% off. 55% off, and you get free free. 5 coffee to go sticks or 5 coffee to go packs. Check it out. You get that. You get the coffee. You get entered in to win $500. You get a rechargeable frother free. You get a gunmetal dose spoon absolutely free, and you get the recipe booklet too, ladies and gentlemen. And all you have to do is go to everydaydose.com/LFATV. No promo code needed. That's everydaydose.com/LFATV. 55% off. Go there now.
Alrighty, everybody. Dose and Beekeepers Natural. All of that is in the description below. When you shop and support with our sponsors, you are actively supporting us as the host. I think people need to stop blaming boomers. Someone in the chat said, listen, not all the blame is being put on boomers. There are a lot of problems with multiple different generations. Every generation has its own problem. And that's okay. Like, we need to own our mistakes. But I will say, there definitely were a lot of problems with the boomer generation. And a lot of the issues that we see today is because of the apathy, the complacency, and just the apathy towards the issues of the day. Like, all of these issues were happening. Like, when you think of gender ideology, when you think of abortion, when you think of, name any issue that we're faced with every single day, the boomer generation, most of them by and large just watched. They did nothing. Most of them didn't run for office. Most of them gave up prayer in schools for religious liberty and separation of church and state. And all of these ideas, a lot of it came down to the apathy of the boomer generation. Now, does that make every boomer apathetic and complacent? No. But if this applies to you, well, then it applies to you. But of course, Gen Z, my generation, has its own set of problems. They're faced with pornography 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They're the most social media technology addicted generation because they're the first generation that has this at their fingertips 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, more than any other generation. And so there's going to be problems. But I do see an excitement. I see a passion and a fervor for the truth and for God's word even in this generation that I frankly don't think that we've seen in a long time. So that excites me. It should excite you as well. And this is the last time I'm going to do it for today's show because we only have about 5 minutes left in today's show. Again, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Make sure you're following us here on Rumble. Share this episode with your friends and family. I want to give a shout out to all the Patriots in the chat. We've got so many different Patriots joining us. Susan K. Spencer, Logan, US in Vet, Carl Ben, The One I Am, RL5 Trucker. So many incredible individuals joining us in the show today, and we are so grateful for all of you and just your loyalty to Lfa TV, but more importantly, your loyalty to the truth. Because I always tell people, I don't care about someone's loyalty necessarily to some podcaster. Your loyalty should be to Christ and Christ alone. And to Christ first. That is where our loyalty, that is where our trust, that is where our hope is found. It is in Christ Jesus. No politician can ever do what Christ did for us on the cross. And that is the major fatal flaw in the conservative movement, is that we almost worship Trump. We almost worship this idea of conservatism and the Republican Party far more than we should be. We should not be worshiping them at all. We should not be even putting our trust in them because our trust is in Christ alone. Anyways, if you're like me, you're fed up with all this nonsense, you're going to want to be at The Last Stand. Again, Inglewood, Colorado. If you missed the first trailer episode clip of this, here it is right here.
There was a time when America was more than a place. It was an idea, a vision, a standard. Strong men led their families. Mothers nurtured the next generation. Children played under open skies, and faith was not just welcomed, it was woven into our way of life. We weren't a perfect nation, but we were proud of our flag, proud of our families, proud of the values that built the greatest nation the world has ever known. We built homes that stood for generations. The family was sacred, life was sacred, and we trained our children to cherish both. But something changed. Now our children are more connected to screens than to their parents. Truth has become hate speech. Evil is called good. And what was once unthinkable is now funded, protected, and sold. But throughout history, when evil crept in, it was the church that rose up. When tyrants ruled, children were slaughtered. It was the people of God who stood in the gap, not with empty words, but with unwavering courage. This moment now is no different. This is our time. It's our turn. It's our last stand. In the face of evil, you and I stand.
Alrighty, everybody. Thank you all so much for joining the show today. I am so grateful for all of you and just your patriotism and love of country. We could not do what we are doing here on Lfa TV without you guys. Again, very sad to be leaving in 2 weeks. Next Friday is my last day, but grateful and very blessed for the time that I have been able to have here on Lfa TV. And I'm not going away. I'm not going to be far. I'll be here, always willing to fill in whenever I'm needed, and would love to see you guys, meet you at events, come up, say hi, would love to shake your hand, and thank you for all the work that you guys do in your own states. Hit that subscribe button. We'll see you guys back here tomorrow, 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern. Stay tuned for the next host. They are up next. God bless you all, and God bless the United States of America.
Welcome to the program, everybody. So President Trump is urging Virginia voters to reject a constitutional amendment on the ballot today that would temporarily restore the state's legislature's power to draw congressional districts, replacing the current bipartisan commission. So Democrats controlling the legislature have passed a new gerrymandered map favoring them 10-1. Shifting from the existing 6-5 Democratic edge in Virginia's 11 districts. Obviously, this is all happening for the midterms. What's taking place in Virginia today could very well be all the Democrats need to flip Congress and impeach President Trump. Let's be clear, this is an apportionment war. And I believe the threat of the Democrats taking their power back is exponentially larger than any threat we may be facing overseas. Democrats regaining power without facing any consequences for their treasonous behavior will likely mean overt Christian persecution and totalitarian speech laws. Why? Well, because one of the reasons America rejected the woke sex religion of the left is because we were free to talk about it. We were free to post about it and, dare I say, joke about it. Dave Chappelle, he's upset now. He has regrets that his jokes gave the rest of us permission to say what we were all already thinking. But if the Dems get another bite at the apple, they will surely crack down on our speech and will likely end the filibuster and pack the Supreme Court to do just that. The Paul Herrell program starts right now. Let's talk about it.
Blasting me, and I thought for a second, I was like, oh my gosh, everybody is now reaching for their computer or their phone volume, and they're turning it down across all our platforms, or the LFA audience or whatever. But anyway, we are live, coming from Arkansas. Honored to follow the great Hannah Faulkner. We were talking about how young she is. We don't know exactly how old Hannah is, but man, you know, we're definitely a generation ahead of her. Yeah, but she gives hope. I think gives me hope for the younger generation. That was exactly my point, and I think that there is hope. I also saw. Well, I won't tell that story right now, but I will say this: it's a big day in Virginia.
It is,
and we're going to talk about that at great length. But I just want to say this one last thing before I toss it back to you, Paul.
You got it,
and that is. War. Huh. Good God, y'all. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Man, hopefully. Oh, my gosh. Hopefully. We keep saying it over the last week or so. But hopefully, this is the end, folks.
Yeah,
we're tired of talking about it.
Man, I'm tired of talking about it, too. I know you and I, we talked about it yesterday. But yeah, the news on that is just that President Trump has extended the ceasefire, and we'll see what happens. I don't think the Iranians want to talk about it anymore, and that I don't know. We could analyze that till we're blue in the face. Mm-hmm. But I also at the same time I don't think President Trump wants to continue this either.
No, man, we talked about it yesterday. Yeah. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to talk about it anymore.
And honestly, I think the fact that the ceasefire is extended just means, I think he knows the idea of the world markets continuing to suffer. If we start the bombings again, I don't really think. Is there a real way to accomplish the objectives that we set out for, or that Benjamin Netanyahu wanted to say? I don't think there is, and so it's kind of a nothing burger.
And we're seeing too as well, the new Fed chair is up for confirmation, and I think that Trump wants to look forward, and he wants to build some momentum leading into these midterms. We didn't really plan to talk about this today, but I'll say this: Scott Pressler is really on John Thune on social media, and he's basically said, hey, if John Thune does not pass the SAVE Act by the end of this month, which is not going to happen, so let's just say this is what Pressler is going to do, and I believe him. He's setting up camp in Texas, and he is going in hard to elect Ken Paxton over Cornyn. He's going to take out one of the Thune allies, and so that's interesting to see. If you are naive and you don't think that Scott Pressler has power to rally voters and build a coalition behind him, you are foolish. You are foolish. The man is relentless. And he's going to Texas next.
I mean, obviously I'm not a Cornyn fan, but I would just say that these guys they're willing to sacrifice John Cornyn to keep. Honestly, I believe this. I wish Eric were here. Eric will be here tomorrow. We're told. But I just think they don't want election security because Republicans benefit from this. They benefit from the status quo just like the Dems do in these Republican primaries. I really truly believe that. Every time John Thune goes to the microphone, I am just disgusted.
Yeah,
I'm just disgusted by him and everybody that flanks him.
I think slimy, murky waters. I think a Louisiana crocodile, and I forget what state John Thune's from. I want to know. I think it was South Dakota. Yeah. Okay. So. But he is the very definition, in my opinion, of a swamp creature, and he's a Schumer. He is Schumer, but with an R next to his name.
Yeah.
That I think he's a lot more intelligent than Schumer. I think Schumer's stupid enough to go in front of the media when he's got bad press, and I don't think he does well. Polls come and go. You're like, and he's talking about Donald Trump's poll numbers, and Schumer's like, oh yeah, we're seeing that Donald Trump has less than 40% approval. Yours is actually 18%. Polls come and go, folks. Polls come and go, and polls are always changing. So
yeah, at some point, Chuck Schumer became a comic book villain, or at least he looks like a comic book villain, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if he has like the 1980s female shoulder pads, but he just is all. Just
I
looks
agree.
Like a villain.
I agree with 30-year ago Charles Schumer. Okay. As he was known then. He went by Chuck a little later, right? But he was Charles Schumer. He's like, and I agree with him in 2009, Paul.
Wow, 2009.
Yeah, 2009, because he still believed that he called them illegal aliens.
Wow.
And that they can't cross the border and all of this stuff, and they need to be sent home and all of that. And then how the times have changed.
Well, they need those votes. They need that permanent underclass. So, all right. So we have, we're going to get to the title of the show, which is What's Going On in Virginia. Abigail Spanberger is a CIA puppet.
Yep.
And she has, with the help of the Democrats in the Virginia legislature, has hatched a plan to potentially go to a 10-1 state instead of a 6-5 state. And you never know how slim the majority is going to be. This obviously would assume that the Republicans don't perform well in the midterms, which right now is apparent. I mean, right now, if it were held today, it would not be good. And that's why we've got a lot of work to still focus on here domestically.
It's April, so we've got time.
A long time. We do have a long time, but here's the Gateway Pundit headline. Trump makes last-minute push to stop Virginia power grab. Democrats eye 10-1 map flip from a 6-5 split. There you see the map. President Donald Trump is sounding the alarm during a tele-rally alongside House Speaker Mike Johnson. Trump addressed voters across the Commonwealth just hours before the polls opened, framing the referendum as a defining national moment with massive consequences. Now, I mean, if you are a Republican in Virginia, this should motivate you to get out, right? I know President Trump's not on the ballot, but this should motivate you to get out, because if you're a Republican right now and you have a Republican, if you're one of the 5 districts in Virginia where there's a Republican, and now you're basically going to have a Democrat that doesn't listen to anything.
Yeah, you're being lumped in with Northern Virginia.
Yeah, if that's what happens, then you have every motivation to get out and vote. So
sure,
you got to hope that, of course, the Democrats are going to be motivated as well, because they want to impeach President Trump. They also want to take the Senate, and they want to put Adam Schiff on the next committee to investigate President Trump and everybody in his administration. And all of a sudden, they'll be like, oh, you were making, I promise you this, all of this money that is being made right now, the strait's open, the strait's closed, the strait's open, the strait's closed, all of those people are going to be pulled in and investigated. Yeah. And Adam Schiff will act like he's got the moral high ground.
Oh, sure.
Sure. I mean, I'm not necessarily saying what's going on is moral. Matter of fact, I think something's nefarious going on myself.
Yeah.
But it's going to be in the media, wall-to-wall coverage about the moral fortitude of the Democrats holding the Republicans. It's going to be disgusting. This is what our future, aside from the fact that I do think overt Christian persecution is on the way as well.
Well, listen, the only thing that Adam Schiff should be investigating is his toilet inside of his jail cell. If you
making
believe
that prison wine.
Yes, making that prison wine, like
selling cigarettes.
I got a personal story here.
Or using cigarettes as currency.
My 15-year-old son has decided that he likes his blue jeans sagging a little bit.
Oh no.
And those underwear.
I'm so sorry.
Showing. And I'm going to tell you something. I don't even sugarcoat the words to him. I'm like, you're a prison bitch. That's where this comes from. You are a bottom prison bitch. and he doesn't. Sorry, Hometown TV.
Well, and
but
also we've been wondering why Apple Podcasts has now marked the show as explicit. I've been wondering why. I can't figure out, like, why does my niece, why does my under 18 niece, like, Uncle Paul, I'm trying to listen to your podcast, but it's marked explicit.
I can't do it.
And this may be
probably because
this may be why.
I will sanitize. I will sanitize this, but he thinks it's cool, right? And I don't understand it. He's a handsome dude. You've met him. He's a handsome dude. He's 6 foot tall. Like he's gonna do really, really well with the ladies in his life, except for he's extremely awkward. But he's walking around here. I'm like, you think girls think that's cute? You think that? And we're in a predominantly white school district. It's not like he's trying to, entice this. And so that just really, really frustrates me. But it makes me think about, like, dude, what are you going to be if you go to prison? You gonna be this bottom B? Because that's what you're saying. That's what you're saying, right? You might as well pull those pockets out. And I just know this, that if Adam Schiff, if he were to ever go to prison, he would be a bottom B. Okay, I'm sanitizing my words.
100%.
Yeah, he'd be a bottom witch.
But let's be honest,
there
he's
you
not.
go.
You know, if he goes to jail, he's not. He's going to some cushy prison where they've got like tennis courts and stuff. You know.
Oh yeah, like
There's
the
no,
Chrysley's.
Yeah,
Chrysley's got
where,
dude ate McDonald's every day.
I mean, he should still go there.
You
I
know.
mean, but that's where Adam Schiff ends up if he ever goes anywhere. Here is Mark Lynch. I thought this was a very interesting post.
You sent us this.
I was like, my goodness,
dude,
he's
he
not
went in
pulling
hard.
any punches. So on the news of what Virginia is going through today with this initiative on their ballot, to essentially totally, destroy the state of Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
Mark Lynch says, today, Democrats in Virginia, now Mark Lynch is challenging Lindsey Graham, you guys know this. Democrats in Virginia, funded heavily by foreign interests and non-state actors, are initiating the sequence that could lead to the installation of Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House of Representatives and to Donald Trump's impeachment. The Commonwealth of Virginia, and indeed the entire U.S. House, is being stolen from America today. There is a war raging, and it's not in Iran. It's on U.S. soil. In the birthplace of this great republic, Virginia, the first colony in America. Today, commie Democrats are stealing 4 seats in the U.S. House of Representatives. Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger is a CIA case officer who worked for Muslim CIA Chief John Brennan. We have an update on John Brennan here in just a minute.
Okay.
Islam has brought the war for the American Republic to our shores, Mark Lynch says. Donald Trump should immediately federalize the Virginia National Guard and arrest Governor Abby Spanberger and Attorney General Jay Jones and seize control of Richmond, Virginia. The same way the federal DOJ parachuted into southern states in the 1960s with civil rights, Donald Trump's DOJ should immediately get to work putting the commies in Virginia trying to disenfranchise Virginia's voters on notice. We, the people, need to establish a war footing here at home in order to dismantle every single anti-American regulation put in place by Democrats, including the Democrat gerrymandering law likely to pass today. This is war. It's time to act like it. So what Mark Lynch here is arguing for is essentially the Republicans have the power. They've got it. They've got, and they need to use the power. They need to use hard power. And, the fact that we pulled out of Minneapolis, not a good sign.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what we saw is what Democrats will do when they see a threat. And that was how many indictments against Donald Trump, how many arrests
J6ers.
J6ers, how many arrests against just Trump allies in general. Right, and it totally ruined the reputation of Rudy Giuliani. I mean, he was America's mayor, if you're old enough to remember.
John Eastman, the last week, or this week, was just disbarred from California, and all he did was give Trump legal advice over the 2020 election. All he was just
how dare you
giving somebody legal advice.
How dare you?
Lost his law license in California.
Right, and so then you also think, because leftists are in charge. When leftists are in charge of stuff, Don't sit here and tell me that there's any sort of fairness. Abigail Spanberger, what we're talking about in Virginia, is a prime example, Paul. They run on their bull, right? They run on it. And Democrats are running on affordability for the midterms. Are you Are you trying to sit here with a straight face and tell me that Democrats want to work on affordability? Their job is to collect as much tax as they can so that they can distribute welfare programs to keep Democrats' voters on the hook so that they can commit more fraud. That's why Ilhan Omar is worth $30 million. That's why AOC has a reported net worth of $30 to $40 million, although she denies it. You're sitting here telling me and the Republicans are guilty of it too. We see them. We see these members of Congress become rich because what do? They cater and throw this red meat to the voters. Okay, and that's what Democrats are doing right now. They're sitting here and saying, "Oh, we're going to run on affordability." Then what the hell did this woman do as soon as she got in office in Virginia? She goes into office and immediately passes all of these taxes. How does that make more affordable?
And she gives away the Electoral College votes to the popular vote to people that don't even live in Virginia.
I don't even see how that's legal because we are the United States
it's not,
of America.
Challenge.
So it's bull. The Democrats have already told us what they're going to do. We saw it. We saw it the moment that Trump announced his re-election campaign in 2022, whatever it was, when Donald Trump came up and said, "I'm running for president again." What did they do? All hands on deck. When Democrats see a threat, they go all in, law be damned, throw out all of the rules. We don't care. We see a threat and we're going to take it out. It pisses me off, and it pisses you off too, that the Republicans won't do the same. Why are we trying to play fair with cheaters?
It's exactly right, Rob.
You're sitting in you're playing a sport game. You're like baseball, football, whatever. You are playing fair against a bunch of cheaters. And you want to bitch about it and gripe about it. I'm mad because I voted for you to take out those cheaters. I voted for you to go after them the way they went after us.
End the corruption.
You and I have a fearful manner about us because we are Republican conservative commentators. Luckily, we are in a Christian red state where there's not as much danger as there would be if our asses were sitting in Minnesota, sitting there railing against the Democrats. As conservative commentators, we would be in trouble. But we are sitting here. Trying to rail against this system and talk about fairness and do things the right way when our opponents couldn't give a damn about it. They do everything they can to get what they want, which is power.
No, you're exactly right. They do everything. I completely agree with you, and actually here is proof of that. This headline over at Breitbart: teachers tell students to push parents to vote yes on Virginia gerrymandering scheme. Two public school teachers in Fairfax, Virginia, abused their position by telling their students to pressure their parents to vote yes on that state's gerrymandering scheme. Quote, it says here, "On Friday, I picked up my 14-year-old twin boys from school, and both jumped into the car and asked whether I was voting yes on Virginia's redistricting measure Tuesday," writes Kelly Sadler in the Washington Times. "That's a no," she told them. She then wondered why they asked. It's her boys, as her boys know exactly how I feel about this shameless power play by the liberals in Richmond. Turns out, she writes, that in both of their civics classes that day, taught by two different teachers in Fairfax County Public Schools, they were urged to go home and persuade their parents to vote yes. To your point, Rob, they do everything they possibly can with the power that they're given. They never have any consequences for it when they actually overstep there. But we've got legal authority here that we're not using, and people like John Thune are not using. I mean, let me give you an example here.
And we've also forgotten how Glenn Youngkin was elected. Glenn Youngkin was elected in the first place because of Fairfax County.
Yes.
And they're bull. They do this. And parents, how soon we forget and sit our tails at home. And I'm going to tell you, if this referendum passes in Virginia today, it's going to be because the Republicans are sitting at home bitching about the gas prices, and they're complacent, and they're not getting out and voting. They're just going to let the Democrats do what they're going to do, because what are the Democrats after? Power.
Yeah, you're exactly
and they
right.
See it. It's not about leveling the playing field in Washington, D.C., Paul. You know that's not what it's about. This is an opportunity for us to change the electorate map here in the state of Virginia. And Democrats are like, ooh, never let a crisis go to waste.
Exactly.
Look at what they're doing down in Texas. Look at what they're doing in Missouri. Look at what they're doing in these red states. Oh, we have to counteract that here in Virginia. Screw whatever's best for Virginians.
Yeah.
Screw it.
Well, I mean, you do raise an interesting point. This is a tit for tat, right? And Florida might even go further than because they redistricted. They may even go further. Obviously, was it Ohio that decided not to because Trump used the word retarded or something?
Oh yeah. Good grief.
But it is certainly tit for tat. And so, but it's up to Virginia if they don't want this to happen.
I'm sick of weak leaders. That's what I'm saying.
I know.
I'm sick of it.
91.69 per gal or per barrel right now.
A little bit up.
Well, it went up today because President Trump went on CNBC, which is the stock market channel.
Mm-hmm.
It is the stock market channel.
Oh yeah.
And he said, that bombs may be dropping again. Now he extended the ceasefire, but to your point about we're upset about gas prices. Yeah, that's voters are that way. That's who we are. You can call us fickle or whatever, or call us just we want affordability. Here is Nick Sorter. So this is when I see John Thune come up to this podium. This is what I'm talking about. I am disgusted by these people. I'm disgusted by the institutions they represent because they don't actually care. They say they care, but they don't actually care.
Yeah, he's lost it. He's lost credibility.
Here's John Thune.
So we worked with Democrats, actually worked with Democrats on all 12. And then, of course, at the last minute, the Democrats decided they didn't want to fund DHS. And so we've now had 2 long shutdowns of DHS, so long that the employees at DHS has been unfunded for a longer time than it's been funded. So those employees over there have not been paid for more days than they've been paid in this fiscal year, if you can believe that. So the Democrats have effectively written themselves out of the appropriations process by drawing a line in the sand and saying that we are so committed to our open borders and defund the police policies that we are not going to fund the 2 agencies that are tasked with keeping this country safe, protecting our border, and ensuring that illegal immigrants in this country who commit criminal acts are deported out of the country.
Get rid of the filibuster.
That's
this is
pretty
an easy
much what it is,
problem.
as simple as that. And so what we have been forced to do, and frankly this is not my preference, but it is a reality, we are going to use the reconciliation process to fund those 2 important agencies. And so we will be getting on a bill later today,
I just can't. I don't like. They are unserious people. This is serious times. We have unserious people. I don't even want to hear their excuses. I don't want to hear. I don't want to even and I can't be the only one. Obviously, we're in the news business, but I think the average person sees this. The average Trump voter, they see this, and they're not even listening to you anymore. And that's a dangerous place as a country when we get to that point.
You know what, Paul? John Thune sounds like a 450-pound person bitching about their diabetes while they sit.
That may be the best analogy ever given on this
450-pound person bitching about their diabetes in the Taco Bell drive-thru.
Well,
they're sitting in there. They're waiting on Dr. Now to come in.
It's not my preference to take this insulin shot right now, but I gotta eat.
Well, I gotta eat. I gotta eat this taco box. Give me the taco box, sir. That's 50 tacos. How many people you feeding? Better make it 2. It's just me. But you're griping. That's what John Thune sounds like. Yeah. He sounds like a fat ass who can't lose weight and griping about it while they're sitting the Taco Bell drive-thru.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yep.
You have the power to fix this problem. And we all know, and it makes me so damn mad, we all know what Chuck Schumer, well, first of all, I don't think Chuck Schumer is going to be the Senate Majority Leader anymore. I think that there will be, if after those elections, during those lame duck terms, I think they're going to push Chuck Schumer out. I don't know who the next person would be. But I think
who are the black female senators? Do we have any black female Democrat senators? Because that's my bet right now. Give me a Poly Market account right now.
You know what? At this point, it's going to be Markowski or what's her name, Susan Collins, because they're going further and further left. I mean, they're not black, but you get my point. So I'm just so sick. I am so sick and tired of John Thune standing there. And talking about all of the problems that he can't solve when he really can solve them. You can solve these problems because you know what the Democrats are going to do when they get back into power. You know. You think Chuck Schumer is going to say, oh, I know we agreed to keep the filibuster, but hey, listen, we've got to stop Trump.
They're going to, exactly. Like I said at the top of the show, packing the Supreme Court, ending the filibuster, like these are the easy things they're going to do almost immediately as soon as they get in.
I'm so sick of it.
Yeah.
I hate to be black-pilled,
it's ridiculous.
But when you've got a leader like this in the Senate, when you've got a John Thune, when we could have had Rick Scott, when you've got a John Thune, it just pisses me off. Mm-hmm. And we've got Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton standing right next to him,
like a robot.
Like a robot. I could,
I'm sorry.
Tom, stand up and say, you know what, John? I think we just get rid of this filibuster. How about that? Mm-hmm. Hey, you know what? There we go, Arkansas.
Yeah, dude. I don't know. I'm. You're telling me there's not one piece of information out there. I mean, the whole system is run on blackmail. Yeah. You're telling me there's not one piece of information that Susan Collins or Lisa Murkowski that couldn't be used to get them on board as well. I mean, because that's what Thune's going to say. Well, we don't have the votes. Yeah, a real leader. President Trump is right when he says a real leader would find a way to get the votes. What do you need for this? What do you need, right,
John? You know what? Donald Trump said that he, and he's only said it one time, and I guess that he got backlash for it. But he said, I'm not signing anything until they send it. They haven't sent it, and I'm pretty dang sure that they're going to sorry, I lost a text message came through, and it made me lose my train of thought.
No, I get it.
Yeah,
I got another story here.
Okay. Go for it.
Yeah, here we go. So this is last week we had congressmen resigning, right? And so we've got another so it's like a continued thing. Representative Sheila Cherfulis, is that how you say it? Cherfulis McCormick. I think
the hyphenated last name is always a thing.
It's definitely community. But Cherfulis kind of sounds like maybe like a verb or like a maybe an adjective to describe her.
Sounds like a croissant to me.
Well,
this is the cheerfulest croissant.
Quit being so cheerfulous.
Yeah.
Or cheerless is what
I don't know.
All right, so anyway, she's resigned. All right, so you may not know who this lady is, but she's been accused, under investigation for a while for stealing $5 million in COVID relief funds or disaster relief funds. Representative Sheila Cherfulis McCormick stepped down from Congress on Tuesday, moments before the House Ethics Committee was set to consider sanctions as she continues to fight a pending federal criminal case. She's already been indicted, okay? Cherfulis McCormick announced her resignation in a statement posted early Tuesday afternoon after later submitted a formal resignation letter to House Speaker Mike Johnson. In her public statement, Cherfulis McCormick described the ethics process, it's a fun word to say, as a witch hunt.
Yeah, it's a witch hunt. This wasn't fair. Okay. Wait a minute. Did you steal $5 million or didn't you?
I hereby resign from the office of the 119th Congress.
20 minutes before she was about to be expelled.
Punchbowl News congressional reporter Max Cohen shared on X that House Ethics Committee Chairman Michael Guest, a Republican from Mississippi. In light of Ms. McCormick's resignation earlier today, the Committee on Ethics has now lost jurisdiction on the matter. There will not be a sanctions hearing. The resignation came after months of mounting legal and ethical issues A federal grand jury in Miami indicted Cherfulus McCormick on November 2025, alleging she and her brother, Edwin Cherfulus, diverted $5 million in FEMA overpayment tied to the 2021 COVID vaccine. So there's all that money going around, and she got greedy and, mingled it with campaign funds, according to allegations and everything else. So it's pretty... this is her. I don't know if you remember when she was originally indicted, she came out and she had to play the race card. Remember this?
Oh, yeah.
Your thoughts on the indictment, please? Well, it's an unjust indictment, and it seems like these intimidation tactics have been pervasive. We spent all week seeing different members getting censured, all in hopes of intimidating and kind of distracting from the Epstein files. And I look forward to my day in court so I can prove myself and actually state the truth. But if this is what Congress is becoming, where they're always trying to intimidate you, scare tactics, especially attacking minorities, black and brown people, then we're going to have to keep fighting for the district. And everybody has been giving me so much support, and we're going to keep fighting until the district gets what it needs, which is fair prices, housing, and fair representation in Congress.
I agree with you. I agree with you. Listen, all of those people whose houses were swept away in the floods, the fires, all of those things, they didn't need that money. They didn't need that $5 million that you took. You just go rest your head tonight and just say, this is all because you're black. This has nothing to do with the fact that you're a criminal, allegedly. Okay? But I don't think an innocent person resigns like that. You know?
I think it's obvious. Yeah, it's obvious.
But hey,
listen, she's going to jail.
She stole money, allegedly stole money from people who suffered these incredible tragedies. And we saw what happened in North Carolina with these floods. I mean, and the devastation that these people, they made it out of the mountains after 3 days and came down, and effing FEMA workers had the whole damn hotels booked up. And people that were just looking for a warm place to sleep for the first time in 3 days didn't even have a place to stay. Their home completely swept away. Okay? And you're just like, dang, man. Well, at least FEMA is there helping out and all of that stuff. But this stupid, cold-hearted thief stole money from some of the most vulnerable people.
Yeah.
In my opinion. It's kind of, why don't you go steal from the children's orphanage? You know? Like, you didn't steal from a corporation. You didn't steal from Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk. You stole from people going through tragedy. And you want to sit there and say that it's the color of your skin with your hyphenated last name because you just can't bring yourself to take on your husband's last name.
Cherfulus
McCormick.
Cherfulus.
You would think you'd want to get rid of that Cherfulus last name.
She probably will now. Folks, we're going to take a break, but before we do, I want to talk about Redvive Health and the great folks at redvivehealth.org/Paul. That's redvivehealth.org/Paul. If you've never heard about the healing power of red light, I just want to encourage you to go do your research, and you can do that at redvivehealth.org/Paul. It's not just a place to get a 35% discount, which you can get.
Sure.
But these panels are not like your average panels that you might see elsewhere. We've got two different wavelengths of light that are coming through. You've got red light, which generates collagen production in your skin, is really useful for anti-aging properties. But then you also have the near-infrared light spectrum, which is that light that comes up right when the sun sets or right when the sun is rising, and we actually need this in our bodies. But it's in targeted doses, and it penetrates into your body, deep into your body, into your bones, into your organs, into your subcutaneous fat, stimulates the mitochondria of your cells, which are the powerhouse of cells, and essentially it's called photobio or biophotomodulation. It increases blood flow, and it tricks your body into thinking that you've worked out when you actually haven't. That's the way I would describe it. And so it's actually pretty insane. And it sounds too good to be true, but that's why you need to go to redvivehealth.org/Paul and check this out for yourself. It'd be a great way to support the show, but also to get off the medical industrial complex hamster wheel. And a lot of people have avoided surgery by using this because their inflammation in their body decreases to such a degree. So do that now, RedVive Health, or you can call 844-REDVIVE. That's 844-REDVIVE. And when you do, mention my name, Paul, and you'll get 35% off. And also, if you're a veteran and can prove it, you'll get an additional discount as well. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back here in just a moment.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with RedVive.
The other things that we're seeing, more and more use for is even vascular issues. So one of the mechanisms that red light, near-infrared light, or RedVive works is stimulation of the mitochondria and stimulation of nitric oxide production. So when nitric oxide is released in cells, it vasodilates cells. It reduces inflammation. It moves blood. It brings blood flow to areas. So folks that have issues with ulcers or burns or wounds, it can help stimulate increased blood supply, and you need blood to heal. So that can open up different avenues for peripheral artery disease, for neuropathic pain syndromes. And so that's one of the other areas for nerve injury or nerve pain that we can leverage this type of medicine.
Behind every precious life, there was a choice. Behind every family moment, behind every special memory, there was a choice. A life of joy. A life that is beautifully and wonderfully made. At 7 Weeks Coffee, we are funding the pro-life movement, one cup at a time. Will you let your coffee serve a greater purpose?
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with RedVive.
The Paul Herrell Program.
Welcome back to the show, everyone. Thanks so much for being with us. Broadcasting live from the great state of Arkansas. We can't do the program without you watching every single day. So yesterday on the program, I was telling you about this book. Many of you have heard of it. Maybe some of you haven't heard of it. The book is called The Camp of the Saints. I actually decided to bring my copy from home because it's in the news. This book, this reprinted book by Vauban Studios, or Vauban Publishing, not Studios, Vauban Books. It's by a French author by the name of Jean Raspail. Jean Raspail. You see it here on your screen. I have a copy. I've read the book. I'm actually on page 124, so forgive me that I haven't finished it. I am notorious for reading books and not finishing them, but now I'm recommitting myself. But I get the gist of the book and the liberal arguments. So let me do the headlines for you here first. So this was yesterday, which is R.N. McIntyre. Amazon is committed to the burning of your fine oak doors. This is a direct reference to the book. If you've read it, you know what you know what it's talking about. But anyway, Vauban Books, our statement on Amazon's suppression of the Camp of the Saints in the United States. So basically, Amazon removed this paperback copy. They've sold like 20,000 copies this year of this book, and I'm going to tell you why this is a big deal here in a minute. But basically, the way the story goes is we think J.D. Vance referenced this book. may even quoted from it, and so Amazon got mad and took the book down because of what people say about this book. However,
just FYI, we're not getting a promotion for talking about this book.
Everybody needs to read it, though.
Yeah, we just think it's interesting that the book burning goes one way.
Yeah. Absolutely. That's absolutely the case. And so we have The Blaze saying this. Amazon gives lame excuse for removing offensive dystopian novel about mass migration ruining Europe. France was among the Western nations whose elites determined it worthwhile the second half of the 20th century to open the floodgates to mass migration from the Third World, especially from former colonies. Award-winning French novelist and traveler writer Jean Raspail foresaw this threat in demographic replacement. But unfortunately, Amazon took it down. Anyway, here's the statement from Vauban Books. An Amazon spokesman told The Blaze, "We've resolved an error that briefly affected the availability of a paperback listing of Camp of the Saints, and the title is now restored." Thank you to The Blaze. We'll have more.
It was just an error, Paul.
Yeah, just an error.
Just an error. They didn't do it on purpose.
Wasn't politically motivated. But yesterday I said, I was like, hey, this is, if the Democrats get their power back, we have more of this on steroids.
We all remember what it was like the last time that they had control of things like this, and I'm talking about Twitter, and how all of these conservative, they were banned, but it was an accident. They were inadvertently banned. You're just like, what? Why doesn't this ever happen with leftists?
Yes.
It never happens with leftists. It only happens with people on the right. So did genderqueer inadvertently have an error? No, it just never did.
Somebody said that.
You know?
Somebody actually says, Eric Tietzel says, Camp of the Saints author Jean Raspail was a recipient of the Grand Prix de Roman and Grand Prix de Littérature from the Academy of France. The French government appointed him to the Legion of Honor, but sure, replace his book with Heather Has Two Mommies because you're sophisticated.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Eric is spot on.
I love it. So here, this is what's interesting. So this particular copy of the book, if you get this new reprint by Vauban Books, do not read the introduction. Do not read the introduction.
Do not.
The introduction I read because, it's the introduction. But the introduction is... Let me just read a few sentences and you'll understand what I'm talking about. You are holding in your hands one of the most important dystopian novels ever written, but unlike Aldous Huxley's Brave New World and George Orwell's 1984, Jean Raspail's The Camp of the Saints lacks any aura of respectability. In the United States, it is attacked as a bigoted screed, a must-read within white supremacist circles. That's a quote. Raspail, who won some of France's most important literary prizes, is regarded as an outright racist rather than an accomplished writer. This narrative has stood for years, in large part because the publishing houses that owned the rights to the English translation have suppressed the book. That is why the authorized release of this new edition by Robert Laffont, the French publishing house that owns the original rights, is so important. For the first time in many years, English speakers have unrestricted access to the text, brought to life in Ethan Rundell's vivid new translation. English language audiences can now finally understand Raspail's hypnotic and haunting tale and appreciate why the novel remains a lasting significance. Huxley's Brave New World and Orwell's 1984 show how the assumptions of self-satisfied materialism, far from building a progressive paradise, can underwrite a permanent political nightmare. Describing fully achieved dystopias, the novels capture two sides of modern despotism, one soft and seductive, the other hard and brutal. The Camp of the Saints, by contrast, divulges a dystopia as it comes to be. It explores the implications of modern spiritual self-hatred. And so the reason... I would be fine if that were the introduction, okay? Yeah. But the introduction goes on for pages, and there are spoilers in there. And it goes on to talk more about the critiques. It goes on to talk more about the left and what they say about this book. And so I read it all, and there were spoilers. And when I started to read the book, there were things that were happening that I really wish I hadn't known that I knew coming into it. So that's why I say don't read the introduction. But it also shows you that it doesn't really matter how you qualify things. I mean, I criticized this yesterday. I referenced this. And for those of you that were listening yesterday, I criticized Vaban for putting the introduction in there in the first place the way that they did, because, you know, we always feel the need that if we qualify, well, I'm just making this point. I've got black friends. I'm not racist.
Yeah, I'm not. I've got.
They don't care. They don't care about your qualification. They don't qualify any of their nonsense ideas. And so I'm kind of done qualifying mine.
Sure.
You know, think what you're going to think, man. But this qualification really didn't matter in the end because they banned it anyway for a day. So.
Yeah, I mean, my algorithm is it's showing a lot of black people who are talking about, like, hey, why does it upset you when someone says that, you know, people of my skin color are 13% of the population, but yet commit 50% of all the violent crime? Why does that upset you for someone to say it? And he's like, I'm gonna pause. And he's like, all that person is doing is stating a fact. But what do we do when we say that? Like, well, I'm not racist here, but, you know,
stereotypes exist because people reinforce them every single day.
And it's like, okay, well, statistically speaking, I am more at danger around an African American than I am around a white person. That's just statistically speaking. It's not racist to say that thing. Now, I'm also 6'4", 250 pounds, so I don't feel intimidated very often at all. Now, maybe that lulls me into a false sense of security and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
But if you
never relax,
yes. But if you were to sit here and tell me, hey, statistically speaking, you know, 6'4" bald guys are you know, twice as likely to do this, right?
Yeah, to recruit, you know, former radio hosts into the KKK.
There you go. Maybe that's what it is. You know,
let me qualify. I'm just joking.
Not in the KKK. It should go without saying, but you know, we have to say it, right? But anyway, like if you told me that the average such and such was 6'4" and bald headed, I wouldn't be offended because that's not me. Like,
yeah,
what do I care? Like you're saying that the average you know, rapist or something, I don't know, is a 6'4" bald guy. Like, I've never raped anybody. I'm never going to ever rape anybody. Like, why would I be offended that you have pointed that stuff out? But it goes to this whole, no, I'm not saying this. I'm not trying to make you offended and do all this stuff. And I'm sick of it, man. This is why Donald Trump was elected in the first place in 2016, because this PC crap that we've been just regurgitating over and over and over. Thankfully, we had an awakening that happened in 2024, because you used to not be able to say that a trans person with a penis was actually a man. You couldn't even say that 5 years ago without being canceled, Paul.
Well, I think you probably still can't say it on Apple Podcasts.
You could kiss my A. I'll say this. If this dude is walking around in a dress, but he's got a dick, he is a man, a very not... he's a very feminine man. He's not a very masculine man, but he's a man nonetheless. And I know what his chromosomes are because I don't see it, but I know that he's got a penis. And I sure as hell don't want him going into using the same bathroom as my 12-year-old daughter. Okay? So don't sit here and tell me. It's kind of like, you know, what we were talking about on the show. Like, what does a trans woman, right? That's what they are, right? A man who transitions to a woman.
Yeah,
right?
That's a man, I believe, yeah.
Do they go to the gynecologist? And does that gynecologist nod, wink, wink? Okay, lady, come on in here. Let me move your balls out of the way here and do an examination, right? No, they don't. A gynecologist is not going to examine a trans woman. Unless, and I don't, in if freaking billable hours and insurance pays for that crap, we need to have a conversation about that stuff. I've gone off on some side tangents here, Paul, but I'm so sick of this. I'm so sick of PC.
back to this book, The Camp of the Saints, real quick. Have you ever read a book that has an introduction that's like apologizing for itself? I mean, it's not apologizing for itself. That's a mischaracterization.
No, I've never heard of
it's
it.
like, hey, this is a controversial piece of literature, and we're just letting you know that it's controversial. I've never heard of it either.
No.
But for those of you, real quick, I'll just give you a summary, and then we'll move on from this topic. But I wanted to hit this part of the introduction because it says the central plot concerns an armada that transports 1 million migrants from India to the shores of France, throwing the country and the West into chaos. But The Camp of the Saints is not a disaster novel. The book's importance does not hinge on whether Raspail was correct in predicting mass immigration or in describing it in catastrophic terms. Rather, the novel's genius lies in the depiction of an apocalypse in the original sense of the term. Properly translated, apocalypse means revelation, disclosure, literally an uncovering. The Camp of the Saints, whose title is taken from the book of Revelation, unveils the perverse logic that pervades late Western civilization, throwing into sharp relief the nihilism of guilt, too spiritually weak to appreciate their own distinction and to defend themselves. Westerners welcome their own destruction under the guise of creating a perfect world cleansed of their past sins.
Westerners, we just want to be cleansed of our past sins, even though we're the ones, it's certainly here in the United States, who freed the slaves.
Yeah, and
right?
and
slavery still
hundreds
goes
of
on.
thousands of people died to do that.
Yeah.
And not to mention just from a, I mean, the fact is only Christ can cleanse us of our sins. And I know the left is not characterizing it. We need to be cleansed of our sins because they don't really believe in sins in the biblical context, but they do believe that they can somehow, they believe they have a responsibility to feel good about themselves by creating or trying to right the wrongs of history. It's like they can identify an injustice. Now, sometimes they can't identify what they think is an injustice is actually justice. But let's just say that they can identify an injustice. Let's say slavery. Okay, let's just say that that's one. Okay, we say now that, hey, that was not good, like owning people, chattel slavery, not good.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's bad. Well, how does tearing down Civil War statues make amends for that?
It doesn't.
The problem is the gospel has the answer for this. The gospel answers, the theology of the Bible answers why men are capable of really bad things and also good things, right? So without Christ, our good deeds, the Bible says, are like filthy rags. But with Christ, our good deeds are acceptable. And that's just because you can't work yourself to heaven. So Christ forgives you. You are now a Christian. You are now been regenerated by the Holy Spirit. And it's in that framework that it's now, we can look back on our Christian ancestors and say, yeah, they did bad things just like everybody, but they also did good things that are worth preserving. Without the gospel framework, you can't make that circle make sense. And so you've got all these people on the left that may be able to identify an injustice, but they don't know how to rectify the way the world is. Only the gospel actually does that.
Let's go with a modern example here. Are Christians right now murdering people of a different faith, beheading people of a different faith? Not to my knowledge.
You mean to like force their conversion or something?
Sure. Yeah. Or as punishment for not converting.
Right.
Like to strike fear. Right. Can we say the same thing about Islam?
Generally speaking, no. Of course, of course not. We know.
Of course not, right? And so I feel justified following a religion that tells me to turn the other cheek. So I do get, a certain sense of pride because I fully believe that I am following. There's 200 gods in the world, or in history and all of that. 200 plus different gods. And I believe that I follow the one true God who sent his son, Jesus Christ, to die for our sins so that he gives us remission and allows us to enter the gates of heaven if we serve him. With that being said, I feel justified in that I believe that my faith is the correct one, and I believe that it's also proved by the fruits of what a Christian is versus what a Muslim is or a Buddhist or whatever. And I don't think Buddhists are going out killing people, but anyway. But I wanted to say one thing here, Paul, on what you were talking about the apologist and how we are just, well, I'm not this, I'm not that, or whatever.
You mean the qualification?
Correct. Yeah, the qualifications.
The need.
Here.
It's the need to
the
justify
need to
ourselves by qualifying. It's so exhausting.
Sure, and it's also too like where I find myself kind of getting frustrated at myself by saying, well, as a white man, I such and such, and I'm like, I don't think I have to justify it. This is just how I feel.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this is how I believe. And here's the thing: I believe something. There is not a single thing that I have a core belief on that I can't back up with facts, other than faith, right? But I believe that the Bible is factual. I digress. Let me say this. I saw grown-ass white men kissing the shoes of black men to apologize.
Yes.
And I wanted to jump through the screen and slap that man and say two things. Number one, man up. Man up. Go visit your local testosterone clinic. Go get some help. You are a absolute shame to my gender here. That's what I want to say is number one. Number two, what have you solved by kissing the shoe of a black man? You've just kissed. That man was never a slave, and you were never a slave owner. What have you solved by tearing down, to your point, these Confederate statues? What have you repaired? What have you fixed?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah, and can you also imagine, like, because I have no doubt that the white man in that situation, like, afterwards, they felt good about themselves.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't that weird?
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's like a psychosis. Like, they probably felt like they slept better that night.
It gave them endorphins to say, I did this.
Yeah.
And it was like, no. I will never bow down and kiss the shoe of any man, ever. I will bow down one more time in my life, Paul. One more time in my being here, and that is at the gates of heaven. We're all going to bow, right? But I can tell you this, man. I feel so ashamed of my gender when I see stuff like what making the rounds right here with the gays that are like, we're gonna vote.
Oh, I forgot
it's
to pull that clip.
Moment. And that's from K-pop Demon Hunters. My 7-year-old daughter loves that show on Netflix. It's the most popular show ever to be on Netflix. And it's like, up, it's our moment. That's how the song goes, right? It's one of those brain worms once you watch it.
I actually never saw. I just read about it.
Watch this crap.
Know. You're telling.
But this right here just makes me ashamed that's a room full of men. I don't care that they're gay. That is a room full of men.
Are you sure they're gay? How do you know?
Well, somebody said that it was from this conference that was a bunch of gays. That's enough of this, Paul.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought there was a. All right, yeah, the Democrats are singing again, and their emasculation ritual is off the charts, not an ounce of testosterone.
I said that same thing. There is no testosterone to be found, my friends. My God. My Lord in heaven.
They also have the wrong tempo for that song. I'm just pointing that out there.
Yeah.
I'm just pointing that out.
Let me just tell you that I'll say this. Pretty good singing. It was a wrong tempo, but it was pretty good singing there.
Yeah,
so there's some good singing voices in there.
Yeah, I mean they're supporting the gay stereotype.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that much right now.
Yeah. But when you're singing about how we're going to vote for gay rights, okay, man. Okay. I don't take my children. Don't bastardize my children's song. My 7-year-old daughter loves that. She dressed as the main character for Halloween last year.
Yeah.
She loves that show. Don't bastardize it by singing this stuff about voting.
Well, nothing is safe. Nothing is safe.
Nothing is safe. You're right about
They're going to
that.
take it. They're going to take it if they can.
I want to cancel Netflix so bad. I want to
just do it.
I do. I want to, but it's like, the kids. I don't watch Netflix.
I get it.
I don't watch it at all. I haven't watched it
understand.
in many years, but the kids watch it, and we watch their watch history.
Yep. Well,
and
Trump recently called out Netflix. I
Yeah.
think today or yesterday. Susan Rice and saying they need to fire Susan Rice.
They've got
maybe that wasn't Trump. Maybe that was it was somebody. Oh, it was Kevin Sorbo. That's what it was.
Oh, Kevin Sorbo, formerly Hercules from the.
Well, so maybe it was Trump and Kevin Sorbo commented on it, but Kevin Sorbo said like after one of his movies, his Christian movies, he had like this meeting with Netflix, and he said that they were interested in doing some other movies because they knew that there was an audience for it, but towards the end of the meeting, they were very clear, like, we know there's an audience here, but we don't understand why. And
it just shows what kind of liberal bubble they are in.
They're in such a bubble, and they don't understand that. And I think this is really big with the trans enclave, but certainly people on the left. They, the wisdom of God is folly to man, right? They really think we're faking our faith. So I picked up on this years ago. Back in 2015, at the Arkansas Capitol, Asa Hutchinson had just threatened to veto the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, a bill that he actually was in favor of, but then Walmart and some other people came calling, and they thought it was too restrictive. Even though the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, all it was mimicking verbatim what Al Gore and Bill Clinton had signed in the 90s. This was 2015. So all of the Rainbow Brigade in Arkansas, mainly probably from Eureka Springs, for those of you who don't know, that's a pretty gay town.
We went there during a gay pride festival inadvertently.
I'm so sorry.
It was interesting.
I'm so sorry. I talked to somebody the other day who had a bachelor party in New Orleans, and it's like, I think it's the best man's wife planned it and intentionally planned it during Gay Pride Parade Day. New Orleans was now just
wow,
which is pretty mean. But anyway, Eureka Springs is so gay. I was in the store. Let me tell you how gay.
How gay is it?
Eureka Springs is so gay. I was there for a wedding one time, a straight wedding, and I went to the store to grab some items. And I think I've told this story before, but I'm going to tell it again.
Okay.
And the guy behind the counter was clearly gay. You could just tell he was.
How do you know, Paul?
I mean, I don't
just
know.
knew, huh?
Yeah, the guy was gay.
He was sizing you up.
You just
like,
knew.
Look, I like that hair you got there.
I don't know. Calm down. But anyway, so I go to check out. He starts bagging my groceries, and he starts. He can't get the bag, the plastic bags out.
Sure.
And he does one of these. He goes, "Gosh, I wish these bags would just." What did he say? Something about foreplay with the bags. Like, if I didn't have to do so much foreplay with these bags, they would come out easier. And I was just like,
"Oh my!
You have sex on your brain all the time? Like, that's just what defines you?"
Well, it's perversion.
Yeah, it's just perversion. That is totally. Anyway, that's how gay Eureka Springs in. But anyway, so. I'm down there at the Capitol, and I am interviewing the Rainbow Brigade over religious freedom. And this was at the height of the cake baker and the florist. Like, can I be forced to participate in a gay wedding? That sort of thing. Do I have rights as a business owner?
Yeah, I remember this. This is, 2015,
yes.
2014?
So I am down there just doing kind of interviews with these people, going up to say, what do you think? What do you think? And I'm having these conversations, and it became apparent to me, like, if they basically were saying, if you want to have a business in this country, you should have thought about that. Like, what about the person that has a deeply held religious belief? They just don't agree, and they can't participate in the ceremony. They can't contribute to the ceremony. The answer I got from the militant LGBT people was, well, you should have thought about that before you opened a business in America. I thought, wow, that is crazy. And then I explored a little further, and it became apparent to me that when I said, like, it is their religious belief, it is their religious conviction, like they really think that they would be sinning against their God if they do this, it was very obvious they thought that this was only being used as a bludgeoning tool against them. They think that we just don't like them, and they think we're lying about the sincerity of our faith.
Yeah, like it's about holding you down.
That's what they think.
You're no longer gay.
They don't think it's a legitimate disagreement. They just think it is like a cudgel. You know, it's just a, and that was very shocking to me. But I mean, it's, you know, you really don't. There's how many believers thought that the Bible and the story of Christ was foolishness until you came to faith, and you're like, oh, it all makes sense now. Before, I would try to read the Bible and it was nothing. Now I read the Bible and the words literally leap off the page and like transform my life.
It's quite a change from the way things used to be. I just sent you the video there. I don't know if you can pull it up, but it's extremely interesting how different society looks at the homosexual lifestyle. And I'm gonna say that, I don't know if you're gonna play this video, but if you do play
do it.
All right, play this video. Now, I don't go this hard at this stuff, but it's just, think about where we've gone, Paul, just from the two opposite ends of the spectrum of this video versus, yes, you have to make a gay cake. And, you know, we all know what a gay cake is, with the two grooms or whatever on the top of the cake, or the penis cake. They'll make them make a penis cake. Like, where do you draw the line?
This is an old video that assumes that if you are a homosexual, you are also a pedophile.
Public restrooms can often be a hangout for the homosexual. Bobby and his friends hadn't noticed the man who had been in the restroom when they changed.
Hang on a second. Let me take that first claim. I don't know. Let me take that first claim. Homosexuals can often use public restrooms.
They hang out.
All right. I'm just going to be real. There was a time where there was a park here in Northeast Arkansas that was known. It was Craighead, just so you know. It was known for. It was known for.
So the police
gay hookups.
Yeah, the police
had to crack down on it.
So,
and matter of fact, this was back when nobody went out to that park because it wasn't as developed as it is now. The only people that used it was one of my friends had to use it for an engineering project. He was going to school, and they have an engineering project where they have to make a concrete canoe. Well, you get to the point where you've got to go test it. The whole idea is, the physics behind it, like the construct, like, can we make a concrete canoe float and not sink? That's the thing. So they have to go out to Craighead Forest, and they're testing this thing, trying to figure out if they can pass their project. So these are young 18-year-old kids. An acquaintance of mine got to go to the bathroom and was in the bathroom, and somebody else was in the bathroom.
Oh, my.
With, trying to, like, touch his foot, under the stall,
he should have watched this video.
So it's a real thing. Public restrooms back in the 50s, it was still a thing back in the 2000s. Like, it was happening.
Paul, I'll tell you this, and this has been 3 or 4 years ago. I went for a trail run in Craighead Forest, right? They've got 6 or 7 trails. And I'll just to put it in perspective for people that are not in here, for you to drive from the entrance and go and take a right and go all the way around the perimeter of it, so the longest drive that you could make, you would be back to the start within 5 minutes. Yeah, it's not big. It's not this huge thing. Okay, that's relevant. So I go for this trail run, and it was at dusk. Okay, by the time I made it to the halfway point, which was 2 miles, and I decided to make another round because I was feeling good, and so I was like, I'm going to go 4 miles on this trail run. By the time I got back to my vehicle, the sun was almost down, like it was almost dark. Okay, I saw no less than 10 different cop cars whenever I was leaving there, so they're still patrolling.
Good.
The local forest, Craighead Forest here, for the homosexual activity. They probably watch this video at their morning meetings.
Well, yeah, they probably do. Hey, but back in the day before Grindr, all you had apparently in the gay community was public restrooms and parks.
Grindr is the gay app?
Yeah.
Okay.
That apparently crashed during the Republican National Convention, by the way.
Are you serious?
Yes.
I believe it.
And as it was late,
start over.
Public restrooms can often be a hangout for the homosexual. Bobby and his friends hadn't noticed the man who had been in the restroom when they changed, and as it was late, he suggested they take the shortcut under the pier, but the others preferred to take the more traveled way home.
The title of this video. Can you imagine if you were shown this video in junior high school?
Oh my. You like how... Here, listen to this music.
Okay, so for those of you...
When Bobby recognized the stranger as the man in the restroom, the shortcut under the pier didn't seem like a good idea at all.
See, nowadays they'd be rooting for this guy.
Oh,
yeah. After all, it's more fun to stay with your friends anyway. Bobby had made a wise decision. It may have saved his life. One never knows when the
homosexuals are murderers.
Now, pedophile and murderer. Oh my God. It's like back in the day, Eddie Murphy Raw, when he back in the day, he made those jokes assuming that if you had AIDS, you were gay.
Was about. He may appear normal, and it may be too late when you discover he is mentally ill.
Don't lie on that.
So
wait a minute. No, you just...
Okay, well, I'm sorry.
Back it up.
One never knows when the homosexual is about. He may appear normal, and it may be too late when you discover he is mentally ill. So keep with your group, and don't go off alone with strangers unless you have the permission of your parent or teacher.
Okay.
All right, so to your point, yeah, we went from that to you, and this is where the slippery slope is real. I don't care who you are. I don't even care where you fall on how comfortable you are with whatever. The fact is, we went from that to you don't have a right, at least for a time in this country, you don't have a right to refuse service and not bake a wedding cake for a gay wedding.
Yeah.
You know, it's insane.
It's amazing because it's not just this. We saw this. Somebody just posted in the comments about your ear. You know, like if you had an ear piercing,
yeah,
you could have it in your left ear because that was like an 80s thing.
Yeah, left was right, but right was left.
Correct, yeah. But if you had it in your right ear, that meant you were gay, right? And it was like, wait a minute, I don't think gay people advertise that. You know, like as especially in the 90s when it was still taboo. We were coming out of the AIDS stuff. There was no, cure for AIDS. Because I guess they've basically cured HIV at this point, or at least minimized it. But anyway, so it's just interesting to me how things have changed. I don't believe that gay people are pedophiles and
by default,
and also murderers, right? I don't believe that, but I do believe I've got a little bit of apprehension about, the family, the breakdown of the nuclear family, and how that's not emphasized. This, oh man.
Well, yeah, I mean, to your point, yeah, is it not all? But no, but there is a trend though. I mean, this was 2 years ago. Gay couple who showed off picture-perfect family gets 100 years in prison for horrific rape of adopted sons. And we have this trend now where specifically gay men are doing the surrogacy thing. I mean, that's not only they were literally not only taking the photos and the videos, raping them, but they were also letting their friends rape. So it wasn't
with them. Yeah.
And yet we are told that if we say, actually, no, like if we were to say, no, I don't think that just because heterosexual couples have the ability to have kids, that means gay couples have the right by nature, like, the natural right to do it. Like, I don't, if you don't think that that's the case, then, because I don't think it's healthy. I think children, if at all possible, if it's possible, children obviously need a mom and a dad. We talked about that. But yeah, this is not an isolated incident. It's just not. It is what it is.
Now,
So-
does that mean that every gay couple are going to do this? Of course not.
Of course not.
There's
Here's
tons
us
of
here's us qualifying it. But yeah, to your
but-
I mean, no, it doesn't. It doesn't mean that.
It doesn't. But I would just look at it more through the lens of, how important is a two-parent household to children? Very important. But I think that importance is only emphasized when there is a yin and a yang.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the husband and the wife, and when you don't have that counterbalance to that, then you're not bringing your children up with the best shot at success, in my opinion. So
I said we were going to do a John Brennan update because he was. I can't even remember why he was referenced. Anyway, we referenced John Brennan earlier. So here's this update. The New York Times is reporting that the United States Department of Justice has abruptly rescinded the subpoena it had just issued John Brennan in this Florida grand jury. So it says the vacillation, this is the New York Times reporting this, the vacillation came after the Justice Department replaced a career prosecutor with a loyalist to President Trump in the administration's efforts to charge the former CIA chief with a crime. So at first glance, this is really frustrating because you would think, okay, once again, we had our hopium, and it is discouraging because they subpoenaed him and now they're withdrawing the subpoenas. But that Florida grand jury has just deputized Joe DeGeneva. Okay? So the New York Times obviously take with a grain of salt that they're saying the department brought in an outspoken Trump loyalist, Joseph DeGeneva, 81. He's been on Fox News back at the height of the Russia collusion. This guy was all over it.
Okay.
To take over the inquiry into Mr. Brennan, which is part of a larger effort to investigate former officials who have scrutinized. So it apparently seems, for whatever reason, and I'm just reading the news as I'm getting it. Maybe there's other analysis out there that'll change my mind, but it seems to me that they might have rescinded the subpoenas of John Brennan because of Joe DeGeneva. Now, I'm not really sure why they would do that, but there may be a strategic reason to do that is escaping me right now because, again, this news is just fresh. I saw it right before we came on the air today, so I haven't had any time to analyze it in any meaningful way. But the Florida, it is. I do think it's a positive thing that DeGeneva's been put on. I guess they swore him in. Let's see, what are they actually calling it? He was formally sworn in on Monday morning to be basically an assistant to the U.S. attorney down there handling that grand jury.
Yeah. Well, I mean, anybody that doesn't believe that John Brennan should be sharing a cell with Adam Schiff is just not
toilet
been
wine.
following. Yeah, drinking that toilet wine. Brennan is a piece of garbage, and he's a liberal hack who has. I would say he's got questionable ethics, but I don't think he's got any ethics at all, Paul. I don't think there's any ethics left in that man. He's garbage. And so I was excited to hear about the subpoenas, but also, a little bit frustrated that was sort of called off here. So we'll see how it shakes out. It's really early on this, so we'll see.
It could actually be related to this story in some way, and I'm sorry that the framing's not exactly the way it should be, but the deep state coup against Tulsi Gabbard, this is from Roger Stone, a Trump, confidant. Gabbard released documents last week exposing the first Trump impeachment proceedings to be a complete and utter fraud. It's possible that a lot of this has to do with maybe these revelations. I don't know how that would affect Brennan, but it easily could if this was a whole intel operation. I mean, the guy's last name that is Eric CIA Ramella. That'd be just a coincidence. But the fact is the intel oligarchy was involved in this and going after Trump with his phony impeachment. So it's possible that this grand jury might try to make these indictments even broader. I mean, I'm talking the grand conspiracy where you lump everything together.
You want to lose me? You want to lose me from this administration? You force Tulsi Gabbard out in some way. if Donald Trump does not have her back, when Donald Trump said we're going to take out this deep state, when Donald Trump said that we're going to go after these perpetrators of lawfare, she is the weapon.
She's the tip of the spear.
She is. She is the weapon that he was talking about using. He didn't know it at the time that he was going to have her. Maybe he had it in his mind, but he didn't know that that's who it was. And it was a person who is a former critic of his who took down Kamala Harris in her run in 2020. If you just weren't following at all, if you don't know that Tulsi Gabbard single-handedly ended Kamala Harris's campaign for president. When she was trying to go after Joe Biden, Tulsi went after her and literally assassinated her right there on stage.
It's crazy because you've got these two things, these two intel reports, that were released with, by the hands of Gabbard and Intelligence Chairman, Committee Chairman Rick Crawford. Both of these, the common thread here with the first one, which was Obama fabricated intelligence.
Yes, treason.
This is the same thing. They literally fabricated testimony to get Trump impeached.
If these people,
they just make it up.
If there's not treason, like there is no definition for treason in my mind that more greatly fits working against the citizenry of its country. Like you are working against it. Somebody would say that treason is treason against the government, but we are a government by the people. So therefore, when you are working against the will of the people, you are committing treason.
Yes.
And if these individuals are not, they've got to have something. Hell, I don't even care if it's tax evasion. Something. There has to be accountability.
This article actually mentions John Brennan, and so because he's in the news and the subpoenas have been withdrawn, I'm going to try to connect the dots here. So Roger Stone writes, Gabbard is under fire precisely because she is the most dedicated opponent of the deep state within the Trump administration. This is not the first time that she has been on the receiving end of a dishonest smear campaign meant to impugn her character and mute her influence. In September 2025, Gabbard was blamed by the New York Times and Axios for no criminal charges being filed against CIA Director John Brennan because Gabbard wisely removed security clearances for disgraced deep state hacks, an absurd notion that is laughable on its face. Then it talks about, Roger Stone says, quote, Rhino U.S. Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas is also leading a disgraceful effort to strip the DNI of its authority, giving unrestrained power to the CIA and NSA bureaucrats free of Gabbard's oversight. Previously, Gabbard exposed sensitive documents that were previously kept under wraps by former National Intelligence Director, including current CIA Director John Ratcliffe and Trump 1.0, knowing that the genesis of the Russiagate went straight to the top, with former President Barack Hussein Obama having intimate knowledge of the conspiracy, and officials such as Brendan Comey, former NSA Director James Clapper, and others having knowingly pushed faulty intelligence. The documents declassified by the DNI's office showed that the faulty intelligence community assessment framing President Trump as a Russian asset was ordered during a December 2016 meeting. Gabbard has worked doggedly to put on the spotlight on the deep state actors and Democrat operatives who plotted Russiagate, as well as the election fraud in 2020, where she appeared in person to oversee a raid of election documents at the infamous fraud center of Fulton County, Georgia. Then it talks about the War Party, and specifically how Laura Loomer, and she is one of them that is for the war, and also she cannot stand Tulsi Gabbard, and she is relentlessly trying to get Tulsi Gabbard fired. And so
Laura Loomer can kiss my ass because she goes absolutely crazy sometimes. She had a post the other day or yesterday about I can't remember exactly how she put it, but hoping that someone gets raped. I can't remember how she put it.
I think I know which one you're talking about. And for whatever disagreements, she had a post the other day, and for whatever disagreements you may have with Candace Owens, or that I have with Candace Owens, she made a post to Candace saying that God hates her.
That's the one I was thinking
and
of.
That,
yeah.
and that you didn't get to say goodbye to Charlie because God hates you. And also that you are irredeemable.
That's ridiculous.
I mean, it was like a demon talking. Yeah. It was like something out of the pit of hell.
Yeah.
regardless of what you think about this person or disagree. Like, you don't talk about people that way. You especially don't claim, like, you're literally taking the Lord's name in vain by claiming something that is clearly not true. Because in Jesus Christ, all of us are redeemable. Literally, that's a fact.
Yeah.
And so really, really scary line that you're walking there when you're taking the Lord's name in vain, claiming something is coming from him when it is not. Very dangerous territory there. Anyway, I'll wrap this up here. We'll move on. Roger Stone concludes, MAGA must protect Gabbard against all the threats coming her way. She is an invaluable cog within the administration. There are forces working constantly to sabotage any chance of any deep state criminals associated with Russiagate 2020 election fraud or any other of their nefarious clandestine schemes from being locked behind bars. Nearly a year and a half into Trump's second term, none of the crooks have even been forced to stand trial. Time is ticking, and Gabbard's ouster would all but ensure that they escape culpability. The deep state must be defanged, and Gabbard's presence in this administration is needed to accomplish this gargantuan task. And real quick, I'll just go through a list that I've got here about how gargantuan it is. I'm not going to show it on the screen, but I am going to just go through it for a minute. I mean, look at some of this. The FBI is corrupt, needs to be held accountable. Okay, in previous administrations, and who knows with this whole pipe bomber story, maybe even this one. You think about the clot shots, the COVID shots. mRNA technology, is it going to be banned? Obviously, we've got an affordability crisis. Remember when we were talking? Let me just stick with deep state stuff instead of stolen election, J6, rigged elections. Hillary Clinton should be in jail. Yeah. Let's talk about the Epstein files, ending Ukraine war funding. Let me Russiagate accountability, deep state arrest just generally. I mean, it's a huge draining the swamp. It's a huge list of things that need to happen, and there's a lot more things domestically, but just in terms of accountability, just generally speaking. It's corruption, and if the corruption is not dealt with, then we're slaves. Let me say that again. I'll say the longer Comey, Clapper, Brennan, Eric, CIA, Ramella, if they stay free, it means that we are actually slaves, and we don't have the ability to control our government and hold people accountable that hate us and have committed crimes against us, we the people.
So we had the January 6th committee in the House. It created all of these documents, and it was thousands and thousands, maybe even peeking into the millions of documents. And then they presented their findings that were like a summary or whatever. And then what did they do with those files, Paul? They burned them. They got rid of them. You tell me any investigation. Because that's what it was. It was an intelligence committee there, so they were doing this investigation. You tell me any investigation where they do an investigation, release their findings, and then completely burn all of their research so that it cannot be examined whatsoever. But then you stand there with a straight face and you tell me that it was fair because it was bipartisan when the two Republicans on there were Liz Cheney and Adam Kissinger. And like, you want to say, oh yeah, that was fair. Liz Cheney forgot her conservative values because she hated Trump so much. Okay. Kissinger, I'm not sure he was ever a Republican. He was that dude, if there's rhino without the H, if the RINO is in the dictionary, it has Adam Kissinger right next to it. That dude is completely a douchebag. But that's just one example, Paul.
Yeah.
The January 6th Intelligence Committee, I forget what the official name of it was, but that investigation, that's just one example. And you want to sit here and tell me that I don't have the right to be pissed off that there's not been accountability? That was just one of, where did the 81 million votes go for Joe Biden? We talked about doing an entire show election.
What did Trump win with? 73 million?
Yeah. It received more votes than any sitting president has ever in history, and then lost. Right? Won swing states and won all of these districts, and what are they called? Bellwether
districts.
Bellwether districts. So you want to tell me that where did those 81 million votes go?
Yeah.
Because you think that people hated Trump less in 2024? The people who hated Trump, who voted against Trump, still hated Trump in 2024 with very few exceptions. So those 81 million votes, did they just stay home for Kamala? No. The Republicans worked over the 4 years after 2020 in these individual states to try to secure these elections. Are they perfect? No, they're not, which is why we need the SAVE Act. But I digress to say that is just a number 2 example of there's been zero accountability.
Yep.
Zero.
Well, we'll get into here. I'm going to take a quick break and reset here. We'll get into this here in a minute about the pipe bomber situation because there's developments with that. The Capitol Hill police officer Kirchhoff is now suing Steve Baker. That lawsuit dropped. We'll tell you about that when we come back. Don't go anywhere. This is the Paul Herrell program. Remember, we can't do the program without you, and we're going to be back here in just a moment.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red Vibe.
Why is Red Vibe different? What sets it apart? What sets us apart from the standard red light panels? This is a medical grade device, and what that means is the red light bulbs, the near infrared bulbs, have very specific wavelengths. If you think about the wavelength as the medicine, the 635, the 670, the 810, the 850, those were specifically chosen because those are the most powerful effectors of the cells. So those specific wavelengths, when they get into our body, when they affect our tissue, they spike energy production, they help with nerve pain control, they increase stem cell counts. There's very specific mechanisms that those specific wavelengths work at, and that's the medicine. So if you think of, say, medicine as an Advil or a specific steroid or a blood pressure medication, the wavelength is the medication. The other part of that, whenever you take a medication, is dose, right? So you have the medication. So if you take 1 milligram of Advil, and the average dose of an Advil is 200 milligrams to 800 milligrams, it's not going to work. That doesn't mean the medicine's bad. It just means you didn't take enough. Right? And so even if you have the right wavelengths, first you have to have the right medicine, and then you have to have the right dose. And to have the right dose, you have, in light therapy, you have to have enough energy. So you have to have a powerful bulb. The LED bulbs, or light emitting diodes, have a specific wavelength, and that wavelength is the medicine. And the wavelengths that have been studied and published on that are the most powerful in affecting healing and the changes that we want to see with our bodies and our health are the 635 wavelength, the 670, 810 nanometer wavelength, and 850 nanometer wavelength. Those are all going to affect the mitochondria, the cytochrome C oxidase, and affect those powerful long-term changes and affect that downstream pathways. And that's what you get with Red Vibe devices. The highest efficacy, the best wavelengths, concentrated to help your health.
The Paul Herrell program.
Hey folks, welcome to the show. As we are in the home stretch today on the program, really appreciate you being with us, broadcasting live from the state of Arkansas. We want to tell you about this update with the pipe bomber situation. Unfortunately, there are 2 narratives. We would love it if there was just one narrative on J6 accountability. In this case specifically, we're talking about January 5th accountability because that's when the pipe bombs would have been planted, January 5th. So somebody named Michael Lucina messaged back on the 19th, messaged Steve Baker, says, hey, it's been 6 days, and they were looking for this New York Times piece and whether or not they decide to shelve the story, because Steve Baker's been saying, hey, I was interviewed by the New York Times over this situation.
Yeah.
And we talked about this, how the CIA, for the first time, we think in history, allowed a current CIA member to be interviewed by the press.
Right. And he gave a sort of an accounting of what he talked about, you know, and he was like, I'm putting this out there in case.
Right.
You know, they changed something.
And presumably he recorded every bit of information.
He'd be a fool if he didn't.
But Steve Baker responded by saying, absolutely, but it's not unusual to take this long developing a story like this. One part, turning Kirchhoff into a sympathetic young woman done wrong and life destroyed by a malicious far-right publication. The other part, a hit piece on me and Joe. Plus, they have to get both the CIA and Claire Locke to sign off on the final edit. Imagine what that's costing the taxpayers. I think Claire Locke is the law firm. So, interestingly enough, one of the reasons why we, and as of this broadcast, I haven't seen the New York Times piece on this, so I'm assuming it's still not out. One of the reasons why it's not out yet is because maybe they were waiting for this news to break, which is that Kirchhoff, the Capitol Hill police officer with the limp, has now filed a lawsuit against Steve Baker, which now will obviously be put into the New York Times story.
Sure.
Now that this lawsuit's been filed. Now, Viva Frey says Kirchhoff has officially sued Baker, Hanneman, and The Blaze. Skimmed through it very quickly. It's 127 pages. A few important takeaways that I noticed so far. It seems the alibi mentioned in the CBS News is in fact not a video of Kirchhoff playing with her puppies. So there's allegedly an alibi. There was allegedly Kirchhoff is on video playing with her puppies when the pipe bomb was planted. That was supposedly okay out there. But Viva Frey saying, according to the lawsuit, Kirchhoff playing with her puppies, but it's actually a video of a dog, just a dog, with a voice in the background that is allegedly Kirchhoff's. The alibi is a video of a dog. I think it's like a greyhound, and allegedly you can hear her in the background. The polygraph incident is confirmed, meaning she took a polygraph test and failed. Page 89, defendants published their false accusations against Ms. Kirchhoff to further a preconceived narrative that the J6 riot was an inside job and twisted the facts to fit that preconceived narrative. He says, reading through the lawsuit, I was struck at how it reads more as a defense of the Capitol Police than a claim for Kirchhoff. As I have always said from this practice, lawsuits are a two-way street. This one is going to be a fascinating to follow because presumably if Steve Baker stands by his reporting, which I mean he does publicly, they're going to go through this and eventually get to discovery. And, you know, they're going to have to prove to a judge now that, no, this report was, you know, a legal thing to do, that we have evidence that this is really her, that this is the cat. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens here with this story. So that's an update on the situation between these two J6. Is it Brian Cole Jr.? Is it the autistic kid? Or is it the Capitol Hill police officer? One is history shattering, history making, and the other is meh.
Yeah, just another day in the United States. But yeah, if there's a coordinated effort that's provable from our government, you know, I mean, how many? Why were the JFK files, you know, locked down for 75 years or whatever it was? You know, because we all know that the CIA killed John F. Kennedy, or that they coordinated it. Right.
Yeah, I mean, George H.W. Bush Sr. was never in Dallas that day, we thought for years. And now there's documents that suggest, nope, just kidding, he was in Dallas.
Yeah. And the other thing there is just that, you know, the no bulletproof bubble on the car. And there was just it was a perfect storm for everything. Like, how in the world could Lee Harvey Oswald have gotten that lucky to have all of the conditions to be able to kill John F. Kennedy? You knew that it was a government job.
There's somebody on it. I saw this week. Forgive me, I could be totally wrong on this, because the internet is, you know, the internet will just make stuff up sometimes. But I saw a report, or somebody on X rather, that claimed that NBC News has a video of Lee Harvey Oswald just standing in the crowd as the convertible like drives past.
Drives by.
And
So not in the book depository.
And they have sat on that video for 70 years.
And he wasn't the second gunman in the grassy knoll.
Yeah.
Right.
And so, I mean, you know, and we just never get the truth. We have a government that just lies to us all constantly.
If you would have followed the bank account of one Jack Ruby, you know, in his pretty opportunistic assassination there of Lee Harvey Oswald before the trial, before this could come out, it's amazing how Jack Ruby just got that lucky, right? So anyway, folks, you're naive if you don't believe that our government has killed people. I watched a documentary talking about the Cuban Missile Crisis, and I think I talked about this on the show, and I thought, damn, I think the United States was at fault for this, you know, or at least had a much, like, we're not sitting back as the innocent people here, you know, and you know, Donald Trump alluded to that when he was being interviewed a while back, and he was talking about, you know, Vladimir Putin and how, you know, oh, but he's killed people. He's had people killed. And he's like, you think the United States hasn't had people killed?
That's part of it.
I mean, it's just naive to think that it hasn't happened.
Yeah.
But what we had there was the Democrats needed a Super Bowl. They needed this big event, right? Because, you know, after the summer of love, everybody kind of was like getting back to normal here. You know, we're you know, whatever you want to call it, the vaccine was on the horizon. All of this stuff was coming. So leading into that election in 2020, the Democrats really needed something. And so they wrote it. All right, cool. What's to stop this man from rising to power? Again, we cheated the 2020 election. What can we do? January 6th. Let's use his words. Let's incite a riot. We already know that they're worked up because the people knew that 2020 was stolen.
Yes.
We already knew they're worked up. So let's do something to get this thing rolling so that we can send this guy out to pasture. And that's evident. That's evident by the fact that the rushed second impeachment happened. The man's leaving office. Why are you trying to impeach him? Because you're trying to have this stain on his record, even more so than what you think he already has. So this pipe bomb situation is not going to go away. We've got to have some answers on this. And I think Steve Baker is doing the Lord's work here. I hope that he's protected because I want to see how it all comes out.
I do too, man. I do too. And I think what's obvious to me is, you know, with these two narratives, I mean, because I'll be honest, I side with Steve Baker on this. I think his reporting is convincing.
Mm-hmm.
Other people don't, and I get it. It's one of the unfortunate divides that are there. I'm willing to be wrong, you know. But if Steve Baker is right, it exposes that the intel oligarchy has not been brought to heel. It is still alive and well. And remember, the Russia investigation and Robert Mueller was not about getting Trump. It was about covering up what they had done.
Sure.
Because they were going to get him after the election and after he lost the election. And they were going to use it as a pretense. So Hillary Clinton, the plan was Hillary Clinton is going to be in the White House. We're going to have this hoax. We're going to go after Trump. We're going to teach him a lesson. We're going to say that it was Russia and use it as a pretense to go to war in Syria against Russia. Or go, you know, or you would have had maybe the Ukraine war play out a little differently and much earlier.
Sure.
This was the goal, in my opinion. So
yeah.
Here is some good news. You mentioned vaccines. The Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, he says no longer will we compel our military men and women to get the flu shot. Listen to this.
Under the disastrous Biden administration, this Pentagon waged an unrelenting war on our warriors on many fronts, including when it came to denying them simple medical autonomy and the freedom to express their religious convictions. In other words, our men and women in uniform were forced to choose between their conscience and their country, even when those decisions posed no threat to our military readiness. You know what I'm talking about, what happened, COVID-19 and the vaccine. No more. That era of betrayal is over. Under President Trump, the War Department continues to take decisive action to once again restore freedom and strength to our joint force. We're seizing this moment to discard any absurd, overreaching mandates that only weaken our warfighting capabilities. In this case, this includes the universal flu vaccine and the mandate behind it. The notion that a flu vaccine must be mandatory for every service member everywhere in every circumstance at all times is just overly broad and not rational. Our new policy is simple. If you, an American warrior entrusted to defend this nation, believe that the flu vaccine is in your best interest, then you are free to take it. You should. But we will not force you, because your body, your faith, and your convictions are not negotiable. Your health. It's common sense. It's the kind of common sense approach we're undertaking in this department. Rest assured that under President Trump, the War Department will always honor our brave warriors and do everything we can to restore the American people's trust in their military for generations to come. And that's why I'm proud to sign this new policy.
All right, so he goes on to sign it. You know, it's interesting. He also talked about your faith because, you know, there's a lot of people that look into, you know, aborted fetal lines and what goes into making vaccines and the things that they do with, you know, aborted fetal lines and that sort of thing.
It's disgusting.
And so they don't want to take it. I think this is good, number one, because the flu vaccine for years before the COVID situation and people becoming more aware of what's going on with Big Pharma and that, I quit taking the flu vaccine years and years ago because number one, it didn't work, and number two, it made me feel horrible. Every time I took one back when I was like in college, you know, I always feel bad afterwards. And
I don't know the last time I had. I mean, maybe when I worked at the hospital back when I was in college or something.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's the last time I had one. But you know, the whole vaccine thing is a lot more highly regarded among the older generations. They have a lot of faith in the vaccines, whereas the younger generations don't. The ones that have kids with autism, they suspect that it was a lot of them suspect it was the vaccines. And a lot of people don't think the flu vaccine works. And then, of course, not to mention the COVID situation, which, you know, we talk about politics a lot, but I'll just be real. Like, politics saved my dad's life during COVID. Because when he got it, he was in the hospital, and it was not looking good when he got there. And we asked for ivermectin. So this is where the politics comes in.
Yeah.
They wanted to give him remdesivir. I about had a conniption. I mean, I almost came out of my skin, and I was like, absolutely not. And then we asked for ivermectin, and we get some young doctor. Well, there's no studies that prove that ivermectin works. You know, some stupid little snooty doctor who thinks he's an analytical
horse dewormer,
who thinks he's a critical thinker, but he's really just an analytical thinker.
Yeah.
And was only analyzing in the capacity that Anthony Fauci allowed him to. So what did we do? We smuggled in ivermectin. And my dad couldn't walk when he went in. 12 hours later, less than 12 hours later, after 2 doses of ivermectin, walked out of the hospital. That's how fast it worked.
That's fake news, Paul. That didn't happen.
It
you
happened.
Didn't experience it.
Yeah, I'm saying it literally happened.
Yeah.
And so, you know, politics, you know, the politicization of medicine is unfortunate, but when you have a situation where people whether it's intentional or not, a lot of what Big Pharma is doing is not healthy for us. There's been disastrous results because of it.
Yeah.
And anyway, it is what it is. But that brings me to this. So the Supreme Court, Andrew Cuomo. So Mary Talley Bowden says, shocker, COVID justice is as hard as Epstein justice.
Yeah.
It's a New York Post story. Supreme Court lets Andrew Cuomo off the hook for wrongful death of COVID nursing home patients. So, again, in terms of accountability, you know, look, Anthony Fauci, let's just, you know, you get mad about Andrew Cuomo. Okay, fine. Anthony Fauci should be in handcuffs, but he got a pardon. He got an illegal pardon, but he got a pardon. And so we're not even getting a glance at accountability on so many different issues.
Yeah.
You know, to your previous point.
Well, I'm just saying, man, we've got we've got so many examples of COVID wrongdoing, and this one was the most publicized. You know, what's her face? She's the meteorologist for Fox and Friends in the morning. It's blonde-haired lady. I can't remember her name. Help us out in the comments there. But she's on Fox and Friends in the morning, and she's the meteorologist. Janice, is it Janice something?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't watch Fox.
You don't watch it. I don't.
Sorry.
Well, anyway, so
I didn't mean that as like I'm better than you.
No,
that's
fine.
I just don't watch Fox.
I don't watch a whole lot of Fox anymore, but I will watch it. Never mind. But anyway, so her mother-in-law was put, or father-in-law was put in one of these nursing homes. And so this Janice, right, whatever her last name is, she is absolutely pissed that Andrew Cuomo was found, because she believed that man was guilty of murder. That's essentially what she said. And it's hard to argue with her when people talk about the facts of what Andrew Cuomo did. You know, and you're just like, hey, here, sick people, go. It's kind of like quarantining, but you're quarantining with the most vulnerable. Like, man, you know, like, and we're, you know, the kids, the schools being shut down. We've seen just an education gap. All of these things because of these crimes. There's no other way to put it. These crimes that were committed during COVID.
Let me give you this too. I literally,
Janice Dean is her name.
Janice Dean. I
Thank
literally
you.
just saw this headline. A reckoning is underway at the FDA. This from Zero Hedge. For months, a quiet battle has been unfolding inside the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. It began with an analysis of child deaths after COVID vaccination, followed by strategic leaks to major media outlets, and has now erupted into the open with a memo from the regulator's own vaccine chief. In September, it was reported that the FDA had privately investigated 25 pediatric deaths following COVID vaccination, the first systematic review of such cases since the rollout began. The findings were meant to be presented to the CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, but the presentation never came. The meeting passed without a word. Something had happened behind closed doors. Now we know what. On the 13th of November, 2025, Stat published an extraordinary insider account describing a tense internal meeting in which FDA scientist Dr. Tracy Beth Hoag presented evidence of young people who had died after COVID vaccination. According to Stat, her findings triggered pushback from career FDA regulators who feared the implications of acknowledging fatal cases. Now comes the explosive memo from FDA vaccine chief Dr. Vinay Prasad, confirming for the first time that U.S. regulators have formally attributed at least 10 of these children's deaths to the COVID vaccination. Prasad called it a profound revelation with far-reaching implications for American vaccine policy, adding that the true number is certainly an underestimate. So this is, go free to check this story out because this is a big deal. And again, does Big Pharma, does Pfizer, is there any accountability for this? And the answer is going to be no, because they have immunity.
Yeah, there's a guy in our comments. His name's Go Away is his handle, and he brings it up. I'll just read what he said. Great news! Influenza is back. After a stunning 6-year hiatus, the quote flu has reemerged like the phoenix from its ashes. Don't forget to get your death jab shot today. And he is spot on there, because what he's referencing here is how the flu cases were down 98%
during
COVID. And you're just like, wait a minute. Is that more likely? Or are these people that actually have the flu that is being misdiagnosed as COVID? Because there's more money in COVID, folks. They were getting those big checks, man. So my father died of a massive heart attack in 2020 at the age of 57.
Wow.
He was COVID positive when he died. I don't believe that COVID had anything to do with his death. He had a bad ticker, and he did not take care of himself. After he had these back surgeries and he wasn't able to work anymore, he just had a lot of depression, and he sat in a recliner all day. The dude was eating half a gallon of ice cream for breakfast. That's how bad his life was, and I would try to pull him out of there. That's what killed him. but my dad is listed as a COVID death.
Yep.
And it pisses me off, Paul, because that hospital made money.
Yes, they did.
And my dad was dead before he got to the hospital. But he was counted as a COVID death for that hospital. And it makes me so angry that is just one example of 1 million, 2 million, 10 million, where so much money was pumped into this fiction. Did COVID-19 exist? Yes, I believe it did. I caught it, lost my sense of smell. That was my only symptom. And honestly, I used to have a really strong sense of smell. Like that was my best sense. It's not very good anymore. My wife will ask me all the time, can you not smell your teenage son? Can you not smell him? You're sitting riding around in the truck with him. Can you not smell him? I'm like, no, I can't really, whatever. But I don't have it. So COVID was real. But we know that it was the biggest cash grab of this century.
No, it really was. So we're about out of time. So I'm going to end this particular show with a little nostalgia. And if you were a kid and grew up when Rob and I grew up, you probably remember this sound.
I knew it before you played it.
Can you predict them? I know what's next.
There it is.
And then the next one is... Or no, I was wrong.
What was it?
Hang on. That one.
There it is. Yeah, I remember that one.
And then a bomb.
So good.
At some point, they combine them all, but...
What a weird way to end the show.
I'm sorry. Hey, look, we used to be...
I don't know that my mom would ever let me hold on to it that long.
Yeah, I know. When it ran out of batteries, those batteries never got replaced.
Oh, never, man. That thing remarkably found its way into the trash.
But we used to be a proper country. That's what I'm trying to say. Rob Spencer, I appreciate it, sir. Thanks for being with us.
Honored to be on the show as always.
Folks, I want to give a shout-out to our sponsors, Red Vive Health, New Horizon Real Estate, Gateway Sight and Sound, also 7 Weeks Coffee, and also want to thank Sherrod Chiropractic. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks so much.
The Paul Herrell Program.
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I am Jack Danger along with Jay Gatling. And before we get started, I just want to say thank you to maxassociates.etsy.com. They've been an excellent sponsor of the show. So we want to go ahead and put this out there. Be sure you guys check out maxassociates.etsy.com. They are the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. Absolutely awesome, Jay. I mean, they've got so much good stuff, that I wanted to I want to bring out some, I'm just going to try to show some of the stuff they got. One thing I really liked, Jay, is they have a sticker for your car. It's like a decal, right? And it says, "I'm allergic to liberals." I love it. I mean, I absolutely love it. I'm going to put this stuff up here real quick because I want everybody to be able to see, some of the stuff that they got. Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, no, let's see what we got here. All right, stop a proud veteran. We like that. Keep going.
I mean, I love this kind of stuff, And let me go back to what I was talking about. I want to show everybody what I was talking about. There's this awesome. Oh, by the way, if you go look at their stuff, I mean, they've got 51 ratings and it's 4.8 stars out of 5. That's incredible.
You can't do much better than that.
No. Here it is right here. This is the decal. It's a truck magnet. Look, "I'm allergic to liberals." I love it. I absolutely love that. I thought that was hilarious. I thought it was wonderful. And I wanted to show everybody that they've got so many good things. And it's like we say, it's not just the generic bullshit. You know, it's the actual good stuff. You know, check this out. I love it. I'm allergic to liberals. You know what? I might have to get that just for myself. That's great. That is great.
Jack, if they came out with a vaccine for that might be one vaccine I might try. Maybe. Maybe.
There you go, Max. If you're watching this, that's an excellent T-shirt. You know, I need a vaccine for liberals or something like that. You know, that would be great. You know, if you're allergic to liberals, this is a way to get a vaccine. You know, get some you can come up with. You can come up with a good saying. You know how to do it with all your products. You know, something to do with vaccines, liberals, and then not being allergic to them anymore. You know, something funny in that area.
Yeah. Allergic to Democrats at this point.
Yeah, that's awesome though. That is, I mean, he's got such good stuff. So make sure you guys go there, check it out. I've got the QR code at the top right. Just scan it. You know, Max Associates, best patriotic gifts you'll find anywhere. So just go check it out. I promise you will not be sorry. Okay, Jay. Let's go ahead and talk about the very first thing that I want to bring up. All right.
Good.
So apparently, the New York Post, Yahoo Sports, AOL, they all stole my saying. Excuse me, I'm getting tongue tied here. When Mamdani went and dapped up, the Mets mascots. Ever since then, they were 0-10 when I wrote this post, okay? And I said, that it's the curse of the Mambino, like the curse of the Bambino, where the Red Sox couldn't win the World Series. I said this is the curse of the Mambino, where they can't win a game since he dapped them up. And by the way, since then, they're now 0-11 since that time. And then 2 days later, the New York Post says the exact same thing. Jay, go ahead and tell them about it real quick.
Well, if anybody doesn't know, the curse of the Bambino, as Jack said, is Babe Ruth. And when he was traded by the Boston Red Sox to the New York Yankees, that was the last time they'd won the World Series until about 2003. So it was always called the curse of the Bambino on the Red Sox, why they couldn't win a World Series from 1918 to 2003. So with Mamdani is a video of him at the New York Mets game. You see Mrs. Met and Mr. Met. They dress in the Mets uniform and have the big baseball head on, and they're all flipping out. They're like, jumping up and down because Zoran Mamdani, the mayor's there, and he hugs Mrs. Met. Then he goes up and he, gives a hug, I think, to Mr. Met. And since then, they have not won a baseball game. The Mets have not won a baseball game since Zoran Mamdani put the curse of the Mambino on the team, as Jack came up with the other day. And Jack, it might be 10 cents or 11, whatever it is, it's double digits losses in a row for the New York Mets since Zoran Mamdani decided to grace the Mets ballpark at Citi Field and hug their mascots. How long can it go on for? We'll see. Will it hit 12? Will the Mets hit 12 in a row, or hit 12 losses in a row? Everybody, put it in the comments. Tell us what you think. How long will this losing streak with the New York Mets, the curse of the Mambino, carry on?
Absolutely. And sorry about that, guys. We were trying to get U.S. Senate candidate Chris Gleason in here. He was supposed to come on tonight. We had a little technical difficulties, but hopefully he'll be coming on really soon, because we want to ask him about his run for U.S. Senate that he's doing right now. And he's a friend of Ann Vandersteel, the investigative journalist we had on, about a week ago. She was awesome, and I assume that he is just as awesome, because anybody that is recommended by Ann Vandersteel, I'm going to trust her recommendations on people.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 100%.
I want to show them this though, Jay. I want to show everybody what we're talking about. Okay. So take a look at this. This is, if I can get it back up there. Here we go. Take a look at this. All right. This is my post right here. All right, can you see that? This is my post right here, the curse of the Mambino. Now, it says 1 day ago, but it was actually 2 days ago, April 19th. It was 1 day ago when I took this screenshot, but it was 2 days ago, the curse of the Mambino, okay? And I said the Mets are now 0-10 since New York Mayor Zoran Mamdani did what he did. All right, and we have Chris Gleason now in the background. He's backstage. I'm going to bring him up in just a second. But first, I want to finish what we're doing. So check this out. The curse of the Mambino right here. Then 2 days later, we have the New York Post saying curse of the Mambino. Look at that. And then they say, they said that they have lost 10 in a row. 10 in a row. And what is amazins? What the hell does that mean?
They're called from 1969 when the Mets won the World Series, when there was a miracle. They called the Miracle Mets or the Amazing Mets.
Oh,
so
well,
they have a short name. People call them the Amazins.
All right, yeah, that's ridiculously stupid. But anyways, they put Curse of the Mambino. Okay, and then real quick before we bring Chris in, I want to show everybody something. This is fun right here. I want everybody to see this. I am going to switch to the Secret America account because I don't want anybody thinking that Grok says this just because it's on my account. Okay, I am now on the Secret America account, as you can see. I'm bringing up Grok right here. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I am going to say, who coined the phrase Curse of the Mambino? We're going to see right now who coined the phrase, and was that phrase stolen by New York Post, etc.? Let's look and see what they say. I'm interested to see what they say, Jay. Oh, look at that. Look. What does that say? It says Jack Danger, host of Secret America, coined the phrase Curse of the Mambino. It originated in his April 19th, 2026 post, which directly linked the Mets to the 0-10, yada, yada, yada. So let's see. Did New York Post steal it? Yes. Oh, did the New York Post and others steal it? Yes. In the sense of adopting the exact phrase and framing without crediting the source. There you go. There you go. The New York Post, you stole it from me. You know, I wish there was some kind of remedy for that shit. I wish I could sue them and get millions of dollars, Jay. They stole it from me. You got Yahoo Sports stole it from me, AOL Sports. There was a lot of people that stole that exact phrase and framing too. Not just the phrase, but Jay, check this out. This is what I'm talking about. Not just the phrase, because I said they were 0-10, right? I said they were 0-10, and they were on April 19th when I did that post. But guess what? After I said they were 0-10, after I said they were 0-10, they actually went and copied it because they had gone 0-11 since this post, Jay. They lost another game.
They did. Now they might have been 0-10 since the hug, Jack. I might have messed that up in my post.
No. Other people. I mean, even Grok is saying that they're 0-11 now.
Yeah. They're 0-11 now, but they might have lost
since
the game.
The hug. Yeah, since the hug. But look at this. This was 2 days ago when I said 0-10, and I said this exact thing. Then today they say 0-10, lost 10 in a row. No, they've lost 11 in a row now. Before this post at 6:01 a.m. this morning. 11 in a row. Curse of the... So that tells you right there, not only did they take the phrasing, but they actually took the lost 10 in a row thing. Because they had lost 11 in a row by the time they posted this.
Yeah, they lost 11 in a row. Now, I'm not sure if it was a game before the hug that they lost. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Here's what matters. They stole your headline. They stole your saying, period. And they gave you no credit for it. And that's what matters, honestly. The New York Post usually has great headline writers, and maybe they're not so great. Maybe they're just stealing stuff. They go around the internet looking for great stuff and cribbing it. I don't know. Because
that's very possible. But what really pisses me off, Jay, in that article, they give people that have 1 like or 2 likes some credit for some of the stuff that they say.
Yeah.
They actually give, if you go in that article online, they give people credit that have 1 like for their post or people that have no likes for their post, yet they give them credit for some of the things like saying, oh, they're 0-11 or whatever. But they gave no credit for the headline. And that's just what pisses me off because that's a good headline.
No, it's a great headline. It's a great saying. And you got it. You thought of it. They should give you credit for it. I mean, it's the headline of the front page. It's the headline of their paper for the day. That's a major deal.
Even Grok, not just Grok though. Not just Grok. Jay, you saw we did Google, and what was the other one? We did ChatGPT. They all say that they have stolen the content from Jack Danger. So there we are.
Absolutely. So it's yours. Whether they correct it on the record or not, don't hold your breath, but you never know. But regardless, we know it's yours and it's forever documented in all these AIs.
I love that.
You came up with it first. And
I love that it's documented in the AIs. And thank you very much for Phantom Maga saying that the New York Post is a wannabe Jack Danger. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. Let's see if Chris Gleason is ready. We are going to bring him in. He is a U.S. Senate candidate, and we're going to ask him about pretty much everything. We're going to ask him about his We're going to ask him about his campaign. We're going to ask him about who he's running against. We are going to make sure you know everything about this man before he leaves here today. So let's go ahead and bring in, let me make sure we got this going right. Let's go ahead and bring in Chris Gleason. Chris, how you doing today, man?
Doing great. How are you guys doing?
All right. Good, Chris. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Yeah, we really appreciate you being here, man. So why don't we just go ahead and start with, why don't you tell people what you're running for and who you're running against, what state, just tell them all the good stuff.
Sure. So I am running for United States Senate in Florida against Ashley, China Cash, Ashley Moody.
Oh,
and we need some representatives in the Senate who are actually going to do stuff and not be on the payroll of the commies.
I like that. I like that.
Sounds good.
So tell us, what made you want to run for U.S. Senate? I mean, I know we want good people on the payroll and not the people that are commies, but was there like a specific event or a specific thing that said, you know what, I got to get out there?
It was a long series of events, actually. I never set out to be a politician. This was not something that I wanted to do. However, after what I saw go on in 2020, I ended up getting very involved in Florida election integrity efforts and election integrity efforts nationwide. And the things that I saw here in Florida with the not so gold standard of elections and the cover-ups and concealment and treason by selected officials here in Florida, to include Ashley Moody, really forced my hand to have to get involved. So.
Excellent.
Chris, you're thank you for your service. You're an Army veteran. Thank you for your service, first of all. What you brought up Ashley Moody. She replaced Marco Rubio, right?
That is correct.
She was appointed by Governor DeSantis.
Yes.
After Marco Rubio went to be Secretary of State, which he's been a phenomenal Secretary of State, by the way, I think. But okay, so Ashley Moody, you say about the China and everything else. Some other things about Ashley Moody that bother you to the point you said, I got to run for the United States Senate.
Yeah. So we did a lot of work, myself and other grassroots folks here in Florida. We did a lot of work on election integrity issues after the 2020 election. I specifically went to the state of Florida with a lot of evidence of insider election fraud within the election supervisors' offices all across Florida. I'm the original source for all of the stuff that you're hearing about Act Blue currently. I'm the guy who spearheaded a lot of that stuff.
Really?
And yeah. So I was. Go
ahead. Why don't you tell us about that? That is interesting right there.
Yeah. So that's really a lot in the news past couple days.
How did it come about? How did it start?
So I first discovered it in 2021, 2022. I was working on a congressional campaign in Washington State, and it was for Scott Stevenson. He was the founder of WebCrawler. It was the first search engine. Oh, cool. And I was helping Scott with a data problem. We had to determine who was a Republican, who was a Democrat, who was an independent, their propensity to vote in primaries, and their propensity to donate money in campaigns.
Yeah.
And while we were figuring that out, or while I was figuring that out, we noticed that there were these individuals in Washington State, largely Democrats, who had been donating thousands upon thousands upon thousands of times in a single election cycle. And I'm like, this doesn't seem right. This doesn't look right. We got to check this data. We got to check this data. And
you're the one that found this. You're the one that found it. Wow. See, that right there should get you elected.
It should. But I'm heavily censored. and heavily suppressed. But well, that's okay. We'll get through this.
Oh yeah.
So we brought this to the attention of Marco Rubio and his campaign, as well as the Secretary of State's office and Ashley Moody's office. And Secretary of State and Ashley Moody, they didn't really want to touch this thing. They didn't want to do anything about it. Marco Rubio, he did want to do something about it. And so he was the first one to actually do something about it. The story first broke in the Gateway Pundit. We had exposed that this was not only going on in Washington State, and then we proved it was going on in Oklahoma, and then in Florida, and then we saw that it was also going on in Georgia. And we had identified about 600,000 people in Georgia, or who donated to Raphael Warnock in Georgia, who were unemployed, because we know that there was, we know that 600,000 contributions by unemployed people with no income is something that they would do during, an election year.
Unbelievable. So they were smurfing these people. I mean, they were using these people as smurfs, basically.
Yes.
Yeah. So now, do you think now, with Act Blue currently under investigation, like by the U.S. House, but also under investigation now by Ken Paxton in Texas, also, he just filed a lawsuit. Also, do you think your work on Act Blue, what you started with all this, will actually make the Democrats have to play fair in terms of at least money-wise during this election cycle? Because this is all going on right before the midterm. So maybe the Republicans have a really good chance now that the Democrats can't just spend unlimited amounts of laundered money.
Well, it's funny you would ask that. So we've documented, tracked, and mapped every single Smurf donor in the entire universe.
Wow.
And we have all the data. We have everything mapped, everything tracked. Last month, I filed about $7 billion in FEC complaints against Act Blue, the DNC, the DSCC, filed FEC complaints against AIPAC, Democracy. There's just this whole cabal.
So, real quick, I want to make this clear for everybody. You were the person that started all this against Act Blue. The finding out that they were using Smurfs, and you're the man. That is the reason for all of this. Now, you're the man that actually may not only bring down Act Blue, but possibly bring down a lot of Democrats with it.
Yes.
Wow,
that's the goal.
That is incredible.
So one of the things, a lot of people don't know this, right, is once you've identified that there is illegal money flowing into campaigns, okay, once the campaign is put on notice, if they spend that money and don't segregate that money, well, that's another whole set of felonies.
Wow, that is awesome. God, that's huge, man. People need to realize how huge this is. This man right here may have single-handedly allowed the Democrats to keep the House and the Senate. We'll see.
You mean the Republicans, Jack?
What did I say?
You said Democrats.
I apologize.
Yeah, we want to keep we actually want the Democrats to have literally
so
nobody.
you can. I think we'll be able to say that me and my team were able to bankrupt the entire Democrat money machine.
That's incredible. People don't realize how huge that's why they get some of the wins they get, because a lot of the money is laundered tax dollars, your own tax dollars sent overseas and then spent, with Smurfs and people's political donations. Like with Ukraine, what they did was the Democrats would vote for money to go to Ukraine. Ukraine would take half that money and dish it over to FTX. FTX would clean it through whatever they were doing, donate it back to the Democrats via Smurfs. And that's how all that happened. That's why Sam Bankman-Fried got arrested. And that's why all this is happening. So the fact that you were able to do this, that's incredible. I mean, you not only leveled the playing field, you made it to where Democrats essentially can't outspend them and just basically lie. It's just incredible. People need to realize how big this is.
It's really is a big deal. Now, the Republicans, they were late to the game on this. So this whole thing, the whole enterprise really started with the nonprofits back in about to 2001.
Like the NGOs or?
Yeah. And then Act Blue, they started their operations in 2003, 2004 timeframe. And they've just really, over time, scaled this to be such a massive operation. Now, one of the things that we've been tracking is the Chinese communist money, and how it has been flowing into our political campaigns. And one of the really interesting parts about this, right, is that this is not a new thing, because Bill Clinton, back when his reelection campaign happened, him and Gore, they took in a lot of money from the Chinese Communist government. And it was a big to-do. It was called Chinagate, right? And so what you're seeing today really is just the modernization of Chinagate. And it has been scaled unlike anything anybody could ever imagine, right? So what's particularly interesting, how it's working today, particularly in Florida, we've identified that there are Chinese communist-controlled shell corporations and executives who are criminally laundering money into political campaigns on both sides of the aisle.
Like Ashley Moody, is she one of them?
Like Ashley Moody.
Wow.
And this is really a big deal, because her dad, Ashley Moody's father, was a Clinton-appointed federal judge.
It always comes back to
always.
Of course.
Always comes back to them.
Yep. So her dad was a Clinton-appointed judge who was appointed after the Chinese communists paid for Clinton's reelection campaign. And so now they're financing his daughter to be a United States senator.
Wow.
Is Ashley Moody, and I don't know a lot about Ashley Moody. Nobody really did.
I don't either, but I know this.
Like, you're right, because she was appointed by the governor. Is she just another, in your view, Chris, is she just another Republican, a Democrat posing as a Republican?
Well, yeah, because that's how she started out. She was raised in a Democrat household. She registered to vote as a Democrat. She was mentored by a Democrat mega donor who was all about supporting the Clintons and Obama and Emily's List, and I mean, a radical leftist, right? And then at some point, she decided that it was more advantageous for her to become a Republican. Right. And this, by the way, I think this was after her and her family had sued Donald Trump over Trump Tower in Tampa. And I mean,
wow.
Yeah.
Is basically, so my follow-up to that would be, or maybe a statement. It just seems that a lot of them are kind of, maybe someone like Ashley Moody right now is towing the line or going and playing along because President Trump's in power. Is she somebody that once President Trump's no longer there, God forbid a Democrat is there, that she would absolutely run with the Democrat agenda and really put up no resistance?
You know, the thing about Ashley Moody is that she ran to help DeSantis. I mean, she didn't endorse Trump while DeSantis was there. Right. She was actively campaigning for him. And as a matter of fact, after the big cheat that we found for 2020, she did her darndest to conceal the evidence of all the fraud throughout the state of Florida. Because you see, the same mechanisms that the Democrats used to steal elections in other states, they used it to steal elections here in Florida across a multitude of counties. And so she fought us tooth and nail and to conceal the fraud, to ensure that DeSantis was going to get the nomination. And there was a group of us here in Florida who fought really hard to prevent that from happening.
How do you feel about Ron DeSantis as the governor of Florida?
You know, I used to like him a lot. I liked him. I really did. I liked him a lot. Until I got active here in Florida, investigating the election fraud and the smurfing and the money laundering into political campaigns. Now, I mean, DeSantis, he grew up just like not far, like the next town over from where I live right now. He's from this area, and it was very disappointing. The stuff that I saw, we tried to give him the benefit of the doubt for as long as possible. And, he just, there's two Ron DeSantis's, okay? There's what Ron DeSantis says, okay? And what Ron DeSantis says is great, okay? But then when you really peel the onion on what he actually does and what's actually in the legislation, it's not so great. So, I mean,
well, I want to ask you, with Ashley Moody, like you said earlier, she actually, her own family dragged Trump into court over some shady Tampa condo scam and accused him of fraud. She was, like we said, she was a registered Democrat until 1998, and then all of a sudden she flips. She becomes AG or whatever, and she suddenly, she's MAGA. And then, she's like a controlled opposition where they insert these people, let them build a resume, and then appoint them to the Senate. When Rubio gets pulled, to Secretary of State. She's like controlled opposition 101.
Absolutely.
Even people in 2020, Moody apparently publicly joined the Texas lawsuit against the stolen election, but her own office called the lawsuit batshit insane, and that she was just doing it just to gain some points. Her own office called that in internal emails, said it was batshit insane, and that there was no way the election was stolen.
Yeah. Well, we know that it was.
Yeah.
we unequivocally, right? I mean, we could turn the voting machines into Pac-Man.
Oh,
okay?
Yeah. Even Kash Patel recently just said that they have evidence that backs Trump's claim and that the investigation is ongoing. And at the end, they are going to show this evidence that backs the claim that the election was stolen. I want to ask you real quick, though, about that. Let's say it was stolen, right? Let's say even a court rules it was stolen. Would they reverse things like, because I'm thinking that now it couldn't make him president. They can't make him president, back then. And he can't be president again. But would it be enough to reverse the pardons so we can go after an Anthony Fauci, go after a Hunter Biden and all these people? Because the auto pen should have reversed the pardons, if you ask me. But do you think that a nullification of presidency would allow them to reverse these pardons?
There's this thing in law. It's called void ab initio.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that's a very, very powerful thing. And it could be done 100%. It could be done. I'm still I ran for supervisor of elections here in Pinellas County, Florida in 2024. And I'm still in litigation over it. And
who did you run against?
I ran against a woman by the name of Julie Marcus, and she's another Democrat posing as a Republican, and she helped rig the election in 2024 against Trump.
Well, let me ask you, why isn't there any Republicans posing as Democrats? Why don't you do that, Chris? Why don't you change to a Democrat? I mean, you got all these Democrats that'll change to Republican, and because they're willing to go hardcore for their belief system, right? Their insane belief system. They're willing to go all the way. Why don't we have Republicans that are willing to go all the way?
I think you might have that right now. There's a guy by the name of David Jolly, he's running for governor, and he may be a dino.
Really? Dino, that's the first time I've heard that term, because I don't think one of those exists. But if he is that would be awesome.
I mean, he's against guns, so and he's pro-abortion. So those aren't necessarily good Republican conservative things. But
against guns is kind of that's a non-starter in Florida. There's no way he wins governor.
Yeah. I mean, he used to be a Republican. He actually, it's funny because he was an aide for Bill Young. And then when Bill Young passed away, he was appointed as governor. And then Charlie Crist,
oh God, he's the worst.
Through election fraud, stole Jolly praise.
He is the worst. Oh God.
So Florida is not the gold standard. Maybe it's the gold standard of election fraud. Maybe it's the gold.
I will say it's gotten a lot better in terms of the things that are going on down there. Maybe not the elections themselves, but how it's being run is better than a lot of states.
Yes,
right
we
now.
are the least ugliest house on the street.
Yes, exactly. On a street full of ugly houses, you're the least ugliest.
Chris, let me ask you, do you consider yourself a MAGA candidate? Do you consider you lying very closely with President Trump on most issues, some issues?
And you don't have to say yes because
I'm
not MAGA. I'm not MAGA. He is hardcore.
So I am hardcore America first. Okay.
Me too.
I'm
not MAGA, but I am
a constitutional. Okay, I'm a constitutional conservative.
Perfect.
And is it constitutional? Okay. Is it America first? Is this the best thing for our nation? And
so now you're the perfect candidate because MAGA, he's a hard. Jay is a hardcore MAGA. I'm just an America first constitutional conservative, like you said, and that's perfect. Now I think you're the perfect candidate because that's someone with that mindset is who needs to win.
Because at the end of the day, do I want America to be great again? Of course I do. What good American doesn't?
That's what America first is.
So I think that the stigma that has been put on MAGA is that you have to go along part and parcel with everything that the president wants. And frankly, he's got some really bad advisors in there giving him some really bad counsel.
Just like 2016.
Yes. Thank God we got rid of Scam Blondie. And she's gone.
She was the worst. I've never seen somebody that was not only bad at their job, but so bad at messaging. She couldn't even like have people. At least if you're gonna not do your job, you got to be like a Svengali. You got to be like a Svengali. You got to be one of those.
Well, the thing about Pamela Joe is that she was installed to ensure that the Florida cover-up continued.
And what are we talking about?
For the election fraud and all of the bad stuff that does go on here in Florida.
Oh, really?
Yes. So, little inside baseball here. Mm-hmm. About a week or two before the August primary in 2024, we had tracked and traced a lot of fraud, documented a lot of fraud here in Pinellas County. And Pam Bondi was at a GOP poll trainer, poll watcher event in Hillsborough County in Tampa. And so I went over and I introduced myself. I explained that I was running for supervisor election and that we had documented extensively a lot of election fraud.
And this is back when she was Attorney General of Florida, right?
No. She was at the time she was a lobbyist for Ballard Partners, I think, and she was working for the America First organization, and she was helping the Trump campaign.
So she wasn't Florida AG then. Okay.
No.
Okay. Not at the time.
Ashley Moody was. Ashley Moody was at that time.
Really?
Yeah.
That's Ashley Moody. That's how she was chosen by the governor.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I explained all of the stuff that we had found here in Florida, and Pamela Joe referred me over to the RNC election day operations guy. And I went over, I exchanged information with him, and we stayed in touch. And then the Sunday before August 20th, the primary day, I was asked to get a memo for what was going to happen in Florida for the election to President Trump. And so I put together this memo and I got it to him. And pretty much everything that we were thinking was going to happen ended up happening to all of the candidates who ran for supervisor of elections in the state of Florida. However, all of the establishment candidates they somehow managed to get selected. But, what was funny is that on election night during primary, the entire voting system went down. The whole state went down. And not one single America First or MAGA supervisor of elections candidate ended up winning in that election. Not one. Even though I think that everybody, the thing that was on everybody's mind, right, in 2024 was election integrity. And so Pamela Joe, she did nothing. And I've ended up suing over this. My case has already made its way all the way up to the Florida Supreme Court. Now it's back in the appellate court, and it's still getting litigated. And I think that when everybody in Florida and everyone nationwide sees what has gone on here in Florida, they're going to say, hey, wait a minute, this is going on where we live too. Hey, we don't have clean or real elections anywhere.
What is specifically going on, Chris? What is the fraud? What are they doing? Like, what's happening?
So there's a multitude of vectors that they use because they don't want to put all the eggs in one basket, right? Because if you put all the eggs in the one basket for fraud, you're not going to, it makes it much more difficult for you to challenge election fraud cases if they break it down amongst various avenues. One of the most important avenues, okay, is a clean voter roll, right? Critically important. Then what they'll do is they'll inject a lot of bad names into the voter rolls. Then they send out vote by mail ballots to addresses that may have undeliverable as addressed addresses, people who never requested their vote by mail ballots, and somewhere between when the ballots are mailed out and the ballots are counted, somebody intercepts those ballots, fills them out, and casts them. And so that's one way. Okay, we've gotten pretty good at tracking that, though.
I was looking right here at the best ways for you to beat Ashley Moody, and it says the things that you're actually doing. The number one thing is to frame her as the ultimate controlled opposition / rhino, which she is. She's a former Democrat who switched to Republican in 1998. Her family did the lawsuit against Trump years ago. The leaked office emails that called the 2020 Texas election lawsuit batshit insane. The DeSantis appointment as a payoff, and the alleged campaign finance.
It's not alleged. It's not alleged. So here's the great thing about what I do, right? Yep. I only operate within the government documents.
Good.
So everything is all federally sourced, everything state sourced. So what we ended up finding out was that she was taking money from a network of shell companies and companies that were under de facto control by the Chinese Communist government. Okay.
Wow. And was she aware of this? Did she know that was where it was coming from?
She was put on notice about this, I believe, in 2023 for the first time.
And she kept doing it.
She took China money. China cash.
Wow. And that's great because actually the number two thing that it says is your core strength is your forensic work on Act Blue and WinRed and the smurfing and also the CCP linked shell companies that have been funneled into Florida politics and tying it to, Moody's committee. So the things that you're doing right now are brilliant. And your forensic work, the fact that you're the one that started this stuff on Act Blue, that should be everywhere. You should be, on One America News, you should be on Fox. This needs to be everywhere. If you have a campaign manager, do you have a campaign manager? If you do, they need to step up their job and get you on Fox News and OA. This is huge. It should be everywhere.
Yeah. Well, they don't like, I have effectively been in a memory hole. They're trying to memory hole me. I'm one of the most heavily censored people online.
The fact that you were able to do this is incredible. I mean, most people don't have the patience or the attention span these days to be able to work with numbers like that the way you did. So that's incredible. I got to give you credit on that. I mean, you might bring down Act Blue.
Well, we are going to bring down Act Blue and their replacement. And there's 2 replacements that have already been stood up over this,
Really?
right?
What are they?
One of them is called Democracy Engine.
Democracy Engine?
And that was started by a guy by the name of Jonathan Zucker.
Mhm.
And that is funding the Uniparty, okay?
Wow.
Because you have Republicans and Democrats using Democracy Engine. And
I
then
love
you
these
have
names.
another
Those-
one called, you have this other one called the Action Network. And that has been stood up by the labor unions,
That sounds
AFL-CIO,
Yeah.
all the dirty money tied to Amalgamated Bank and Act Blue and Chase and PayPal and George Soros networks.
Yeah.
So,
That's
but again,
incredible,
we've got it all mapped, we've got it all tracked, and as a United States Senate candidate,
Mhm.
right? They have to give me equal time,
Yep.
and I fully intend to leverage that.
Yes.
This go around. And
Leverage the fact that you're bringing down Act Blue and See that right there. You should have like mailers and flyers and posters that say, the man that brought down Act Blue, the man that leveled the playing field. I could be
Yeah.
your campaign manager, man. I'm telling you, man. We could go deep in this mother. that you gotta ride that horse all the way to the White House, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
People don't realize how big that is.
It's a big deal. It is a big deal. And so, especially with the news that came out yesterday, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, with the House, they subpoenaed all of these Act Blue executives and employees, and they all pled the fifth.
146 times.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's incredible. But how cool is it, though? Honestly, how cool is it to see that all this is happening because of your work? When you see people, being subpoenaed to the House, or when you see Ken Paxton, probably the best AG in the country right now, you see him putting out lawsuits and stuff on Act Blue. How cool is it to see your work, causing all that?
it's good. I think it gives me hope, right?
There
It
you
gives me
go.
hope that we can save the Republic. And I think that, so part of this whole process, right, that we've been deploying with the FEC complaints, I also filed what's called an OFAC petition. That's the Office of Foreign Asset Control petition.
How do you
And
know
I
all this
document.
stuff? How do you know all this stuff?
I ended up. I'm a pretty smart guy.
You seem like you're a smart man.
And I built. Me and a friend of mine, we built our own AI. And
really?
yes, we built our own AI.
Wow.
And we've been at this probably since about 23, since 23-ish. We've been working on our own LLMs and our own models and stuff. I mean, I've been in software forever. I built a search engine for mortgage loan programs before most banks had websites. So everybody was like on AOL, and I had built a search engine for mortgages.
That's amazing. That is amazing. But I mean, how do you know all this stuff? Like what an OFAC petition is, and what how do you know this stuff? Most people would not know
I've worked in finance a lot of my life, and I've worked in software, and I know that there are levers and mechanisms that can be deployed. I mean, I worked for a period of time. I worked for UBS, the Bank of Evil, the evil Swiss bank. I worked for them, and so I mean, I have a lot of training, and I have a lot of it.
And most people don't know that, though, Chris, that there are levers, just like in the Senate or in the House, there are points of orders. There are, regulation rules that you can use to actually move acts through committees where you don't even have to have a committee vote. There are points of orders that you can use, just like the rules that you can use out here. Most people don't know that. So that's why I think it's great that you do.
Yeah. So we're using a lot of levers. So, a lot of people, they go at it one way, and we've actually been filing sworn criminal complaints, civil rights complaints. I mean, we've taken lawfare to a whole other level with the stuff that we've been filing. Excellent. So right now there's no quorum with the FEC. There are two commissioners, both of them Democrat. One of them probably will end up being walked out of there in handcuffs when we get done with her, Dara Lindenbaum.
Oh, really?
She's tied to Raphael Warnock and
He's
John
one of the worst.
Ossoff
Yeah.
and the Fair Fight PAC. That was the Stacey Abrams organization,
Really?
tied to the mules, right? That 2,000 mules or whatever video that was.
Yeah. We had
Yeah, that was
Dinesh
the
D'Souza
Dinesh-
on the show
Dinesh
a
D'Souza,
while
yeah.
talking about that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, there's only two commissioners there, and the Senate, has not been confirming anybody, and they're slow walking all of the president's Senate appointments, right? So this is why that's why America needs people like me, an upstart like me, to get in there and shake stuff up. And so what's gonna end up happening, right? Is so on March 1st, I filed a deluge of FEC complaints. And so the way the law works is the FEC has 120 days to act. Okay. They're not going to act because they don't have a quorum. So they're not going to do anything.
Yeah.
So on day 121, I get to sue the FEC and say, hey, FEC, you're not doing your job. You are acting contrary to law, and you're not doing your job. And so then the FEC will have to take a default on that. And then that means that I and my counterpart, Peter Bernegger from up in Wisconsin, because he's filing these things too, we're both going to get to walk in and prosecute the money laundering into Act Blue and these various other campaigns like Lindsey Graham, who's been smurfing, John Thune.
Oh, please get him, please.
Ashley Moody, the whole rotten cabal, and all of the George Soros organizations, the DNC, the DCC, and so on and so forth.
Chris, so let's say we need somebody like you in there. So let's say, and this is just for the sake of argument, okay? I'm not going to say this again. I'm just saying this is just for the sake of argument. Let's say that Ashley Moody, cheats or whatever she does, and she wins this. You know about the point of orders and the rules and regulations and all that stuff. So let's say you go find a place where you can either easily be appointed to the Senate, or of a place where there's just one person that always runs and they don't really care. There's places like that all over the country. You can get in the Senate if you really want to. And I think we need you in there. So if something happens in this where she cheats or whatever happens and you lose, I want you to do something like that. You know about that kind of stuff. You can find the places in the country where there's like an incumbent that just runs because nobody else is running, or they appointed somebody and there's going to be a special election and the person that's running sucks. They need somebody to run against them. There's places where you can win. So if this happens,
so here's the thing though with Ashley Moody, it can't happen because all her money's going to be tied up.
That's right. I love it. Oh my God.
And so yes, actually today I got the updated stuff on Vindman, one of the treason twins. He's running for Senate.
Scumbag.
And yeah, he's a scumbag, and we caught him smurfing bigly. And so all of his money, all smurfed. And the way that money laundering works, is once you've injected tainted money into the batch, the whole batch is contaminated.
That's true.
And so with Moody and with Vindman, because of the amount of the illegal, criminally laundered funds that have been injected into their campaigns, I'm going to bankrupt both of their campaigns.
That is awesome. And that's the beauty of what you're doing with Act Blue. Just like what Ken Paxton is doing with the lawsuit, based on your work, the lawsuit that he's doing, what that's doing is it's stopping his opponent from being able to use the illegal funds to outspend him by $60 or $100 million. It's forcing everybody to play on a level playing field, or actually even put the Republicans up a little higher because all their money is frozen, the Democrats. So I think it's awesome, and we got to get you in there, man. We got to get you in there.
What kind of time frame are you talking about, Chris, for the hammer to drop?
So I would say probably right around the 4th of July. That is when my gift to America.
That's awesome.
so that's when some of the hammers are going to be dropping. I'm pushing very hard for the Treasury Secretary to invoke under presidential executive orders tied to foreign interference in our elections. The OFACs, where the Chinese communist money gets seized, both in the campaigns and by the companies themselves.
It should be seized.
Do you have any link or point of contact to get to Scott Bessent?
I have friends, and
he knows Ann Vandersteel, and Ann Vandersteel knows people too. I'm sure he's got a lot of friends.
Yeah, I mean, I think Scott Bessent's, I think he's very smart guy, obviously.
He's a very smart guy. He helped almost bring down the Bank of England with George Soros. That's my only concern.
Well, hey.
But hey, you know what? He's doing a good job right now. We'll see if he actually seizes the money. If he seizes the money, then we'll know that he's a good guy. If he doesn't seize the money, the way I look at it, right, this is a litmus test. Because if they're not going to seize this illicit money, then they have to answer for that.
At the moment, I'd be happy with them at least freezing the money. If they just at least froze the money, I'd be happy with that for now.
Yeah. Well, the thing about the illicit money and it being frozen, it has to go to the Treasury, you say. So all of these billions of dollars, and by the way, there's two different vectors that we're taking here. One is with the FEC violations, okay? The other is under a extension of RICO.
Oh, that's good.
Because with RICO, right, this has been an ongoing, uninterrupted criminal enterprise.
Yep.
And because it has been an ongoing, uninterrupted criminal enterprise, we get to go all the way back to the beginning.
And you can charge any co-conspirators, anybody that committed a felony, they can be charged with all of the other felonies. Yeah, it's huge.
And, and the whole idea behind the conspiracy of it, as long as they're participating in it and they're benefiting from it, and you know what that's going to do to some of these crooked attorneys like Perkins Coy and Mark Elias?
Oh, is Norm Eisen in there?
What's that? Yes.
Yes, thank you. Norm Eisen is the worst of the worst.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, Chris, we've only got a few minutes left. Please tell everybody where they can donate, where they can find you, how they can help.
Sure. Go to Vote for Gleason, VOTEFOR Gleason, GLEASON.com. And we've got all kinds of links on that website. We've got all the receipts. We've got everything. Absolutely everything that we have documented, it's all there. I also have a Substack, voteforgleason.substack.com, and we post all the receipts, heavily documented.
Can they get to your Substack through your website?
Yes.
Excellent. Everybody make sure you go to voteforgleason.com. We got to get this guy in there. Chris, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to have you back again. When is the election? When is the primary?
August, right?
18th.
August 18th?
Yeah, August 18th.
We got to have you back at least a couple more times before then, because we want to get you out there. We want to make sure you win this thing, because I love your mindset. I love where you're at. And you're the one that started this whole thing. That is huge. That should get you the election all alone by itself. That should get you the election. So, Chris, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it, man.
Thank you so much.
All right, have a great day.
Thank you.
Got it.
All right, Jay, that was actually really cool, man. He's a very smart guy, as you can tell. Very smart guy. What did you think?
He built an AI. I wanted to ask him if he could run through, did Jack Danger create the curse of the Mambino through his AI?
We got to remember that, because we're gonna have him on again, definitely.
I swear I wanted to ask him a question. Could you please run through, did Jack Danger come up with the curse of the Mambino through your AI, please, sir?
Yeah, but I love it, though, because Google knows about it, even Google said it, ChatGPT, and whatever the hell, Grok said it too, that New York Post and all the other sports, they stole my my phrase, which sucks. I should have patented it. I should have trademarked it immediately. But it's all good. It's all
listen,
good.
I let you guys gang up on me a little bit with the MAGA thing. Listen, hold on a minute though.
Oh,
America
no, he said,
first.
well, we're America first. It's different.
Hold on. America first was started by MAGA. So let's
yes, but they're
right
different
there.
things.
No,
if they were the same
they're
thing,
not. They're
if
really
they were
not.
the same thing, then
They're
there
really
wouldn't
not.
be an America first. It would just be MAGA. They're different
who-
things.
Who's the person who started saying America first? It was Donald Trump.
Yeah,
That's where
I
it
know,
came
but
from.
it's split off into a different faction. America
Oh,
first does not
please.
mean a war in Iran. I'm just being real.
Listen. Let's be real here. Hang on. You could be America first
Well, we
and
don't
not
have
agree
time
on and not agree on everything. That's for sure.
I know, but we're America first, and you're MAGA. MAGA tends to be more in line with everything Trump does. That's MAGA.
Well, I mean, I support the president. I
support him
don't
too,
agree with everything
but
he does.
I have criticisms also.
I do. There are listen, Jack. We could get into it tomorrow. We'll
talk about it tomorrow. We have to be
tomorrow.
off here at the actual minute before.
Go ahead. Let's talk about our social media. Hit it.
Absolutely, everybody. Make sure you follow us on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, all of them. I'm trying to find it right now. Where the hell's the picture? Right here. Okay, so follow us on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, Instagram. You can follow Jay on TikTok at @APenionsVary with an A. But Secret America TV is our screen name on all of them. X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. Make sure you follow us. Not only do we have the live shows on there, but we have awesome clips that you'll really love. Also, make sure you go to maxassociates.etsy.com. They are #1 in USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. Every single one. They've got a 4.8 out of 5-star review, which is massive. I mean, who the hell has a 4.8? That means they've had like 1 3-star review and the rest are all 5 stars. It's incredible. So they are really good. Make sure you go there. I'm putting the QR code at the top right. You can scan it. Go to maxassociates.etsy.com or scan the QR code in the top right. I want to thank Chris Gleason for coming on the show. I think he would make a great member of the U.S. Senate. He's smart. He knows what he's doing. And if he doesn't get in for whatever reason, I want him to use his intelligence, find the loopholes of other places in the country where you can go be a U.S. Senate member. He needs to be in there, Jay. We need people like that. That's who we need.
Yeah, even I was going to ask him. We ran out of time. I'll say, even if you don't win, I think there's a place for Chris Gleason somewhere. I mean,
then we've got to have him on there.
Be very
Somewhere.
effective. Yeah, he's effective. Obviously, discovering this act blue thing is huge.
Oh man, even if they appoint him to a board, even if they, why don't they, have a special election? Or what if the president just appoints him to a Senate or just like one of those special appointments?
Well, Jack,
he
there's going
needs to be in there.
There'll be plenty of people around the president who don't want somebody like Chris Gleason anywhere near Washington, D.C.
Yeah, because he has bad
Welcome to
advisors.
Flyover
They've acted
Conservative
bad
Podcast
faith.
with David and Stacey
Chris
Whiting,
Gleason
where we break
is the
down
person
current
that would
events and
expose
examine
all of
culture
those
through
people
the
out
lens
there.
of
So
conservative
they don't want him
Christian
anywhere near
values.
the Senate.
All right, let's get out of here. It is 8:00.
All right, guys. Thank you so much, Deb, for the great show. Thank you, Hope. Thank you, Cajun
All right, Flyover
Lady.
family, buckle
and
up.
Yes,
You're
we
about
all
to
called out the New York Post,
upgrade
trust
your
me.
thinking,
And thank
upgrade
you,
your life a
Raina
little bit.
and
I love
everybody
talking to
else.
people
For
that are
Jay
interesting,
Gatling, I am Jack Danger.
that are
Thank you
doers.
for
I heard
watching
somebody say
Secret
one
America.
time that when he talks to people, sometimes they feel like I have 30 years of experience with this or 40 years of experience with this. And he said, actually what they have is 1 year of experience they repeated 30 times. And, when you meet people that have sort of dominated a lot of areas and continually educated themselves and found where the edge of their comfort zone was and pushed it, and then got to the edge of the comfort zone and pushed it and expanded. It's so interesting and it's inspiring. You're like, okay, I want more of that to rub off on me. Today's guest is former chairman and CEO of a $10 billion New York Stock Exchange investment company, a film producer. He's a Renaissance man.
He is.
Taking 2 films into the Kane's and Tribeca Film Festival. He's a member of President Trump's 2016 transition team. He's a member of the NRA and Mensa. Both.
I love
One
it.
person,
Lifetime member.
One person, both. He's also the host of his own show called The Bill Walton Show, and he goes by Mr. Bill Walton.
Yay! Welcome.
How is all this even
great to be here?
When we were researching you, I have pages of quotes
In
and
small print.
and accomplishments, and this is like a size like 4 font on here. It's unbelievable what you have done in a lifetime. We were joking before we went on air. You have to be 200 years old to have accomplished all these things, and it's just like your life literally could could be a movie. You got the New York part, but I know our listeners here in flyover country embrace you got Indiana roots, and you're kind of one of us, plus an NRA member.
Well, PS 86 in Indianapolis, yeah, and then all public schools in Indiana. So yeah, it's been a good journey. I ended up on Wall Street for a while at Lehman Brothers Kuhn Loeb, and I think I was the only person there from Indiana who went to public schools and wasn't a member of the tribe, if you know what I mean. It was a very interesting place, but they kind of adopted me as somebody that they could use for a specialist in certain situations. It was great, but anyway, I've had a nice run and have been involved in a lot of different things. And one thing when you do something and then you reach some point where you think you've done enough, you don't lose that, and you just bring it to the next thing you do. And I've found that over time, as I do different things, there's all these experiences I can reach back to, and there's an awful lot of things that come up that you've seen before, and that's very helpful.
There's so many things we want to get to. I want to get into some of the psychology of maybe, you're part of the 2016 transition team, what you've observed maybe in term 1 versus term 2, what Trump learned, maybe what the 4 years did for him in between, and some of the current conflicts we're in. But I kind of want to, just personally, I'm a parent, a grandparent, I'm always kind of trying to, influence, my family, to stand on my shoulders and see further, than they did before. I'd like to go back, like what would have been like to be a fly on the wall during, like when you're meeting with your high school guidance counselor, what would that conversation have been like? How did that guy map out this trajectory and this plan for your life? Were you sitting there and you saw a poster and you think, okay, I'd like to, be in New York, be head of a $10 billion company. I'd like to make some films. And like, how did they lay out this plan for your life in Indianapolis, Indiana, back when you were just a youngin'?
Well, they thought I was a catastrophe. As you and I we talked about on air, I just discovered later in life, last couple of years, that I have ADHD, and nobody knew it. And so I was sort of not focused on things in grade school, high school. And so by the time I got to be, say, a junior in high school, my report card was not something you really wanted to share with anybody. But then I won then I took the National Merit Scholar Test and crushed it. And it turned out I was smarter than anybody believed, but the grades didn't show it. But my wife tells a fun story. We were at my 25th high school reunion, and one of the teachers came up and he said, we always knew he was smart. We knew, but we had no idea where he'd end up.
Wow.
So, I think there's a lot of people that you're
a
lucky
longer
you weren't.
journey for those of kids who might be listening who think life is a straight line career. It's not. I mean, I took 7 years to get through Indiana University. I skipped a year as a kid and went down there too young. I just turned 17, was in a fraternity, didn't like it. Dropped out of school, not because of grades, just because I was bored. And then it was during the Vietnam War era, and guess what they did? They drafted me.
Wow.
And then I got drafted, sent to Fort Knox, and again I did well in standardized tests and that sort of thing. And instead of going to Vietnam, they sent me to the Pentagon. And then I got through the Pentagon, and it was really boring working in the Pentagon. And so I found this ad in the Washington Post about a theater company. And so I got involved with that. So I did soldiering by day and theater by night. And so, it sort of I turned the Army experience into something it's a little different from other stories, but it was, it was all good experience.
Did you end up back in Indiana then to finish college?
I did. I hadn't finished up my degree, and I went back to Bloomington and finished up my undergraduate degree. Took about a year, and then went back to Washington to help the woman who ran the theater company. We were going to build it into something, great. Who knows? She ended up getting diagnosed with cancer within about 3 or 4 weeks after I got there. So that kind of didn't work. It was terrible, really. She had young kids. And so I trekked up to New York to see what New York and theater was like. And I decided I'd done well on math test, and I decided if I was good at math, I I did the odds in theater. It's not really, the odds aren't that good.
Right.
I went back to business school again in Indiana, and then did well and ended up with a lot of job offers and ended up working with the bank, Continental Bank in Chicago.
Wow.
I think often for myself, I'm lucky I didn't grow up in an era where they would have medicated me out of being me. Because
that's what would have happened to me.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
I look at my behavior and the way that I was as a kid, very curious, and busy. In the school structure, lined in seats, and it's kind of, geared towards maybe girls that like to sit and, do things.
Yeah.
I was kind of, wanting to, move and do things and build and do stuff. And I'm glad I was in the era that I was, because they would have tried to fix it.
Yep.
in a interesting way. And luckily I had some teachers that are like, he's a busy kid. If we got a note to send to the office, we're going to have David take it,
Right.
and some of those
Smart
things.
teachers.
And yeah, luckily I was in a good environment.
Well, more often than not, their solution was to send you outside to play, which is exactly what you ought to be doing.
Yes.
Exactly.
You go out and make, play, make things up, have some other guys you're doing things with, occasionally, girls. And it's, you got to let kids have a lot more freedom than we've been letting them have in the last 50 years. And I fear it's getting worse, but, that's a different direction. But yeah, I think we're glad we weren't medicated. Who knows where we would be? Probably not here.
No,
I'd have probably been
you're
more
right.
tolerable and less successful, for sure. As that went. So moving from there, Indiana culture, there is a pace. There's a way of interacting with people. I remember the first time we were on the East Coast. We grew up in the Midwest. Went to the East Coast. We went into like a store, and I was getting film developed. It shows you the time it was. I was getting some film developed.
Yep.
I asked a question. I think we were in Philly.
Yeah.
This was my first big East Coast experience, and I asked a question. He goes, "The price on the sign. Can't you read it?" And I'm like,
That was the customer service.
and I'm like, wow, the price is on the sign. And I guess I could read it. I didn't see it, but thank you for your help. There was a curtness and a directness that was at first kind of bristling, but also kind of I enjoyed it. And we had a long career working with a lot of people on the East Coast and spent a lot of time there. And I kind of developed an appreciation for the directness. And we had a record label lived in Nashville. As we talked about earlier. There, you had to kind of read between the lines to know if somebody liked you or didn't like you.
They might have been giving you an insult. Oh, bless your heart. You're like, ooh, that means
they
don't
might
think
act
I'm
like
very
they like
smart.
it and say something,
That was not good.
In New York, you don't really have to wonder what they think of you. They'll usually tell you, pretty quickly. What was that like culturally moving? You had the military experience, I guess some of that already, but as you began to do business and interact and negotiate and be at dinners and in a lot of, powerful rooms with decision makers as you grew in your career, what was it like culturally coming from Indiana and the values and the way that you operated and functioning in New York City?
Well, I was fortunate. I had a grandmother who loved New York and an aunt who loved New York, and they spent a lot of time going to Broadway plays in New York and came back with the playbills and talked about it and were very oriented towards that world. And then, so it was not totally foreign, but it's interesting. I'm not sure I should tell this story. I've never told it on air, but I also, among my various things I did 7 years to get through college, I ended up at Woodstock, and we couldn't get in because it was raining and it was a mess. And so a kid came up, nice guy, said, look, we're not going to go into the concert. We're going to go to my parents' house out in this lake about 5 miles away. I said, okay, can we hear the music? Yeah, well, there we go. So we went off to do that. And we're sitting around. By that time, the weather had cleared and there was this beautiful moonlight out there. And I'm sitting with 4 or 5 guys from New York, and I'm talking at my Indiana speed, which was slower. And I said things like Washington, and I had a whole different pattern.
Yep.
And they were sitting around the campfire, going, "Isn't this great? Isn't this relaxing? Isn't this the most relaxing thing you've ever done? Oh my God, it's great to be out in the country. Great, see that moon? It's great." Looking at him, going, "Oh, come on, guys, just chill."
Yeah, exactly.
So you get.
That is so true.
There is a distinct difference, and maybe
there
that's
is a huge.
It might be a little bit less
the way they
today.
walk, the way they talk.
It might be a little bit less today with, YouTube and everything's kind of, we're, a little more, exposed, to different areas and maybe we're a little more, blended, than we were in the past. But there is some distinct ways of doing things.
Sharp distinctions, yeah.
That you had to probably adapt to and pedal faster, Well,
I think I mentioned before we came on the air, one of the things that happened was I ended up at Lehman Brothers Kuhn Loeb in New York, which was very New York. And, very sophisticated people who'd all gone to Ivy League schools. I had not. For me, it was all public schools. But they found a use for me, which is to kind of send me out to people who would appreciate the, my style, which was different from their style. And so it turned out to be an edge that I had that, proved to be pretty beneficial. So I think people that discount the flyover personality are making a big mistake, and I guess you named your show after it, so you would agree. But, and also, look what these fast-talking New Yorkers have accomplished with their city.
Ooh, that's so true.
It's a different culture, but they certainly have taken it to the abyss, and you wonder just what they're thinking because they just keep getting worse and worse people in charge, and it's hard to see where it goes. So I think in the end, our style wins out.
They definitely seem to be rejecting a lot of the doers for sure.
As I was looking through just their bio and information about you, you actually you grew a company, Allied Capital, from roughly 600 million in managed assets to 9 to 10 billion under your leadership as chairman and CEO from 1997 to 2010. Talk about great with numbers. Talk about that experience, again, coming from the flyover country to New York. Talk about that.
Well, it was fascinating. I'd been on the board of Allied Capital, or one of its Allied Capital. At the time that I joined, it was actually 5 separate companies which they'd done to raise capital, and I joined the board. That time I was working for Bill Paley, who was the founder of CBS, and he wanted to do venture investing, and I helped him do that. And one of the investments we made was an Allied. And after I left Mr. Paley, and I did stay on the board for another 10 years. And when they wanted to bring in a new CEO, they brought me in, and it was interesting because you've got to first figure out who your talent is, what you've got. I spent 3 months having breakfast, lunch, and dinners with the people who work, people work there and the board of directors, and I gained 15 pounds, I think. just getting. One thing I do believe is you don't walk into some place and assume you know a lot that other people's don't, and start making changes. So I tried to figure out what our human landscape was, and then we had 5 separate public companies, and the obvious thing to do was to merge it into one company, which we did, which required a lot of persuasion of the shareholders of those different companies. But once we did, they were happy. We doubled the market cap of the company within the first year. And then after that, it was a matter of just, I sort of steadily took a look at bringing in more and more talented people, and we were kind of a sleepier company in Washington, D.C., and I brought in some people who probably would be more at home in New York and Wall Street, but they had a lot of talent, and they kind of amped our culture in a good way. And so it was really a matter of building it slowly, taking one asset class, whether we started out as a lender, and then we added some other lending skills to that, and then we ended up acquiring a couple of companies, and then we figured out that because we managed our own assets, we were attractive as a fund manager for other people. So you don't sit there at 600 million and say, gee, we're going to get to 10 billion. You don't do it that way. You just take it one step at a time, and you work with what you've got, and you take the opportunity that you see ahead. Now, at the same time, you don't forget that you want to achieve something more powerful over time, but you can't set out and do that in the first day one.
There's a lot of entrepreneurs watch our show. We do try to do one focus show each week, just on business and stoking that fire of entrepreneurism in people. We talk about everybody wants America to be great, but Americans need to be great and owning businesses. The question I'd have for you is, during that window, when you're growing so much that had to have been outside your comfort zone, you're dealing with things that, were new. What did your day and your routines look like? How were you sharpening your mind to adapt to things where you're learning at a faster rate than what you're doing? Did you have a regimen? Did you start at a certain time? Were you reading certain things? What did your day and your flow look like in that season from '96 to the early 2000s?
Well, I've always believed that if you could get people around you that are smart and get them aligned with where you want to take things, that if you do enough of that, you get the right people and you delegate effectively, and they know their specialty better than anybody. You can grow that way. We had a couple brilliant real estate people on our team. We had a couple of guys who were really good at private equity buyouts. We had some other, so we had all these skill sets. And what you do is you allocate, what the opportunity to people that pretty much know that space. You're not getting into it cold. And then the other thing you do is you check that with an investment committee. In our case, we had probably 12, 15 people on the investment committee with all sorts of skill sets, and they didn't agree with each other about a lot. And, I knew my own temperament, which is I always see the glass as half full. And, you can make mistakes as an investor without looking at all the horribles. And so I brought in, we had some guys on the investment committee that, you practically didn't want to go have a beer with because they were so negative. but they'd point out problems, and we, very often, they were right. And so it made us a much more, I think, balanced in the way we did things. And so, and I think, you're, in my case, I'm not a particularly good day-to-day manager. I'm better at investing and leading. And so I had a very strong chief operating officer, and I will say she was fantastic. And interestingly, we had probably, of the top management, we had 7 out of our 9 top people were women. And so it was, while we were in private equity and Wall Street, which is a fairly male-dominated industry, we had largely women. Our chief financial officer, our chief investment, our chief HR, head of HR, operating officer I mentioned. I can go on and on, but it's not important. But that also helped, I think, balance the culture. And frankly, women in that role were a lot more effective than the men I had working for me.
Wow, go women! Woo! That's awesome.
And you did it in a meritocracy kind of environment, not with an external government enforced quota.
Oh my gosh, yeah, absolutely, yeah. So,
it's important.
But the metaphor I had was, it was sort of like a aircraft carrier where the women were running the carrier, and the men were flying the jets off the deck and doing deals, and that it sort of, everybody had their different roles, and the women kept it running, and the men, brought in, the successful deals, and that was the culture we had, and it worked very well.
I love it. Just listening to you, where you were talking about how you find people that's their expertise, that's their area, and then you kind of let them go with it. In order to do that, that means you have to set your ego to the side to allow people to be able to do their jobs. Yeah. And that says a lot about you as a leader, because I really have found, we've owned businesses and worked with a lot of business owners. That seems to be probably the thing that gets people in the most trouble is ego.
Well, the problem, I always looked at it that people didn't ever work for somebody else. They always worked for themselves, at least good people. If you got people that wanted to be told what to do, those are not the people I wanted to hire. I wanted people that would sort of say, get out of the way, let me do this. And then you build a safety net so that they don't go off and do things that are completely out of line. But they work for themselves, and my real estate guy knew much more than I did about it. But yet I wanted people, when they got up in the morning, not thinking about what Bill wants me to do, but thinking about what I want to do in order to build my piece of the business. And we had probably 12 or 15 people like that in the top top ranks of the company. And when you structure that, that works really well. We had a great culture, and people respected each other because of that, because they saw that everybody was doing their piece, and if they were all working together, then the whole thing would be a lot more effective, and I think it was.
No doubt about it. So I have to ask, how then did you go from, doing what you were doing to then helping President Trump in 2016-17 as the financial agency transition teams? How did that work?
And maybe ask a background to that. When everybody was aware of Trump, he was a big figure with, whether you go back to the USFL and casinos and building and, before the show and everything else. What was your first interaction with him? When did you meet him for the first time? You're both big players there in New York City. When did you first meet Donald Trump?
Well, that's interesting because I didn't meet him then. I met him long before. I met him when I was a banker at Continental Bank in Chicago, and we had just landed. The Pritzker family is one of our biggest client, and they put me on the account, and I worked directly with Jay Pritzker. Now, don't confuse him with J.B. Pritzker, who's the terrible nephew of the family. Jay was a terrific guy. He was the patriarch and the genius who built the fortune. And I worked with him probably a third of my time was spent trying to finance their deals and work with them. Anyway, he had a casino deal or an apartment deal. It was just a simple hotel in Atlantic City. I guess we had a casino attached to it. And Donald Trump was his partner in it. And so we were negotiating back with the Donald way back in 1978, 70.
Wow.
But here's the interesting thing as it pertains to today, is if he's brash today, he was even brasher then. And he would, talk about making extreme demands, positions, all kinds of threats, all sorts of stuff. He was a noisy guy to negotiate with, and Jay was a much smoother negotiator. And Jay kind of let me in. I was almost a protege of Jay's, probably was, and he got a much better deal. Jay got a much better deal than Donald got because Jay was willing to let Donald kind of do all this, and he ended up with I think a less good deal had he not just calmed down and worked with this. And I hope that's not happening to us in Iran right now. But he hasn't changed. I mean, and that's the problem, because all those tactics he used with us back in '78 were the same tactics that made him successful many times over in the real estate and development business. And we can't forget he had the reality TV show, which I think the first year had 28 million viewers, which is astonishing. And so he was good at that. He was good at the deal business, but what he wasn't particularly good at was he ran a deal shop. Trump organization was not, you didn't have thousands of people. I suppose he had thousands of people working in hotels, but that's not directly running the business. And so he was used to a much more entrepreneurial small group of people around him, lawyers, a few other deal people, hotel experts, but nobody. It wasn't a big organization. And so I think that was one of the big stumbling blocks when he became president in 2017 after getting elected in 2016, is he wasn't at all used to running a big organization with lots of things to delegate and people that would make things happen when he wasn't there. He was used to doing it himself. And that, I think if there was any one massive difference between Trump in 2016 and Trump in 2024 is he learned that lesson. And when he came in 2024, he was ready, and he developed a lot of he'd recruited a lot of the right people. You look at some of his cabinet members, at Energy, Commerce, Interior, you can go down the list. They all have been extremely effective. Not all, but most of them infinitely more effective than Biden's cabinet. So Trump was a solo performer. He was brash. But then I met him again at a Tea Party rally in 2015 when I was, I was chairman of the Tea Party Patriots in 2015.
Come
we had
on.
a rally. We had a rally in front of the U.S. Capitol. Jenny Beth Martin, by the way, is the brains of that operation. I was I was simply helping with the board. And Donald Trump was one of the speakers at a rally to protest the Iran deal. This was 2015. It was a terrible deal. And I was a leadoff speaker, and he was I spoke for about 50 seconds, and he was number 6. And he was there with his bodyguards, and there were thousands and thousands of people around, but 100 degrees. And all the cameras were clicking. There must have been 50, 60 photographers there, and it was just click, 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 capturing Trump. But he was an intimidating guy. Nobody wanted to go up to him. And so I went up to him, and I introduced myself, and I said, "You may remember me." First I said, "I'm chairman of the Tea Party," which he said, "That's great." And then I said, "You may remember me from '78. I worked with Jay Pritzker, and we were negotiating with you an Atlantic City hotel deal." And then he didn't talk about the deal. He didn't talk about politics. And he also didn't look over my shoulder to see who else was there and who else he had to talk to. He looked at me directly and he said, "Wasn't that terrible the way Jay died?"
Wow.
And I said, "Yeah." And he said, I mean, he had that horrible stroke, and he kept all of his physical characteristics. He seemed okay, but he'd lost his computational skills. I guess what had happened specifically was that Jay, and then this is where we get into the part that's sort of funny, because later on, remember debates where they're talking about the size of Donald's hands and whether that was a sign of manhood or something.
Right.
And there's a picture of me, the two of us are talking, and there were like 50, 60 photographers, click, 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 watching us have this conversation, thinking we might be talking about something, highly, highly important politically. We weren't. And he says, "No, Jay got that stroke. He lost his short-term memory. And he kept his long-term memory. Now, if it happens to me, I want to lose my long-term memory. I'll keep my short-term memory so I can be a deal guy." And that was just absolutely, it was strange because it made me like him for a bunch of different reasons, and and he didn't act the way most politicians act at all, and that to me made him real. It was also real the way he had a genuine affection for Jay, even though, as I think I don't know, I told the story earlier, but Jay did do well with him in an earlier negotiation, and I think Donald didn't do as well as he would have liked, but I forget now. Oh yeah, Jay Pritzker's father, A.N. Pritzker, was Donald was one of his proteges.
Wow.
And so that now that and he was an old Russian Jew, tough guy. Donald loves guys like that, and so it's fast forward to today, and now we've got Fat JB. It's upsetting for me to see him being what he is when the Pritzker family really was, pretty impressive in their day.
Wow.
Do you think it was a shock for him a little bit? I think when you're a doer and you work as hard as he does, we spent a lot of time with Eric, and Eric will talk about, his dad will call him at 5 or 6 in the morning, and like, "I didn't wake you up, did I, sweetheart?" Kind of thing, like just kind of, poking him, like, "Are you up going, for your day?" And just kind of have this little bit of antagonistic, relationship even with his kids. Like, but they think about working. They love to work. They love what they do. They're not trying to work so they can get out of work. They're trying to work so they can, they love doing, they love building, they love, creating and making something better, taking it from here to here. Most politicians don't think that way. They're thinking about getting elected again. They're not thinking about moving the needle. They, and so there seems to be a big difference between a lot of the people that are the, Scott Bessent.
That's a massive. I agree 1,000%. It's a massive understatement. Nobody in Washington. I've got a place. I've got a couple of places around Washington, not in Washington, but the number of people with a track record of actually doing things in Washington, I think you can count on two hands, maybe one, and that's really what Washington about is attracts people who are social and they like power, but Washington does not attract achievers. And if you look at what happens once you become a senator, you can't really think of anything and any senators ever accomplished, much less a congressman. And then you take a look at the administrative deep state. and all the law firms and the K Street lobbyists and so on and so
Right.
forth. Nobody really gets anything done except maybe getting a piece of legislation that'll favor, their interest or whoever they're representing. And I had a very interesting Ron. Oh gosh, name skips me. He ran BCG and he ran the transition in 2016, and we became good friends. I ran about a third of the group, and we were talking one day in his office at the end of the day, and he said, these people were trying to recruit for transition. Look at these resumes. And he showed me the stack of resumes. He said, flip through these. And I said, okay, I did. And I spent about 5 minutes, 10 minutes looking at them, and everybody had glittering resumes. They worked in this white shoe law firm. They served on this commission. They had an ambassadorship to some place. He said, look at this, see if I see what I see. And I said, I think I do. And he said, nobody's ever accomplished anything. They serve on these things, they get these jobs, they advance themselves, they become in one think tank or another, but there's nobody like a Donald Trump. And, I think of myself as a doer, but not, I pale by comparison. There's not many people that say, okay, this thing needs to be done and we're going to do it. And I wrote a piece that was in Blaze not too long ago, and the difference is Donald's willing to take risk because he's able to reap the rewards, and in Washington, taking risk is not rewarded. In fact, just the opposite. And so you find people who, instead of ready to take risk and take credit for a project, they're already thinking about who they can assign blame to if it fails. And so you've got a very low risk appetite in this town, which is why nothing ever changes. And also, which is why, the Donald coming in with all of that, all that get it done fervor is something they're extremely uncomfortable with. That's putting it mildly, and it also threatens their.
It sure made me very nervous. They're like, hey, gosh, who's the guy I saw talking? He did a lot of work with Elon Musk, and they said, I've never met anybody that had such short meeting windows, but still had relationships with people so deep in the organizations, and thought in these 10-minute windows of accomplishment. And he referenced, he goes, you'll get emails from Elon Musk regularly that'll say, what did you get done today? And I think in terms of Washington, they don't think of anything done ever. It's so that had to have been very, it's like being on a plane and you assume everybody wants the plane to land safely. And when you start looking around, like most people in Washington, they don't really care. They don't really care about the plane. They care about maybe the drinks they're having or, the movie that's on the screen, but they're not thinking about the plane and where it's going and landing safely.
Well, that's partly, I'd take it even further. They're not even on the plane. I mean, they don't suffer the same healthcare system that we do. They have their own. They don't, we have insider trading rules. They do not. Let's talk to Nancy Pelosi about that. There are all sorts of rules and regulations and laws that don't apply to them. And, they live on the outside and they do this stuff and they suffer no consequences. I mean, they might lose an election at some point, which it's in most cases not a bad thing, but it's that's really only all they think about is whether what they're doing get them elected, because they're not going to have to suffer from the legislation they pass, and that's something that's egregious and wrong, but nevertheless that's what we've got right now.
I would love to talk to you more about the article that you brought up earlier. I think that's really important. It did hit a nerve on the Blaze. I want to make sure people know how to find it. So Flyover family, you can go to thebillwaltonshow.com, thebillwaltonshow.com. Top right-hand corner, it says subscribe. It'll take you directly to his Substack. And then you're going to see the article there, Trump, Iran, and the Coalition Against Victory. Can you talk about this, and why do you think it hit such a nerve? What are people looking for, and why do you think that this was such a big deal for them?
Maybe explain also, what is the Coalition Against Victory? That's a crazy phrase.
Well, unfortunately, that's what we're looking at. We're looking at, I talk about enemies without, obviously, Iran, China, Russia, et cetera. But we've got a lot of enemies within, a lot of people operating within this country that are not interested in seeing us succeed. And in particular, they're not interested in seeing Donald Trump and Bibi Netanyahu succeed.
Yep.
And it's, Tom Friedman, who's New York Times, who's unfortunately a member of my golf club, was on just 2 weeks ago saying, we cannot let Trump win this, because if he gets credit for this and Netanyahu gets credit for it, it would be terrible. They're awful people, and we've got to oppose what they're doing. And
these guys are all like woodpeckers on Noah's Ark, man.
Oh my gosh, no kidding.
And he said it, and it was like, so they're part of the coalition. And of course the fake media, et cetera, we already know that. But the thing that Trump does, I think his approach is that he wants to get in and get something accomplished, and he measures himself in terms of whether we got it done or not. And I think that's his metric in Iran. And we've had presidents, unfortunately, going all the way back to Reagan, saying how terrible Iran was, and they've been saying death to America for 47 years.
Right.
And then they try to set it up so, well, Trump didn't really have to do this. He promised no wars. This is a war of choice. Well, it wasn't a war of choice, because we have a lot of credible evidence that Iran had made great progress toward finally get its nuclear weapon. More importantly, they were developing the ballistic missiles that would deliver them.
Which they proved they have.
And we saw that when they hit that base in the Indian Ocean.
Right.
That missile went over 2,000 miles, which if you turn it around and aim it at Paris or even London, Berlin, they could hit it. So they were very close to that. We had to act, and the window came where the supreme leader made it stupid. Somebody made a big misjudgment. They had a daytime meeting with all the top people out in the open. And they were, as the phrase goes, they were sitting ducks for being taken out. Now, as we've seen in the last 5-6 weeks since that happened, they've always had a distributed power system, and so a lot of other people around the country have so-called leaders coming up that we find ourselves right now not knowing exactly who we're negotiating with or who has power, which is I think one of the problems we're having in winding this thing up.
So in this whole, you kind of touched on it, this Trump derangement syndrome that we're seeing right now, what does that look like? Is it a danger for our country? Where do you see it right now?
Well, they're a danger. People with Trump derangement syndrome are definitely a danger to the country because they don't support our strategic objectives. In fact, they deny that we have any when it's palpable, clear. And they also, even people on our side, supposedly Tucker, who I've been friendly with, has now decided that our country stops at the water's edge. And of course, that's not the country, that's not the world we live in now. The idea that Iran is not connected to China, is not connected to Russia, is not connected to all these this mosaic of competing power blocks. It's not like you can focus on China and not worry about the Middle East.
Right.
And that's kind of the trope. That's kind of the thing they're passing off as why Trump was wrong to do this. We should be concentrating on China. Well, China's in there, and so it all fits together. And the Trump derangement syndrome is, and boy, it is. I used to get invited to parties in Washington, not so many anymore since I started working for Trump. But I never liked, it's funny because you go to one of these parties and everybody assumes you're a liberal Democrat. Everybody assumes you're part of the deep state. Everybody assumes you hate Trump, and they'll start talking to you like right away. And so one of the measures I would use, and I still use it, as I say, well, when I worked for Donald Trump in 2016, and it was like a Frankenstein movie with the Wolfman with the Wolfbane or something. Oh my God, get away from this guy! He worked for Trump, but it shut him up, which was helpful.
Which kind of accomplishes your goal. I don't know that anything that he's done from the moment. I mean, from the moment he walked in, the first day, I remember that it was so encouraging after 4 years of Biden. Remember the inauguration day?
Yeah.
That night, he's sitting at his office press is in there.
Yep.
He's signing stacks of EOs, bantering with the press, jabbing them. I'm like, we had a president that could answer a question or be visible to the press, in 4 years. And so it was such a like a breath of fresh water. It was like an NFL coach that had actually knew what the rules were, as opposed to hiring my daughter or somebody to run an NFL team or something. It was just a big adjustment. But I don't know, from that moment forward, there's nothing he's done that's helped China. Like from grabbing Maduro in his PJs in the middle of the night to now, Cuba is kind of like, in a different, negotiating position to what's happening in the Strait. Every single step seems to have done good for America. We have more control of energy. We're no longer, dependent on buying oil from other countries. The pipeline, every single thing that he's done seems to have been maybe not a death blow to China, but it looks like an MMA fight. Sometimes they'll see, like, it doesn't look like they're winning, but they got these leg blows to the opponent, and they kind of get weakened, and they get weakened, and they get weakened. Where it doesn't visibly look. If you're an untrained observer, you want to, punch to the nose and they're out. But he's weakened them every single step of the way, financially and in every possible way. What do you see in these? Does it seem to be a methodical approach as he's gone through these steps?
I believe it is. I believe the strategies are methodical, much more methodical than people give him credit for, because all they do is they listen to the outlandish things he says. And I think we can all agree he says a lot of outlandish things. And now some of that's on purpose. But I think he does see China as the ultimate threat to the United States. But I guess the feeling was, and I agree, is that you need to take a nuclear threat out of the Middle East if you want to achieve lasting peace all over the world. But the China part is, by making us energy independent and having the fossil fuels and natural gas that we do and the oil, this hurts the world a lot more than it hurts the United States. And China has been particularly hurt by this the shutdown and the movement of oil. And so, I couldn't. I don't think we should go too far. I don't think he's thought it all out in that much detail. He has instincts, and as I point out in the Blaze article, he's got an appetite to take risk. If he thinks the upside's worth it and the downside's acceptable, he'll do it. But then the other main skill set he has, and the reason he's willing to take risks, is his ability to improvise and be able to turn on a dime and say, well, this is working or this is not working. Washington doesn't like to do that. They want to work a 5-year plan. They want to know this. They've thought it out. They've tested the ideas out in the New York Times, so everybody can stroke their chin and say, "Oh, yeah, that's a smart action." Of course, when they do that, they signal everything that you're going to do, and it ruins any sense of surprise or any strategic advantage you might have. Trump doesn't do that. And there's a piece in a journal not too long ago, maybe a few days ago, that talked about Trump's style and how, he's obviously upset that says the war is taking longer than he'd hoped. But he talks deliberately about, well, I said this out loud, and I'm hopeful they'll think I'm crazy. If they think I'm crazy, we'll bring him to the table that much more quickly. That's sort of the old, sort of like the Reagan strategy on steroids, where people thought Reagan was crazy. Well, they really think Trump is crazy. So you can use that if you're sitting across the table with somebody who you think is capable of doing anything. You're dealing with a very tough opponent, but then on turning it around, the Persians, the Iranians, have shown themselves pretty much capable of similar things. So we're, as the Chinese say, we're living in interesting times.
I can't think of a better person to have in the seat than President Trump right now, though. I'm really glad that he's there.
No, he's uniquely equipped for this moment in time, and our country needs what he's doing. For sure. I wouldn't want to have inherited what he inherited in the second term, especially with inflation, our debt, and so many different things. What our listeners need is you to be sticky in their world. You started schools, you started language programs, learning for young children. I mean, it literally goes on and on and on and on and on. We could have spent this whole show listing the things you've done, and you kind of play down the fact that you're a doer compared to, Donald Trump. I don't know that there's many Americans that are as involved in so many things, filmmaking. We didn't talk about CPAC. We didn't talk about like on and on and on and on the things you've done. I want our listeners to have you in their head. You go to the BillWaltonShow.com, BillWaltonShow.com. You can go directly to Substack and subscribe to his Substack there. It's free. And get these kind of articles. It was the most read article on the Blaze, recently that he's posted there. Your show is beautiful. The set's unbelievable. I like the one you had Eric Prince recently with the suspenders and the whole bed. This is a great look. Even if you don't know what you're talking about, if you got the suspenders and the look, you kind of
it helps. It helps. Suspenders raise your IQ like 10 points.
It helps a ton. We like to play Ella Fitzgerald and some stuff when we're cooking and chopping. I said this makes you like 20% better than you really are if you got the right music playing as we cook and make dinner. Certain things add to it, but you really have done the work in private to be able to have a voice in public. Your show is insightful. The things that you talk about, it's not hyperbole. You talk about what you know, not just what you think. Yeah. You've been in the rooms. You've been on both sides of the curtain. And I'm really thankful to be able to have this time with you today. And I want our listeners to continue that. The links will be down below. So if you're listening to this right now and you're on the treadmill or mowing the grass or doing something else, come back to this episode. If you're on Apple, you're on Spotify, you're wherever you are, you're on Rumble. It's in the show notes below, direct links to be able to follow Bill, to get his Substack, to be able to have that showing up in your email, to have his voice, because I don't think the next 2 years are going to be less crazy than the previous ones. And you're going to need sound wisdom, not craziness and not people speculating. You want to hear from somebody who's actually been at the table with President Trump, who's negotiated with, for, and against President Trump, that understands what he's thinking, to be able to break these things down. Bill, we'll give you the final word as we sign off here. And again, I just want to thank you for your time. It truly is an honor to say I've spoke with you.
Well, thank you. I mean, I like. Can we play that again? That was great. I love that. But this is so enjoyable, because you go how we're thinking and feeling, rather than sitting there with a yellow legal pad kind of saying, we got these 12 questions. I think we flowed all over, and I think it's a fun conversation because of that. You guys are good at this. So I'd like to, maybe we can continue this in the future. I've got a lot to talk about with regard to education. I started a few schools, and we owned about a half dozen, maybe more, at Allied Capital, and so that's everything in the end comes back to education and yes. what we're doing, both in terms of culture and competence and morality. And so anyway, I'm glad we could talk about it in this way, and I'm glad I got to tell my Donald Trump Tea Party story, because
we loved it.
His hands are like this. You're not quite visualizing what he's trying to say.
I love
to keep
it.
That short-term memory won't my deal.
It's funny that's his takeaway.
That's exactly right. We thoroughly enjoyed this conversation. We'd love to have you back, Bill. Again, Flyover family, go to the BillWaltonShow.com. Thanks again, Bill. We appreciate it.
Everyone is talking about this.
The one thing that's very important part of my portfolio all these years is gold.
Has gold hit all-time highs already this year?
And get a free info kit on gold today.
It's called silver.
Gold coin.
And though we are thrilled that everyone is talking about investing in precious metals, a lot of these 1-800 numbers will make you feel like just another transaction. That's why it's crucial to work with a person, not a faceless institution, when it comes to your finances. You deserve to be treated like family, not just another number. Dr. Kirk Elliott, who we've known for over 25 years, he doesn't just sell gold and silver. He offers trust, care, and a personal touch that an impersonal institution could never match. So when it comes to securing your financial future, don't just call a company, call a person. Call Dr. Kirk Elliott at 720-605-3900 or visit flyovergold.com to learn more.
Do your feet ache and throb in pain with every step you take every day of your life? Kiss those days goodbye with slippers from MyPillow.com. How about that flimsy, flat little excuse for a pillow that's nothing but 8 hours of disappointment, causing you pain in your neck every single night? You can wake up with nothing but butterflies and rainbows around your head with a MyPillow pillow. Those hardwood floors hurting your old bones? No more with a MyPillow dog bed. Are your towels worn thin, flimsy, more patchy than Joe Biden's memory? There's nothing better than absorbent towels from MyPillow.com. For all of these products and more, go to MyPillow.com and use promo code FLYOVER for up to 66% off.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
Hello, Flyover family. Join me every Wednesday for the Prophetic Report at 11:11 Central. You can find it on Rumble. You can find it on the Flyover app. We have such an incredible time of hearing from all of these different prophetic voices like Robin Bullock, Julie Green, Barry Wunsch, Amanda Grace, and Hank Kuhneman. Every week, it's either 5 or 6 different prophets that are speaking, and what's interesting is God is speaking through them, and all of these voices come together like puzzle pieces. It is so exciting to hear what the Lord is saying. We're hearing from medical, we're hearing from military intelligence, we're hearing from the financial world, we're hearing from mainstream media, but the most important is, what is God saying? He has not fallen off the throne. He's not nervous. He's not chewing his nails. He is in control. He has plans to prosper us and not to harm us. What a great time to be alive, and I'm so excited for you to join me every Wednesday at 11:11.
If you had a time machine and you could go back to, say, 1930 and you had 1 ounce of gold or a $20 bill, both of those would buy you a complete men's suit, brand new, the shirt, the tie, the belt. Either one would buy you the whole thing. If you had a time machine and then you brought both of those resources into today, 1 ounce of gold could still buy you a full suit at pretty much any men's store in America. The $20 bill, why, it probably only gets you a handkerchief or a pair of socks.
How do you get the gold and silver? Well, it's very simple. We have a friend that we've known for over 25 years. In fact, his dad was a mentor of ours, and his name is Dr. Kirk Elliott. And the way that you connect with him is you go to flyovergold.com. It's a website that we set up to make it very simple. All you do is go there, fill out your information, and someone from Dr. Kirk's team will get a hold of you to answer all of your questions. Whatever you have, they can help you out. Or you can simply call 720-605-3900. Again, 720-605-3900 to set up that free consultation. Do it today. You will be so glad that you did. We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacy Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.